Mingxi traveled through time and space and became an ordinary Earthling. But now he has come to a brilliant interstellar civilization centered on beast taming. Unfortunately, her identity is not brilliant. Despite this, Mingxi is still full of hope because being a beastmaster is really great. At this moment, she was holding the toilet plunger and dirty rag in her hands and was blocked in the women's restroom cubicle by a group of girls. Faced with the chattering and nagging, her expression changed from bewildered to confused. The classmates mocked. "This toilet is so dirty. Did you clean it seriously?" A classmate said, "When the toilet was clean with the shower, it smelled good. But now, it stinks everywhere." The classmates added a final sarcasm. "Her family is poor. Why should we suffer?" Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the girls left after cursing enough, leaving Mingxi standing there alone. She slowly put down her sore hands, her expression complicated and indecipherable. In this life, she traveled through time and space and became such a character. 14 years old, a student in class 26, grade 2 of a junior high school. He was so poor that he could only eat cold steamed buns to fill his stomach every day, but he still managed to work 3 jobs. Her family situation is indeed complicated. Her father died early, and her mother remarried when she was young and has never paid a penny for child support. She was raised by her grandmother, but her grandmother had a genetic disease that even healing pets could not cure. Her family had spent all their savings on her treatment. The original owner was unwilling to bow to her mother, and no matter how hard her life was, she never asked for child support. Thinking of this, Mingxi couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know whether he should pity the original owner or be annoyed by her stubbornness. However, she is only 14 years old now, but she is desperately working 3 jobs, getting up early and going to bed late. She has already fallen behind in her studies, but the money she earns is pitifully little. All this is because the world's labor force has been almost entirely replaced by pets. Whether it's moving bricks on a construction site, delivering takeout, or even cleaning, as long as pets are involved, human labor becomes cheap and insignificant. In sharp contrast to this is the core class of this society, the Beastmaster. Even if the Beastmaster does nothing, as long as the contracted pet is strong enough, he can have food and clothing. This is a realistic and cruel Beastmaster civilization. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell interrupted Mingxi's thoughts. She quickly packed up the cleaning tools, washed her hands, and relying on the remaining memory in her body, rushed back to the classroom where the original owner was. As soon as I walked into the classroom, the originally lively scene suddenly became quiet. Mingxi was a little confused. Isn't this too quiet? She clearly remembered that the original owner was just an ordinary student who worked part-time as a cleaner. It was impossible for her to cause such a full silence effect. She turned back following everyone's gaze and discovered that her teacher was standing behind her. "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Feeling the teacher's cold gaze, Mingxi immediately greeted him obediently. The other party just nodded lightly, indicating that she should return to her seat quickly. Mingxi didn't care and sat back in his seat. She ignored the girl's deliberate avoidance. She took out a book from the desk and pretended nothing had happened. History of Pet Civilization, Volume 1. She lowered her head and turned the pages, feeling complicated. Although the original owner's memories still remain, they are not what he experienced personally after all. Now she can only rely on the books in front of her to familiarize herself with and integrate into this strange world as quickly as possible. Mingxi reached out and patted the book, his eyes becoming serious. If you want to play around in this beast-taming civilization world, start by studying hard. She turned to the first page and the title caught her eye. History of Pet Civilization, Chapter 1. Extraordinary Creatures, Soul Keys, and Spiritual Contract Rooms. It is impossible to determine when the extraordinary creatures, soul keys, and soul contract rooms appeared. When civilization first appeared on Blue Planet, they seem to have already existed. The first Beastmaster who awakened a soul key in human records was the Star Spirit Emperor. He discovered the soul contract room and successfully completed the contract with his first pet, the Snow Elf. The first Emperor of the Star Spirits. Mingxi raised his head and recalled. Wasn't this the founding emperor of the Star Spirit Empire that had been destroyed for 2,000 years? One of the most legendary beastmasters in history. No matter how great he was now just a figure who had long passed away. Just remember him as a knowledge point. She continued reading. When human physical fitness reaches F level and brain development reaches 2%, the soul key and pet beast space will awaken. Mingxi touched his chin. Physical fitness is easy to understand, but as for the degree of brain development, It sounds a bit complicated, but it is actually simple. It is a numerical reflection of the degree of brain development. The degree of brain development of ordinary people is generally less than 1%. It is extremely difficult to break through 2% and awaken. 3,000 years ago, less than 0.01% of people became beastmasters. The main reason was that the level of brain development was too high. It was not until 2312 AD that Dr. Lin Yuheng, a scientist from Longhua Kingdom, discovered a special mineral, Hongming stone. After high-temperature treatment, the Hongming stone forms an energy magnetic field that can promote the development of the human brain. This is what allowed the beast-taming civilization to enter a stage of rapid development. Afterwards, successive generations of scientists continued their research and exploration until 2794 AD, when the Interstellar Alliance implemented the Hongming Awakening method. The bill stipulates that every citizen in the Alliance who is 15 years old or above and whose physical fitness reaches level F can undergo a Hongming Awakening free of charge. Nowadays, the success rate of awakening relying on Hongming stone has reached 79%. However, a small number of humans do not need external assistance and can awaken naturally. Naturally awakened beastmasters are often more talented in beast taming than those who awaken later in life, and their soul keys are usually of higher quality as well. Seeing this, a light flashed in Mingxi's eyes. Natural awakening. There is no doubt that she is such a person. Ever since she was reborn into this body, the strange pyramid space in her sea of consciousness has always existed, and the key emitting mysterious light in the center is the secret key to the soul. Her pet space has awakened, and she is only one step away from becoming a true beastmaster. Before she knew it, the bell rang. When the last class was over, Mingxi realized how fast time had passed. She quickly packed up her things and prepared to finish the task of cleaning the women's restroom. However, as soon as she reached the classroom door, she was stopped by a boy. "Who is Mingxi? The dean asked you to go to the office." Mingxi had already guessed the reason in her heart, the complaint from the group of girls. Sure enough, when she walked into the dean's office, the first word she heard confirmed her guess. "Mingxi is here, please sit down." Huang Jing, the principal of Haizhou No. 3 Junior High School, is exactly the Jingjing beauty that group of girls call her. Although she looks elegant, she is actually a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Many students have reported problems with the female toilets in the teaching building during this period, said Huang Jing. Huang Jing got straight to the point. "Teacher knows your difficulties, but since you have accepted this job, you should complete it seriously. What do you think?" Although his tone was gentle, there was a hint of dissatisfaction. Mingxi knew that Huang Jing was the one who facilitated this work-study arrangement, and now that something had gone wrong, he inevitably had to take responsibility. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it well." Mingxi didn't make excuses. She knew that the original owner's work schedule was unreasonable. She had to work part-time at the steam bun shop from 3 to 6 in the morning and could not get to school until 7 in the morning. The task of cleaning the women's restroom had to be completed before morning classes, which was too late. "I had to wait until the end of lunch break every day to barely finish it." However, this job requires her to complete the cleaning task efficiently and compare her work efficiency with that of the extraordinary creature Di Linhua, which is indeed a bit too much. Huang Jing sighed and waved her hand, saying, "Since you are not competent for the job, you don't have to continue cleaning the women's restroom. As for the tuition fees you owe," he wanted to say that he would pay for her and she would pay him back when she was able to. But he heard Mingxi say calmly and firmly, "Please give me a little more time, director. I will pay off all the outstanding fees before the end of the month." Her tone was so firm that Huang Jing looked at her for a few seconds, finally nodded, and said nothing more. In fact, the original owner had been working in this job for 2 months, and Huang Jing had already waived half of her tuition and miscellaneous fees. Despite this, Mingxi knew in his heart that it was unrealistic to continue to exhaust himself in this way. She had never intended to continue cleaning the women's restroom. Mingxi didn't make much star coins, but she was almost exhausted. This return on investment was so low that it drove her crazy. Mingxi decided to quit not only the school cleaning job, but also her part-time jobs at the steamed bun shop and barbecue restaurant. Waking up at 2 a.m. is simply inhumane. What if she really loses her hair due to long-term lack of sleep? Becoming a bald girl? Don't even think about it. After saying goodbye to the dean, Mingxi, who was no longer under pressure from work but still in debt, went straight to the head teacher's office. She needed to ask for leave. When Xiao Bai, the head teacher, heard that she wanted to take a leave, she asked the reason. Mingxi answered calmly, "I naturally awakened this morning. I want to go to the Beast Taming Center in the afternoon to test the quality of the soul key. Teacher Xiaobai raised his head, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. I didn't realize that you were so good at telling jokes, Mingxi. Teacher Xiaobai did not hide her doubts. This was the student with the worst physical fitness in the whole school. Even the freshmen who had just entered junior high school were better than her. When she entered the physical fitness tester, the instrument did not respond at all. It did not show that it did not meet the standard. It had no response at all. This kind of student said that she had naturally awakened? Did she really think that naturally awakening was a big sale on the street? Seeing the disbelief in teacher Xiaobai's eyes, Mingxi shrugged helplessly and changed the subject. Something happened at home. Xiaobai didn't ask any more questions about this reason and just signed a note. The original owner had been taking leave frequently since her grandmother fell ill, coming to the office almost every few days. And the reason she gave each time was something happened at home. The teacher had long been numb to hearing this. After getting the leave note, Mingxi immediately left school and went straight to the Beast Taming Center. The personal information in this world has long been bound to terminals, and things like ID cards, household registration books, and bank cards have long disappeared. Therefore, she did not need to go home to get any documents and could go directly to complete the registration. The Beast Taming Center, whose full name is the Interstellar Alliance Beast Tamer Management Center, is a special organization established by the Interstellar Alliance. No country or individual can interfere with its operation. All beast tamers need to register their identities here. As soon as Mingxi entered the Beast Taming Center, he was shocked by the building in front of him. The towering dome, smooth technological lines, and bright and spacious lobby made her feel like she had entered the future. But before she could finish her sigh, a pet flew in front of her. This was a pet with 2 pairs of blue butterfly wings and 8 tentacles on its head. The tentacles trembled slightly, as if observing her. Tutu. Mingxi searched through his memory and immediately recognized it. This was a tui butterfly, a mid-level insect pet that evolved from a jade insect. The 8 tentacles on its head can copy different images and play them out as needed. I want to test the quality of the soul key. She started tentatively. The tui butterfly was very smart and nodded. One of its tentacles bent gently, and a guiding video played in front of Mingxi, detailing the steps and precautions on how to detect the soul key. Mingxi watched it very seriously. After the video ended, she thanked him politely, and the butterfly flapped its wings and flew away gently. Following the instructions in the video, Mingxi skillfully paid the fee using his personal terminal and received a number paper. Since she had just awakened, the Beast Taming Center did not have her initial data yet, so she needed to complete her identity registration before detecting the soul key. The identity registration process was relatively cumbersome and required a comprehensive test of her body data. She was directed to testing room 04. In the testing room, a female doctor in a white coat was adjusting the equipment, while her pet, a high-level grass-type pet named Chi Tung, was waving dozens of black tentacles and attaching various electronic chips to Mingxi. Chi Tung's racial talent is Super Touch, which can read the physical fitness, brain development, energy, and other information of the object being tested by touch. The higher the proficiency, the higher the accuracy of the read data. Little girl, you are not yet 15 years old? The female doctor asked casually while operating the instrument. Mingxi nodded. The female doctor frowned, her tone revealing a bit of suspicion. Then you awakened naturally? Yeah. The female doctor stopped what she was doing and looked up at Mingxi. The girl in front of him was as thin as a skeleton, with almost no muscles in her limbs, a sallow complexion, and puffy eye sockets. She looked like she had been malnourished for a long time, and even looked a little sick. Natural awakening? Her? The minimum physical fitness required for awakening is F level. But the condition of this girl in front of me, let alone F level, she looks like she can collapse at any time. You just turned 14 last month? The female doctor confirmed Mingxi's personal information, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. So, you are about to break the league record. After all, the youngest natural awakener in history was only 13 years and 11 months old. Mingxi ignored the contempt in the other party's tone and just waited quietly for the test to begin. At this moment, the digital tablet in the female doctor's hand made a beep sound. Mingxi's physical examination data had been synchronized. System prompts: name, Mingxi, gender, female, age, 14 years old, physical fitness, F+, brain development degree, 8%. The female doctor stared at the data on the digital board and blinked again. The data has not changed at all and is completely true and valid. Chi. The Chi vine next to her stretched out a vine and touched her, as if it was concerned about why its beast master's emotions were fluctuating so drastically. The female doctor came back to her senses, shook her head, and comforted her pet. "It's okay, I'm fine." She couldn't help but take another look at Mingxi lying in the space capsule, and couldn't help but sigh. Don't judge a book by its cover. But this is too much. 3 minutes later, Mingxi successfully obtained his physical examination report and completed his identity registration. Although she is not yet an official beast master, she inexplicably feels that her life is beginning to take on a new look. Next, she needs to test the quality of the soul key. After paying the fee again and getting a number, I soon entered the secret key testing room. When the staff learned that she had awakened naturally, their attitude became noticeably more enthusiastic. He guided her. "The pet space is in your sea of consciousness. Try to sense its existence first." Mingxi nodded, closed her eyes, and focused on her perception. After a moment, she felt her soul being pulled by a mysterious force, and her consciousness entered a mysterious state. In her sea of consciousness, a bright pyramid space was rotating slowly and regularly. The 4 equilateral triangular walls formed a space of about 20 cubic meters. The material of the wall is like crystal, with a metallic texture, but only one wall is bright white, and the remaining 3 are grayish-white, like an unlit light bulb. In the center of the pyramid space, there is a key floating, flashing with colorful light. "Do you see the key? Use your mind to take it out." The staff's gentle voice came from my ear. Mingxi concentrated her mind, stretched out her hand, and guided it with her mind. The next second, a hard object appeared in her right hand. "Very good, you succeeded." The staff nodded with satisfaction. Mingxi opened his eyes and looked down at his right hand. It was a key about 25 centimeters long, in the shape of a sword, with a simple and elegant shape, as if it was carved by a god himself. Every pattern exuded mystery and nobility. Huh. The 2 staff members in the testing room made surprise sounds at the same time. "It's actually the fantasy color key," one of them blurted out. Mingxi was slightly stunned and quickly searched for information about the fantasy color key in the original owner's memory. The fantasy color key is an extremely special existence among the soul keys, and its rarity even surpasses natural awakening. The probability of its occurrence is only 0.003%, which is almost unheard of. The uniqueness of the fantasy key is that it is different from the ordinary soul key. Ordinary soul keys require the beast master to prepare the pet in advance and then complete the contract in the soul contract room. However, the magic color key has an additional random summoning function. Through the spirit contract room, the magic color key can randomly summon a pet and directly complete the contract. This operation is more like opening a blind box. What pet is summoned is completely determined by God. Sounds novel and interesting? Actually not. History has proven that this random summoning function is a big pit. According to Alliance statistics, 95% of the pets summoned by the fantasy color key have extremely low qualifications and talents, and some even fail to reach the threshold of high-level pets. As for the remaining 5%, although they have good talents and qualifications, the probability of them retaliating against the Beastmaster is extremely high. There have been countless Beastmasters who had contracts with colorful pets, but were forced to terminate the contracts by the pets, eventually causing brain damage or even turning into vegetables. There are only a handful of lucky people who can successfully contract a highly talented pet and not be attacked by it. It would be an exaggeration to describe them as rarely seen. Because of this, even though the fantasy color key seems to be able to save a lot of money on purchasing pets, almost no modern Beastmaster is willing to touch this kind of ridiculous function. After Mingxi sorted out this information, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This damn golden finger setting doesn't seem like a good thing for her at all. But she looked down at the total assets displayed on her personal terminal, which was less than 5,000 star coins. She also had to support an old grandmother who was in poor health due to illness, plus more than 200,000 in foreign debts. The cheapest pet egg costs 80,000 star coins. Buying a pet? How could she be so picky? She wanted to ask the original owner's mother for some money, but the original owner's memory told her that the woman was not worth relying on. Ever since she was abandoned at a young age, the state welfare mechanism has excluded her from orphan benefits, and her mother has not paid any support. The original owner had vowed never to bow to that woman. But Mingxi was not the original owner after all. She considered temporarily compromising for the sake of her livelihood. But just as this thought flashed through her mind, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her body, as if her soul had been attacked by something deep inside. This pain stunned Mingxi. And then he realized that this was the original owner's obsession. Obviously, although the original owner's soul has dissipated, her will is deeply imprinted in this body. The resentment towards the biological mother was so deep that even the thought was rejected. Mingxi frowned and covered her chest. It seems that this road is blocked, she whispered to herself. Now, she can only rely on herself. As for the magic color secret key, Mingxi looked down at the key in her hand and narrowed her eyes slightly. Since the ordinary way didn't work, she could only take a gamble. This put Mingxi in a difficult position. For an underage girl, raising enough star coins to buy a pet in a short period of time was an almost impossible task. Borrowing money from relatives and friends was not an option. When Mingxi's grandmother fell ill last year, the two had borrowed from everyone they could, and that was how they came up with a debt of more than 200,000 yuan. The last option is to sell oneself. Don't get me wrong, this is not the same as that. In this beast-taming civilization, beast tamers can sign training agreements and cooperate with units or families. The other party will provide the beast master with pets, money, and resources as training conditions, and the beast master needs to serve them for a fixed number of years in the future. This agreement is somewhat similar to a long-term contract that binds the beast master for decades in the future. But Mingxi didn't like this option. Even if she couldn't completely control her destiny, she couldn't easily hand it over to others. Instead of placing hope in people's hearts, it is better to place hope in God. Who knows? God may show leniency to her because he sees that she is so poor and so heartfelt. Congratulations, little classmate. Your secret key is of the highest quality, 5 stars, and can perfectly contract a mid-level pet. There was obvious surprise in the staff's voice. Mingxi remained calm after hearing this. Since she had already decided to go the Iron Head skill route, the quality of the secret key didn't mean much to her. The quality of the soul key ranges from 1 star to 5 stars, and the quality directly determines the range and success rate of the contracted pet. This 5-star key, which is like the jackpot prize in lottery, would probably trigger a family revelry or even a neighborhood gathering if it were placed in an ordinary family. But to her, this luck seems a bit useless. Facing the envious gazes of the staff, Mingxi walked out of the testing room and did not go to the pet breeding center next door. Instead, he went directly to a Tui butterfly to inquire about the use procedures of the spiritual contract room. Then he took the elevator to the 15th floor. The benches outside the spiritual contract room were filled with various beastmasters. Almost everyone had a pet. Some were holding pet eggs, and some were carrying contracted supernatural creatures. Only Mingxi was alone, with nothing around him. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, as if a pink flamingo broke into a group of penguins. She calmly took the 3rd number paper of the day, number 52. At this time, the broadcast was calling number 17, so it seemed that she would have to wait for a while. Mingxi randomly found an empty seat and sat down. He took out the unfinished book History of Pet Civilization, Volume 1, from his school bag and continued reading it. She also made a reservation for the spiritual contract room. Of course, I just saw her get her number sheet. There's only one customer on this floor. She's so young. She looks like a junior high school student. She's carrying a cartoon school bag. Could she be a student going from primary school to junior high school? She is reading History of Pet Beast Civilization, which is a textbook for the 2nd grade of junior high school. The point is, she made a reservation for the spiritual contract room, but she didn't bring her pet, nor did she have a pet egg. Could it be? Several people looked at each other, their expressions becoming more and more weird, and finally someone couldn't help but sit next to Mingxi. It was a girl with a pair of small canine teeth, a bright and generous smile, holding a brown pet egg that was bigger than her head. She was obviously also a new beastmaster. Classmate, I'm sorry to bother you. The girl spoke tentatively and pulled Mingxi's sleeve. Mingxi closed the book and looked at her calmly. You want to ask me why I didn't bring my pet? The girl with small tiger teeth did not hide her curiosity at all and nodded generously. Yes, in fact, everyone is quite curious. It's very simple. Mingxi smiled and said directly, I awakened the illusion key. My family is poor, so I plan to perform a random summon. Everyone who had been eavesdropping with their ears perked up was stunned. It's true. In this day and age, there are still people who choose to open a blind box contract. How poor must this kid's family be to be forced to this point? The pitying glances from those around her fell on Mingxi like ripples on the water, but she remained indifferent, as if she didn't care at all. Number 52. The broadcast finally called her number. Mingxi stood up and followed the staff to the spiritual contract room. The soul contract room looked like a huge metal box, closed and cold. without any holy place atmosphere. The staff guided her to insert the soul key into the keyhole on the outer wall. Click, click. After the key turned 3 times, the door of the spiritual contract room slowly opened. Mingxi took out the key and stepped in without hesitation. The interior of the spiritual contract room is as cold and simple as the exterior, without any decoration, except for a huge circular platform in the center. That is the spiritual contract platform. When using a normal soul key, as long as the beast master and the pet stand on the spiritual contract platform at the same time, the key can be used to activate the pet space and complete the contract. If the contract fails, the pet will be teleported away, but the soul key will not be affected. As for the random summoning function of the fantasy color key, it requires the beast master to stand on the spirit contract platform alone and use the key to activate an unknown contract. Mingxi took a deep breath, clenched the colorful secret key in his hand, and walked to the center of the spiritual contract platform. Mingxi clenched the colorful key in his hand, took a deep breath, and without giving himself any chance to hesitate, he directly inserted the key into the hole. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from the Mingxi stage, and star arrays of various colors emerged like waves under her feet. The layers of starlight made her look like a goddess walking on the clouds. Mingxi's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and her palms were already wet with sweat. To her, all this was too unreal. She was obviously just an ordinary person, but she was brought into such a fantasy world of light and shadow, as if she was in the special effects scene of a fairy tale movie. Boom! A beam of light suddenly rose from the center of the spiritual contract platform and rushed straight into the sky. In the beam of light, a golden figure gradually appeared. The dazzling golden light reflected from all directions, and Mingxi was even so dazzled that she could hardly open her eyes. Thunder! A shrill cry came from the light column, and a strong and fierce aura swept through the surrounding air like a blade, making people shudder. Mingxi subconsciously took a step back, but suddenly realized the danger the next second. She quickly leaped into the air, did a backflip and landed, then rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding an attack that was close at hand. Sizzle! A sharp sound of metal cutting was heard. Mingxi looked up and saw that the place where she had just stood had been cut with dark cracks. Although the spiritual contract platform was repairing itself quickly, the depth of the cracks was enough to frighten her. If this attack landed on a human, would he still be able to survive? Mingxi cursed inwardly. What kind of monster did I summon? The beam of light slowly converged, and a bird-like extraordinary creature about 1 meter long, covered with golden feathers with red spots and 3 purple-black feathers on its head, fell heavily onto the spiritual contract platform, right in front of Mingxi. Its eyes were as bright as blood agate, and its ink-black scara revealed a strong sense of oppression. It was staring at her fiercely just now, but after looking around, its gaze gradually turned into confusion and puzzlement. Lele! It let out a low growl, as if asking where it was, and even had a hint of vigilance and uneasiness in it. Mingxi guessed that it might have been summoned because of the battle just now, so it mistakenly thought that he was an enemy, so it launched an attack directly. She was about to explain, but the spiritual agreement platform did not allow her to say more. The contract began. The pet space in Mingxi's sea of consciousness appeared, and a miniature pyramid floated in front of her. At the same time, the colorful secret key embedded in the spiritual contract platform broke away from the hole, turned into a stream of light, and shot towards the bird-like extraordinary creature and entered its body. The energy bridge was quickly constructed and began to pull the extraordinary creatures into the pet space. The bird pet seemed to want to struggle instinctively, but was quickly suppressed by the powerful energy. Buzz! A low and clear sound was heard, and the contract was completed. Mingxi felt that the pet space in the sea of consciousness was more complete. On the only lit wall, the pet with golden feathers was perched on it, looking majestic and exuding a ferocious aura. But Mingxi soon noticed something was wrong. Its feathers were supposed to be golden with red spots, but now they were completely light gold. She frowned, vaguely guessing the reason. She formed seals with both hands, and the spiritual pet space appeared in front of her again. A flash of light passed by, and the bird pet fell out of the space in a mess. Sure enough, you are injured, Mingxi said in a deep voice. Only then did she see clearly that the red spots on the bird were not the color of its feathers, but spots of blood. There were multiple penetrating wounds on its body, blood was constantly flowing out, and even its left claw was torn. It was obvious that it had experienced an extremely fierce battle before being summoned. It looked down at its injured body, and the hostility in its eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by confusion and fatigue. Human, what is going on? Its low voice entered Mingxi's consciousness, with a natural majesty in its tone. After completing the contract, Mingxi was able to understand its language. She patiently explained to it why she had established a contract with it and briefly introduced herself. It was silent for a long time, with complex emotions flowing in its blood-agate eyes, as if it was thinking about something. Seeing that it didn't speak, Mingxi could only tentatively speak. Your injuries are very serious. Can I take you to get treated first? Mingxi knew that he had to be cautious with the wild pets that were summoned randomly. These pets are extremely aggressive, especially this one that has obviously reached the intermediate level and is even more difficult to tame. It was silent for a moment and finally raised its head proudly. Lele. Mingxi roughly understood what he heard. Human, you lead the way. Mingxi sighed helplessly and suggested, why don't you go back to the pet space first? It shook its head without hesitation, flapped its injured wings, flew up with difficulty, and landed directly on her shoulder. Mingxi's shoulders sank, and he almost fell down. Do you know how much you weigh? Mingxi couldn't help but complain. And you're covered in blood. All over me. The bird pets were too lazy to pay attention to her, with their wings drooping like a stubborn old man. Mingxi held his forehead in silence and walked out of the spiritual contract room with this ancestor. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he immediately felt the gazes from all directions. Whether it was the staff or other beast masters, almost everyone's eyes were focused on her. There is no doubt that everyone saw everything that happened in the spiritual contract room just now. The staff of the Beast Taming Center's spiritual contract department had long been curious about Mingxi's illusionary contract. A new beast tamer like her, who chose the illusionary secret key to make a contract, was a rare in the entire department. When Mingxi entered the spiritual contract room, almost all the idle people gathered around, and many people even bet on what kind of pet she would contract. And when she walked out of the spiritual contract room, with the golden and majestic Thunderbird on her shoulder, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became weird. Eyes scanned her and the pet on her shoulder like X-rays. No one spoke, but everyone's eyes were filled with confusion, shock, and mixed emotions. Mingxi was already anxious to heal the Thunderbird and had no time to pay attention to the onlookers' gazes. She walked straight to the staff member who had received her and asked, Hello, my pet is injured. How do I get to the pet treatment room? The other party was obviously stunned for a moment, and then came to his senses. Oh, I'll take you there. Although Mingxi felt that he was overreacting, she still thanked him politely and hurriedly followed him to the treatment room downstairs. The main concern is that the Thunderbird can't hold on. Although it was standing stubbornly on one leg, it was trembling as if it would fall down at any moment. Mingxi wanted to reach out and hold it up more than once. After the figures of the two people and the beast disappeared around the corner of the corridor, the staff of the spiritual contract department finally went wild. That was really the Thunderbird, right? I swear with my own eyes that were fed by the sharp-eyed eagle. That was the Thunderbird. It's actually the Thunderbird. I thought you would summon a low-level pet, but it turned out to be such a powerful mid-level pet. Awesome. The fantasy color contract can randomly summon a Thunderbird. Is this kid really that lucky? But soon, doubts began to emerge. But don't you think it's strange? Although the Thunderbird is a pet, it is powerful. But what? Isn't it a broken evolutionary chain? This sentence instantly heated up the discussion. Meanwhile, Mingxi was having a similar discussion with the staff outside the pet treatment room. She had already learned the name Thunderbird from the other party, but her heart was full of doubts. Thunderbird sounds good, she asked tentatively. Why does everyone look weird? The staff sighed and patiently explained. You may not know that the Thunderbird is the second stage evolution of the common pet Golden Featherbird in the Chongan area. The Golden Featherbird has two evolutionary chains. The second stage of one of them is the Sparkling Owl. This evolutionary chain is very stable. As long as there are sufficient resources, it can basically evolve to the Emperor level 100%. Mingxi nodded. What about the other one? The other one is the Thunder Demon Bird. The Thunder Demon Bird is stronger than Glitter Owl in terms of talents, attributes, and attack capabilities. It can even be said to be the ceiling in the same level. But the staff member paused for a moment, with some sympathy in his eyes. This evolutionary chain is broken. So far, there is no record of the third stage of the Thunder Demon Bird's evolution. Mingxi's face was full of questions. Why? No one knows the reason. The staff shrugged. If we knew the reason, we wouldn't work at the Beast Control Center and would have gone to the Pet Beast Research Institute to collect bonuses. Mingxi, this phantom secret key is indeed a trap. Did she bury herself in the trap with her own hands? Seeing her subtle expression, the staff member quickly comforted her. Don't be too discouraged. Who knows? You might be able to help the Thunderbird break through this limitation and successfully evolve to a higher level. After all, what after all? Mingxi's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a glimmer of hope. After all, your Thunderbird is different. The staff member touched his nose, his tone a little complicated. This is randomly summoned by the illusion color key. No one in history has ever summoned a Thunderbird with the illusion color key. Maybe it's a little special. Mingxi, thank you for your encouragement. She was in a very complicated mood. On the one hand, the magic color key allowed her to contract a powerful intermediate pet, so overall her luck was pretty good. On the other hand, this pet beast obviously has top talent and combat power, but it is stuck at the bottleneck of the evolution chain. It is a mixed blessing. Is the beast master of the Thunderbird still here? The door of the pet treatment room was opened, and the doctor's voice brought Mingxi back to reality. Before she could respond, the brand new Thunderbird flew out of the treatment room. All the wounds on its body have healed. Its feathers are shiny and bright, and its light golden feathers look like carefully woven silk. When its wings flutter slightly, it is as dazzling as if gold powder is sprinkled. But this gold color is not tacky. On the contrary, it looks particularly noble and cool because of the 3 dark feathers on the head. Lele! It circled in the air and was about to grab Mingxi's left shoulder. But when it saw that her clothes were stained with its blood, it changed direction in disgust and landed on her right shoulder. Mingxi, you dislike me, right? Seeing this, the doctor suppressed his laughter and said, Don't worry, it has completely recovered. If you're worried, you can buy some recovery potions and let it take 1 dose every day. It will be completely recovered in 3 to 5 days. Then please prescribe me 5 days worth of medicine. Mingxi sighed. No matter how poor she was, she couldn't be poor in her pet. She had to take good care of her ancestor. This is its physical examination report. Submit it to the spiritual contract department later to complete its registration. The doctor handed a document to Mingxi. The Thunderbird also curiously leaned its head over, as if it wanted to see the documents in Mingxi's hand. System prompt. Thunderbird, Beast Tamer. Mingxi, Beast age, 6 months. Level, Intermediate. Gender male. Attributes, Flying Lightning. Energy peak, 2,133. Talent, S+. He's only 6 months old. Mingxi was stunned when she saw the report. At 6 months old, it has already evolved to the intermediate level, and its peak energy is far beyond its peers. This talent is simply outrageous, worthy of being S+ level. But how come such a top-notch pet cannot break through and evolve to the next stage? She couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. The Thunderbird on her shoulder tilted its head, and after noticing her emotions, it asked, Lele, what are you worried about? Mingxi looked up at it and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course I'm worried about your future. Upon hearing this, the Thunderbird proudly raised its head and twitched its tail feathers, appearing arrogant and disdainful. Thunder, how could I not know this? Mingxi raised her eyebrows and continued to ask with great interest. Then do you know what you will evolve into? The Thunderbird still had that condescending attitude, but after staring at her for a few seconds, it suddenly turned its head away. Lele, I don't know. It was as if he was trying to cover up the embarrassment of something he didn't even understand and was forcing himself to put on an unconvinced attitude. Mingxi was speechless for a moment, thinking that this Sundra middle school beast was really expected. She touched the purple-black feathers on its head with a bit of amusement and couldn't help but teasing. You don't even know what your future will be like, and you are still quite proud. Thunder! The Thunderbird raised its claws and patted the back of her hand, as if to say, Shut up! The bird's personality really made Mingxi laugh and cry, but at the same time she felt a lot more relieved. Although the Thunderbird was very arrogant, it did not seem to resist her, and even seemed to treat her as a companion. Getting along like this relieved her from having to worry about the possibility of wild backlash. In order to ease the atmosphere, Mingxi said softly, It's okay, we can study it slowly. You are so talented, you will always find a solution. The Thunderbird seemed satisfied with what she said. It flapped its wings gently, then put its head back next to her shoulder, squinting its eyes and pretending to rest, but its posture of being ready to strike seemed to be alerting the people around it. There is an unexpected tacit understanding and harmony between the man and the beast. When the subway arrived at the station, Mingxi was carrying a golden intermediate pet on his shoulder, which was obviously very eye-catching. Although the peak of passenger flow has passed, there are still many passengers in the carriage. Many people couldn't help but take a second look at the Thunderbird after seeing it. After all, this kind of pet is not common, especially among ordinary people. A child pulled his parent's hand and pointed at the Thunderbird, saying excitedly, "Mom, is that a mid-level pet? It's so cool." The older passengers nearby were discussing quietly. "Is this the Beastmaster's pet? I thought this kind of pet could only be seen in battle videos." Mingxi was used to other people's gazes and stood there calmly, as if those gazes didn't exist at all. The Thunderbird was equally disdainful, with an arrogant look as if it was looking down on a group of mortals and occasionally turning its head to comb its smooth feathers. "Lele, why are these people staring at me?" The Thunderbird asked the question with a hint of dissatisfaction in its tone. Mingxi laughed softly and said, "Maybe it's because you are so beautiful. That's why your feathers are so golden." Thunder. Humph, of course. The Thunderbird was obviously very pleased with it, and it held its head high, appearing even more proud. After a while, Thunderbird's curiosity was once again attracted by Mingxi's personal terminal. It stretched out its claws and tapped the terminal in Mingxi's hand, as if asking, "What is this?" Mingxi smiled and explained, "This is a personal terminal with many functions, such as identity verification, shopping, and contacting other people. Basically, human life cannot be separated from it." The Thunderbird blinked and looked up at her. "Lele, only humans can use it." Mingxi shook her head, her tone patient and gentle. "Of course not. We are partners. You are my pet, and I am your Beastmaster. What's mine is yours. My personal terminal is naturally your personal terminal as well." As she spoke, she opened her personal information page and pointed to the records on the screen. "Look, your information is already recorded here." The Thunderbird came close to the screen, its two blood agate-like eyes rolling around, staring at the words for a long time, and finally shouted unwillingly, "Lele, I don't understand." Mingxi was amused and rubbed its head soothingly. "It's okay. I'll teach you how to read when I have time. We'll learn together and make progress together." The Thunderbird thought about it and nodded readily. Thunder. Okay. Mingxi felt relieved. Being able to live in peace with this Tsundere middle school beast was truly the most unexpected gain she had today. The carriage gradually became quiet, and Mingxi took the opportunity to continue looking up information about the Thunderbird on his personal terminal. She found that most of the information was consistent with what the staff had told her. The Thunderbird was a flying and lightning pet with excellent talent. It had strong combat capabilities, almost the ceiling for mid-level pets. However, its evolutionary chain was broken at the second stage, and there is currently no record of any research or cultivation of its advanced form. Many posts expressed regret over this. Thunder Demon Bird is the most regrettable pet beast I have ever seen. It is so talented and good-looking, but it is stuck at the bottleneck of an intermediate pet beast. Thunder Demon Bird and Sparkling Owl have fought before. I have watched the battle video. Thunder Demon Bird can easily defeat Sparkling Owl. The question is, after Sparkling Owl evolves to the Emperor level, who will remember Thunder Demon Bird? If there is really an evolved form of the Thunder Demon Bird in the Secret Realm, it only means that we beast masters and scientists are too good at it. Mingxi had mixed feelings, but she vaguely felt that it made sense. She looked up at the Thunder Demon Bird on her shoulder and asked, "Do you know what you will evolve into next?" The Thunder Demon Bird raised its head and flapped its wings proudly, as if to say, "Of course I know." However, the next second, it turned its eyes away. Lele. I don't know. Mingxi was at a loss for words. She sighed and touched the Thunderbird's head. "It's okay. We'll study it slowly, and we'll find the answer." Thunder. The Thunderbird responded. Although its tone was still a little arrogant, its attitude was obviously much more relaxed. At this moment, Mingxi has made up her mind that no matter what, she will work hard to find a future for this proud and arrogant middle school bird. Chapter 009 Grandparents. The Thunderbird gave a look of disgust, as if he were suffering from some serious illness, meaning if you ask me, who should I ask? Well, it seems that it doesn't know either. Ding ding dong. The train is stopping at Songzan Station. Passengers arriving at the station. Please take your luggage and pets with you and get off in an orderly manner. Mingxi's home is located in the old district in the south of Haizhou City. The house that the two live in now was bought by her grandfather, who was still alive at the time, by taking out a loan in order to give his wife and children a better living environment when her father was born. It can be said that this house carries all the love a father and a husband has for his wife and children. The house is 38 years old. It is currently the most valuable fixed asset of the grandparents and grandchildren. If the foreign debt cannot be repaid within a year, Her grandmother has planned to sell the house. Even if she is reluctant, she has to consider her granddaughter. Grandma, I'm back. Mingxi closed the door and looked at the old man who was knitting in the living room. Because her husband and son passed away one after another, and she had to raise her young granddaughter alone, the old woman was so worried that her black hair turned silver early on. Besides, she is just an ordinary person. Time has cruelly carved traces of suffering on her face. She was also very thin, having just recovered from a serious illness. Because I am too thin, the reading glasses on my face are difficult to hold up, and I have to raise my hands to hold them steady from time to time. When he saw Mingxi, the old man showed a kind and gentle smile. Xiaoxi is back. Why are you here so early today? Considering the old lady's health, she was worried that her grandmother's emotions would fluctuate too much after suddenly seeing the Thunderbird. So after Mingxi got off the subway, he put the Thunderbird into the pet space. He also carefully washed the blood-stained school uniform in the platform toilet and dried it with a dryer. Grandma, Mingxi put on her slippers, walked to her grandmother and squatted down. I have something very important to tell you. Please don't get excited, okay? Feeling that her granddaughter was more serious than usual, Ruan Qinghe was stunned. What's the matter? Did your relatives come to your school to collect debts? Who is it? Didn't they promise me that they would give us another year? How could they? This year was really hard for the grandparents and grandchildren, and the old woman couldn't help but start thinking the worst. Seeing that the old man was getting more and more agitated, Mingxi hurriedly grabbed the old man's trembling hand and said in a gentle voice, No, Grandma, I'm going to say good things. Good news? Yes. Mingxi nodded affirmatively, and then said, Grandma, I naturally awakened today. What? Natural awakening? Xiaoxi, you said you had a natural awakening? Is that the natural awakening I know? You didn't lie to Grandma? Ruan Qinghe didn't want to doubt her granddaughter, but she knew her granddaughter's situation too well. Such a great thing as natural awakening should not be her granddaughter's turn. Grandma, when have I ever lied to you? I really did awaken naturally. It's probably because I've been under too much pressure lately and working super hard every day. Isn't there a term called rebounding from the bottom? Maybe I'm just a gifted person, and my physical strength and brain have been stimulated because of it. Mingxi was looking for a reason for her awakening. The human body is inherently mysterious. Anyway, no one can prove that she is lying with her explanation, right? Hearing this, Ruan Qinghe finally showed an expression of surprise on his face. She held Mingxi's hand tightly. Her eyes gradually moistened. Good. Our Xiaoxi has made great progress. Grandma, don't cry. Silly child, Grandma is happy. As she spoke, she quickly wiped away her tears, suddenly stood up from the sofa, and walked quickly towards her own bedroom. Grandma, what are you doing? Seeing how decisive she was, Mingxi asked curiously. Ruan Qinghe, I'll go get our house deed, and we'll sell the house right away. Mingxi was startled, took 2 or 3 steps forward and grabbed her grandmother. Grandma, why are you selling the house? Xiaoxi, you don't need to persuade Grandma. This house must be sold today. Ruan Qinghe's eyes were firm. Grandma is useless. She couldn't give you a good life these years. She was also dragged down by illness, making your life more bitter than Huang Lian. Nana, I don't feel bitter. The original owner indeed thought so. Ruan Qinghe patted her hands, listened to Grandma first. Mingxi nodded. Originally, Grandma wanted to wait until you turned 15, then sell this house, use part of the money to pay off the debt, and use the rest of the money to buy you physical potions so that you can participate in the Hongming awakening as soon as possible. I didn't expect that you would give Grandma such a big surprise. You actually awakened naturally. Since you have awakened, you need to immediately arrange for a pet so that you can become a beastmaster as soon as possible. Therefore, we have to sell this house. Xiaoxi, don't be reluctant. It doesn't matter where we live as grandparents and grandchildren. Your Aunt Lynn's house is vacant and hasn't been rented out yet. I'll contact her later and we'll rent their house. It turned out to be to buy her a pet. Mingxi was both impressed and moved. Although the original owner had no parents, she was lucky to have a grandmother who loved her and cared about her. Grandma, there's really no need to sell the house because I've already been to the Beast Taming Center this afternoon and completed the contract for my first pet. As she spoke, she formed seals with her hands, and a white pyramid of light and shadow made the living room much brighter. When Ruan Qinghe saw the spiritual and virtual pet space, he truly believed that his granddaughter had not lied to him and that she had truly awakened. And the contract was actually completed. Thunder. Ruan Qinghe looked at the imposing golden pet on his granddaughter's shoulder, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. After she listened to her granddaughter's explanation and learned that she had boldly entered into the fantasy color contract, she felt angry and distressed. She knew that the child would be so desperate because she knew that she had too deep feelings for this house. She didn't want to trouble her, so she took a thorny path that other Beastmasters would never take. It's all for her. Grandma, don't worry, the Thunderbird is really good. I like it very much. Afraid that the old lady would overthink and become ill again, Mingxi had to talk her ear off before he could finally appease the worried old lady. But seeing that the old man's brows were so tight that he could pinch a fly to death, it was obvious that her soothing effect was not ideal. It seems that I have to evolve the Thunderbird as soon as possible, or awaken the second soul key and contract a pet beast. Because the grandparents were chatting so enthusiastically, Mingxi forgot one thing. It was not until after 6 o'clock in the evening that the owner of the barbecue restaurant called her, and she remembered that she had forgotten to go to the barbecue restaurant and the steamed bun shop to resign. Fortunately, the original owner's 2 part-time jobs were paid on a daily basis, and he had never signed a work contract, so just saying hello was enough. In the original master bedroom, Mingxi was working on a plan at the desk. Chapter 010, Time Realm Pet Training Hall. It is not easy to awaken. Even though she does not have any lofty or grand dreams, she does not want to live a mediocre life. At the very least, we must be worthy of her second life and worthy of its original owner. So you must plan your future life carefully. Short-term Goal 1. Understand and train the Thunderbird, become familiar with its various abilities and skills, and establish a sufficient degree of intimacy with it. Short-term Goal 2. Strengthen my own training and raise my physical fitness level to level E as soon as possible. Short-term Goal 3. Study hard and improve your ranking to the top 200 in your grade before the final exam of this semester. Short-term Goal 4. Contract a second pet, preferably a healing one, to take care of Grandma. Long-term Goal 1. Make money. Long-term Goal. Guabo meaning 1. Country. 2. Capital. 3. Mingxi put down the pen and looked at the Thunderbird squatting beside him. In front of its claws was an old children's learning machine. Mingxi always keeps his word. He said he would learn and improve together with his pet and would never lie. She specially found the learning machine that the original owner used in elementary school and let it learn to recognize words. The one that made the sound just now was the learning machine. Little Zwang learning machine, just click on the part you don't understand. So easy. After writing the plan, Mingxi picked up the textbook and began to read it attentively. Before I knew it, it was 21 o'clock. Mingxi suddenly felt her brain become clear and empty, as if a cool breeze was blowing through. At this moment, the pet space that should have been sleeping in her sea of consciousness suddenly became ethereal in front of her without any warning. The equilateral triangles that were originally precisely combined together were dispersed, and each piece was extended and enlarged, and finally quickly combined into a large building. Mingxi was stunned. She knew that the pet beast space could be transformed, but she needed a break through to level B as a Beastmaster. She is just a new Beastmaster. There's really no need to cause her so much trouble. And her bedroom is only about 10 square meters. But this building must be at least 200 to 300 square meters. It's outrageous. Mingxi didn't notice that the electronic clock on her desk had stopped ticking the moment her pet space appeared. Thunder. The Thunderbird cried out and flew to the shoulder of its own Beastmaster, its claws unconsciously gripping her shoulder blades. It seemed that it was also frightened by the sudden scene before it. What could Mingxi do? She could only endure the pain and let it continue to hold on. Don't be afraid, this is the pet space. Let's go over and take a look first. The man and the beast approached the building. The door was open, but they couldn't see clearly inside. Mingxi didn't hesitate for too long and stepped in with his pet. Hello, Miss Mingxi. Congratulations on inheriting the Time Realm Private Pet Training Center. I'm the intelligent manager of the Time Realm Private Pet Training Center, and also your exclusive assistant coach. You can call me Guangguang. A strange mechanical voice sounded, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, nor could one tell the ups and downs of the emotion. Mingxi, the private pet training center in the world of time? Inheritance? Isn't this her pet space? What should I do if things get more outrageous? Can she call the police? Dear Master, would you like to take your training time for today now? What training time is required? What training time is required? Okay, let's make the best of it. Although I don't understand what's going on and am completely confused, it probably can't be a bad thing, right? Mingxi nodded. Okay, let's draw it. Okay, start drawing today's training time. When the voice of the intelligent administrator named Guangguang fell, a large turntable suddenly appeared in front of Mingxi. There are 6 equal sectors on the turntable separated by different colors, which are written as 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, 24 hours, 30 hours, and 36 hours respectively. Please turn the dial. Mingxi rubbed his hands and prepared to step forward. Thunder. The Thunderbird cried out, indicating that he wanted to give it a try. Mingxi thought about it for a moment, but still refused. Next time. It's the first time, and she doesn't know what the situation is, so it's safer for her to go herself. What if there's danger? She couldn't bear to let an underage pet take the lead. Because of the contractual relationship, the Thunderbird is more or less in tune with her, and the pet's perception is more acute than that of the Beastmaster. So the Thunderbird felt her inner thoughts, and it tilted its head and looked at her in surprise. Mingxi didn't notice that she had already walked forward and turned the turntable. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining 24 hours of training time at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Center. All training items in the center will be open to you and your pet. The countdown begins now. The mechanical sound sounded again. At the same time, a rectangular light sign suddenly appeared above the head of his pet. It's the kind of props commonly used by star chasers, the cheering light board. Fluorescent green, the middle screen is lit. It shows 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 13 seconds. Mingxi looked at his pet, which he knew nothing about, and couldn't help but touch the area that was glowing green out of curiosity. But he only touched air. Thunder? The Thunderbird looked at her inexplicable movements with a confused look on its face. Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief, and the reaction of the Thunderbird confirmed that there should not be such a magical light sign on her head. Given the unequal treatment, she wisely decided to conceal the existence of the green light sign for the time being. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? A secret makes a woman woman. Who isn't a woman? Just then, the fog in the training hall dissipated, revealing its true appearance, and also attracting the attention of the Thunderbird. Energy detectors, treatment cabins, strength training equipment, instruments that Mingxi was familiar with and unfamiliar with were neatly placed not far away. There are also various fitness equipment of unknown use and small rooms. Is this really a training hall? Well, Guang, right? Can we have a small talk before we start training? This matter had no beginning or end. Not to mention being mentally prepared, she wasn't even physically prepared. Of course, as long as the owner doesn't mind the training time, I have no problem chatting for a few hundred yuan. Wow, this is also a smart administrator who can make jokes. You just said that I inherited this pet training hall in the realm of time? Then who was its previous owner? And why did you want me to inherit it? The pet training hall of the realm of time is a derivative of the rules of time, and you are the first successor chosen by it. Mingxi. She couldn't help but suspect that she was actually the legendary chosen one. This feeling of being surrounded by the heroine's halo in all directions is really hard for her to ignore. Look at this golden finger. She feels like she is drifting away. Then tell me the rules for using this pet training gym. Okay da. Chapter 011 Thunderbird Physical Examination. The pet training hall of the realm of time is open to you at 2100 hours every day in the real world. Use the turntable to draw the daily training time. The current opening time is the shortest 6 hours and the longest 36 hours. Once the duration is drawn, it cannot be changed and cannot be exited early. When you are in the training hall, the real-world time is absolutely still. The rules are pretty simple. This private pet training gym in the world of time is only open once a day, but the length of time it lasts depends on how many draws she can get. When she was in the training hall, time in the outside world stood still. This means that she not only has an ultra-luxurious private training gym, but also has at least 6 more hours of training time than others every day. This is forcing her to work harder. Is there only one way to determine the training duration? Training duration is undoubtedly a good thing, as it determines how hard she can work. But the method of drawing is also full of uncertainty and is linked to the luck value. She always felt that Guang was hiding some important information. The master is very perceptive. Guang Shan Ban's mechanical voice revealed a hint of laughter, and then said, "You guessed correctly. There are indeed other ways to obtain training time. As for how to obtain it, you still need to figure it out on your own." Mingxi was delighted but couldn't help complaining. Nowadays, even AI intelligence likes to keep people in suspense. I'm afraid you've watched too much. X is a singer. All right, it's understandable that Goldfinger wants to maintain some mystery. I see. Can you help Thunderbird develop a training plan? Didn't this smart administrator say that it also works part-time as an assistant coach? Since it has the title of coach, it should have some skills that a coach should have, right? Of course, this is also my job. Master, please take the Thunderbird to Room 1 for a detailed physical data test. I will recommend targeted training programs based on the Thunderbird's physical data. There is actually a testing room here. Moreover, the functions of the testing room are more than 100 times stronger than those of the Beast Taming Center. The freshly released Thunderbird data report in her hand was proof of that. Thunderbird. Age. 191 days. Level. Intermediate. Evolved for 62 days. Gender male. Attributes flying lightning. Energy peak 2133. Energy average 2028. Talent S+. Feature 1 Thunderous. Grade A. Note: when encountering thunderstorms or thunderstorms, the energy value will be 3 times the usual value, and there is a certain probability of eliminating all negative states. Characteristic 2 Akala. Grade C. Description: after entering the battle, your willpower will become extremely firm and will not be shaken under any circumstances. Skills: Wine Chaser, 22% for minor mastery. Claw Attack, 66% for beginners. Golden Feather Whirlwind, 48% for beginners. Lightning Drive, 73% for beginners. Wing Slash, 39% for beginners. Lightning Ball, 33% for beginners. Thunderbird, 12% for beginners. A Beating Heart, Trembling Hands. Mingxi looked at the test report in her hand with shining eyes. What kind of magical training hall is this? Just a physical examination gave her such a big surprise. The detailed age, evolution time, characteristics and skills of the pet, and even the skill proficiency are all clearly visible. She was just planning to familiarize herself with the skills and characteristics of the Thunderbird as quickly as possible, and now this goal has been exceeded. Unbelievable! Mingxi took a deep breath, held down the beast that was beating wildly in his chest, and studied the report carefully. Compared with the one from the Beast Taming Center, this one is not only more comprehensive, but also more detailed. The beast's age was expressed in detailed days, and even the number of days it took to evolve was marked out, allowing her to understand the Thunderbird's growth process more intuitively. That's quite thoughtful. Next are the characteristics and skills of the Thunderbird. Needless to say, the characteristics are very practical, whether it is the A-level Thunder or the C-level Akala. Even if Thunder has additional prerequisites, it does not hinder its awesome nature. The combat power has been tripled. What else do you need a bicycle for? Now, let's talk about skills. Thunderbird has learned a total of 7 skills. The Alliance divides pet skills into 6 categories: elementary, intermediate, advanced, earth, heaven, and god. Among them, Chasing Wind, Claw Strike, and Thunderball are basic skills. Golden Feather Whirlwind, Drive Light, and Thunderbird are intermediate skills. Wing Slash is a high-level flying skill. Mingxi had nothing to say about this intermediate pet beast that possessed advanced skills. He could only once again marvel at the amazing talent of his Thunderbird. Mingxi was amazed at its high-level skills, but what about this light-driven, light expelling? Expel all light within a certain range. The effective range and duration of the skill will increase with proficiency. Mingxi clearly remembered that this was neither a flying skill nor a lightning skill, but a demonic skill. How did the Thunderbird, a flying, lightning-type supernatural creature, learn demonic skills? There's no mention in the information online that the Thunderbird has demonic skills. Mingxi was very confused and shocked. At this time, Guang spoke again. Master, the Thunderbird has very good talents. Its advantages are fast speed and high attack power, but its disadvantages are poor defense and low skill proficiency. Regarding the issue of defense, it is recommended that you take some energy pills or medicines that can enhance the hardness of your hair. Mingxi nodded in a daze. This action also allowed her CPU to return to normal operation. Thinking back to what Guang had just said, she quickly made a big cross in her mind and was not prepared to accept its advice. The Thunderbird does have the problem of weak defense. Its feathers are light and soft, and once hit by an attack, it will be easily injured. Guang's suggestion is very pertinent. But she had no intention of training the Thunderbird into an all-round pet. It's not that being all-round is bad, but she is well aware of the principle of biting off more than you can chew. Besides, one of the advantages of the Thunderbird is its speed, but increasing the hardness of its feathers will inevitably weaken its speed to a certain extent. Doing so is somewhat of a loss-making exercise, and the cost outweighs the gain. Mingxi would rather maximize the advantages of her pet and avoid its weaknesses. Isn't it said that the best defense is offense? As long as the speed is fast enough, the attack will not be able to catch up with the Thunderbird. As long as the attack is strong enough, even if the opponent is faster than it, it can still kill the danger with its sharp claws. Lele. Great minds think alike. The Thunderbird obviously did not agree with Guangguang's suggestion. It said that it did not like hard feathers. Guangguang seemed to be able to understand what the Thunderbird said. But the assistant coach had a good temper and didn't mind the ignorance of the man and the beast. The assistant coach only proposes a suitable plan, and it is up to the beast master and the pet to decide whether to accept it. It went on to say, regarding the issue of skill proficiency, you can let the Thunderbird conduct static attack training and simulated combat training, which can improve the skill proficiency of the pet. This is possible. Chapter 012, who said it can evolve? Regardless of the level of skills, there are different levels of proficiency. From low to high, they are beginner, entry, minor success, major success, mastery, perfection, satisfaction, magic, and supernatural power. Skills with beginner-level magical proficiency can even rival those with earth-level proficiency. So skill level is important, and proficiency is equally important. Where can I practice static attack training? Room 2 is a static simulation room, and Room 3 is a practical simulation room. Let's get started. Thunder. Mingxi and his pet looked at each other, both pairs of eyes burning with the same fiery emotions, and he pushed open the door of Room 2 with great vigor and vigor. The static simulation room is a bit like an indoor shooting range. Pets use their skills to attack fixed targets, and the shape and position of the fixed targets can be adjusted according to their needs. Through several experiments, Mingxi found that practicing in the static simulation room was very effective in improving proficiency in attacking skills. Taking Wing Slash as an example, if the Thunderbird uses Wing Slash twice and successfully hits the target, the skill proficiency will increase by 1 percentage point. In other words, you only need to successfully release the same skill 200 times to advance the skill from beginner to entry level. But as your proficiency increases, the number of successful releases will also increase. For example, if you have reached entry-level proficiency in the Thunderbird's claw attack, you must successfully release it 20 times to increase it by 1 percentage point. The actual combat simulation room is a virtual space that restores reality almost 1-to-1, with 2 modes, random battle mode and fixed battle mode. The former, as the name suggests, randomly matches opponents in the simulation room based on the pet situation. The opponent's race, attributes, and level are all random. This mode can train the on-the-spot response capabilities of the Beastmaster and the pet to the greatest extent. The latter is more humane and can specify the type, attributes, and even skills of the battle pet according to your own needs. It is a highly targeted training. Although the actual combat simulation room is not as efficient as the static simulation room in improving the proficiency of pet skills, it can greatly improve the actual combat ability and tacit understanding between the Beastmaster and the pet. Although the master and pet have just signed a contract, they are extremely compatible in training. One is from the modern era and is used to working hard. The other wants to become stronger. For a full 24 hours, the man and the beast had almost no rest and stayed tirelessly in the simulation room. Guang, do you know why the Thunderbird cannot evolve to the next stage? Before the green light sign above the Thunderbird's head was about to clear, Mingxi finally raised the issue that concerned her most. Who said it can't evolve? Guang's tone remained flat, without any emotional fluctuations. But when Mingxi heard its answer, her emotions fluctuated extremely violently. Huh? What does this mean? Tick. The still time began to flow silently. The Time Realm Training Hall turned back into a pet space and returned to Mingxi's sea of consciousness. Everything is as usual. It was as if the realm of time had never appeared. But somehow, Mingxi could clearly feel that her pet space was different from before. Moreover, after 24 hours of high-intensity continuous training, both she and the Thunderbird should be very tired and exhausted. But it didn't. Both she and the Thunderbird are full of energy, and their mental and physical condition are in the best condition. I guess she can easily run a full marathon now. She was tired of saying that the realm of time was awesome. Lele. The Thunderbird cried out excitedly, indicating that it felt it had become stronger. Mingxi thought to herself, you are right. After 24 hours of training, the progress of Thunderbird is obvious. Thunderbird. Age. 191 days. Level. Intermediate. Evolved for 62 days. Gender male. Attributes flying lightning. Energy peak 2,397. Energy average 2248. Talent S+. Feature 1 Thunderous. Grade A. Note: when encountering thunderstorms or thunderstorms, the energy value will be 3 times the usual value, and there is a certain probability of eliminating all negative states. Characteristic 2 Akala. Grade C. Note: after entering the battle, your willpower will become particularly firm and will not be shaken under any circumstances. Skills: Wine Chaser, 22% for minor mastery. Claw Attack, 75% for beginners. Golden Feather Whirlwind, 51% for beginners. Lightning Drive, 77% for beginners. Wing Slash, 52% for beginners. Lightning Ball, 51% for beginners. Thunderbird, 28% for beginners. In addition to the significant improvement in skill proficiency, the energy value of the Thunderbird has also been significantly improved. You have to know that under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to increase the energy value by 100 points without 10 days or half a month. But in this pet training hall, they improved by more than 200 points in just 24 hours. No one would believe it if I told them. If you practice like this every day, in less than 2 months, the energy value of the Thunderbird will reach the peak of an intermediate pet. The reason why the effect is so good is not only because the simulation room has amazing functions, but also because in addition to the simulation room, there is also an energy recovery cabin that can replenish energy at any time. Once the Thunderbird's energy is exhausted, it can enter the recovery cabin to replenish its energy. This is the reason why high-intensity training is carried out 24 hours a day without rest. With this private pet training gym in this world, my mother no longer has to worry about me not being able to roll up my sleeves. More importantly, the evolution of the Thunderbird also has a direction. According to Guang, if the Thunderbird wants to evolve successfully to the 3rd stage, it needs to take a mature Ghost Thunderflower when its energy peak reaches 10,000, and it is in full condition. Mingxi immediately searched the internet for relevant information about the Ghost Thunderflower. Ghost Thunderflower, a rare material that blooms in extremely cold and gloomy places. Currently, this flower has only been found in the Moon Mirror secret land of Manhwa country and the secret realm number 13 of manhwa country. Ghost Thunderflower is one of the conditions for the king-level pet Kaya Ghost to evolve into the royal-level Rita Ghost. Because its growth environment is too special, it cannot be artificially cultivated for the time being, so this flower is extremely rare and rarely circulated on the market. It turned out to be the evolution material for a Demon King-level pet. Tao Doduo sells it for 99 star coins, and shipping is free. Regular pharmacies, medicinal materials, and prop stores don't sell any of these products at all. They're out of stock. It will only be auctioned at high-end auction houses from time to time, with the starting price being 5 million star coins per plant. Mingxi really had no words to say. No wonder there are so many scientists and breeders in the Alliance. But no one has been able to breed the Thunderbird to the next stage. Who would have thought that evolving a mere mid-level pet to a high-level one would require such precious and rare materials? 5 million, and that's the starting price. Which good person can afford this? Outrageous. Why is this Thunderbird still called the Thunderbird? Why not just change its name to the Gold-Eating Beast? Mingxi couldn't help but look at her pet with pity in her eyes. Luckily, you met me. Guang said that other Thunderbirds do require the use of Thunderflower to evolve, but her Thunderbird does not need it. Chapter 013, there is a supernatural creature outside the window. Because there is an evolution cabin in the realm of time. Yes, that's the evolution cabin I mean. As long as the energy value of the pet reaches the evolution requirements, even if other conditions cannot be met, the pet can complete the evolution directly by staying in the evolution cabin for a while. However, Guang also said that if the evolution does not rely on the Ghost Thunderflower, it may affect the talent of the 3rd stage of the Thunderbird. After all, it's all about money. Mingxi pinched the tip of her nose. For now, she could only take one step at a time. If conditions permitted, she still wanted to get a Ghost Thunderflower for her Thunderbird and then let it evolve. Although she is heavily in debt, her love for her pet is absolutely genuine. Without thinking any more, Mingxi quickly cleaned up the table, stood up, stretched, and prepared to wash up and rest. Thunder. The Thunderbird suddenly cried out. There is an extraordinary creature outside the window. Mingxi stopped and looked back at the window next to the desk. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully for a long time, but heard nothing. She couldn't help but look at her pet and exclaimed, "You have really good hearing." Her sincere little face was reflected in the Thunderbird's fiery blood-red eyes, and she felt a little surprised. She clearly heard nothing, but she didn't doubt at all that it was lying. This human who had just become his own beastmaster was really strange. Lay. Don't you want to open the window to see what's going on? Mingxi thought about it and decided that it was indeed necessary to open the window and take a look. Her city, Haizhou, belongs to the Jianghuai region, where control over wild supernatural creatures is the strictest in the country. Under normal circumstances, there are very few wild, supernatural creatures in the city. Now that my pet says there is an extraordinary creature outside the window, it is likely to have an owner. With a pet owner, the risk factor should not be high. Then take a look. She pushed the window open decisively, and then her eyes widened in surprise. The building where their family lives is U-shaped overall, and the inner curve of the U is designed to be relatively narrow, only a little over 3 meters apart. Her bedroom is located in one of the U-shaped corners, and the desk window faces the neighbor's second bedroom. I saw that there was a silver-white thread about as thick as my little finger connecting her window to the window opposite, like a suspension chain. In the center of this silk thread, there was an insect-like pet that was about as long as an adult's arm, with a mostly milky white body, 2 black tentacles on its head, and 3 circles of green fine hairs outside its eyes. It was crawling towards her with difficulty, but quickly. The sound that the Thunderbird heard should be the noise it made when crawling. There's something about Thunderbird's hearing. Relevant information about this pet quickly flashed through Mingxi's mind. Dingla is a primary insect pet in the Yulian region. Its evolution limit is the general level, and its combat power is low. However, because it has the ability of perspective, it is deeply loved by the majority of breeders. Of course, there is no lack of special enthusiasts who are chasing after it. With the ability of perspective, could it be possible that this Dingla was sent by its beast master to spy on her? Mingxi couldn't help but think of conspiracy theories. After all, the ability to see through something is really vulgar, and few women can remain calm when encountering this kind of pet. Thump! Thump! Degla, who was hanging in the air and sweating profusely, also noticed the movement on her side. Tears welled up in those round cartoon eyes. Mingxi, what's going on? Are you excited to see her beautiful naked body? Thunder. Knowing that his own beast master couldn't understand, the Thunderbird kindly took on the task of translation. Lele. The little bug said that its beast master was in danger and hoped that she could help call the police. Mingxi frowned. Is he in danger? Thunderbird, bring it here first. Seeing the hanging wire dangling in the air, as if it would break at any time, Mingxi was worried that Dingla would fall down. You have to know that they're on the 9th floor. Even if Dingla was an extraordinary creature, falling from such a height would be very dangerous. The Thunderbird had no objection and flew out of the window to bring the Dingla in. Having landed safely, Degla showed an expression of obvious relief. Mingxi immediately asked, "Who is your beastmaster?" Dingla immediately stretched out its little legs and pointed to the opposite side. Really? An elderly couple used to live in that house, but at the end of last year, they were taken in by their son who had immigrated abroad to reunite with his family. Their house was sold and new neighbors moved in last month. There are 3 people in the family. The male owner's surname is Zhang. The person living opposite her now is the Zhang family's daughter, a high school girl with a very calm and gentle smile. Mingxi frowned and stared at the room opposite. The curtains in the room were drawn and the lights were on, but there was no sign of anyone. Mingxi pricked up his ears again and listened carefully. This time he could vaguely hear some rustling sounds and the muffled groans of a girl. Although they were very subtle, he could still barely hear some movement. She also noticed that the window opposite was not closed tightly, probably because of someone stepping in and out. Something is definitely wrong. She looked at the anxious Degla again. Is there anyone else in your beastmaster's room? Ding! Thump! Thunderbird's simultaneous translation. Lele. It said yes, and that he was its beastmaster's stepfather. Stepfather? High school girl and stepfather? Mingxi instantly thought of a lot of not-so-nice tragedies. The situation was urgent. I called the police. By the time they arrived, the daylily opposite was probably already cold. Lele. The Thunderbird flapped its wings and asked her if she wanted to save people. My lord, it can help. Mingxi sighed. She hadn't realized that this one of hers had such a strong sense of justice. Wait a minute. Mingxi observed the distance between the other side and her side and asked, Can you carry me and fly? Lei. No problem at all. Mingxi was not surprised. After all, extraordinary creatures are not the beasts in her previous life. They are usually very powerful. Although the Thunderbird is not big in size, and its wings are less than 2 meters when fully spread, it can actually carry her and fly. This time, Mingxi no longer worried about whether to abuse her or not. He picked up the anxious Degla and pressed the personal terminal on the table against the back of his hand. The surface of the personal terminal is made of super metal and can be firmly attached to the skin. She dialed the police number, turned on the panoramic mode video call when the call was connected, and briefly explained the whole story to the operator on the other end. Then, without waiting for the other party to respond, she jumped onto the desk nimbly, and after making sure that the Thunderbird was ready, she turned over and sat on its back. I was a little nervous when I first went up there. After all, I had never tried it before. If I failed, it would become a real case proving the correctness of Newton's law of universal gravitation. Fortunately, the Thunderbird was quite reliable, and it carried her steadily into the air. The man and two beasts quickly flew to the opposite window, and Mingxi quietly opened the window. Chapter 014, The Insidious Thunderbird. She whispered to her pet, "Use the repelling light on the room." Although the Thunderbird didn't know what she was going to do, it still obediently activated its skills. The next second, the bedroom opposite fell into darkness. The darkness under the light-repelling effect is not the same as the darkness at night. The latter is affected by environmental factors and is not completely dark. Normal people without night blindness can basically see in the dark as long as they adapt for a while. But the darkness under the effect of the light-repelling skill is different. Light-repelling means to remove all light elements within the skill range. It is black in the true sense. Let you experience the world of the blind firsthand. The proficiency of her Thunderbird's light-repelling skill is too low, and currently it can only be used within an area with a diameter of 3 meters centered on itself. But if the layout of the bedroom opposite is symmetrical to hers, then 3 meters would be enough. It is difficult for a normal person to remain calm and composed when suddenly found in absolute darkness. Damn it! What's going on? A power outage at a time like this? A middle-aged man cursed, and even though he was furious, his voice was obviously deliberately lowered, with unnatural hoarseness and panting. Mingxi narrowed her almond-shaped eyes slightly. It seems that Dinglet did not lie. She wasn't wrong. There really is a beast in there doing evil things. Mingxi had no more worries and nimbly turned over and jumped into the window, with the Thunderbird following closely behind. By the time she successfully entered the bedroom opposite, the 3-second time limit of the light dispelling function had just expired, allowing her and the operator on the other end of the video to clearly see the dirty scene happening in the bedroom. Not far away, on a single bed that was arranged very warmly and comfortably, a tall, middle-aged man, who had stripped down to his underpants, was pressing on a young girl in a domineering posture. The girl's hands were bound and tied to the head of the bed. The man's left hand was trying to reach into the girl's clothes. The other hand was tightly covering the girl's mouth and nose. The girl's face had become extremely red due to being forced to hold her breath and being humiliated and afraid. Tears rolled down his face, and the despair in his eyes was like a desolate and endless desert. But the moment Mingxi appeared, the despair in his eyes quickly faded away and turned into excitement and pleading. Woo-woo! Grass! Seeing this heartbreaking scene, Mingxi couldn't help but swear. Thunderbird claw attack. Before the man could react, Mingxi took decisive action. What kind of martial ethics can you have with a scumbag? Even if she killed someone today, he still had to kneel down and thank her for saving his decadent and filthy life. The Thunderbird immediately pounced towards the man, and its sharp claws attacked the man's face, which was raised in surprise because of Mingxi's sudden intrusion. Ah! The man cried out in pain, his unruly hands finally settled, and his body bounced off the girl like a spring. Without waiting for Mingxi's command, the Thunderbird seized the opportunity and stretched out its righteous claws towards the man's lower body. Ouch! The sound was earth-shattering, and the pain was heart-wrenching. Mingxi was stunned when she saw the man covering his sinful path and falling to the ground in pain, curling up like a shrimp. Oh my God! Where did her pet learn this sinister trick? How does it know that the human male's weak spot is that tiny bit of flesh? Just very dazed. Not good. He wants to cast a seal. We can't let him succeed. He is a D-level beastmaster and has a high-level pet, the rock cat. The girl's nervous and anxious voice brought Mingxi back to his senses. She was startled and immediately shouted, Thunderball. The proportion of beastmasters is so high these days. It's not surprising that this man is a beastmaster. She was lax. I almost got into trouble. Hearing her command, a ball of lightning shining with purple light was spit out from the mouth of the Thunderbird. But before it landed on the man, he nimbly stood up and dodged it. The ball of lightning hit the ground, making a sharp crackling sound and flashing arcs. Mingxi narrowed her eyes slightly. Judging from the man's dodging speed, his physical fitness level must be quite high. No wonder he was able to revive so quickly after being injured. However, the lightning ball also successfully interrupted the man's action of forming seals. But Mingxi did not let down his guard. She remembered that the girl had just said that this man had a high-level pet, a baked rock cat. Mingxi was deeply impressed by the extraordinary creature, the rock cat, when he received the memories of the original owner. Not only because the rock cat is a common high-level rock-type pet in the Jianghuai region, but also because it has a very special function. The excrement of the baked rock cat is actually a kind of oil, which is rich in vitamins and minerals. Many women use it to maintain their hair. It is said that the maintenance effect is excellent. How could Mingxi not be impressed by using excrement as hair oil? No matter how strange the function of this baked rock cat's feces is, it is first and foremost a high-level pet. If this man really lets the baked rock cat out, it will definitely be difficult for her and the Thunderbird to deal with it. This bedroom is too small. For a flying pet like Thunderbird, it is not easy to use its skills. If it is not careful, it might even hurt the young lady. So, Thunderbird, you support the harassment. Before Mingxi finished her words, she had already rushed forward like lightning, clenched her 5 fingers into a fist, and hit the man's chest hard and accurately. Research has shown that the awakening of the soul key also requires physical fitness. This is because if the Beastmaster does not have strong physical fitness, he is very likely to not be able to withstand the energy of the contract and explode and die. Therefore, the awakening conditions derived from the laws of the universe have restrictions on physical fitness. But because the Interstellar Alliance has maintained peace and stability for more than 2,000 years, the current Beastmaster combat system uses pets as the main combat force, and the Beastmaster serves as the commander of the peaceful combat mode. So in fact, most Beastmasters are not outstanding in personal combat power. Although every Beast Tamer will improve his or her physical fitness level, most Beast Tamers only focus on physical training, and few deliberately enhance their actual combat capabilities. In short, if today's Beastmasters do not have the help of pets, they are most likely just for show. The man in front of him had a contract with a rock-type pet, so its defense must be stronger than that of an ordinary person. But without a pet, it is just a weakling with a hard shell. In terms of practical ability, Mingxi is confident that she is no worse than this man. Thunder. What's more, she has the assistance of the Thunderbird. Through the training, just now in the realm of time, Mingxi has already roughly understood the combat mode of the Thunderbird. An aggressive type that relies solely on hard power to win. In short, he doesn't like to use his brain and rarely schemes. But the current situation proves that the Thunderbird is not insidious, but its insidiousness may only be directed at humans. In a cramped room, the Thunderbird moved flexibly, taking advantage of the gaps between Mingxi's attacks to occasionally strike the man with a move that would destroy his offspring. Chapter 015: Entering the Police Station. Each move was used with ease and skill, like a fish in water. Mingxi was sweating profusely as he watched. My own pet is really good at asking questions. With the powerful assistance of the Thunderbird, the man had no way of performing a seal summoning. After 10 minutes or so, the man was covered in wounds. It is said that no matter how great your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. Besides, men don't have any martial arts. At most, they have thicker skin and stronger defense, but in the end, they are still mortals. It would be strange if I could feel good. You're the kid next door, right? It's a crime for you to just barge into my house like that. I can sue you. Zhang Cheng stared at the girl in front of him with a grim face. He had recognized her. There lived an old man and a young child next door. The old one was sick, and the young one was weak. After he moved in, he had only had a few brief contacts with the immortal old man. He was an ordinary man without any luck, and even his talent for taming beasts had not been awakened. One day, he happened to run into the younger one at the door when he was returning home late at night after a party with friends. But before he could say hello, the child rudely closed the door, as if he had any intentions towards her. Ugly in appearance, but with beautiful thoughts. He is a very picky eater. Mingxi didn't know what was in the man's mind. Otherwise, she would have beaten him to death. The original owner was not really ugly. It was just that he had lived a very hard and tiring year and was overly fatigued and lacked nutritional supplements, which is why he looked pale and thin. In fact, her facial features are small and delicate, and there is a rare sharpness between her eyebrows and eyes. She is almost exactly the same as Mingxi in her previous life, and Mingxi is one of the most beautiful women in the area. The men chasing her lined up from one street to another. How could it be ugly? At most, her beauty is not obvious now. Well, that's not the point. The point is that this is actually the first time Zhang Cheng and Mingxi have formally come into contact. I didn't expect to encounter this situation for the first time. What Zhang Cheng didn't expect was that the skinny kid next door, who looked like he was going to die young due to malnutrition, had actually awakened. Didn't you say you're only 14 years old? He also contracted a mid-level pet that even he couldn't recognize. This man and the beast not only ruined his good deeds, preventing him from eating the delicacy he had long coveted, but also beat him up and left him covered in wounds. Zhang Cheng was irritable and devastated. He was angry, aggrieved, and miserable. He wanted to summon his pet to kill the man and the pet in front of him. But there was no way to complete the seal. Although the girl is skinny, she is very agile and her attack angles are tricky, making it hard to defend against her. And her pet is simply obscene. What made him even more terrified was that if what happened tonight was exposed, his reputation, his marriage, and his future would be in chaos, and he might even face imprisonment. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't be so anxious. Anyway, the fat meat in his mouth can't be escaped. Now I can only. A strong murderous intent flashed across Zhang Cheng's eyes. He took a deep breath and decided to calm the child in front of him first. The most urgent thing is to summon your pet and get through the current predicament first. He forced himself to smile, which he thought was kind and gentle. Little sister, I think you must have misunderstood something. Actually, Uncle and your sister Ding Ding were rehearsing just now. She participated in their school's drama performance, but she said that she couldn't perform one of the scenes well, so she begged Uncle for help. When Xiao Ding Ding heard this, her face turned pale. Sparks of hatred burst out from his tearful eyes. I didn't, sister. Don't believe him. He is lying to you. Zhang Cheng secretly hated his stepdaughter for doing such evil things. While he was struggling to dodge the continuous attacks, he continued to work hard. Little sister, Ding Ding has gone insane. Think about it. Uncle is her father. How could he do anything bad to her? We are really rehearsing. He didn't expect the girl in front of him to really believe him. He did this purely to disturb her mind. If she hesitated for a moment and disrupted her attack rhythm, he would find an opportunity to cast a seal, and then he would have the final say on whether to kill or chop her up. In Zhang Cheng's opinion, Mingxi is just a child whose hair is not yet fully grown and whose mind is immature. After hearing what he said, he will definitely be shaken. Unfortunately, his plan was doomed to fail. From beginning to end, Mingxi's attack never stopped for even 0.01 second. Oh! If Mingxi hadn't had a knife in her hand, she would have chopped off the man's claws. Rehearse? Which rehearsal would strip down to just their underpants? Are the actors stepfather and stepdaughter? And she just saw with her own eyes the rubbish this man was doing. Is this also a rehearsal? Uncle, don't be too ridiculous. Who are you trying to fool? Want a seal? Once he goes to prison, he will have no problem bearing fruit. Mingxi sneered and kicked Zhang Cheng hard in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Under the man's incredulous gaze, she stepped on his right wrist in time, grinded skillfully. As the police officers broke into the room, the man's wrist bone cracked. It's broken. In the police station at night, warm lights are on all night. In the inquiry room, Mingxi sat on a chair, holding a cup of steaming bubble tea, while the Thunderbird squatted quietly on her shoulder. The man and the beast are very well behaved. There is not a trace of cruelty or vulgarity. They look like two harmless little cuties. Sitting opposite him were two dedicated public servants who were responsible for taking Mingxi's statement. Name: Mingxi. Age: 14. After Mingxi finished describing the whole story of tonight's case, the policewoman in charge of recording raised her head and couldn't help asking curiously, Xiao Mingxi, why did you want the Thunderbird to use the light repelling skill? Under the circumstances at that time, driving away the light seemed to have little effect except for alerting the enemy. Mingxi looked surprised, as if she didn't expect her to ask such a non-technical question. Of course, it's to confirm that there is really someone committing a crime inside. Otherwise, how can I know whether the story is true or not just based on a Dunlaw's specious words? I'm not stupid. Besides, I can't let your operators see me breaking into someone's house without any evidence, right? I don't want to go to jail. What she said made so much sense that the policewoman was speechless for a moment. Ko Junyu, who was next to the policewoman, had a calm look on his face. Lin Shui is new here and has too little experience in handling cases, so she asked such a stupid question. But little Mingxi, at such a young age, has such a clear and delicate mind. He seems to act impulsively, but is actually cautious and careful at every step. Brave and resourceful. It is truly rare. He coughed lightly and said with a smile, Xiao Mingxi was very thoughtful. You were right not to trust that Dengla in that situation. No one can guarantee that it was not a trap specifically targeting you. Chapter 016 Good People Get Good Rewards. As Ko Junyu spoke, his handsome face became solemn again. Also, the prerequisite for helping others is the ability to absolutely protect yourself. The reason you were able to escape danger this time is because Zhang Cheng doesn't have the habit of summoning his pet to his side. Otherwise, not only would you not be able to save Xiao Ding Ding, you might even lose yourself. So don't be so reckless next time. Mingxi knew that the police officer was doing this for her own good, but she couldn't help but say, I wasn't reckless. Didn't I call the police before the action? I believe you will arrive in time. Junyu and the policewoman were stunned when they heard this. Then they chuckled. This girl is not only thoughtful, but also good at flattering people. The point is that they know she is flattering them, but they still enjoy listening to it. Brother and sister, I accidentally stepped on Mr. Zhang's wrist just now. Do I need to compensate him? Mingxi looked at the two of them nervously, her big eyes full of innocence. Junyu and the policewoman looked at each other and couldn't help but recall the scene they saw when they broke open Xiao Dingding's door. They could swear on the police badge on their chest that the little girl definitely did it on purpose. She had clearly noticed their arrival at that time, and there was no need to hurt Zhang Cheng under that circumstance. They didn't understand it before, but after watching the entire video, they soon figured it out. It must be because Zhang Cheng had once touched Xiao Dingding's body with that dirty hand. She was not only venting Xiao Dingding's anger, but also using this method to eliminate the scars left in Xiao Dingding's heart. Although the little girl is young, she has a delicate and considerate heart. Well, you don't have to pay. We all know you didn't mean it. Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. There's nothing she can do. She's really poor. I don't want to waste my precious little money on a scumbag. Junyu continued. Not only do you not have to pay compensation, our police station will also apply for a bonus for you to reward your heroic act of saving lives tonight. In fact, they all knew in their hearts that if it weren't for the little girl, Xiao Dingding would have been succeeded by the beast Zhang Cheng. It was all thanks to Mingxi that this case was finally classified as an attempted rape of a woman. So, it is only right to reward her. And they had just found out about the little girl's situation. Her father died early, her mother abandoned her and remarried, and she depended on her grandmother for support. Her family was poor and heavily in debt. Before today, the little girl went to school and did odd jobs to earn money. Life is very hard. Fortunately, she woke up naturally today. Because he was too poor to buy a pet, even though the soul key was of 5-star quality, he had no choice but to choose the colorful summoning. Finally, he contracted a Thunderbird. The Thunderbird is very powerful, but this is its only advantage. When Mingxi heard that there was a bonus to be won, her eyes suddenly lit up. Brother policeman, are you serious? There is really a bonus? How much is it? Putting aside the 200,000 yuan that her grandmother owed to her relatives due to her illness, she has not forgotten her promise to the beautiful Jingjing that she would pay the remaining tuition and miscellaneous fees before the end of this month. You also need money to buy energy pills and supplementary potions for the Thunderbird. Although she looked like a money grubber, Junyu and the others did not find her materialistic or annoying at all. If they were in Mingxi's situation, they would probably perform worse than her. Generally, depending on the severity of the case, the minimum reward is 5,000 star coins and the maximum is 20,000 star coins. I will try my best to help you apply for the highest reward amount. Even if they cannot get the highest amount, many colleagues in their bureau have already decided to pay the difference out of their own pockets. Everyone felt that this little girl had a very difficult life. Didn't expect such a good thing to happen? It really is true that good people are rewarded. Mingxi was overjoyed. Even the minimum award amount would be enough for her to pay off the money she owed to the school. Mingxi didn't know at this time that the benefits of her saving people tonight were far more than just the bonus. Thank you, police brother. Thank you, sister. Junyu and Lin Shui both shook their heads. No need to thank me, you deserve it. Have you contacted Ms. Xiao? What's her reaction? After finishing the statement, Mingxi couldn't help but be concerned about the follow-up of the incident. Policewoman Lin Shui sighed. We've contacted her. She already knows what her husband did. She almost fainted on the spot. She's on her way back now. She should be able to get to our station before tomorrow morning. It must be said that Xiao Bihua's taste in men is really poor. My ex-husband was addicted to gambling and drinking, and he squandered all the family property. Finally, he was desperate and robbed a pet breeding store and was arrested. The mother and daughter almost had to sleep on the streets. After finally getting through the most difficult and tough days, life finally settled down and I found a new husband to live with. But this new husband was even more ruthless and simply treated me like a non-human being. Zhang Cheng and Xiao Bihua met through an introduction. Both of them were remarried. After meeting each other, they felt that each other was pretty good in all aspects. After spending some time together, they found that their personalities were compatible. The most important thing is that Zhang Cheng did not dislike the fact that Xiao Bihua had a daughter. So the two of them quickly confirmed their relationship and got married. In order to facilitate commuting, the couple discussed and sold their original house and bought an old two-bedroom, one-living-room house in Wanlin community, which is where Mingxi's family lives. Because this place is relatively close to where the family of three works and goes to school. After marriage, Zhang Cheng was gentle and considerate to Xiao Bihua and attentive to Xiao Dingding, but not too warm. He always maintained just the right distance, guarding the proper distance between stepfather and stepdaughter. So Xiao Bihua had no idea that Zhang Cheng had had inappropriate thoughts since the first time he met her daughter. I have to say that Xiao Bihua is a good mother. She did not neglect her daughter because of her marriage, nor did she choose to keep quiet just to preserve her marriage when she found that something was wrong. Xiao Bihua was clearly aware that her daughter had grown up and was as beautiful as a flower, and it was not appropriate to leave her alone at home with her stepfather. So she had tested Zhang Cheng more than once. For example, using the excuse of being on a business trip and not going home, and then launching a surprise attack. Or he might leave home and leave his pet hidden in his daughter's room. And repeated tests have proved that Zhang Cheng is indeed a reliable and honest man. So she felt relieved. Unfortunately, she never expected that Zhang Cheng, this beast in human clothing, would be one step ahead of her. In fact, he had always known that Xiao Bihua was worried about him and was testing him, so he chose to keep it to himself and pretend that he had noticed nothing. He became more gentle and considerate to his wife, and loving to his stepdaughter without crossing the line. Until today, Xiao Bihua had to go on a business trip to Hanning City, and due to work needs, she could not leave her pet to accompany her daughter. Only Zhang Cheng and Xiao Dingding were left at home. Only then did Zhang Cheng completely tear off his good man mask, revealing the desires that had been pent up in his heart for a long time. Chapter 0, 17 Gold Ingot. If Xiao Dingding herself had not been alert enough, when Zhang Cheng knocked on her door late at night, she realized something was wrong. So she put her pet outside the window in advance and told it to immediately find someone to help call the police if Zhang Cheng did anything wrong to her. Otherwise, no one can tell what will happen tonight. I can only say that Xiao Dingding is lucky. Fortunately, it has a dangla with the ability of perspective, which allows it to see the Thunderbird in the neighbor's house opposite. Then I was lucky enough to meet Mingxi, a kind and brave girl. And now, this kind and brave girl is being taught a lesson by her own grandmother by holding her ears. You've become quite capable, kid. You think you're great now that you've contracted a pet, don't you? Mingxi said pitifully, Grandma, I don't have any. God have mercy on her. She just simply saw injustice. You still dare to quibble? If you encounter something like this, shouldn't you just call the police? How could you run into it yourself? Grandma, when the police arrive, Sister Xiao will be in danger. A man's thing can be used with just a gun. If she delayed for just a second, Xiao Dingding's innocence would be gone. Ruan Qinghe was of course aware of the seriousness of the matter, but when she thought that her granddaughter was facing a D-level beast master, she couldn't look at it rationally. That's not something you, a kid, should be in charge of. If anything happens to you, how will you let your grandma live? Ruan Qinghe was indeed frightened. Originally, because her granddaughter awakened naturally, but contracted a hopeless Thunderbird, she tossed and turned until midnight before she could barely fall asleep. I hadn't fallen asleep for long when I was woken up by the noise next door. Then he was told that in order to save someone, his granddaughter not only climbed over the windowsill and broke into the neighbor's house, but also had a fierce fight with Zhang Cheng, a gentle-looking man who had just moved in. Anyone who encounters this kind of situation would be so angry that they would be like a madman. Grandma, I'm sorry I scared you. At this time, admitting the mistake is the standard answer. But Mingxi will not just admit his mistakes. She's not that kind of person. Grandma, I just hope that one day, when we encounter similar dangers, there will be someone who can lend a hand to us in time, just like I did today. When you are in the world, you are bound to get hurt. No one can ensure that they will always be immune. Being humble and modest is a very advanced attitude towards things. But isn't it advanced if it's not in harmony with the light and not being in the dust? She might not think so. Ruan Qinghe looked at her granddaughter's determined and bright eyes, with a myriad of thoughts in her mind, not knowing whether she was more relieved or worried. This child is becoming more and more like her father. It was past 1 a.m. when Mingxi and his grandson were sent home by the police car. Mingxi didn't expect that the first day of her rebirth would be so eventful. She felt that her experience in this day was more exciting than that of others in a month. After looking at his pet in silence for 2 seconds, Mingxi briefly reviewed the whole day's experiences, reflected on what he had not done well, and summarized his gains and experiences. Finally recorded in the memo. After finishing washing up, I rolled up under the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Mingxi got up late. It was 7 o'clock in the morning when she was awakened by the beak of the Thunderbird. Lele, lazy man, get up. Grandma said if you don't get up, you will be late for school. Mingxi opened her eyes dazedly and looked at the time. Her biological clock, which was unshakable, sometimes went wrong. She thought it was not because she was too tired yesterday, but because of the jet lag. The originally scheduled morning practice is out of the question. Jean Yuanbao, I have classes during the day. If you follow me, it might affect my classmates' studies. How about you go back to the pet space to practice for a while? Jean Yuanbao is the name Mingxi just gave to the thunder demon bird. The reason for this name is not only because of its golden appearance, but also because it reflects her good wish to get rich quickly. Jean Yuanbao, his last name is Jean, and his given name is Yuanbao. No matter how you call him, it makes people happy. The Thunderbird had no idea about human names, and after being fooled by Mingxi, it accepted this good and common name without any objection. Lele. Jean Yuanbao looked serious. He didn't want to stay in the pet space. It's not that the pet space is bad, you can also practice in it. But it prefers to stay with its own beast master so that it can better observe the human world and learn more. I'm not noisy and definitely won't affect those humans. I know you're not noisy, but your presence itself is very special and attractive. Think about it. When we were riding the subway yesterday, as soon as you showed up, didn't everyone's attention fall on you? Mingxi seriously explained the facts and reason to his pet. It's not because it's a relationship based on the fantasy key summoning contract, but it's based on the principle of mutual respect and understanding. Lele. Jean Yuanbao thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be the case. Mingxi, really? Your presence in our school will definitely attract the attention of classmates and teachers. This will affect other students to some extent, right? These words are definitely not meant to fool people with gold ingots. Haijiu No. 3 Junior High School is an ordinary full-time middle school. Every year, only during the graduation period of the 3rd grade will students bring their pets to school. She is a sophomore student, and more importantly, she is a well-known poor student in the school. If you suddenly bring the Thunderbird to school at this time, it would be an understatement to say that it would attract attention. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would cause a sensation in the whole school. Mingxi doesn't want to keep a low profile. She awakened naturally through her own ability, and the pet she contracted with her own ability. Why should she keep a low profile? Besides, this matter cannot be kept secret for too long. Her personal information has changed, and as her alma mater, which manages her academic records, it won't be long before the school's administrative office will receive information feedback from the Beast Taming Center. So even if she wanted to keep a low profile, she couldn't. The reason why she let Jean Yuanbao stay in the pet space temporarily was simply because she felt that if Jean Yuanbao followed her, it would affect other students, especially her classmates. Lele. Jean Yuanbao was reluctant, but finally agreed. There's nothing I can do. I can only blame myself for being too outstanding. Mingxi touched its head. Although he is a bit immature, he is listenable, honest, and has a strong sense of justice. So just swallow the gold. Excellent people deserve the best, and the same goes for excellent beasts. Mingxi became more and more satisfied with her pet. When I'm done with get out of class, I'll go ask the teacher if there's a place in our school that's suitable for pet training. I'll take you there during lunch break, and I promise I won't let you stay in the pet space all the time. Their school lunch break lasts for 2 hours. Originally, this period of time was basically used by the original owner to clean the women's restroom. Now that the job is gone, Mingxi certainly doesn't plan to waste it. Keep working on it. Thunder. It's a deal. Mingxi walked into the classroom of class 26 of grade 2 as usual, and her classmates ignored her and avoided her as usual. Of course, not all little naive people are so simple. Xiaoxi. Chapter 018. Former Friends. A box sealed with a cartoon paper circle was placed on Mingxi's desk. Through the transparent plastic packaging, one could clearly see that there was a piece of exquisite cream cake inside. At the same time, the girl's hesitant and soft voice was heard. This is the strawberry cake my mother made. I remember you loved eating this the most, Xiaoxi. I brought it specially for you. Mingxi turned her head to look at the girl standing next to the desk. The girl has long hair and an oval face. She wears a fashionable vest over her black and white school uniform. She has a slim figure and a distinctive look. She lowered her head, and her hands in front of her were twisted into a knot, as if to convey her uneasy mood at the moment. Of course, Mingxi remembered this girl. Her name was Sun Xiaoxian. She was the original owner's best friend. The two had been in the same class since the 3rd grade of elementary school. Their relationship had always been good until the original owner could not afford the tuition and accepted the job of cleaning the women's restroom offered by the school. Since then, Sun Xiaoxian began to distance himself from the original owner. The original owner was not stupid, so he could naturally feel his friend's silent resistance and sudden indifference. At first, the original owner tried to save the friendship, but in response, Sun Xiaoxian ruthlessly blocked all her social accounts. At this point, the original owner had completely given up hope. Although she couldn't help feeling sad, her stressful life and busy work left her without the energy to even mourn her lost friendship. Compared to the daily necessities of life, friendship is just a mere thing. It's not like we can't live without it, right? Mingxi looked down at the box that was pushed next to her. Thank you, but no thanks. She pushed the box back and raised her eyelids slightly, revealing a pair of dark, bright eyes. You are the one who likes strawberry cake. My favorite is mango pancake. In fact, both she and the original owner really like to eat strawberry cream cake, and they are both allergic to mangoes. But she just enjoys talking nonsense. Sun Xiaoxian was stunned for a moment and sniffed awkwardly, obviously unaware that Mingxi was lying. Is that so? Sorry, I may have remembered it wrongly. It's okay, you can take the cake back. Xiaoxi, are you still blaming me? Sun Xiaoxian looked aggrieved. I'm telling you I'm sorry, okay? Can you forgive me? From now on, we can still be each other's best friends like before. Mingxi raised an eyebrow. Student Sun, what do you want me to forgive you for? She looked at her, half smiling. Do you want to forgive you for looking down on me for discriminating against me at work, or for ignoring me and blocking me, or for laughing at me and mocking me behind my back with others? Mingxi is not a kind person, and she can't show any sympathy to little goblins like Little White Flower, Green Tea, and White Lotus. Sun Xiaoxian's face turned pale, as if he didn't expect that such cold and sharp words would come out of her sweet and fragrant cherry mouth. Xiaoxi, I was just possessed by a ghost before Mingxi suddenly raised her head, interrupted Sun Xiaoxian, and asked a question without a beginning or an end. You know? What? Looking into her big, dark, and deep eyes, Sun Xiaoxian inexplicably felt as if he was being seen through. Mingxi smiled. It seems that I guessed right. Your father told you, right? I remember you mentioned before that your father works at our area police station, so he saw me last night, right? If Sun Xiaoxian hadn't jumped in front of her on his own, Mingxi would not have remembered that Sun's father was also a policeman. It's just that Sun's father didn't do well in the police station. After 20 years of service, he is still an auxiliary police officer. It looks like there is no hope in this life. The other party should have seen her in the police station last night. The original owner used to often go to Sun Xiaoxian's house to do homework, so her parents had naturally seen her. This Sun Xiaoxian must have learned from her father about her awakening and contract with the Thunder Demon Bird. Seeing the value that could be exploited in her, he immediately came over to her. Although the little girl is young, she has a lot of little thoughts. Mingxi is not the original owner. The original owner was young and had never seen the world. She did not know people well and was confused by the situation. She could not recognize the character of a girl named Sun Xiaoxian. But Mingxi is a wave in the colorful world and has seen both black and white. Before Sun Xiaoxian opened her mouth, she had already figured out that this girl was a tea artist. It's really unreasonable for him to like this art at such a young age. Mingxi looked at Sun Xiaoxian, who had a stiff expression, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Student Sun, do you know what the next sentence of a wife who has shared the hardships of life with you should never be abandoned means? Sun Xiaoxian didn't know what she meant and replied uncertainly. Can't we abandon our friends even when we are poor? Wrong. Mingxi shook his head, revealing a look of "you are so stupid" on his face. You can't chase after yesterday's friends. She looked directly into Sun Xiaoxian's eyes. If you were lucky enough to catch her, then congratulations. She is most likely looking for an opportunity to beat you up. Are you trying to say there's still 10% left? This remaining one is even more powerful. She wants to kill you. After she finished speaking, she did not forget to smile at Sun Xiaoxian. Her smile was so sinister and creepy. Even Sinuo, lying on the hospital bed, had to admit defeat. Student Sun, do you think I look like your friend from yesterday? Be your own black piece and leave him no way out. She is always serious when it comes to self-deprecation. No matter what Sun Xiaoxian's purpose was in coming to her to make peace, Mingxi was not prepared to respond. It's a good time. She's young. She's making money. She's working hard. She's raising her own pet. Isn't that great? Do you have to play palace intrigue with a little girl? Looking at Mingxi like this, Sun Shaoxian felt creepy. As a fresh and unworldly little green tea girl, this was the first time she enjoyed such an open threat. What was even more difficult for her to accept was that the person who gave her such treatment was her former supporting role. She condescended to make peace, and it would have been fine if the other party didn't show any gratitude. But he actually threatened her instead? It's outrageous. Sun Shaoxian's eyes turned fierce, and the little green tea turned into a thorny vine, his voice full of anger and malice. Mingxi, don't be too proud too soon. I will never lose to you. Isn't it just a natural awakening? She is so much better than Mingxi. If Mingxi can do it, she can do it too. Sun Shaoxian felt a burning confidence in his heart. After saying that, she ignored Mingxi, raised her head slightly, sneered coldly, then turned and left. Her back looked arrogant and embarrassed. Mingxi shook his head. This girl really is. Why learn from Big Bad Wolf when there are so many people to learn from? Mr. Sun, you forgot to take your strawberry cake. Sun Shaoxian's proud back froze in an instant, and he said coldly and viciously, "Throw it to the dogs." As soon as she finished speaking, a parabola passed by her ear, bringing with it a sweet smell. Boom! The familiar plastic box landed precisely on her desk, not far away. Under the pressure of gravity, the cartoon ceiling paper ring broke, the lid of the box was opened, and the strawberry cake inside collapsed and slid out. White cream flowers bloomed on the table. Good dog, remember to eat more. Chapter 019 Public Execution. There is no principle in Mingxi's life creed that prohibits bullying children. Besides, who isn't a baby? She is spoiled. Compared to the neighbor girl Xiao Ding Ding, this green tea-flavored girl is much worse. As early as when Sun Shaoxian found Mingxi, the classroom became quiet, and almost all students were paying attention to the two of them. Having been in the same class for almost 2 years, everyone in the class knew that Sun Shaoxian and Mingxi used to have a very good relationship, and they also knew that the two had completely fallen out. I thought they would never see each other again. Unexpectedly, Sun Shaoxian took the initiative to find Mingxi to make peace without any warning, and brought a carefully prepared gift. All students of class 26. Underscore? But what happened next was once again beyond everyone's expectations. In their opinion, Mingxi, who would be ecstatic to reconcile with Sun Shaoxian, not only did not accept Sun Shaoxian's kindness, but instead ridiculed and threatened Sun Shaoxian with very sharp words. All students in class 26. In the end, Sun Shaoxian, who always presented himself as a gentle and fresh student, became angry and said harsh words to Mingxi, regardless of the risk of his image being destroyed. Then Mingxi fought back against the other party's harsh words and threw a cake bomb at her desk. All students in class 26. 0. Is Mingxi's aim so good? He can hit the target accurately from such a distance and has not hurt any innocent people. Quite impressive. Want to learn? Hey Shaoxian, are you okay? After helping Sun Shaoxian clean up her greasy desk, the girl sitting next to her began to speak tentatively. Fine. Sun Shaoxian has calmed down, although his face still looks grim. As if not noticing her expression, her classmate came up to her and asked with a gossipy look on his face, "By the way, why did you suddenly go to see Mingxi today? Didn't you say before that you would no longer associate with her? Could it be that her family became rich overnight?" It's no wonder she made such malicious assumptions. In fact, many people in the class knew what kind of person her deskmate was. Nowadays, no matter how high the level of a green tea girl is, she can't withstand the overwhelming information cocoon push. They are not Mingxi, who is stupid and easy to be deceived. To put it bluntly, Sun Shaoxian is a sophisticated egoist who makes friends with a strong purpose. Just like Mingxi in the past, she was the green leaf that Sun Shaoxian brought with her to set off her beauty. But when the green leaf was stained with the smell of feces and urine, which affected her image, Sun Shaoxian immediately kicked the person away. Therefore, taking the initiative to seek peace with Mingxi, who had a bad reputation, was really not in line with the character of her deskmate. Unless I can get more benefits from Mingxi. All she could think of was the possibility that Mingxi's family had suddenly become rich. Sun Shaoxian kept his head down and said nothing. He took out his textbook and started doing his homework, but the fingers holding the pen turned white. The eyes under the bangs changed from light to dark, showing jealousy, resentment, unwillingness, and all kinds of emotions taking turns to appear. Seeing that Sun Shaoxian didn't respond for a long time, the girl sitting at the same table had to give up and curl her lips in annoyance. If she doesn't want to tell you, then don't tell you. She just doesn't believe that there is any truth in number 3 middle school that the gossip queen Jin Xiang can't find out. But before the gossip queen could take action, the truth became known to the whole school. Xiao Bai, the head teacher of class 26 in grade 2, teaches an introduction to the nature of pets. As soon as she entered the classroom today, she showed abnormal excitement. She no longer looked like an anxious girl who was eager to get married, but rather like a bride who was about to get into the bridal sedan, with 2 red clouds blooming on both sides of her cheeks. A bit eye-catching. Without waiting for the students to express their confusion and curiosity, she finally couldn't help but use her ultimate move when she talked about the size of intermediate pets. In order to allow students to more intuitively experience the size of the intermediate pet, I will now ask a student to come up and cooperate with the demonstration. Students, what does that mean? What are you demonstrating? Then teacher Xiaobai said with a cheerful face. Mingxi, come up and summon your pet. Students, I am confused, bewildered, and shocked. Mingxi, she just said it is impossible to be low-key. During the break of the last class, she went to find teacher Xiaobai to ask about the pet training ground. So teacher Xiaobai already knew that she had awakened naturally and had completed the contract with the Thunderbird. But Mingxi really didn't expect that teacher Xiaobai would do this in class and actually let her summon her pet in front of her classmates. Teacher Xiaobai is still the sexiest one. What can Mingxi do? When the teacher calls on students to answer a question in class, the students can say they don't know, but they can't refuse to answer, right? She's not that unruly. Mingxi reluctantly stood up and walked to the side of the podium, and under the gaze of more than 40 pairs of eyes in the class, she formed seals with her hands. The white light shone brightly, and the spiritual space for the pet beast appeared. The next second, Jin Yuanbao's clear cry was heard, and it flew twice over the classroom and finally landed on Mingxi's left shoulder. Lele! It looked at its own beast master. Doesn't this place look like a training ground? Mingxi touched its smooth and soft feathers and explained gently, I'm still in class. I'll take you to the training ground after this class. A pet. It's really a pet. Mingxi has become a beast master? Grass. When did this happen? When did she wake up? Manual funny. Mingxi isn't even 15 yet, right? I remember the oldest person in our class is the deputy monitor, and he's not even 15 yet, so Mingxi is a natural awakening. How is this possible? Her physical fitness is not up to standard, and her grades are so bad. Her brain development must be very low. How could she awaken naturally? Nothing is impossible. The facts are already before our eyes. What else is impossible? Some people should stop deceiving themselves. That's what I thought. No wonder Sun Xiaoxian went to Mingxi to seek peace. She must have known that Mingxi had awakened naturally. What do you call this? Making a fortune in silence? A barking dog that bites doesn't bite. No one in our second grade has awakened yet, so Mingxi has become the number 1 in our grade without anyone noticing. It doesn't matter whether he is the first or not. I'm just curious about one thing. What is the name of the extraordinary creature that Mingxi contracted? How come I have never seen it before? After Mingxi formed seals and summoned the Thunderbird, her classmates could no longer suppress the primordial power in their bodies, even though they were in class and their head teacher was standing not far away. Suddenly, the classroom was as noisy as a busy city. Mingxi, who was sitting beside the podium, was speechless and felt like she was being publicly executed. So embarrassed that my toes touched the ground. She coughed lightly in an attempt to alert the misbehaving head teacher. However, all the seductive glances were directed to the blind man. Teacher Xiaobai not only did not stop it, he also looked proud of it. How could she not be proud and excited when a naturally awakened student appeared in her class? Awakening is a big event, and natural awakening is the biggest happy event among all big events. Mingxi was a child who made her so proud. He naturally awakened at the age of just over 14, a full 6 months earlier than the child in the 3rd year of junior high school. What does this mean? Chapter 020 School Training Ground. This means that Mingxi is now the most outstanding and most talented talent in their school. This kid is really a man who would make a big splash if he did make a name for himself. In the past, teachers from other classes would laugh at Mingxi for being ranked last in the class. But what about now? Let's see who dares to complain to her again. You can't hit their faces. Seeing teacher Xiaobai smiling happily, Mingxi said, No more big words. Teacher Bai, do you still remember your job? Is the classroom really not a big stage in Shanghai? She is not here to perform. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps Mingxi's complaints worked, and teacher Xiaobai finally remembered her job. All right, be quiet, it's class time now. If you have any questions, we can discuss them after class. The students' high emotions were suppressed, but their fiery gazes could not be concealed, and all fell on Mingxi and Lei Mo Niao. Teacher Xiaobai cleared his throat again. Everyone has seen it, right? The extraordinary creature on Mingxi's shoulder is a mid-level pet. Bird-like extraordinary creatures are generally small in size in the primary stage, but after entering the second stage, Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief when the classes finally started. As soon as the bell rang, Mingxi ran out of the classroom as if there was a ghost chasing him. If you don't run now, you won't be able to escape. Following teacher Xiaobai's bold move, the news that a girl in the second grade of junior high school had a natural awakening and contracted a mid-level pet beast swept through the campus like a hurricane and became the hottest topic among all the teachers and students in the school for a period of time. Have you heard? The guy in class 26 has naturally awakened. Who is it? Awakening naturally? Can such a genius appear in our grade? You'd never imagine that the genius you're talking about is the one who used to sweep the ladies' room. There's a little girl in the second grade who has awakened naturally. I heard she was only 14 years old not long ago. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to her. You know, right? One of our seniors in the second grade has contracted a mid-level pet. Mingxi, who is the center of the topic, has found an open-air training ground behind their school gymnasium. In the interstellar world of beast taming, the breeding, training, and fighting of pets have already occupied the vast majority of people's lives. Although Haijiu 3rd Junior High School is just a full-time, ordinary school, and most of the students are ordinary people who have not yet awakened, don't forget that many of the teaching staff here are beastmasters. Moreover, most students in the 3rd year of junior high school can complete awakening before graduation. Therefore, the school specially opened an open-air training ground behind the gymnasium for faculty and students to use for daily pet training. However, this is to prevent ordinary students from accidentally breaking in and being injured by the skills released by pets. The school clearly stipulates that except for teaching staff, students who want to enter must hold the approval note of their class teacher. Generally speaking, the class teacher will only give approval if a pet is contracted. That's why Mingxi went to see teacher Xiaobai in the morning. In this beast-taming world where extraordinary creatures are often 3 to 5 meters in size, the open-air training ground of number 3 middle school cannot be considered big. It's about the size of 2 football fields, but it is enough for junior high school students. Normally, there aren't too many people at the training ground, and it's only relatively lively in the few months when the 3rd year junior high school students are about to graduate. April is exactly this lively season. When Mingxi arrived, there were already quite a few people training with their pets in the open-air training ground. The sound of gas explosions, slapping sounds, metal friction sounds, all kinds of sounds intertwined together. It is not only lively, but also spectacular. Mingxi's eyes swept across the beast masters and their pets, and he found that all the beast masters present were young boys and girls. The teachers were not seen. Therefore, the extraordinary creatures that appear here are almost all primary pets. The only intermediate pet was a red flame tiger, which was currently practicing its skills. Basic fire skill, fireball. A fireball as big as a fist spurted out from the tiger's mouth and exploded on the ground. In an instant, gravel broke, dust flew, and even the surrounding air was distorted. It is indeed a fire skill with powerful attack power. It is so powerful at just the initial stage. Mingxi couldn't help but take a few more glances at the majestic red flame tiger. But only 2 eyes. No more. The big axe that plays with fire is good, but your own pet is more likable. She found an open space and summoned out the gold ingot. Thunder. The appearance of Jin Yuanbao is definitely one of the most attractive pets, not to mention that the golden color is eye-catching. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many people and animals. Topics related to Mingxi haven't been spread here yet, so no one knows them for now. Jin Yuanbao, you should get familiar with the environment here first. We should stay here often in the future. Training during the day cannot be stopped. We cannot waste real time just because we have the realm of time. That is not only a waste, but also disrespectful to the realm of time. She had to plan and utilize every minute and every second wisely to make her journey worthwhile. Not only the gold ingots, her physical training and studies also need to be arranged. Most of the training programs and equipment in the realm of time are for pets, but that doesn't mean she can't train herself in it. In the future, she can spend part of her time learning the knowledge of this world, part of her time exercising, and the rest of her time accompanying Jin Yuanbao in training. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao nodded, excited. That was the case last night at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Center. She was serious and excited throughout the whole process, and completed almost all the requests made of her without any compromise. He is so well-behaved that he doesn't act like a little master. Mingxi guessed that it was eager to become stronger, might be planning something bad to retaliate against her, or there might be other reasons. Mingxi was not in a hurry to know the truth, as there was still a long time to come. Every Beastmaster and their pet need to go through a period of adjustment, and she is no exception. What's more, the gold ingots are a surprise that comes out of the blind box. Being well-behaved for a while doesn't mean it has recognized her. We have to take it slow. Classmate. A male voice sounded beside Mingxi. Mingxi looked at the person who came, and after a little surprise, he said politely, "Hello, senior." The visitor was stunned. "You call me senior? Aren't you in the 3rd grade?" Fu Yifan noticed the girl when she arrived. Not because she was pretty, but because the girl was too thin, so thin that it was impossible to comment on her appearance. The reason why he noticed her was because he knew almost everyone who came to this training ground. It was hard for him not to pay attention to a completely unfamiliar girl who suddenly appeared. He was just wondering when such a person appeared in their grade. Now I understand that she is not even in their grade 3 class. Yeah, I'm in the 2nd grade. Mingxi recognized that the senior in front of him was the Beast Master of the Red Flame Tiger. This senior is a prominent figure in their school, and even the original owner has heard of his name. Chapter 21, Thunderbird vs. Red Flame Tiger. Because he is the only naturally awakened student in the 3rd grade of junior high school, and he is also the school idol of Haijo No. 3 Middle School. It is said that he also has a good family background. He has a good family background, excellent academic performance, a sunny and cheerful personality, and is a naturally awakened genius. On top of that, he is also good-looking. With so many halos, it is natural that he becomes the Prince Charming in the eyes of young girls. She remembered that Sun Xiaoxian was also his admirer. Fu Yifan stared at the girl blankly. "So you also awakened naturally?" Mingxi nodded again. "I am no longer the only student in No. 3 Middle School." Fu Yifan couldn't help but mutter to himself, feeling a little complicated. But he didn't dwell on it too much. Although he was proud, he didn't have the arrogant idea that he was the only genius in the world. What's more, the other party is a girl. Isn't it said that there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, unless they are one male and one female? Although this schoolgirl's appearance is a little hard to describe, she is a girl after all. Mingxi saw that his expression changed for a long time, but he didn't say anything, so she could only take the initiative to ask him what he wanted. "Senior Fu, do you want to talk to me about something?" Fu Yifan was not surprised that she knew him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his popularity in their school was higher than that of the principal. The schoolgirl in front of him might also be his fangirl. He smiled confidently, his brows and eyes brightened, and directly stated his purpose. "The one you contracted is only the Thunderbird from the Chuanyang area, right?" As a top student from a relatively well-off family, he quickly recognized the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird is an extraordinary creature with great talent, but destined to have no future. More importantly, it is not a pet beast in their area. Ever since Mingxi learned about the special nature of the Thunderbird, he has been mentally prepared to be questioned repeatedly. What I awakened is the illusionary key, and the Thunderbird is the illusionary summoning contract. It was just a matter of one sentence. Mingxi was too lazy to be shy. Fu Yifan didn't expect to get such an answer, and he didn't expect that this junior girl would answer so straightforwardly. "No one?" He said that these days there are still people who voluntarily make a contract with the Thunderbird. It turns out that it was summoned randomly by the Spirit Contract platform. The colorful summoning is indeed a scam. This junior girl's family may be very poor. He looked at the girl with some pity, and his tone was much gentler. "Junior sister, do you know the situation of the Thunderbird?" Mingxi, "I know, I will make it evolve." Fu Yifan was stunned for a moment. This junior high school girl is a bit crazy. So many scientists, breeders, and animal tamers are helpless against the Thunderbird. So what can she, a junior high school student, do? Then how about letting your Thunderbird and my Mountain King have a pet battle? You see, they are both intermediate level. Pet battle? Mingxi looked down at the big axe squatting at Fu Yifan's feet. It was staring at its gold ingots with a fierce look, baring its teeth, and looking eager and impatient. It is said that due to the influence of fire energy, fire-type supernatural creatures all have bad tempers. Even those pets that have been contracted by humans have unstable emotions. Most of them are like powder kegs that will explode at any time. Online, we often see news about fire-type pets losing their temper and injuring people or animals or destroying public property. Mingxi saw one on the subway this morning. It is said that in a popular pet barbecue restaurant in a certain place, a flame roar suddenly went crazy and attacked the Jade Flower Cat, a guest sitting next to it. If the Jade Flower Cat's Beastmaster had not reacted in time and took the Jade Flower Cat back to the pet space, it would probably have been bitten to death by the flame roar. The police investigation revealed that the reason why Yin Ningho went crazy was that he noticed that there were 2 more skewers in front of Yuhua Miao than in front of him, and he became jealous. Pretty explosive, isn't it? The problem is that similar situations are not uncommon. Therefore, even though the attack power of fire-type extraordinary creatures ranks among the top in all attributes, they are still ranked second among the pets that novice beastmasters avoid because of their hot temper. The first place is the demon type, whose personality is more difficult to control and whose lethality is more unpredictable. If he can't control it, no matter how powerful the beast is, the one who gets hurt in the end is the beastmaster himself. This school idol senior dared to contract a fire type for his first pet, and even cultivated it to the intermediate level in a short period of time. In addition to being stubborn, his family background must have played a crucial role. Money can sometimes do everything. As long as a large number of star coins are thrown at it, the Hellthorn Dragon can probably be trained into a little lamb that can be fed with milk. What's more, it's just a brainless axe. The poor guy Mingxi can't envy it. Okay, Mingxi had no reason to refuse. Actual combat is always the fastest way to improve combat effectiveness. Of course, the more the better. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao also accepted the challenge firmly, with a strong fighting spirit already rising in his eyes. He had sharp senses and had long noticed the provocative look of the red flame tiger. I don't know how many of these stinky big cats it has torn apart when it was back home. Snort. Both sides agreed that this kind of private and informal fight did not require a referee. Mingxi and Fu Yifan quickly found a suitable place to stand. Fu Yifan is already the center of attention, and now there is Mingxi, the stranger. So when Fu Yifan took the initiative to find Mingxi, many people noticed it. Is Fu Yifan going to fight someone? Huh? Who is that girl? I don't know him. Is there such a person in our 3rd grade? Not only the person, I don't even know the pet. Judging from its size, it's probably a mid-level pet. When did our school have such a person? Flying pet versus fire pet? Who do you think will win? Is there any need to ask? It must be Fu Yifan. Is there anyone better than him in our school? That's not certain. Maybe the strange girl is a relative of a teacher in the school. Maybe she's a high school student, or even a college student. After all, she has an intermediate pet. The chaos around them did not affect Mingxi and Fu Yifan. Both sides were prepared. The pet battle officially begins. In the center of the empty space, the red flame tiger stepped forward with its tiger claws, and its whole body instantly ignited with red flames. Characteristics: flame body. The whole body is formed into flames, the attack power is enhanced, and there is a certain chance of being burned if touched by a pet in this state. Mingxi sighed, thinking that this red flame tiger must have good aptitude. After all, not all fire-type pets can possess the characteristic of a flaming body. The red flame tiger has taken the lead in launching an attack. 3 fireballs as big as fists spewed out of its mouth one after another, with a very clear target, shooting directly at the gold ingots flying in the air. Mingxi did not start giving orders immediately, but just watched the movements on the field intently. Before being contracted by her, Jin Yuanbao was a wild, extraordinary creature. Its combat awareness was definitely stronger than that of the pets bred in the greenhouse. What's more, they had already practiced cooperation dozens of times in the combat simulation room of the Realm of Time last night. Although they had not formed a tacit understanding, they had some understanding of each other's combat rhythm and habits. Gold ingots, chasing the wind, whirling and flying. Chapter 22. Hidden Rules of the Realm of Time. The moment Jin Yuanbao dodged the fireball attack, Mingxi calmly gave the first instruction. Chasing the wind is the skill that Jin Yuanbao has the highest proficiency in. At the initial stage, it uses air and wind pressure to increase one's own speed. With the proficiency of chasing the wind, the fastest speed can reach 570 kilometers per hour. Wind chasing and spinning refers to flying in a spinning manner while chasing the wind. It is a flying technique when a skill is activated. The reason why Mingxi asked Jin Yuanbao to do this was that in this open-air venue, the 3 fireballs would inevitably form a small sandstorm if they failed to hit the target and fell to the ground. It will definitely affect the vision at that time. Losing track of your opponent during a battle is extremely dangerous. Mingxi did not dare to despise it. When chasing the wind, it will generate strong winds. Even if it cannot extinguish the flames, it will definitely blow away the sand and dust. It can also be considered as a utilization of skills. Sure enough, The fireball exploded when it hit the ground, and the dust was about to cover the view on this side, but it was blown to the other side by the hurricane generated by the gold ingot flying past at a high speed. Fu Yifan probably didn't expect Mingxi to be so sharp in judging the battle situation. Seeing that the dust was about to cover his pet, he quickly gave the order. Mountain King, Red Flame Pillar. Mingxi's eyes became fierce. Red Flame Pillar, a mid-level fire skill, compresses energy to form several impact fire pillars on the ground. The number of fire pillars increases with proficiency. When the skill is used, the pet can freely control the height of the flame pillars. This skill is more effective against flying pets. In pet battles, the flying height of flying pets is strictly limited. The height limit varies depending on the level of the opponent. The Red Flame Tiger is a mid-level pet, so the height limit is 6 meters. In other words, once the gold ingot flies out of a height of 6 meters, they will lose the battle. However, the Flame Pillar skill is not without its drawbacks. In addition to the fact that the skill consumes a lot of energy, the pet cannot move during the release of the skill. Once moved, the skill becomes ineffective. Looking at the 6 flame pillars distributed in all directions of the venue, Mingxi did not hesitate and decisively ordered, "Left front fire pillar ground, Thunderbird." Her cold voice pierced the air and fell into the ears of Jin Yuanbao as he quickly shuttled between the flame columns. In view of last night's experience, although it did not want to destroy its own prestige, it had to admit that its beast master had some skills. She can always find the opponent's weaknesses as quickly as possible and make the most effective commands. Never made a mistake. So even though it didn't understand the meaning of her command, it only hesitated for 0.01 seconds before immediately launching its skill according to her command. The column of flame in the front left is only 50 centimeters high. Thunderbird is a mid-level skill of the lightning system. The lightning pet gathers lightning energy and releases it in the form of a sharp blade with extremely strong penetrating power. Since the appearance of the lightning blade is very similar to a small bird with a pointed beak, and it can also turn and fly, it gets its name. Thunderbird is also a group attack skill, which should be awakened after the gold ingot evolves to the intermediate level, so the proficiency is only at the beginner level, and currently it can only send out 4 at most. For purple-red Thunderbirds were as fast as light and shadow and fell straight into the pillar of fire. As soon as the slight sound was heard, a violent explosion drowned out all other sounds. Boom! 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 The column of fire that was under attack exploded wildly and uncontrollably from the inside, and flames and debris shot out like meteors, without distinguishing between friend and foe. The column of fire that Mingxi chose was the one closest to the Red Flame Tiger, no more than 1 meter away. So when the column of flames exploded uncontrollably, the Red Flame Tiger was in trouble. Obviously, Qianhu and Fu Yifan did not expect such a sudden change to happen, and both the man and the tiger reacted a little slowly. What Mingxi is best at is seizing opportunities. Wing Slash. Jin Yuanbao didn't hesitate at all this time and immediately activated his skill. All the feathers on his wings stood up, like 2 long swords drawn from their sheaths, sharp and edged. Mountain King, get out of the way. When Fu Yifan heard the word Ijan, his face suddenly changed and he shouted anxiously. Wing Slash, that's a high-level skill. This Thunderbird actually learned advanced skills. Is it really a mid-level pet? But he couldn't avoid it, and the Flame Pillar skill was ineffective at this moment, which made it more convenient for Jin Yuanbao. The Thunderbird is a pet known for its speed. Even without using Wind Chaser, its speed is still not comparable to that of the Red Flame Tiger. Bang! The 2 wings of Jin Yuanbao fell like gate knives and hit the Red Flame Tiger directly, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone on its waist and right leg. Chi-Chi! The Red Flame Tiger screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Mingxi had no sympathy for the tiger and said immediately, Lightning Ball. Must make up the knife. The Lightning Ball and Fireball skills are similar, and they are also attacks launched from the pet's mouth. The only difference is the form of energy. But for Lightning Balls and Fireballs with the same proficiency, the attack power of the former must be higher than the latter. This is the advantage of lightning pets. Chi-Chi. In this situation, it was inevitable that the Red Flame Tiger would be hit by the Lightning Ball. It didn't even give its beast master another chance to perform. It was electrocuted to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Every hair on its body stood up, and the whole tiger became much fatter. He fainted within 3 seconds. Fu Yifan. At the same time when the Red Flame Tiger fell, a bright mechanical sound rang in Mingxi's head. It is detected that the owner's Thunderbird successfully defeated the same level pet Red Flame Tiger, and the reward is 10 minutes of training time at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Hall. The reward time can be accumulated and can be called at any time. Remaining reward time, 10 minutes. Mingxi suddenly opened his eyes wide. So this is the hidden rule. As long as her pet wins the battle, she can get bonus time. The key bonus time can be superimposed and can be called at any time. Mingxi pondered, since the reward duration can be superimposed and it can be called up at any time, does it mean that she can turn the pet space into a time realm anytime and anywhere? And it doesn't have to be used up all at once like the time drawn? Don't you need to worry about the realm of time being seen by others? If her guess is correct, then the world of time will undoubtedly play a greater role. For example, when Jin Yuanbao ran out of blue at a critical moment, she opened the realm of time and sent it into the energy recovery cabin. And when it came out, he was a man again. For example, if she goes outdoors or enters a secret place in the future, she may encounter urgent problems. After opening the realm of time, my mother no longer has to worry about me urinating or defecating anywhere. When Mingxi later learned about the other uses of the bonus time, he felt that it was actually not wrong to urinate and defecate anywhere. The more Mingxi thought about it, the more beautiful it became. If all this was not just her guess, she really wanted to summon the realm of time right now. Thunder. The victorious Jin Yuanbao had flown back to Mingxi. Seeing her eyes shining with excitement, he tilted his head in confusion. Is she so happy that I won? This human being is really easy to satisfy. Chapter 023, I Believe in You. Mingxi didn't know what her pet was thinking. She stroked the feathers on its back with a smile on her face and praised it generously. You are awesome. According to Guangguang's previous suggestion, defeating a pet of the same level will be rewarded with 10 minutes. But what about a lower level? What about advanced? Really looking forward to it. Oh my god! Senior Fu actually lost. It's not just a loss. It's not an exaggeration to say that we were beaten. That strange pet is actually a lightning pet. A flying and lightning pet. How cool. It must be very expensive. Does anyone of you have a pet identifier? Come and see what kind of pet this is. By the way, did you guys see that just now? That pet beast can actually perform wing slash. I remember that wing slash seems to be a high-level flying skill, right? Seeing Qiana faint, the students who had originally had full confidence in Fu Yifan were all shocked. These students are all in the third year of junior high school, and almost none of them know Mingxi. There are walls between grade levels. They were curious about Mingxi's identity, and even more curious about what race the pet beast that could only defeat the Red Flame Tiger was. Someone has already taken out the pet identifier that he had casually stuffed into his trouser pocket. Only a mechanical sound was heard in the noisy training ground. Thunderbird, a mid-level pet in the Chuanyang area of Longhua country, evolved from the primary pet Golden Featherbird. It has both flying and lightning abilities, outstanding talents, and strong combat power. However, because it could not evolve to the third stage, it was disliked by beast masters and gradually withdrew from the stage of history. There are less than 100 of them left now. Summary. The Thunderbird does not have the fate of a legendary supernatural creature, but it has the disease of a legendary supernatural creature. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This is a lot of information. Such a powerful pet cannot evolve. And which company makes this identifier? The last comment is a bit harsh. Of course, Mingxi also heard the sound of the pet identifier and patted her pet soothingly as its gaze turned unfriendly. He looked up at Fu Yifan, who was not far away. Senior Fu, thank you for letting me. Fu Yifan never expected that he would lose, and lose so cleanly and neatly. He was stunned for a long time. With a wooden face, he put the Red Flame Tiger back into the pet space. He smiled dryly. The Thunderbird is worthy of being the combat ceiling among the intermediate pets. It is really amazing. Is this an attempt to save face for yourself? Mingxi understood very well the young man's mentality of being proud and unwilling to admit defeat, and nodded indifferently. Well, Senior Fu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my pet to train. Schoolgirl, wait a minute. Fu Yifan saw Mingxi turning around to leave, and hurriedly called her. Can you tell me why you let the Thunderbird attack the flame column just now? He never knew that the flame pillar could actually explode from the inside, and if the flame pillar hadn't exploded, he believed that he would not lose, or at least he would not lose so quickly. In fact, Fu Yifan was not the only one curious about this question. Jin Yuanbao was also curious. He tilted his head and looked at her, a face full of thirst for knowledge. Mingxi did not have the idea of being self-satisfied. Since the other party asked, she did not mind temporarily playing the role of a teacher. I have carefully observed that although the impact and fall of the flame column are controlled by the pet, the energy of each flame column is almost the same, and it will not increase or decrease due to changes in height. In other words, the lower and shorter the flame column is, the better the hitting effect will be. With the same energy and different heights, the short flame column must be in a state of energy compression. The more it is compressed, the more likely it is to explode when it becomes unstable inside. The impact force depends on the compression situation. Mingxi looked at Fu Yifan. Enlightening energy happens to be the most unstable of all elemental energies. The pillar of fire that she asked Jin Yuanbao to attack was not only the closest to the red flame tiger, but also the shortest. In fact, she was not 100% sure that her plan would succeed. After all, she had never tried it before. If you ask her why she is so familiar with the skill of Flame Pillar, it is naturally due to the simulated combat practice in the realm of time last night. Yesterday, the Thunderbird was randomly matched with a high-level fire-type pet, which also had the skill of Flame Pillar, and almost burned the gold ingot into a roasted bird. After getting up this morning, she studied this skill carefully, and, with a little observation and analysis, she was able to achieve a surprising victory in the battle just now. You are so clever. After listening to Mingxi's explanation, Fu Yifan was filled with emotion. For the first time, he felt admiration and appreciation for the girl in front of him. This was something that even the Thunder Demon Bird had not achieved before, even when it defeated his red flame tiger. After all, he had also heard of the Thunder Demon Bird's reputation as the ceiling of combat power among intermediate pets. Although the loss was unexpected, it is understandable. However, the girl's explanation made him realize clearly that the Thunderbird was very powerful, but its Beastmaster might be even more amazing. After all, as the Beastmaster of the Red Flame Tiger, he had seen the Red Flame Tiger use the Flame Pillar no less than 100 times, but he had never noticed the problem of the energy change of the Flame Pillar. This shows how amazing this junior girl's observation skills are. Unfortunately, the contract was only for a Thunderbird. Mingxi accepted the other party's compliment very calmly. By the way, I still don't know how to address my junior sister. Mingxi, the Ming of tomorrow, the Shi of morning light. Fu Yifan repeated the name twice in his mind, and then he smiled and stretched out his right hand to her. Hello, junior sister Mingxi. I am Fu Yifan from class 11 of the 3rd grade of junior high school. Nice to meet you. The sincerity and enthusiasm of young people are sometimes like a gorgeous blooming flower, which makes people reluctant to refuse. Mingxi also smiled and shook the boy's hand calmly. Even though Fu Yifan had a bad start, he still couldn't resist the strong curiosity of other students in the training ground, and they began to come to Mingxi one after another to challenge him to a fight. Although other people's pets are all elementary, Mingxi accepts all of them. In her eyes, these pets are not only tools for accumulating practical experience, but also precious training time in the realm of time. Although defeating a primary pet only rewards 1 minute. But mosquito legs are also meat. How could a child from a poor family complain about having too little meat? This one-sided crushing ended only when the energy of the gold ingots was completely consumed. Mingxi took out a bag of special nutritional supplements for pets and fed it to Jin Yuanbao. She was too poor to buy energy-replenishing potions, so she could only temporarily let Jin Yuanbao drink this cheap and ineffective nutrient supplement. When I make money, I will buy you the best and most expensive energy supplements. Then he shook his head again. No, when I make money, I will find the most professional cultivator to customize exclusive potions and energy pills for you. His tone was firm and his eyes were bright. Jin Yuanbao absorbed the nutrients. The tender and pale face of his beast master reflected in his bloodshot eyes. Finally, he let out a low cry as if helpless. Lele, I believe you. Chapter 024 Internal Selection Invitation Card. When the afternoon class started, Mingxi couldn't escape the fate of being chased and blocked by his classmates. After more than 2 hours of fermentation and brewing, they burst out with enthusiasm they had never had before. He seemed to have forgotten the cold violence he had used against the original owner, and kept chasing Mingxi and asking all kinds of questions, including but not limited to, when did you awaken? Are you really awakening naturally? What quality is your soul key? Why do you want to contract the Thunderbird? What skills does the Thunderbird have? I heard that you had a fight with Senior Fu from the 3rd grade, and you won. Is that true? When Mingxi successfully returned home, he looked like a dehydrated cabbage. It's wilted and green. As soon as he entered the door, he started howling. Grandma, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Jin Yuanbao, who was already showing signs of building a nest on Mingxi's shoulder, also called out, as if to echo him. I want to eat boiled pork slices, spicy chicken cubes, pickled fish, spicy grilled fish, boiled cabbage, pickled pork with preserved vegetables. Buddha jumps over the wall, Longjing shrimp. Halfway through her revengeful ordering, she noticed that there were other people in the living room besides her grandmother. The three of them were staring at her, and Jin Yuanbao with their eyes fixed on each other, with smiles on their faces that they couldn't hide. Mingxi, the clam is stuck. Is this considered social death? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Hey, Xiaoxi and Zhao Yuanbao are back. In the end, it was her grandmother who spoke up and saved Mingxi, who had dug her toes into a house with 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a large yard. Xiaoxi, your Aunt Xiao, and Sister Dingding are here to see you, and Xiao Yuanbao. Xiao Bihua and Xiao Dingding had already stood up by now, and the mother and daughter walked quickly to Mingxi's side. Xiaoxi, Aunt Xiao thanks you. Xiao Bihua grabbed Mingxi's hand and said, if it weren't for you, my Dingding might have already. She was apparently unable to articulate that cruel possibility. The tears could no longer be controlled and fell. Even though it was the first time Mingxi met Xiao Bihua, the moment she saw Xiao Dingding, she already understood the other person's identity. He quickly waved his hands and shook his head, saying it was nothing. She is the worst at dealing with this kind of sensational segment. Sister Mingxi, thank you so much. As if she wasn't embarrassed enough, Xiao Dingding bowed deeply to Mingxi and expressed her gratitude solemnly. It happened suddenly last night. After the police arrived, she and Mingxi were taken to different police cars. She was then sent to the hospital for examination and did not run into Mingxi, so she was never able to properly say thank you to her. Today she asked for leave from school, sent away the so-called relatives and friends who came to laugh at her and her daughter after hearing the news, and then came to the Ming family with gifts. Mingxi couldn't stand this situation at all, so he quickly reached out to hold the person up and put on an awkward smile. Sister Dingding, it was actually my family's Jin Yuanbao who did the hard work. Jin Yuanbao nodded. Lei. That's right. I'm the main force. Mingxi's mouth twitched slightly. I was just being polite, you know. Why did you really take the lead? Forget it. Without gold ingots, it would indeed make rescue more difficult. Yes, I am just an assistant, but I accept your and Annie's thanks on behalf of my family's gold ingots. Jin Yuanbao cooperated by flapping his wings and calling out again, indicating that you're welcome. Xiao Bihua and her daughter also noticed that the girl was at a loss. They found it funny, but couldn't help sighing. Who could have thought that such a simple and lovely girl would save her daughter, without hesitation in such a dangerous situation last night? Xiao, Ding, stop standing, sit down and talk if you have something to say. Under Ruan Qinghe's persuasion, the mother and daughter sat back in their original seats, and Mingxi also sat next to her grandmother with Jin Yuanbao. Only then did she have time to look at the mother and daughter. Xiao Bihua had obviously not slept for a long time and had even cried. Her eyes were red and swollen, like 2 big walnuts. My mental state isn't very good either. It is completely understandable that any normal woman would be devastated if she had a husband who is worse than a beast. Xiao Dingding, on the other hand, looked pretty good, with no obvious signs of lethargy or sadness. Maybe she has good self-regulation ability. They may also be better at hiding. In fact, from the fact that she was prepared in advance and arranged for Dingla to take precautions before the incident, it can be seen that Xiao Dingding is a cautious and very smart girl. Mingxi had a good first impression of Xiao Dingding, because last night, after she broke into her bedroom, she did not randomly order her Dingla to join the battle and act as a troublemaker. There was no screaming or yelling, causing unnecessary chaos. For Mingxi, not being a bad teammate means being a good teammate. Seeing you again today, I have a better impression. Who wouldn't like this kind of beautiful, unpretentious, brave, and resourceful girl? Xiaoxi, words of thanks are too pale and insufficient to express Annie and Ding Ding's gratitude to you, so? Xiao Bihua suddenly took out a card from her shirt pocket and pushed it in front of Mingxi. Annie hopes you can accept this gift. Mingxi looked down at the metal card in front of him. The card was about the same size as her ID card in her previous life. The surface was made of silver-black metal with a circle of gold foil patterns wrapped around the edge. A tiger-like extraordinary creature was also printed in gold foil in the upper right corner. What is this? It can't be a bank card, right? These days, bank accounts are bound to personal terminals, and transfers and transactions can be done directly through personal terminals. But this does not mean that bank cards no longer exist in this world. You can still apply for a bank card for some special reasons or personal needs, especially in high society. For example, When rich wives send off their husbands or sons' mistresses or girlfriends, it is more shameless to just swipe a check or use a bank card rather than directly transferring the money. This is bullshit. Let's get back to the topic. And Xiao, what is this? Mingxi did not refuse directly. She glanced at the card on the table, but did not pick it up. However, Jin Yuanbao couldn't wait to fly from her shoulder to the coffee table and paced around the card in a bird-like manner. It's like he's looking at some rare treasure. This boy is still too young after all. Your behavior has exposed your inexperienced nature. Xiao Bihua smiled and explained. This is the invitation card for the internal selection competition held by our head office every year. Mingxi was surprised. Internal trials? Is it a battle between pets? Isn't it a bank card? Mingxi couldn't tell whether she was more disappointed or relieved. Well, poor is just a word, but it can force a nice and innocent little fairy to become a materialistic person. Right. Xiao Bihua nodded. It's like this, the company I work for is affiliated with Chongan Group, and Chongan Group has a secret place under its name. Chapter 25. Chongan's Secret Place. When Mingxi heard the word secret place, her eyes suddenly lit up like two light bulbs. Secret places and secret realms are also the specialties of this world. Both exist in different dimensions, similar to continental fragments. Not only do they house extraordinary creatures, but also various rare materials can be found. Fundamentally speaking, the only difference between the former and the latter is whether the space is stable and solidified. To put it simply, the secret place is a space that has been completely stabilized within a fixed anchor point. Unless it collapses completely, it will always be there and will open at a certain point in time. Even some secret places can be opened and entered at any time. The secret realm is different. It appears randomly, with no fixed location and even less fixed time of appearance. It appeared this time, but it is not certain whether it will appear next time. However, the secret realm does not run around the world. Generally speaking, its movement range is not too outrageous and is controlled within a relatively controllable range. That is why each country can number the secret places that have appeared in their respective territories. In fact, secret places are usually smaller than secret realms. As mentioned above, the secret place is a stable and solidified space. Look carefully, it's B. Before a secret place becomes a secret place, it is a secret place. It was humans who used extraordinary creatures with spatial skills to forcibly stabilize the secret realm, thus solidifying it in one location. But how easy is it to use the power of space to forcibly fix a drifting continent? Even if it is a transcendent creature that has evolved to the venerable level, it may need to exhaust all of its energy or even pay a higher price to barely do it. Therefore, at present, only small secret realms can be forcibly stabilized. The largest secret place in existence is the Dragon's Secret Land under the jurisdiction of the Alliance Beast Taming Center, with a total area of 3.26 million square kilometers. The Chongan Secret Land is a very small secret land. The total land and water area is only about 120,000 square kilometers. Mingxi thought to herself, 120,000 is equivalent to the total area of a large province in her previous world. So how is it small? People in this world are so exaggerated. 6 years ago, after discussion by the board of directors, the chairman agreed that the exploration quota for the Chongan Secret Land would be distributed as a special benefit to the group's employees. It was stipulated that any formal employee who had worked for a company under the group for 5 years could get such an invitation card. Of course, not everyone with an invitation card can enter the secret place. After all, the secret place is so small that we can't allow so many people in. So you need to participate in the internal trials. Only if you rank in the top 20 in the trials can you get the card to enter the secret place. And all the gains in the secret place will belong to you. At this point, Xiao Bihua curled her lips and couldn't help but complain. I think the reason why our chairman is so willing to part with it is probably because all the good stuff in the secret place has been looted. Mingxi thought to herself, that's true, but Aunt Xiao, you said this in front of me and Grandma. Aren't you afraid that we will dislike your gift because it's too shabby? Of course, she won't mind. The gift may be small, but the sentiment is great. Aunt Xiao, so you want to participate in this tryout? Secret place. She is very interested in it. Even if it was true, as Xiao Bihua complained, that all the good stuff in the Chongan Secret Land had been looted, but it was impossible that even the weeds had been pulled out, right? As I said, no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. She can't. Yes, our internal selection rules only allow beastmasters under the age of 17 with a registered residence in the Jianghua area to participate. It adopts a 1v1 pet battle mode. You meet both conditions, so it's just right for you to participate. No wonder Xiao Bihua gave me the invitation card. No matter how capable a Beastmaster is, if he is under the age of 17, he can only breed one high-level pet. She and Jin Yuanbao are not without the ability to fight. This is indeed a thank-you gift that is hard to refuse. Regardless of whether she can get the card to enter the secret place in the end, at least she can gain experience in fighting against Beastmasters of the same age through the trials. No matter what, she is the one who gets the upper hand. But she remembered that Xiao Dingding was also 16 years old this year, and she was also a Beastmaster, so this spot should belong to her. Perhaps noticing what she was struggling with, Xiao Dingding smiled and said bluntly, "In fact, my mother used to sell this invitation card online. This year, when she saw that I had signed a contract with Dingla, she decided to let me go and have some fun. But you also know that Dingla is just a weakling, and we will be eliminated in one round if we go up there. So Sister Xiaoxi doesn't have to worry about me. Since you said so, wouldn't it be hypocritical for me to refuse?" Mingxi decisively reached out and took the invitation card, looking at the mother and daughter opposite, and said, "Then I'll be respectful in declining it. Thank you, Aunt Xiao and Sister Dingding." Xiao Bihua waved her hands happily. You're welcome, Xiaoxi, as long as you like it." From beginning to end, Ruan Qinghen never expressed any opinion, and all decisions were made by her granddaughter herself. The old lady knows what's going on. After seeing off Xiao Bihua and her daughter, Mingxi cooked dinner with her grandmother. There is no pickled pork with preserved vegetables, and no Buddha jumps over the wall. There were only 2 simple dishes and 1 soup, but the grandparents and grandchildren were very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, Mingxi chatted with the old lady for a while, and then was sent by the old lady to do her homework. It was less than 8 o'clock when Mingxi finished his homework. He turned on the computer and looked up relevant information about the Chongan Secret Land. As one of the largest group companies in the Jianghuai region, the existence of Chongan Secret Place has long been no secret. Chongan Secret Land, formerly Secret Land number 83, belongs to Longhua country. It was solidified in August of X436. In December of the following year, it was auctioned as the main attraction of Shengyan Auction House's annual auction. The starting price was 1 billion star coins. It was finally successfully bought by Chongan Group at a cost of 36 billion star coins. Hence the name. Mingxi calculated casually with his fingers. The Chongan Secret Land has been solidified for nearly 100 years. The Chongan Secret Land is opened on April 30th every year. The rules in the Secret Land are incomplete, so only Beastmasters below level E, including level E, and their pets can enter. No wonder there is an age requirement for the tryouts. It turns out that Beastmasters above level E cannot enter this secret place. It is not difficult to understand why Chongan Group's internal selection competition only has age restrictions, but no restrictions on the level of Beastmasters. Because Longhua country simply cannot find a D-level beast tamer under the age of 17. Instead of limiting the level of Beastmasters, it is better to limit the age directly. This will not only leave opportunities for young people, but also avoid unnecessary trouble as much as possible. After all, it is a universal perception that adults are definitely more cunning and deceitful than teenagers, and are more likely to do things that violate morality and the law. Chongan Group is willing to open the secret place to the outside world, but it certainly does not want anyone to destroy the secret place. So it is normal to set such a threshold. Chapter 26. Jin Yuanbao's Good Luck. The secret place will open on April 30th, which means it will be less than 20 days. Mingxi murmured. She checked the information about the internal trials again. This matter is also not difficult to check. There is even a hot search term related to this matter on Menghua's hot searches. Hashtag the second generation rich in Nancheng bought the invitation card for the internal selection competition of Chongan Group at a high price hashtag. Mingxi quickly browsed through the related topics. It probably said that a rich second-generation man named Li from the neighboring Nancheng city was buying invitation cards for the selection competition online. The purchase price was 50,000 star coins, and he would accept any invitations. The more the better. Mingxi had just seen a report on the price of invitation cards. After Chongan Group announced this benefit, it has never restricted its employees from selling or transferring invitation cards. After all, it was agreed that it was an employee benefit. Once the benefits are distributed, it is up to the employees to decide how to use them. Besides, even if they are not allowed to sell, it is impossible, as not every employee has relatives or friends of the right age. In the first year, invitation cards sold for the most money, generally selling for 50,000 star coins. But it didn't work the following year. It's not that Chongheng Secret Lands cards are not attractive, but that there are too many participants and the chance of qualifying is too low. Across all companies under the Chongheng Group, the total number of full-time employees who have served for 5 years exceeds 3,000, which means that the number of contestants in the internal selection will not be less than this number. The chance of getting 20 out of 3,000 is less than 0.7%. The chances are slim. In addition, the competition has age and regional restrictions. How many 15 or 16-year-olds can achieve financial freedom? If parents are unwilling to pay, there is nothing they can do even if they want to participate. Therefore, the invitation card depreciated significantly in the following years and could only be sold for a maximum of 20,000. This year, this wealthy man with plenty of money suddenly appeared and drove up the value of invitation cards. Mingxi glanced at the invitation card placed aside. So this invitation card is worth 50,000? How about selling it for money? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Mingxi immediately shook his head to dispel it. Putting aside the fact that she and Jin Yuanbao were both very interested in the selection competition, how would she explain to Xiao Bihua and her daughter after selling it? Tell them that she is really greedy for money. Compared with the illusory secret land cards, the star coins in hand are more cost-effective? Does she still want to maintain her reputation as a benefactor? Besides, Xiao Dingding had clearly stated that she wanted to watch her game. Don't want to disappoint the young lady. Mingxi closed the purchase page regretfully and continued to check the information about the trials. She discovered that the internal selection competition held by Chongheng Group was quite well known in Longhua country, and there were many discussions about it on the internet. Previous competitions have been interviewed by professional media and recorded live, and last year the broadcasting rights were sold to TV stations. Can we only say that he is worthy of being a capitalist? He knows how to make money. Mingxi selected some representative and popular competitions to watch live. Based on the basic strength of previous contestants, we can roughly estimate the approximate strength of this year's contestants. There are not many E-level beast tamers, and the vast majority of contestants are F-level. However, the top 20 contestants decided every year are still mostly E-level beast tamers. This is not because the E-level beast master has 2 pets. The competition adopts a 1v1 mode, and one more pet does not have a big impact on the result. But the reason why E-level Beastmasters can become E-level Beastmasters is not only because they have awakened the second soul secret key, but also because they must have a mid-level or even high-level pet. This is the real advantage of an E-level Beastmaster. Of course, it is rare to find an E-level Beastmaster who can train a pet to a high level at the age of 15 or 16. Mingxi compared the strength of Jin Yuanbao and the top 20 pets in previous years. If her luck wasn't so bad that she would face contestants with high-level pets in the elimination stage, she would have a chance of making it into the top 20. Of course, we must not be arrogant, nor can we relax. There is no time to lose, and arrangements must be made. There are still 8 days before the competition officially begins. Jin Yuanbao, let's work harder and practice Wing Slash and Lightning Ball to the entry level first. The first round of eliminations in the qualifiers is scheduled for next Saturday, so they have very limited time to prepare for the final round. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao nodded seriously. He was also very interested in the Chongheng Secret Land. Time passed quietly, and it was 21 o'clock again. The space of the pet beast sleeping quietly in the sea of consciousness silently became ethereal again, and changed and expanded into a familiar building. Mingxi came prepared this time. He swiftly put on his cartoon school bag and walked into the realm of time with the gold ingots. Welcome back, Master. Do you want to extract your training time today? Guangguang was obviously not an AI who liked to be polite, and he went straight to the point after Mingxi entered. Mingxi was very satisfied with its straightforward and cheerful attitude towards things. But she is not a straightforward person. Wait a minute. I have a few questions for you regarding the duration of the reward. It's better not to talk about this kind of thing during training. Delay things. Master, is there something you don't understand? Mingxi asked the questions one by one, and Guangguang's answers were almost the same as what she had guessed before. The reward duration does not need to be used up all at once. As long as the reward duration is not reset to 0, she can switch the pet space to the realm of time at any time. And except for her and her pet, no other people or extraordinary creatures can see the realm of time. So she doesn't need to worry about exposing the existence of the realm of time. Great news. Master, can I draw the training time now? Mingxi smiled and nodded. Well, go ahead. A large turntable appeared out of nowhere. Jin Yuanbao barked twice in a reserved manner, indicating that he always had good luck, so why not let him come tonight? He will definitely get the best. It has been confirmed that the turntable is not dangerous, so Mingxi naturally would not refuse such a small request from his pet. Give up the position. Jin Yuanbao flew happily to the turntable, raised his paw, and turned it. The man and the beast stared at the turntable with two pairs of eyes, expectant and focused. The pointer stuttered and stopped at the 6-hour interval. Mingxi, is this Jin Yuanbao's good luck? She silently turned her head to look at Jin Yuanbao, and a familiar signboard had appeared above its head. But it knew nothing about it. It blinked its clear and beautiful red eyes and looked at her expectantly. Lele, how much did I draw? It must be 36 hours, right? Blind confidence is not a good thing. Mingxi thought inappropriately. It seems that Jin Yuanbao has no talent for learning cultural knowledge. He studied for several hours last night and tonight, but he doesn't even know Arabic numerals. Most likely he is a generalist. Congratulations, master. Your Thunderbird has extracted 6 hours of training time for you. Guang Guang is still an AI with little vision. Chapter 027, I want to learn thunder and lightning storm. Jin Yuanbao's expression changed suddenly, and he screamed in disbelief. Then his eyes became dull, and his face became confused, as if he had been hit hard and was unable to accept reality. Mingxi sighed, stroked its drooping head, and consoled it. It's not that you're unlucky, it's that we can only get 6 hours today. Lele. Really? Is it really that I have really bad luck? Mingxi nodded without hesitation. Really, just like you and I, originally separated by a long time and space, we would never meet, but the magic color key made us each other's closest partners. It was all arranged by fate long ago. Jin Yuanbao pondered for a moment. Lele, I understand now that everything is the best arrangement of fate. Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the opportunity education had a good effect. Then let's start training. The time we have tonight is limited, so we have to seize every minute and make every second count to achieve 6 times the effect. Facts have proved that Jin Yuanbao's luck is really bad. It was responsible for the drawing for the next 2 nights, and it got the 6-hour thank you for your patronage again and again. Mingxi comforted it for a long time before it regained its self-confidence. However, she didn't dare let Jin Yuanbao prove his luck later on. She found an excuse to trick him and took over the task herself. As expected, she is still in good shape, and she got 36 hours in no time. When the turntable pointer stopped at the 36-hour interval, streamers and fireworks effects appeared around the big turntable. These ribbons and fireworks were like a slap in the face of Jin Yuanbao. Colorful. The training time was sufficient, but Jin Yuanbao became autistic again. The contrast is really too tragic. Fortunately, the series of setbacks and luck did not keep Jin Yuanbao depressed for too long. Because Mingxi performed exceptionally well again, she said, "What does it matter if I have a little bad luck? Strength is the only thing that matters. As long as you are strong enough, even if you encounter some bad luck, you can easily solve it. Besides, you still have me. My good luck means your good luck, right?" Gold ingots are indeed easy to fool. In the next 36 hours, Jin Yuanbao paid more attention to his training. At this time, Mingxi didn't know that her comfort and brainwashing over the past few days had invisibly cultivated a king of papers. April 20th is the day when the Chongan Group's internal selection competition, also known as the Chongan Cup Youth Beast Taming Selection Competition, officially begins. Mingxi had already adjusted to the time difference. I get up before dawn every day, run 10 laps around the community, and then do military boxing for an hour. She needs to improve her physical fitness as soon as possible. She is still too weak now. After completing the basic training, let Jin Yuanbao carry her and fly 10 laps to improve its endurance. Then, depending on the time, if it's still early, go to the open-air training ground near their community to continue practicing releasing skills. Thunder. A ball of lightning was released, blasting away a large amount of rubble and soil. Mingxi nodded with satisfaction. The power of the lightning ball was obviously much stronger than when the contract was first signed. This is the difference in proficiency. But Jin Yuanbao flapped his wings unsatisfactorily. It flew to Mingxi and called to her twice very seriously, meaning, "I want to learn about thunder and lightning storms." Mingxi was stunned. This seemed to be the first time that Jin Yuanbao called himself I after he made a contract with her. And his tone was particularly serious, without the previous arrogance and alienation. Mingxi recalled what happened in the realm of time last night. During the actual combat simulation training last night, they were randomly matched with an electric shock Momo. This was also the first time they were matched with a general-level pet, and it was a lightning-type general-level pet with the same attributes as Jin Yuanbao. Losing is inevitable. But the electric shock Momo used only one move to kill Jin Yuanbao instantly, without even giving Jin Yuanbao and her time to see the opponent clearly. Large patches of purple lightning completely submerged Jin Yuanbao. At that time, all Mingxi could see was a storm formed by dense lightning. Gorgeous, domineering, and brutal. Afterwards, Mingxi asked Guangguang and found out that the move was called Thunderstorm, a high-level lightning skill. Jin Yuanbao did not show any abnormality last night. I didn't expect that it still kept it in mind. I have to admit that whether it is the skill power or the skill effect, Thunderstorm is flawless. It's not surprising that Jin Yuanbao would be thinking about it. But how could it be so easy to learn pet skills? It is better to use an intermediate pet to learn advanced skills. There are only 3 ways to control the skills of pets. The first is the evolution and awakening of pets, such as the evolution of the golden bird to the Thunderbird. Because of the additional lightning attribute, it will generally awaken 1 or 2 lightning skills. The second way is to learn through skill stones. Skill stones are special items that some extraordinary creatures use to imprint the skills they have learned at the cost of consuming soul energy, and then condense outside the body into a stone-like shape. By fusing skill stones, there is a certain chance that the pet will learn the skills imprinted by the skill stones. As for how high the chance is, it depends on the quality of the skill stones and the pet's own comprehension ability. Not all extraordinary creatures have the strength to condense skill stones. First of all, only skills that have reached the mastery level can be copied. Secondly, refining skill stones requires soul energy, but the soul energy of extraordinary creatures below the general level, including the general level, is not enough to support them to condense skill stones. Therefore, usually only extraordinary creatures with strength reaching the soldier level can condense skill stones. The level of skill stones is also affected by these 2 aspects. In other words, the higher the level of the extraordinary creature, the higher the skill proficiency and the higher the quality of the skill stone. All in all, skill stones are very rare, but they are items that you can get if you have money. Mingxi is a low-level nobody with no power or influence, so it is even more impossible for him to get a popular high-level skill stone like Thunderstorm. So, if Jin Yuanbao really wants to learn Thunder and Lightning Storm, there is only one last way left. Learn and understand on your own. This is the dumbest and simplest method, and is also the path taken by most beast masters. Mingxi thought about it and carefully went over the actual situation with the gold ingots, without hiding anything or taking on too much. That's the situation. So if you want to learn Thunderstorm, I would go back and search the internet for information on this skill to see if there are any related teaching videos, as well as videos of other pets practicing. We can also ask Guangguang, maybe it has a special way to learn skills. She noticed that there were still unopened spaces in the realm of time. Who knows, there might be some specifically for learning skills. Lele, this is the only thing we can do. Jin Yuanbao didn't make a fuss. It has long been aware of the poverty of its beast master. Chapter 28, Noobs Fighting Each Other. Learning about lightning storms is not a 1 or 2-day process and cannot be rushed. The most important thing at the moment is the internal selection of Chongan Group. Chongan Group is headquartered in Hanning City, about 2 hours drive from Haizhou City. It's still a bit troublesome to go back and forth. Fortunately, Chongan Group set up sub-competition areas in the other 5 cities in the Jianghuai region based on the distribution of its subsidiaries and contestants. Including the Hanning City competition area, there are a total of 6 sub-competition areas. Haizhou City is the venue for one of the sub-competition areas, which is convenient for Mingxi. At 8 o'clock in the morning, at the stadium affiliated to Haizhou City Cultural Center, Mingxi said goodbye to Xiao Dingding, who came to cheer her on, and went to the contestant waiting area to draw her number plate. After a quick glance, Mingxi had a feeling that there were more people in the waiting area than in the audience area. Except for the staff with ID cards, all the people there were young men and women in their prime. The breadth of youth is overwhelming. But pets were rarely seen, and it seemed that all contestants unanimously did not summon their pets. Maintain the sense of mystery. Mingxi found a staff member with a pleasing appearance and found out the arrangements for the competition. According to the registration results that closed last night, there are a total of 416 contestants in the Haizhou division. The competition adopts a loser elimination system. The top 26 players in each division will be decided today and tomorrow. These 26 players will have the opportunity to go to Hanning City for the final competition. This means that she has to defeat at least 4 people to qualify successfully. The first round of eliminations began soon. Each contestant is randomly assigned a number plate by computer, with 2 adjacent numbers forming a pair. In order to speed up the progress of the game, the staff divided the stadium into 10 venues early on, with 20 people competing in pairs each time. Mingxi drew number 69, which was quite close, so it should be her turn soon, so she did not return to the audience seats. Waiting for the game in the waiting area. Classmate, which high school are you from? Are you from this city? I'm from this city, from the high school attached to a university. What about you? I came from Una City. Una City? Isn't it closer to Hanning City? Why did you come to our side? Well, didn't my aunt marry in Haijo City? I just think it's more familiar here. That's right. You are half a member of our Haijo people now. Mingxi, who was sitting behind the two of them and heard their conversation in its entirety, said, she just wanted to say, classmate, you are so simple. How could the out-of-town student take a long detour to come to their Haijo just because of his aunt? You probably think that the contestants from Hanning City are stronger than those from Haijo City, so it will be easier for them to qualify here, right? As the capital city of Hujiang Province and one of the 3 core cities in the Jianghuai region, Hanning City cannot be compared with their isolated Haijo City in terms of resources or the strength of its beastmasters. To put it a little disrespectfully, the two cities are not on the same level at all. It is understandable that others think that the players on their side are weak. Number 69, number 70, number 7, prepare the venue. The radio finally called Mingxi. She immediately stood up from her seat and walked quickly towards venue 7, and then found that her opponent was the half-sea boatman. Monkey Poop. The boy had short hair like a hedgehog and gave her a bright and friendly smile. Where are you from, classmate? How old are you? Number 70 is really good at talking. Even when the game is about to start, he still finds ways to get information. Mingxi thinks it would be a waste of his talent if he didn't become a reporter. Mingxi sighed and answered the other party's inquiry with a smile. I'm a local of Haijo, and I am 14 years old this year. Mingxi swore that she was definitely not seeing things. After she finished speaking, number 70's eyes suddenly became brighter than the starry sky in the dark night. Hey, most likely he thinks he is sure to win. The referee blew the whistle, and the game officially began. Mingxi and contestant number 70 were not even a second slower and completed the seals almost at the same time, and 2 white spiritual pet beast spaces appeared. Gold ingots flew out. Thunder. Opposite it was a brown-gray bear-like pet about 1.34 meters tall. Looking at the cute bear opposite, relevant information quickly appeared in Mingxi's mind. The chestnut bear is a mid-level ground pet in the Jianghuai region. It has a leather pouch on its chest. Every once in a while, a hairy chestnut fruit will condense inside the pouch. The hairy chestnut fruit can not only be used to replenish the energy of the chestnut bear and improve its combat endurance, but is also one of its main means of attack. We encountered a tough opponent in the first battle. This chestnut bear is a rare, extraordinary creature that is good at defense and close combat, and also has excellent long-range attack capabilities. Even more problematic is its battery life. Generally, if a pet of the same level wants to defeat the chestnut bear, it must cut the Gordian knot quickly and prevent it from having the opportunity to eat the hairy chestnut fruit to restore energy. Mingxi looked calm and immediately gave the order. Golden Feather Whirlwind. Jin Yuanbao spread his wings and quickly approached the chestnut bear. At the same time, the golden feathers on his wings swirled and shot out like sharp blades, forming a golden whirlwind with a diameter of 1 meter, which swept towards the silly hairy bear. Doubt. The painful cry of the Ursine reminded number 70 that he had underestimated his opponent. That bird pet is also intermediate level. Although the girl opposite is only 14 years old, she is not weaker than him. Chestnut flower show, chestnut attack. He immediately shouted that he was unlucky as he had to encounter a flying pet. Facing flying pets, ground pets have almost no advantage. The property is completely restrained. Fortunately, his Kamagaya is not an ordinary ground type. Mingxi didn't even frown and continued to calmly give orders. Thunderball, don't stop. With Jin Yuanbao's reaction speed, he didn't need her to remind him to dodge the opponent's attack. Jin Yuanbao did not disappoint her. He quickly spun and flew in the air to avoid the exploding hairy chestnut fruit, and at the same time released lightning balls quickly, fiercely, and accurately. Of course, not all the lightning balls hit the Kuruji. Several of them were avoided and fell to the ground. Crackle! The lightning and thunder were extremely intense. Hey, look at Venue 7. Although Chongan Group booked the entire venue with a huge investment, due to the limited audience of the competition, not many spectators came to watch the game. Most of the people sitting in the audience were the contestants' relatives and friends, sitting sparsely in various places. At first glance, it looks like psoriasis. Originally, They were not very interested in today's game. After all, for the humans in this world, pet battles are a part of daily life. I have watched at least 100 beast taming competitions, if not 1,000. There are numerous official and unofficial pet competitions, including college pet competitions, professional pet provincial competitions, entertainment competitions, regional competitions, national competitions, and extreme competitions. Not to mention the Chongan Cup pet beast competition that has attracted the attention of the entire alliance. Which one isn't more exciting than the fight between the noobs in front of us? Chapter 029 Thunderbird vs. Bear. Everyone's vision has long been spoiled, so apart from the players' relatives and friends, there are very few people who really pay attention to the situation on the field. Oh my, both of them are intermediate pets. These two contestants are not very lucky. Whoever loses will be unlucky. By the way, what's the name of that golden pet? I've never seen it before, and it looks pretty good. I know. We've had it on the exam before. It's called the Thunderbird. It's a pet in the Chongan area. It's almost extinct because it can't evolve to the third stage. There is actually such a pet? How could that little girl contract such a useless pet? Who knows? Maybe he's a little bit eccentric. The Thunderbird itself seems to be quite powerful. With the dual attributes of flying and lightning, it is quite advantageous to participate in this kind of competition. That's right. Look, it looks like that girl is going to win. In sight number 7, Jin Yuanbao took advantage of the ground and air, flexibly dodging the attacks of the earth sign while continuously firing lightning balls. It doesn't even matter whether the opponent is hit or not. Just as a fireball will burn when it comes into contact with combustible materials, lightning will not disappear immediately after coming into contact with the air. Especially after Jin Yuanbao spared no effort to release lightning balls, a lightning field covering the entire venue was formed. The chestnut bear had nowhere to hide. Although the electricity in the lightning field was not strong, it was still enough to shock it and make it scream. Number 70 remained calm and quickly gave the order, Earthquake. Earthquake, a mid-level ground skill, uses the power of Earthquake to attack the opponent. But the purpose of using it here is not to attack, but to disperse the lightning field. Someone in the audience commented, "Contestant number 70 is pretty good, and his ability to respond is outstanding." I personally feel that number 69 is even better. He can think of using the skill effect of the lightning ball to artificially create a lightning field. Isn't that smart? The Thunderbird can release lightning balls continuously. Her skill proficiency has at least reached the entry level, which is really acceptable at her age. As Beast Masters, everyone knows how difficult it is to improve skill proficiency. Mingxi didn't know what the audience thought of her. At this moment, she was watching the changes on the field intently. After the order number 70 was issued, she almost immediately ordered Ankle Thunderbird. When using Earthquake, the pet needs to touch the ground with both hands or feet and use energy fluctuations to create an earthquake effect. It is not possible to move quickly while the skill is being released. This is the opportunity that Jin Yuanbao wants to seize. The 4 sharp Thunderbirds hit the ankles of the Kuburaka respectively, cutting out 2 overlapping long, thin scars. There were arcs of electricity flashing on the wound. Both legs were hit hard at the same time, and the chestnut bear fell down in unbearable pain. Chestnut Flower Show. Seeing this scene, number 70 understood clearly that the lightning field was a deliberate maze set up by the opponent from the beginning to the end, and the purpose was to make the raccoon use the earthquake skill to delay its movement speed. The Beastmaster on the opposite side is so cunning and treacherous. Mingxi doesn't care what the other party thinks. She only knew that it was time to finish off the opponent. Gold Ingot Wing Slash. Number 70 also heard it. His heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, "Get out of the way!" The voice was sharp, and he was so excited that his throat was broken. But where can I hide? 2 huge and sharp air blades cut through the air and slashed down. The whistle sounded. Number 70 pet cannot fight. Number 69 wins. At the same time, the reward time for the Realm of Time also arrived. Remaining reward time, 47 minutes. Mingxi let out a breath. She has never used the bonus time. The Red Flame Tiger that defeated Fu Yifan before took 10 minutes, and in the past 2 days, it has won 27 minutes in the battles with the pets of seniors. Plus today's game. The total time is 47 minutes. Compared with the length of time for daily wheel drawing, although it is pitifully small, it is very useful, so Mingxi cherishes it very much. Although it was unlucky to encounter a pet of equal strength in the first battle, the length of the reward after winning made up for it. For bonus time, Mingxi put the gold ingots back into the pet space. The next battle would have to wait at least 2 more hours, so he didn't want to waste the reward time to recover in the realm of time. Just stay in the pet space for 2 hours. After leaving the venue, Mingxi prepared to look for Xiao Dingding. The audience seats also made it more convenient for her to watch the other players' battles. When passing by contestant number 70, he was talking on the phone. Don't mention it. I was eliminated in the first round. I'm so unlucky. I met a girl who also has an intermediate pet. That pet has flying and lightning abilities, which completely defeats my Lihua Jixio. And that girl is particularly cunning. Mingxi. Number 70 was immersed in the tragic loss of the first round and didn't notice that a treacherous person was standing not far from him, complaining to the person on the opposite side without realizing it. Yes, she said she was from Haizhou City and was 14 years old. Damn, that's not right. She was only 14 years old. So that girl had a natural awakening. Damn, I'm so stupid that I only noticed it now. At that time, I was just happy that my opponent was younger. It's really slow to realize this now. It is said that the talents of naturally awakened beast masters are generally stronger than those of us who awakened in primordial age. I used to think it was nonsense, but now it seems to make some sense. Alas, if I had known I would run into such a monster, I might as well have gone to Hanning City with you. Who knows? We might have successfully qualified. Mingxi didn't listen to what was said next. Unfortunately, the good child was eavesdropping. Xiaoxi, you're back. Xiao Dingding saw Mingxi coming back and waved to her excitedly. Mingxi called her sister and nodded at her reservedly. I saw your match just now. It was amazing. Both you and Thunderbird were very powerful. Xiao Dingding praised her without reservation, her bright eyes full of admiration for her. Mingxi felt a little flattered by the praise and scratched his head embarrassedly. Sister Dingding, you are exaggerating. It was just a battle between the pets of 2 low-level beast masters. It was good enough that it was not just a fight between noobs. It was not exciting at all. Xiao Dingding has a natural benefactor filter towards her. Even if she loses the competition with Thunderbird, she will probably still praise her profusely. Xiao Dingding shook her head. I am absolutely not exaggerating. I sincerely feel this way. I also heard many viewers discussing your match. Everyone said you were amazing. As if he was worried that she still didn't believe it, he picked up the degla that she was holding in her arms and said, If you don't believe me, ask Mimi. Thump! Dingla shouted in cooperation and nodded very solemnly. Mingxi smiled and touched its soft head. Okay, I got it. Let's try to perform well in the next few games and get into the top 20 in the trials. Chapter 030 Sweet, good mood. Xiao Dingding nodded. You can definitely do it. Xiao Dingding really thinks Mingxi can do it. Ever since Mingxi appeared like a hero and saved her, she felt from the bottom of her heart that Mingxi was different. She seems to have an aura of wisdom and calmness that her peers do not have. Xiao Dingding had a premonition that Mingxi was destined to stand in the most dazzling place in the world and stand shoulder to shoulder with the light. Mingxi didn't know that Xiao Dingding's filter for her had become thick to a certain extent. She was multitasking, paying close attention to the battles between the contestants and their pets, and analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the contestants and their pets in her mind. If you encounter an unfamiliar supernatural creature, take a picture of it with your personal terminal and check it later. Especially for those pets that she personally feels are quite powerful, she will pay extra attention to them and prepare to fight them several times in the simulated battle room at night. She never underestimates any opponent, and everyone below could potentially become her opponent. The first round of eliminations lasted for more than 2 hours, and there was a half-hour break before the second round of eliminations began. There are still 10 games played together. This time the battle order was disrupted, and random matching was done according to the remaining players in the first half. Mingxi drew number 274. Number 274 is a girl with an exceptionally plump figure. She has a contract with a poisonous crab, a primary pet with both water and poison attributes. Poison explosion. The poisonous crab screamed, and its 10 claws fell limply, and it fainted. The game whistle sounded, accompanied by the sound of bonus time being credited. In this game, Mingxi defeated his opponent without much effort. When an intermediate pet faces an entry-level pet, it is not easy for them to lose as long as they perform normally. The moment the referee blew the whistle, the girl on the opposite side, who did not look like a 16-year-old, actually hugged her pet and started crying loudly. Mingxi, what the hell? Why are you crying? How can you cry? Mingxi wanted to yell at this contestant. Sister, please stop crying. It makes your big bun look even more wrong. Lei. Jin Yuanbao fell on Mingxi's shoulder and asked her why she was crying. Was she crying because of the power of the young master? Mingxi almost burst out laughing on the spot. It's because of you that I cried. If you hadn't defeated her pet, she wouldn't have cried. The second round is over, and Mingxi's task for today is considered completed. Whether she can finally qualify in the regional competition will depend on tomorrow. Sister Ding Ding, please accompany me for the whole day today. Mingxi treated us to lunch, so Xiao Ding Ding had to be invited back for dinner no matter what. So the two of them had dinner outside before returning to Wanlin community. Xiao Shi, don't be so polite to me. These 2 days are my days off anyway, and I have nothing to do at home. Xiao Ding Ding paused. The pure smile on his face faded slightly, and there was a hint of sadness between his brows. Although it has been a few days since the incident, and that person can no longer hurt me, but she paused, her face pale. When I'm alone at home, I still can't help but think about it, thinking about what would have happened if you hadn't shown up that day. After all, she's a young girl. How could she have no grudges when encountering such disgusting things? Mingxi really wanted to say, there is no if, no need to look back, but she opened her mouth and closed it again. She is actually not very good at getting along with others, and she doesn't know how to comfort others. Compared to supernatural beings who are simply easy to fool, human emotions are too complicated, and verbal comfort may be the most useless to the victims. It may even make things worse. She took out a snow-white marshmallow from somewhere, quickly unwrapped it, and stuffed the marshmallow in a Xiao Ding Ding's mouth. Sister Ding Ding, have some candy. The marshmallow was stuffed into her pocket by the policewoman named Lin Shui 2 days ago. Soft and very sweet. I feel good after eating it. Xiao Ding Ding was stunned when a candy was suddenly stuffed into her mouth, and the soft and sweet taste slowly spread in her mouth. The darkness in my heart seems to be slowly neutralized by this sweetness. She suddenly smiled and looked at Mingxi. Thank you, Xiaoxi, the candy is very sweet. At night, it is still the familiar world of time. Perhaps he had a deep understanding of the comparison between his own luck and that of his own Beastmaster. So this time Jin Yuanbao took the initiative to give up his position and let Mingxi be responsible for drawing the time. Mingxi rubbed his hands, determined to hit the target in one shot, and then another 36 hours. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining 24 hours of training time at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Center. Although it's not 36, 24 hours is not bad. After all, it is already 4 times the value of gold ingots. Guang Guang, Jin Yuanbao wants to learn Thunderstorm. Do you have any good suggestions? Mingxi did not forget the needs of her pet and asked the assistant coach after drawing time. In terms of pet skill learning, there are currently no targeted training programs in the Realm of Time. Hearing this, Mingxi was not disappointed. The functions of the Realm of Time were already incredible. She couldn't expect it to be perfect and omnipotent. It's okay, I'll find another way. Mingxi made a simple arrangement for the 24 hours of tonight. For the first 12 hours, he let Jin Yuanbao work hard in the static simulation room, focusing on practicing Wing Slash, Golden Feather Whirlwind, Thunderball, and Thunderbird to improve the proficiency of these 4 skills first. Jin Yuanbao can complete the training on his own without her supervision during these 12 hours. It doesn't matter if the energy is exhausted. Although the auxiliary coach Guang Guang has no physical body, its intelligent system is connected to all the machines in the world of time and can help operate the energy recovery cabin. In this way, Mingxi can completely let go and concentrate on sorting out the learning ideas of Thunderstorm. She just checked it online. In addition to gossip and hearsay on the internet these days, posts about learning pet skills definitely occupy half of the market. Theoretical analysis of Lightning Storm, a high-level lightning skill. Without a skill stone, how can I let my pet learn Thunderstorm? Let's brainstorm and discuss ideas for learning about lightning storms. I am devastated. My pet is also about to collapse. How difficult is it to self-study the lightning storm skill? Who has experience in learning about lightning storms? I'll buy it for a high price. A famous teacher of the beast taming department of a well-known university, with 50 years of teaching experience, one-on-one teaching of the advanced lightning skill Lightning Storm, guaranteed to teach you until you learn it. Only serious students, please do not disturb. There are countless discussion posts, analysis posts, and advertising posts like these. Apart from the advertising posts whose authenticity is unknown, most of the analysis and discussion posts are nonsense and have no technical content at all. But there are a few posts that do have substance. Next, she watched a large number of competition videos of pets that had learned the Lightning Storm skill, focusing on the details and key points. Let me summarize a few key points. Chapter 031, Bad Luck. The core of lightning storms is energy compression and energy control. Most pets that have learned Lightning Storm will have the skill Lightning Radiation. From this, it can be inferred that Lightning Radiation may be a prerequisite skill for Lightning Storm. Lightning Radiation, a mid-level lightning skill. When an ordinary high-level lightning pet uses a lightning storm, it will consume about 1/3 of the pet's energy. If the lowest energy peak of a high-level pet is 10,000, then the energy consumed by a lightning storm is about 3,400. From this, if Jin Yuanbao wants to learn lightning storm at the intermediate level, its energy peak must exceed 3,500. Clap, clap, clap. Mingxi's fingers flew, quickly recording his thoughts and ideas on his personal terminal memo. It took more than 3 hours to finally determine Jin Yuanbao's next training direction. Without disturbing Jin Yuanbao's training, she took out the book from her school bag and began to read it carefully. Training is important, but cultural knowledge must not be neglected. The primary task of students is still to study. Until the countdown on the green light sign above Jin Yuanbao's head turned to 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Guang Guang reminded her. Mingxi then put down the book and took the gold ingot into testing room number 1. This has become a habit. Every time Jin Yuanbao comes out of the static simulation room, he will be tested again. It is convenient for Mingxi to understand the training effect. Thunderbird. Age, 201 days. Level, intermediate, 72 days of evolution. Gender male. Attributes, flying lightning. Energy peak, 4,599. Energy average, 4257. Talent, S+. Feature 1, thunderous. Grade, A. Note: when encountering thunderstorms or thunderstorms, the energy value will be 3 times the usual value, and there is a certain probability of eliminating all negative states. Characteristic 2, Akala. Grade C. Note: after entering the battle, your willpower will become particularly firm and will not be shaken under any circumstances. Skills: Wine Chaser, 24% for minor mastery. Claw Attack, 79% for beginners. Golden Feather Whirlwind, 88% for beginners. Lightning Drive, 77% for beginners. Wing Slash, 52% for beginners. Thunderball, 46% for beginners. Thunderbird, 92% for beginners. Before she knew it, she had been contracting the gold ingot for 10 days. As early as a few days ago, its energy peak had successfully exceeded 3,500. Golden Feather Cyclone and Thunderbird are also about to be upgraded to the next level of proficiency. Jin Yuanbao, I've done some research. If you want to learn Lightning Storm, first your energy peak must reach 3,500. You've already done that. The next step is to continue accumulating it. Secondly, you need to learn the skill of lightning radiation. Lele. Jin Yuanbao knew that Mingxi had been helping it study how to deal with lightning storms. Although its beast master is poor, he is still quite sensible. We will first conduct targeted pet battles later. We may encounter those pets in tomorrow's game, so we need to familiarize ourselves with them in advance. Then learn about lightning radiation. Lightning radiation is much easier to learn than thunderstorm, and its release principle is somewhat similar to the skill lightning repellent. Jin Yuanbao can even learn the demon-type light-repelling skill, so lightning radiation can definitely be easy for him. Is everything all right? Mingxi seriously asked Jin Yuanbao for his opinion. Thunder. Okay. Jin Yuanbao rarely objected to her arrangements, and this time was no exception. In some ways, it's really easy to get along with. The next day, it was another pleasant day. Xiao Dingding came to Mingxi with a sumptuous breakfast, and she even prepared portions for Jin Yuanbao and Ruan Qinghe. I made these myself, Grandma Ruan, Xiaoxi, and Jin Yuanbao. You can try them. Ruan Qinghe and his grandson looked at the wide variety of breakfast in front of them in shock. From Chinese dumplings to Western sandwiches, from flatbreads and fried dough sticks to creamy carbonara pasta, everything is available on the table. Why do you do so much, kid? Are you exhausted? Grandma Ruan, I'm really not tired. These are actually very simple to make. Many of them were prepared in advance last night. That's too much. Mingxi was not as polite as her grandmother. She had already picked up a steamed bun and swallowed it in one gulp. Sister Ding Ding, this is so delicious. You are so amazing. Mingxi has no restrictions on what he eats and is not picky about food. She is the kind of person who will eat anything given to her. But who doesn't love delicious food? Ha! Actually, my dream when I was a kid was to be a chef. When my mom wasn't at home, I was responsible for cooking. Mingxi understood her implication. What about now? Has your dream changed? Xiao Dingding nodded, looked at her, and said seriously, My current dream is to become an excellent trainer. What she didn't say was that her goal was to become Mingxi's exclusive trainer. A trainer? It's quite suitable for you. Dangla is indeed one of the trainer's first-choice pets. It seems that when Xiao Dingding signed the contract, she already had a clear plan for her future career. After happily enjoying breakfast, Mingxi said goodbye to her grandmother and went to the cultural center accompanied by Xiao Dingding. The third round of competition still uses the random matching mode. This time, Mingxi was matched with another Beastmaster who had a mid-level pet. In fact, pet breeding is not easy. Ordinary Beastmasters, here specifically referring to those with ordinary family backgrounds and no background, if they want to train a primary pet to an intermediate level, it normally takes at least 1 to 2 years. What's more, some Beastmasters can only contract unhatched pet eggs because the quality of their soul keys is only 1 star. It also takes time to hatch pet eggs. Therefore, most Beastmasters around the age of 15 or 16 only have 1 primary pet. According to the information Xiao Bihua got from her colleagues, only 54 of all the contestants in the Haizhou City division have intermediate-level pets. It only accounts for 13% of the total population. From this point of view, Mingxi encountered intermediate pets in 2 of the 3 games, so his luck was definitely not good. But Mingxi accepted it well. After all, defeating a mid-level pet will give you a time reward 10 times longer than defeating a primary pet. If she wasn't worried about the late emperor's death before completing his career, she would have loved to meet a high-level pet. There are some things you just can't worry about because, according to Murphy's Law, if you worry about something happening, it's more likely to happen. In the last round of the regional elimination match, Mingxi's opponent was an E-level Beastmaster with a high-level pet. Number 69 actually bumped into number 402. What incredible luck! Number 69's Thunderbird is pretty powerful. It's no problem for her to sweep other intermediate pets. She crushed Black Sephora Japonica in the last match. I thought she would definitely qualify from the regional competition, but she unexpectedly ran into number 402. Humph! It's finally number 69's turn to be in trouble, right? She deserves it. Let her run wild. Chapter 032 Mingxi vs. Gu Xingxi. I don't know if it's because the Thunderbird is such a special creature, or because Mingxi has performed well in the past 2 days, but contestant number 69 has attracted quite a bit of attention from the audience. So soon many viewers noticed Mingxi's matching situation. Some people felt sorry for her, while others began to gloat over her misfortune. Xiao Dingding happened to be sitting not far from the boy who said Mingxi deserved it. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she glared at the man with an unfriendly look. I was wondering if you know how to talk. Why are you so angry? Oh, it's you, the Beastmaster of Kurisuki Aoi. No wonder you speak so sarcastically. It turns out you are the defeated opponent of number 69. Although Xiao Dingding looks delicate and weak, her personality is more like her mother's. She is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, and she has more sharpness than her mother, which is only found in young people. The boy seemed not to have expected to be confronted. His face suddenly turned dark, and he glared at Xiao Dingding. When he saw her pretty face, his gaze narrowed a little, but the anger on his face was still there. Humph, so what if I lost to her? She's not much stronger than me. If she meets number 402, she'll have the same ending as me. When the audience nearby heard the conversation between the two and compared the images of the boy and girl, some people immediately chose to stand on Xiao Dingding's side. Hey, classmate, how can this be the same? Number 69 is just unlucky, but you are just lacking in strength. That's right. You and number 69 are both mid-level pets. But you were beaten so badly this morning. It seems that you couldn't even last 3 minutes. And he is facing a high-level pet this round. The ending may be the same as yours, but he is still honorable even though he lost. Why bother? If you can't stand losing, why bother to participate in the trials? The Beastmaster of Haiki Huai was almost bullied to death. These people must have seen that other girls are pretty and said that on purpose to please them. A bunch of scum who are lustful for beauty. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ha, luck is also a part of strength. Number 69 is just not as good as number 402. When it comes to pet battles, being bad is the original sin." That's true. Everyone agreed silently. At this time, Xiao Dingding spoke again. The game hasn't even started yet, so it's not certain who will win or lose. No matter what, she believes in Sister Mingxi. The boy sneered, his tone extremely disdainful. You don't think that number 69 can beat number 402? So what? Now even the people who had been speaking for Xiao Dingding just now shook their heads, obviously not agreeing with what Xiao Dingding said. The difference between intermediate pets and advanced pets is not only in characteristics and skills, but also in energy. Just like a mid-level pet can easily kill a primary pet in seconds. When a mid-level pet encounters a high-level pet, it will basically be killed instantly. The gap between the two sides is too big. There's no comparison. What's more, number 402's advanced pet is a bone spirit. He's quite good-looking, but unfortunately his brain is not very good. The boy curled his lips and turned away with an expression that said, "I won't bother with an idiot." Although Xiao Dingding was despised, she did not get angry anymore. She just believed in Sister Mingxi. So what? So what if they were high-level pets? Why were everyone so sure that Sister Mingxi and Jin Yuanbao would lose before the competition even started? Until the results come out, everything is possible. Mingxi didn't know that Xiao Dingding had just had a brief conflict with a stranger because of her. She was now watching her opponent walk onto the playing field with a serious expression. Number 402, because he is one of the only two E-level Beastmasters in the Haizhou City Division competition who has a high-level pet, his information was dug out yesterday. Number 402's real name is Gu Xingxi, a native of the neighboring city of Yuejia. He is 16 years and 11 months old, which just meets the requirements for participating in the Chongan Cup. He has a high-level ghost-type pet, Bone Spirit, and a grass-type primary pet, Eight-Eyed Grass. Mingxi certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to think that Gu Xingxi would send out Bamukeo to compete with Jin Yuanbao in the next 1v1 battle. Jin Yuanbao's opponent could only be that high-level ghost pet, Bone Spirit. Both Beast Masters, get ready. The whistle sounded, and the white pet space and the red pet space appeared on both sides of the venue at the same time. The pets of both sides are in place. In sharp contrast to the golden Thunderbird is the gray-white extraordinary creature opposite it. Bone Ghost is less than 1 meter tall, with grayish-white skin all over, a pair of long, pointed, drooping ears on both sides of his head, and fluffy hair of the same color as his skin. Only his pupils are an unusually milky white. Overall, he looks a bit like a 7 or 8-year-old child, and even a little cute. If only it didn't turn into a pale skeleton from time to time. The Bone Spirit is the third stage evolved form of the primary pet, Netherbone Demon. Gu Xingxi dared to contract the Netherworld Bone Demon for his first pet. To be honest, Mingxi admired him from the bottom of her heart. Even though the Netherbone Demon belongs to the Ghost system, one of the 4 major superpower systems. The 4 types of pets, namely Ghost, Demon, Fairy, and Angel, are collectively referred to as the 4 major superpower systems due to the particularity of their attributes and races. Because they control superpowers such as light, darkness, time, and space. As a Ghost-type pet, the Netherbone Demon is equivalent to an aristocrat among pets compared to pets other than the 4 major superpower types and dragon types. But there are also high and low levels of nobility. Just like how people generally prefer the angel type and stay away from the devil type, the ghost type is also not very popular. Especially pets with special habits like the Netherbone Demon. The Netherbone Demon race needs to grow by eating a large number of animal skeletons. This is the key point. Even in the interstellar world, humans have not been able to escape the category of mammals. So human corpses are naturally on the gourmet menu of the Netherbone Demon. And it is said that the food is a feast for the gluttons. Not only that, in each subsequent stage of evolution of the Netherbone Demon, it needs to absorb the complete remains of a member of the same species in order to successfully complete the evolution. Ordinary Beastmasters really can't stand such a heavy taste habit. Anyway, if Mingxi had a choice, she would never contract a pet with such abnormal growth and evolution conditions. That's why she said she admired Gu Xingxi. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao also showed a rare nervous and serious expression, and it was obvious that he also realized that the opponent in this battle was not simple. Holy child, hide yourself. Gu Xingxi spoke in a light tone, and his expression was very calm. After he came on stage, he didn't even look at Mingxi and Lei Moniao. The clouds were light, the breeze was light, and the arrogance was detached from the world, making Mingxi feel like a tiny ant. Of course, others do have the right to have their eyes on top of their heads. Invisibility is the racial innate skill of ghost pets. In addition, ghost pets have a racial talent characteristic, which is floating. In other words, ghost pets can float in the air like flying pets, but they do not have the speed of flying pets. Chapter 0:33 Thunderbird vs. Bone Spirit. But with the help of stealth skills, ghost pets can approach the opponent silently without being noticed. He is definitely a talented assassin. Soon, the figure of Gu Mingling disappeared from Mingxi's sight. She didn't panic, nor did she give any orders. Let the gold ingots fly aimlessly and at a constant speed in the competition venue. Time passed minute by minute, and when the audience in the auditorium became impatient with this meaningless waiting, a faint blue light flickered in the air. Mingxi did not hesitate any longer. Chasing the wind. Thunder. The speed of the gold ingot instantly soared to the limit, like a golden lightning flying past quickly. At 6 o'clock, golden feather whirlwind. Jin Yuanbao hummed softly. A golden whirlwind arose, quickly sweeping towards the bone ghost spirit, whose figure was passively revealed not far away due to the launch of an attack skill. Dark trap. Gu Xingxi frowned slightly and gave another order. In the blink of an eye, a huge black hole appeared in front of the bone spirit, instantly swallowing up the feather blade whirlwind that was about to sweep over it. Mingxi sighed secretly. As expected of a high-level pet, it can use high-level skills like Dark Trap with ease. As the black hole disappeared, the bone ghost spirit also disappeared again. Mingxi and Jin Yuanbao were at a loss again. In the first round of confrontation, the two sides ended in a draw and neither side gained the upper hand. Because it is the last elimination round of the regional competition, the number of venues for simultaneous competition has been reduced to 4, and the match between Mingxi and Gu Xingxi is definitely the most watched one. The vast majority of the audience is paying attention to them. Number 69 is pretty good. He wasn't killed instantly. The speed of the Thunderbird still has a slight advantage. The Wind Chaser just now used it very well. In fact, as long as its Beast Master has good eyesight and is focused enough, and gives timely warnings when the Bone Spirit launches an attack, it should be no problem to successfully avoid the opponent's attack. We can't just keep dodging, right? The energy levels of both sides are not even on the same level. So it all depends on how long the Thunderbird can hold out. Number 69 will definitely lose in the end. The audience's pessimism obviously has no effect on Mingxi. She was highly focused at this moment. Chasing the wind. Thunderball. Shadow Blade. After several rounds of attack and defense and attack, both sides still made no progress. No one expected that this battle would develop into a tug of war. It's been about 10 minutes now, right? The pets of both sides haven't lost a single hair. Interesting. Beastmaster number 69 has a strong ability to grasp the timing. If her command was delayed by a second or half, the Thunderbird might have been killed instantly. It is remarkable that she can delay it for so long. It's just a dying struggle. The energy gap between the Thunderbird and the Bone Nether Spirit is there. If this drags on, the Thunderbird's energy will be exhausted sooner or later. At that time, it will just be at the mercy of the Bone Nether Spirit. Having said that, it's pretty good that number 69 has lasted this long. Yes, the 3 players who encountered number 402 were basically killed instantly. One of the Beast Masters sent out a mid-level pet, but it didn't last even half a minute. In comparison, number 69 has performed very well. Stop arguing and focus on the game. The winner should be out soon. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, the flying speed of the Thunderbird slowed down significantly, but it still held on without showing any signs of fatigue. Gu Xingxi squinted his eyes and looked at the girl opposite from afar, and keenly caught the fleeting nervousness on the other's face. Gu Xingxi had actually not expected that he would be held up for so long by an F-level beast tamer in a small regional competition. He admitted that the other Beast Master's performance was quite remarkable, as he was able to make the Thunderbird survive so many moves at the hands of his Bone Nether Spirit. But that's it. It's time to get rid of the other party once and for all. Gu Xingxi narrowed his narrow eyes slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Holy child, evil miasma. The words fell. The Bone Ghost Spirit appeared and floated 2 meters behind the Thunder Demon Bird. I saw it open its little mouth and spew out a large cloud of light black smoke, which quickly spread in all directions. Evil Miasma, a mid-level ghost skill, releases ghost power to transform into miasma, which can slow down the enemy's movements. It is somewhat similar to the skills of poison-type pets, but it is indeed a ghost-type skill. Mingxi frowned slightly and was ready for battle. Thunder. Although Evil Obstacle is only a mid-level skill, it has an absolute validity that is extremely rare. Any pet, regardless of level, that inhales a little miasma will be immediately affected by this skill. At this time, the flying speed of the gold ingot will obviously become slower as the miasma dissipates. But it did not die down. The figure of Gu Mingling was reflected in the blood-red pupils, and his eyes were extremely firm and persistent, as if there were blazing flames jumping in them. It stretched its wings hard and activated the wind-chasing skill at the same time. The skill characteristics quickly made up for the slow movement caused by the obstacle. Mingxi's eyes lit up. Now! Upon hearing the order, Jin Yuanbao immediately flew into the air, facing the direction of the bone spirit, and sprayed out lightning balls as big as basketballs through the miasma that had not yet dissipated. The lightning ball first encountered the miasma, cutting through the air and flashing purple-black flames. Boom! 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 Sonic booms sounded one after another. Don't think that miasma will explode when it encounters open flames. Generally, an explosion is only possible in a miasma environment containing methane and a high oxygen content. The miasma released by ghost pets most likely has no explosive boosting effect, but it will still affect the power of the lightning ball when it explodes to some extent. More importantly, the spreading miasma has a two-way impact on vision. Because of the miasma, Gu Mingling couldn't see clearly what Jin Yuanbao was doing. But Jin Yuanbao was scheming without any real intention. Last night, they had anticipated that they would encounter number 402, so they had fought against him many times in the simulation room. Mingxi had specially noted down the skills used by this bone spirit. Even the skills it might master were predicted and sorted out. The extraordinary creatures simulated in the simulation room are not cold, rigid, and inflexible machines. The settings can only limit their levels, skills, and characteristics, but in battle, their combat rhythm, habits, and style are all controlled by another intelligent combat system in the realm of time. Anyway, it will never be easier than a battle where a beast master is in command of the overall situation. So today he really ran into number 402. Although it was beyond his expectations, Mingxi was not unprepared. What they are waiting for is the bone spirit to use the evil miasma. With the floating speed of the bone spirit, as long as it controls the critical moment, even if Gu Xingxi reacts in time to remind it, it will be difficult for it to avoid Jin Yuanbao's lightning ball. The situation was just as Mingxi had expected. Bone Nether. The bone nether spirit screamed in pain. All this happened in a flash. Gu Xingxi was too confident that the evil miasma was absolutely established, so he failed to give orders in time. By the time he reacted, the bone ghost spirit had been hit continuously by lightning balls. Chapter 034 Shadow Trick. The bone ghost could no longer keep floating and fell to the ground in a mess. It was not in good condition at this time. Its skin was blown black and its fluffy hair curled up and turned into charcoal. Moreover, the skeleton form appears more and more frequently, which usually means that the injury is not light. Most ghost pets are fragile and may be seriously injured if hit. This is also the most fatal weakness of the ghost system. No one expected that in this battle, with a huge disparity in strength, the first person to be injured would be Gu Mingling, who was in the advantageous position. The audience's roar was even louder than before. What's going on? Why isn't the Thunderbird affected by the ghost miasma? You are blind. How could it not be affected? It was affected, but not seriously. Moreover, it was quickly connected with the chasing wind, so it looked like the miasma had lost its effect. This shouldn't be the case. How could a normal intermediate pet escape the influence of the miasma so easily? I guess this Thunderbird may have the characteristics of Akalanatha. Akalanatha? Is he the one who can maintain a firm will no matter what happens when in combat? Yes, that's it. That's possible. The characteristics of Akala are most effective against this type of confusing and controlling skills. It seems that this Thunderbird has a pretty good talent. No matter how good your talent is, if your pet can't evolve, it will just die like this. Watching the excitement from the sidelines, the battle on the field has entered a fierce stage. Seeing his pet injured, Gu Xingxi was shocked and angry. His holy child was actually injured by a mid-level pet that didn't even have a chance to evolve. A great shame and humiliation. Gu Xingxi took a deep breath and finally stopped looking down on his opponent. He gave the order with a serious face. Shadow Trick. Mingxi was startled when he heard the other party's order and immediately shouted, Jin Yuanbao, hurry up and finish off the enemy. But it was too late after all. On the field, the bone ghost spirit supported his shaky body with his short toes raised. The shadows beneath him quickly expanded and grew taller, transforming into towering trees. In a moment, the Thunderbird was in a magical forest built specifically for it, trapping it firmly. Shadow Tricks. This bone ghost can actually perform shadow tricks. Wrong decision. Gu Xingxi also has a sharp killer weapon hidden. Shadow Trick, a high-level ghost skill, manipulates one's own shadow to create various illusions. These illusions can be animals, people, props, scenes, etc. Illusions can not only be used to confuse and deceive the enemy, causing them to fall into chaos and confusion, but can also be used to attack and hurt the enemy invisibly. Once you have mastered the shadow trick to the level you want, you can materialize the shadow illusion. Let me put it this way. If the status of Lightning Storm in the high-level lightning skills is compared to Romani Kandi in Red Wine, then Shadow Trick is the La Fight in the high-level ghost skills. Now the La Fight is full. She couldn't even have the appetizer. Even though Jin Yuanbao was not completely deceived by the illusion because of Akalanatha and was barely able to stay awake, don't forget that Shadow Trick is not a simple control skill. The illusion it creates can be used for attack. Every leaf and every branch constructed by the shadow illusion is a powerful weapon to attack the gold ingots. Even though they are limited by skill proficiency, these attacks do not actually cause much damage to gold ingots. But an iron rod can be ground into a needle. With the level of the bone ghost spirit, it can grind the gold ingot to death. Mingxi looked at Jin Yuanbao with some heartache, as his feathers were flying all over the place, but he didn't make a sound. There was no rush for Jin Yuanbao to fight back. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she is trapped by the shadow trick, and most of her skills are a pure waste of energy. What is attacked are shadow illusions, which have no effect on the real body. Gu Xingxi's bone ghost spirit was indeed well trained. With the addition of the shadow trick, it now had 2 high-level skills, especially the shadow trick, which is almost unsolvable for the current Jin Yuanbao. Mingxi was a little confused. Is this really the end? This is a competition worth 50,000 star coins. If she loses like this, she will suffer a huge loss. 50,000 is enough to pay off a quarter of her debt. But if the stalemate continues, Jin Yuanbao's injuries will only get more serious, and he will lose sooner or later. But she doesn't want to lose. Jin Yuanbao definitely doesn't want to either. What to do? There is only one way to break the skill lock of Shadow Trick, and that is to injure the caster. Given the bone spirit's fragile skin, it can be killed directly with just one more wing slash. But the bone spirit had already hidden in the illusionary forest it had created. Not to mention Jin Yuanbao, who was in the illusion. Even Mingxi, who was standing in the outer command console, could not be found. Unless it is a full field coverage skill, the possibility of finding its main body in a forest and hitting it accurately is infinitely close to 0. But unfortunately, Jin Yuanbao does not have a group skill that covers the entire field. Mingxi even wanted to pull her hair. It's not that she can't accept the result of losing. She just can't accept losing before she even performs well. Not reconciled. I am so unwilling. Jin Yuanbao seemed to feel her strong, emotional fluctuations, and his bright red eyes looked towards her. Lele. Yes, it is not willing to give up either. He's just a little brat. How could I lose to such a fellow? At this moment, a ball of purple lightning energy suddenly appeared around Jin Yuanbao, who was bleeding from being beaten by the tree branches, and the energy ball expanded outward at a very fast speed, until the diameter of the energy ball reaches 5 meters. The energy ball exploded with a loud bang, and in an instant, purple arcs of electricity ran all over the field. Mingxi's eyes widened. Isn't this lightning radiation? Jin Yuanbao learned about lightning radiation. It only practiced for a short time last night, and it learned it? When did this happen? It was clearly not there when I came out of the realm of time last night. So it awakened during the battle? What kind of genius pet is this? Mingxi's CPU burned like crazy for 0.03 seconds before she forced herself to calm down. Even though I was spinning in circles excitedly in my head, the reality was as calm as an emotionless shark. Still in the game. If you want kisses, hugs, and lifts, you have to wait until the game is over. The lightning radiation covered the entire field, and the hiding bone ghost was caught off guard and was electrocuted, causing waves to scream. It had already been badly injured and was barely holding on to its shadow trick. Now it was hit by the lightning radiation, and its skill was instantly interrupted. The illusion of the forest quickly collapsed, exposing itself completely. If not now, when? Get close to it, wing slash. Hide quickly. Mingxi and Gu Xingxi shouted almost at the same time. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao has also successfully locked onto his opponent, and the fighting spirit in his eyes is as strong as fire. Chapter 035 Qualifying for the Regional Tournament. The excited and nervous audience saw a golden light passing across the field. In the blink of an eye, the scarred Thunderbird appeared not far from the bone spirit, as fast as lightning, as if teleporting. The wings formed a sharp knife, slashing down fiercely like a ghost. Bone Spirit screamed on the spot, and finally couldn't hold on any longer and died completely. The referee blew the whistle. It is detected that the Master's Thunderbird has surpassed the level of the high-level pet bone ghost spirit, and the reward is 100 minutes of training at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Hall. Hearing Guangguang's prompt, Mingxi excitedly exclaimed, "Oh wow. Defeating a high-level pet actually rewards you with 100 minutes. Get rich. Remaining bonus time, 163 minutes. The bone spirit is incapable of fighting. The winner is number 69. Two voices sounded one after the other. The former's voice was still cold and mechanical, without any ups and downs. The veteran referee, who always had a cold voice and a calm mind, now had a slight tremor in his voice, revealing his inner unrest. Don't blame him for being unprofessional. There is absolutely no question about his professionalism. The problem is the result of this game. It was so unexpected. It is not uncommon for the weak to defeat the strong, but it is relatively rare for the process to be as tortuous and the reversal to be so unexpected as today's. What's even more rare is that the two beastmasters fighting against each other are both minors. Both of them showed a talent for taming beasts that surpassed their peers. Number 402 was able to train his pet to a high level at such a young age, and also taught it two or even more high-level skills. His excellence was beyond doubt, but his shortcomings are equally obvious. The biggest problem is that the Beastmaster himself is too proud and complacent. Underestimating the enemy is always a taboo in battle. In contrast to him, number 69's performance was amazing. She commanded the entire battle with confidence, and even when she was at a disadvantage, she remained calm and did not give random commands that would have wasted the pet's energy. It is no exaggeration to say that every command given by number 69 was just right. What's even more rare is her ability to control the situation, which is already hinted at the style of a professional beastmaster. It can be said that in this pet battle, it was not Bone Mingling who lost to the Thunder Demon Bird, but Gu Xingxi who lost to Mingxi. The referee looked at the little girl with a very obscure look. He sighed secretly. Number 69 is good in every way, except that he had the bad luck to have a contract with a Thunderbird. I don't know what her parents were thinking. They actually let their child contract a pet beast whose evolutionary chain was broken. Don't they know how important a beastmaster's first pet is? The child had such great talent, but it was ruined by his unreliable parents. Mingxi had no idea about the referee's rich inner world at the moment. Otherwise, she would have made a few rebuttals. Especially in terms of the credit for this victory, her command could only account for 20% at most. If Jin Yuanbao had not learned lightning radiation at the last moment, she would have lost 99% of the time. Therefore, the biggest contribution goes to gold ingots, which account for at least 50%. The remaining 30% is naturally due to the realm of time. If there were no simulation training room, it would not be easy for them to win this game. At this moment, after a brief silence, the audience finally erupted with the most intense noise since the start of the regional competition. Winner, number 69, actually won. What a shocking reversal. The underdog defeated the strong, turning the tables against the odds. This move by number 69 is amazing. Oh my god, number 402 actually lost. I thought he had already secured a spot in the secret area, but he died before he could even start. This is too tragic. Number 402 is just too arrogant. He thinks he is invincible just because he has a high-level pet. He underestimates his opponents in the competition. It is only a matter of time before he fails. So, there is only one high-level pet left in our Haijo division? So the Thunderbird is so awesome. If I hadn't known that the Thunderbird couldn't evolve to the next stage, I would have wanted to contract a golden feathered bird and have it evolve into a Thunderbird. Who just said that number 69 would lose sooner or later? If you have the guts, come out and say it again. Brother, it seems like you said it yourself. Xiao Dingding was so excited that her cheeks turned red. Even though she knew Mingxi couldn't see her below, she still waved at her excitedly. Sister Mingxi really won. Winner. She successfully obtained a qualifying spot. In her excitement, Xiao Dingding couldn't help but look at the boy who had previously mocked Mingxi's arrogance and her stupidity, but she didn't know when that seat was empty. She curled her lips and cursed inwardly. You run pretty fast. Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief after successfully getting the qualifying spot. Don't be fooled by her arrogant look, as if she could remain calm even if the sky collapsed. In fact, the string called Poor Ghost in her brain was always taut. That's 50,000 star coins. She will feel really bad if she loses. It's at least the kind of discomfort that makes you unable to eat for several days. Congratulations to everyone for qualifying from the Haijo City Division competition. According to the arrangements of the head office, we will arrange a special car to take everyone to Hanning City at 4:30 p.m. next Thursday. Please gather at the Cultural Center on time. The regional competition came to an end, and the main person in charge of the Haizhou City regional competition met with the 26 qualified players. Of course, I also know that some of the players are not from our Haizhou City, and it is not convenient for them to leave from here, so you need to go to Hanning on your own. You must arrive at the Hanning Workers Stadium before 8 o'clock next Friday, which is April 26th, to complete the sign-in and registration. Did everyone understand? The contestants nodded. Next, the person in charge briefly explained to them the competition mechanism of the Hanning Joint Competition Area. The Hanning Joint Competition Area is divided into 3 days. The first 2 rounds will still use the loser elimination system to determine the top 60. Then the 60 players are randomly divided into 4 groups, and a round-robin points competition is carried out within the groups. The top 5 players in the group points will receive a card to enter the Chongan Secret Land. According to previous trials, the internal trials only need to decide these 20 candidates, but your situation is special this time. Mingxi blinked. What's so special about it? To celebrate the 250th anniversary of the establishment of our Chongheng group, the group has prepared 3 additional prizes as rewards for the top 3 winners of this year's selection. The crowd was slightly agitated, but they were able to control themselves. So the 4 people who get the highest points in each group on the last day will still have to compete in the semifinals and finals. Hearing this, the boys became more excited, with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Mr. Ding, do you know what the rewards are? Someone asked impatiently. Mingxi, who was standing at the back of the crowd, also pricked up her ears. President Ding did not keep the secret and said, the 3rd-place prize is a 2-month unlimited supply voucher for the pet energy recovery potion produced by our Chongan group. Chapter 036 changes. Mingxi's eyes suddenly lit up like a 300-watt light bulb. Energy recovery potion. 2 months of unlimited supply. Which wealthy boss did this? How thoughtful. She said she really wanted it. Her Jin Yuanbao is still drinking the cheapest nutritional potion miserably. Mingxi's original goal was very simple, which was to get into the top 20. Now she holds a magic wand and transforms. Her goal now is to not be a dog until she gets 3rd place. The 2nd-place prize is a high-level skill stone tailored for your pet. At this moment, everyone's eyes became bright searchlights, shining brightly. High-level skill stone. It's actually a high-level skill stone. What a big deal from Chongheng Group. Skill stones are rare items that cannot be bought even with money. Even the skill stones for basic skills are in short supply, not to mention the high-level skill stones. At this moment, almost everyone was moved. Mingxi's eye light bulb was also replaced with a 1,000-watt one, which was so bright that it was unbearable to look at. With a wave of her magic wand, she double transformed again. The runner-up is the runner-up, and the reward is indeed more attractive. After all, energy potions can be bought with money, and Jin Yuanbao is almost accustomed to drinking cheap nutritional supplements, so it shouldn't be a big problem whether there are energy potions or not. But high-level skill stones tailor-made for you are hard to come by. Mingxi secretly clenched his fists and set a goal for himself, to maintain the 3rd place and strive for the 2nd place. There are always traces of women's fickleness. Mingxi's goals soon changed again, because Mr. Ding said, as for the championship reward. He paused, then smiled as he scanned the 26 young and immature faces in front of him. It's a 5 cubic meter space button. The whole audience was silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to disappear. With the advancement of technology, space compression and folding technology is constantly improving, but storage props such as space buttons are still in short supply in the commodity circulation market. It is almost only circulated among the rich and powerful beastmasters. Mingxi's heart was beating fast with excitement, and she looked at the bald Mr. Ding as if she was looking at the man of her dreams. It was so passionate and so sincere. This championship must be mine. She has traveled through time, so how could she not have the standard storage space? Jin Yuanbao, who was squatting on her shoulder, looked at her silently. Woman, your name is Suabian. Upon learning that Mingxi had successfully stood out in the regional competition and successfully obtained a place in the qualifying round, Ruan Qinghe was so happy that he prayed several times. Ancestors may bless you. She specially prepared a large table of delicious food and invited Xiao Bihua and her daughter to her home to celebrate for Mingxi together. It just so happened that Xiao Bihua had just completed the divorce procedures with Zhang Cheng and once again left the group of married women. Everyone was very happy. That night, Mingxi ate so much that his belly was full and the food came to his throat. She vaguely saw her grandmother waving a handkerchief and calling her. There are risks in eating and drinking too much. After swallowing 3 digestive tablets, Mingxi felt a little better. Grandma's summons is so terrifying. 9 o'clock. The realm of time is open for business, as usual. Jin Yuanbao. How about you come and draw today? Lei. Jin Yuanbao was a little conflicted, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally refused. Forget it, luck is not important. I only care about strength, so you come. Mingxi was surprised. Was her deception so successful? Could it be that she has the potential to become a PUA master? Pretty girl touches her chin. In the end, of course, Mingxi was still in charge of the turntable. He won the game today, and his luck was particularly good. I drew 36 hours again. Let's work hard. Today, Mingxi took the Thunderbird to the testing room first, and sure enough, there was a new skill called lightning radiation in the skill column of the test form. Jin Yuanbao, you are amazing. You are worthy of your S+ talent. With this incredible learning ability, even the skill stones have to retreat a bit. This kid is really thrifty. Lei. It's just a mid-level skill. Once I learn Thunder and Lightning Storm, you can praise me later. Mingxi, is this modesty? Or is this humility? Okay, let's start today's training. After doing 300 one-handed push-ups, Mingxi felt refreshed. The body itself was very thin, and due to overwork, malnutrition, irregular work and rest, etc., she was still somewhat underdeveloped. After Mingxi came here, she quit her job and spent a lot of money on food because she would never let herself suffer any loss. Coupled with scientific and reasonable exercise, her body was like dying weeds, which were nourished and replenished by the rain and quickly grew tall and strong. However, in less than 20 days, Mingxi gave people the feeling that he had become a different person. The collagen that belongs to young, beautiful girls is revived on her face, and the skin on her cheeks is white, tender, and flawless, revealing a healthy and plump, rosy complexion. Her eyes are bright and lively, sparkling with wisdom and spirituality, like a pool of clear spring water, making people want to sink into it. Her lips are red and elastic, and when they are slightly raised, there is a hint of mischief and a hint of calmness, which is contradictory but not abrupt. Her figure is still a little thin, but she no longer gives people the feeling of being like Lin Daiyu who would fall down if the wind blows. Instead, she looks more delicate and cute. The only thing that hasn't changed much is her hair. The original owner cut her long hair last year to make it easier for work and take care of her grandmother. I now have a bob cut that reaches my neck. My hair is dry, frizzy, and a little yellowish. But hair care is a long-term and patient job, and it cannot be repaired in a short time. There's no use in being anxious, unless Mingxi is willing to wear a wig. In terms of appearance, Mingxi has always adhered to the policy of being lenient to oneself and strict with others. She can be beautiful without being noticeable, and this problem can be solved by looking in the mirror less often, so it is not important. But it's not okay if someone is ugly in front of her eyes. Who will be responsible if she gets a sty? Don't I have to spend star coins to pay for medical expenses? Cough. Off topic. Mingxi stood up from the floor and did a few simple stretching exercises to stretch his muscles and slow down his breathing. His sight penetrated the glass partition not far away and looked at Jin Yuanbao, who was fleeing in a panic under the attack of Momo, who was electrocuted. In order to learn about thunder and lightning storms, Jin Yuanbao has been competing with his thunder and lightning pet beast these days. If there are 48 hours in a day, then it is struck by lightning for at least 12 hours. It believes that it is easier for it to understand the true meaning of thunder and lightning storms by experiencing the powerful power of thunder and lightning storms in person. The pet beast had its own ideas and did not avoid other training. Naturally, Mingxi would not have any objections. Because this training method did not require her to direct, she felt at ease and handed over this arduous special training job to Guangguang. Make time for yourself to exercise. The results are quite remarkable. She felt that she was not far away from E-level physical fitness. Chapter 037 Take You Somewhere. 13 minutes left. She glanced at the light sign above Jin Yuanbao's head. Seeing Jin Yuanbao twitching and falling to the ground under the 100,000 volts that shocked Momo, she walked over and stopped today's training. What's wrong with you? She asked Jin Yuanbao, who had been drooping his feathers and looking unhappy since he flew out of the training room. Lei. Still haven't learned about thunder and lightning storms. It feels like something is missing, which makes me feel really uncomfortable. In the past few days, it has been defeated repeatedly in the training room, but it has fought again and again. Combined with the theoretical analysis of its own Beastmaster, it has more or less figured out some tricks of lightning storms. But there is always something missing. Mingxi understood. Jin Yuanbao now feels as if you really want to poop, and you can already feel that your intestines are eager to do so, but the shit is stuck in your butthole, and you can't poop out. How can it not be uncomfortable? Sometimes the grain cycle is just so unreasonable. But in fact, just one enema can solve your constipation problem. What Jin Yuanbao needs now is such a special effect enema. Of course, such a vulgar metaphor could not be used with Jin Yuanbao. Mingxi thought about it. How about this? I'll take you somewhere tomorrow. A few days ago, the police station transferred the reward for bravery into her account, a total of 18,000 star coins. It instantly brought new vitality to her tight life. As soon as Mingxi received the bonus, he paid off all the tuition and miscellaneous fees he owed to the school and finally had more than 14,000 yuan left. Adding her own account balance, the total is 17,302 star coins. 5,000 was given to grandma as living expenses for the family, and 5,000 was used to buy energy pills and supplementary medicines for Jin Yuanbao. So she now has 7,300 star coins left. That should be enough for a trip to that place. Jin Yuanbao raised his eyelids and looked at her with a puzzled look. Lele, aren't they going to set off for Hanning City tomorrow? Tomorrow is April 25th, Thursday. Originally, Mingxi planned to rush to the cultural center to gather after the afternoon class. Their school was not far from the cultural center, and they should be able to arrive before 4:30. But now plans have changed. It doesn't matter. We don't have to follow the main force. Lele, where is that place? Mingxi smiled brightly. You'll know when the time comes. Because she was not planning to follow the main force, Mingxi immediately contacted the staff of Chongan Group and told them not to wait for her tomorrow, as she would set off for Hanning City on her own. No one asked the reason. The next day, Mingxi prepared the things he would take with him on his long journey early. He didn't have much luggage, just a small mountaineering bag that could be carried, pulled, and backed. Farewell to the old lady who worried about son Zinke Yanli's grandmother. After temporarily leaving her backpack with the security guard, Mingxi continued to carry her cartoon backpack and completed the day's study and training as usual. Except for the class teacher Xiaobai, no one knew that Mingxi had participated in the internal selection competition of Chongan Group and had successfully obtained a place in the sub-competition area. She only took one day off Friday. If she didn't get the secret card, she would have to rush back to Haizhou City overnight on the 28th, the day the competition ended. After all, how can a loser have the nerve to skip class? Mingxi was going to Qingyan City, which belonged to Huizhou province in the Jianghuai region. The travel guide said that it was a beautiful city. She left Haizhou City at 4:30, took the Ta 113 express train, and arrived in Qingyan City at around 10 o'clock. This means she needs to enter the world of time on the train. Although Guang Guang clearly stated that other people and extraordinary creatures could never see the realm of time, it was still a bit strange that the pet space appeared on its own without any seals in the quiet train running late at night. It would be fine if no one noticed it, but if someone noticed it, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't be taken away for sliced up. You should know that this is not only a world of beast taming, but also a high-tech interstellar world. Slicing risk up. So as soon as 8:50 passed, she went to the toilet in the carriage to pee. I don't know if it's because toilets have some kind of unlucky debuff, or if the noble toilet god intends to punish those who occupy the toilet but don't take a shit. Mingxi unexpectedly went bankrupt that night and drew 6 hours for the first time. Lele, don't be discouraged. This is the best arrangement of fate. Jin Yuanbao patted her shoulder with his wings, with an expression that said, I understand everything. You don't need to explain. Explanation is just covering up, and covering up is disrespecting me. Mingxi, this kind of unspeakable pain can probably only be understood by Hong Kong football fans. Considering that the competition will be held tomorrow, Mingxi asked Jin Yuanbao to undergo a comprehensive test before leaving the realm of time. Thunderbird. Age, 206 days. Level, intermediate, 77 days of evolution. Gender male. Attributes, flying lightning. Energy peak, 6,026. Energy average, 5813. Talent, S+. Feature 1, thunderous. Skills, wine chaser, 27% for minor mastery. Claw attack, 80% for beginners. Golden feather whirlwind, 4% for minor mastery. Lightning repellent, 77% for beginners. Wing slash, 75% for beginners. Thunderball, 76% for beginners. Thunderbird, 29% for beginners. Lightning radiation, 94% for beginners. Except for tonight, when Mingxi's luck was affected by the toilet god and she suffered a big setback. She had suffered consecutive critical hits in the previous 4 nights, and the worst was 24 hours. Therefore, the training effect of these 5 days is particularly outstanding. Apart from the fact that the characteristics have not changed much, the energy value and skill proficiency have improved by leaps and bounds. The Golden Feather Whirlwind was successfully practiced to a small degree of success, and Wing Slash, Thunderball, and Thunderbird had also entered the entry stage. Even the lightning radiation that I just learned is just a little bit away from getting started. In order to learn lightning storms, Jin Yuanbao has used lightning radiation the most in simulated combat these days, so his proficiency in lightning radiation has increased so quickly. Mingxi had no doubt that if Jin Yuanbao could not learn Thunderstorm, his proficiency in thunder radiation would soon surpass his other skills. Bang! Bang! Mingxi and Jin Yuanbao had just come out of the realm of time when they heard the toilet door being slapped. Whoever's in there, have you fucking shit in there? How fucking long have you been in there? Damn it, get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking the door. Lele. Jin Yuanbao shook his feathers, his bloodshot eyes filled with deep disgust. The humans outside are swearing really badly. Mingxi thought, isn't it? He always talks about his mother. Mama's boy. Worst review in the universe. Even extraordinary creatures know how to be well-mannered and polite, but some people's qualities are inseparable from their mothers. A child without a mother is indeed a weed. Mingxi ignored the increasingly harsh cursing outside. After the pet space returned to her sea of consciousness, she calmly washed her hands, opened the wet wipe she carried with her, and began to wipe the sweat off her body. Chapter 038 Lenki Villa. The time I got tonight was too short, and I spent most of it on training and didn't have time to go to the bathroom to wash. Going into the toilet feeling refreshed and leaving drenched in sweat is something that anyone who has received a higher level of adult education would have misunderstood. Bang! 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 The people outside have gone from banging on the door to smashing it. The noise was so loud that the flight attendant quickly arrived and stopped the violent behavior of the man outside. Guest, what are you doing? Your behavior has affected other passengers. The female voice was gentle, but with a hint of anger. The man was still arrogant. Fuck you. I don't know if the person inside is a dung beetle that has turned into a spirit. He has been occupying the toilet and won't come out. I'm about to pee up to my belly button. Why don't you just break the door and pee here? The attendant took a deep breath and smiled. Sir, we suggest you go to the restroom in another carriage. It's empty there. I just like this room. What's your fucking business? Mingxi finally couldn't bear it anymore. He crumpled up the wet wipes and threw them into the trash can, then quickly opened the toilet door. The two people outside were stunned and looked at her at the same time. At the same time, I also saw the gold ingots on her shoulders. Mingxi narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Her gaze lingered on the man for a moment, and soon she showed doubts and muttered in a low voice. You have a toilet on your body, so why are you fighting with us humans for the right to use the toilet? It's really weird. The low voice here refers to a deep, elegant, and powerful voice. Neither the man nor the flight attendant understood at first, and both looked clueless. It was not until Mingxi walked 2 meters away that he heard the man's angry roar behind him. You little bitch, you call me a toilet kangaroo? Mingxi turned her head and looked at the man. Huh? Aren't you a toilet kangaroo? But your mouth stinks so bad. What else could it be but a toilet kangaroo? The toilet kangaroo, the primary pet of the Zichan Empire, is famous in the world because its mouth can be transformed into a toilet bag shaped like a toilet bowl and can digest excrement. It is said that the toilets in many places in the Zichan Empire are served by the toilet kangaroo. Puff! Her expression was so innocent and serious, as if she really thought so. The flight attendant was the first to burst out laughing. This little girl speaks so funny. The man's face was blue and black and blue, all kinds of colors like a color palette. He glared at Mingxi angrily and wanted to curse at her, but looking at such a young and innocent face, he always felt that he was a person of very poor quality and even bullied a child. And this kid is actually a beast tamer. If such a young beast master had been here a few months ago, Lu Yong, go to the toilet. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in the carriage. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, the mama's boy obviously shrank his neck, just like a bear cub meeting his ruthless father. Mingxi glanced in the direction of the middle-aged man and found that he was also looking at her and Jin Yuanbao. The look in this man's eyes was a little strange, similar to the look in the toilet kangaroo youth's eyes when he saw him and Jin Yuanbao. It's like a hunter who sees a prey that interests him, but because he is old and weak, he has long lost the ability to hunt the prey, so he can only miss the prey. A hint of excitement and full of regret. What the hell? Mingxi didn't take this little episode on the train to heart. As soon as they arrived at Qingyan Station, she got off the car with Jin Yuanbao and hailed a high-speed taxi in a rare show of generosity. Master, let's go to Legong Mountain. Okay. The driver responded cheerfully, started the car, raised the body of the car, and flew towards the towering mountains where thunder could be heard in the distance. Legong Mountain is their destination this time. Legend has it that a long, long time ago, Legong Mountain was not Legong Mountain, but just an ordinary steep peak. At the highest point of this mountain lives a god-level extraordinary creature called the Thunderwater Python. One day, there was a huge thunderstorm and huge lightning struck the mountain peaks one after another. It was as if there was an immortal on the top of the mountain who was enduring a thunder tribulation. The lightning not only destroyed the Thunderwater Python's home, but also killed the Thunderwater Python. The god-level extraordinary creatures are huge in size. After the death of this thunder-absorbing water python, its bones actually turned into a huge thunder pool. What's even more amazing is that every once in a while, lightning will strike the thunder pool area, constantly replenishing the lightning energy within the thunder pool. Lele, Lele, is the legend true? Is it true that a god-level pet can be killed by lightning? Mingxi shrugged. Who knows? Anyway, the thunder pool really exists. Thunder. So you brought me here to see this forbidden area? After listening to Mingxi's introduction, Jin Yuanbao roughly understood her intention. Mingxi shook his finger and made a no gesture. What's the point of just looking? We are here to soak in the forbidden area. Because of the existence of Lei Qi, Legong Mountain has long been listed as an 8A scenic spot by the state. Lei Qi Villa was built on Legong Mountain. Lei Qi Villa is open to the public, but only accepts beast masters. Before entering the Lei Qi Villa, Mingxi felt a tingling sensation in her limbs, as if electric currents were running through her body. It doesn't hurt, but it's numb and itchy, and it's not really comfortable. Lei, such a strong lightning energy. Jin Yuanbao shouted excitedly twice, and the feathers on his head seemed to become more colorful. Mingxi sighed. The thunder pool is indeed worthy of its reputation. The outside is like this. I wonder what it will be like once you enter the thunder pool. Hello. Please show me your ID first. The beautiful receptionist on night shift bowed respectfully to Mingxi. Behind her stood a row of fighting-type pets wearing high-end custom-made clothes, creating a very oppressive feeling. Even though Mingxi had a pet animal with him, the front desk staff did not really treat Mingxi as a beastmaster. Because there have been many oolong incidents in the past where ordinary people brought their family's pets and pretended to be animal tamers and entered the villa. Therefore, the villa now has a clear rule that one must show their identity code and prove their identity as a beastmaster before entering. What's more, the little girl in front of him looked very young, and she might be just an ignorant child who was curious about what Lei Qi looked like. Good. Mingxi had read the guide in advance, so he was naturally familiar with the rules of the villa and quickly called up the information page of his personal terminal. Of course, all other information is hidden, and the only thing that can be seen at the front desk is the identity code and name column. The receptionist took a look and was slightly stunned. This kid really is a beastmaster, and he's only 14 years old. The receptionist immediately put on a professional smile. Ms. Ming, welcome to Lei Qi Villa. Would you like to stay overnight or take a dip in Lei Qi? The accommodation is definitely not available. She has to get to Hanning City before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and she can only stay in Qingyan City for 2 hours at most. Chapter 039, Is there a free bath in the mine pool? Mingxi smiled brightly. Big sister, I want to bathe in the thunder pool with my pet. The cheapest one, preferably free one. Is that okay? The thunder pool of Legong Mountain is not only for pets of lightning type, but also for beastmasters. It is said that the lightning energy in the thunder pool is very effective for human bodybuilding. So not only do beastmasters from the Zhanghuai region often come here, but many beastmasters from other places and even foreign countries also travel thousands of miles to Legong Mountain just to soak in this thunder pool. The friendly smile froze on the receptionist's always sweet face. She had just worked at Lei Qi Villa for a year, and this was the first time she met such a down-to-earth beastmaster. The cheapest is fine. It's also best if it's free. Guest, are you the one hired by Thunderwater Python to mess things up? She forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, Miss Ming. We don't have any free pools to soak in here. Little girl, your abacus beads are about to hit me in the face. Mingxi didn't give up, with an expression that said, I don't believe you. You're probably just trying to scare the poor little girl. He asked, Really? The receptionist shook his head firmly. No. Mingxi still didn't give up. She clasped her hands together and made a begging gesture. Sister, I'm really poor. My parents are gone. My family doesn't have the money to support me in raising a pet. I can only rely on myself. Please help me think about this. Don't you have any minefields that have been abandoned and in disrepair for a long time? If possible, she wouldn't want to be so stingy. But according to the guide, the average cost per person to soak in the forbidden pool for 1 hour is 5,000 star coins. If you include pets, it will definitely exceed 10,000 star coins. How much is her entire property? If you don't humble yourself and ask for help, you will end up losing everything. Compared to losing everything, she felt that asking for help was not a big problem. Anyway, she is a minor now, only 14 years old, the age of a flower bud. Some of my peers were acquitted even though there was solid evidence of killing someone in the street, and the government even provided them with free psychological comfort treatment. What does it matter if she pretends to be pitiful and begs for free food? In comparison, Buddha, God, and Guanyin Bodhisattva would definitely be more willing to forgive her. Jin Yuanbao, who was standing by, covered his eyes with his wings. It's too disgusting to watch. It's really too disgusting to watch. Front desk. She tried her best to keep smiling. I'm really sorry, Miss Ming. Our villa is not abandoned or in disrepair for a long time. In fact, the charges at Lei Chi Villa are not expensive. Compared with those rare props and super potions that cost millions, the average cost of 5,000 star coins per person for an hour in the Forbidden Pool is really not even a drop in the bucket. But as long as you can withstand the impact of lightning energy, the effect of soaking for an hour is comparable to a bottle of B-grade bodybuilding potion. A bottle of B-grade bodybuilding potion has a market price of 100,000 star coins, and you have to know how to buy it. So soaking in the Thunder Pool is definitely worth the money. The reason why the fee is so low. Firstly, it's not a place you can go whenever you want. How should I put it? It's a little bit difficult to get along with. The second reason is that their villa is directly operated by the state and is somewhat of a public welfare service. The purpose of establishing the villa is not to make money by taking advantage of the situation. All in all, the fees are really not expensive. Maybe this sister is really poor. Look at her clothes and her pitiful appearance, especially the cartoon backpack she is carrying on her back. The cartoon characters on the backpack are all peeling. He certainly doesn't look like a child from a rich family. The front desk clerk thought about it and felt a little reluctant. There are no free ones, but 2 days ago, one of our guests, Gaimi Baipo, evolved into a soldier-level Gekiato in the number 13 Thunderpool. At that time, most of its energy was consumed, and it had to wait until the next Thunder to be replenished. If you want, I can arrange for you to go to the number 13 Thunderpool. The original price is 8,000 star coins, but now I'm giving you a 50% discount using my internal employee price. Mingxi's eyes lit up, but he didn't show it. 50% off is still too expensive. You also said that most of the energy in the Thunder Pool has been consumed, which means that its value is less than half of its original value. She gestured to the front desk and said, so I think a 20% discount is more appropriate. The receptionist's mouth twitched, thinking that this kid must have sold sugarcane in his previous life. This is too much cutting power. 70% off, it can't be any lower. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't agree, but the 70% discount was indeed a low price for internal employees. If it's any lower, she'll have to make up the difference herself. Originally, before the next thunderstorm, Thunderpool number 13 was not going to sell to the outside world, and only their employees could purchase it at the internal price. But her pet is not of the lightning type, and she herself has no interest in lightning body training. So let's give this in-app purchasing qualification to this little girl. Judging from the expression of the beautiful lady at the front desk, 70% off is probably the limit. Mingxi quickly calculated in her mind that the original price was 8,000 star coins, and the 70% discount was 2,400 star coins. Together with the gold ingots, the total was 4,800 star coins. Thank you, sister. Then we'll make this. The receptionist was relieved when she heard this. She was really afraid that the girl would continue to act unreasonable and pretend to be pitiful. Okay, do you and your pet want to soak? The receptionist took another look at the bird pet on the girl's shoulder, and it looked very unfamiliar. Mingxi nodded. Yes, it is a Thunderbird. Okay, we have already deducted the fee for you. The receptionist handed her a bag and said, there are disposable bathrobes, towels, insulating underwear, and insulating caps in here. There is a washroom next to the pool. You can change into them before entering the pool. Of course, these are all prepared for Mingxi. As for the gold ingots, it is not necessary for a pet. The lady at the front desk pressed the doorbell on her left again. Not long after, the door of the small room behind her opened, and out jumped a translucent, round pet that was almost exactly the same as the original form of the cute king slime. Miss Ming, this is the bell. It will lead you to Thunderpool number 13 and will be responsible for keeping time. If it takes out its bell and starts shaking it, it means you must get out of the thunder pool. Mingxi looked at this slime curiously for several times. It seemed that this was a functional supernatural creature, and it was a completely different species from the cute king who had an unreasonably strong plug-in. There was infinite regret in his heart, but his face was smiling like a morning glory. Oh cool. Bell, bell. Zhongling stretched out a thin hand from its jelly-like body and pointed forward. Mingxi didn't understand what was said, but it probably meant something like, "Sir, please go this way." There is no need to trouble your pet to translate, just follow it. After walking with Zhongling for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. The closer Mingxi got to the forbidden area, the more severe the itching and numbness she had felt before became. Mingxi raised his hand and found that there was a faint electric current flowing on the surface of his skin. She reached out and touched her hair again, and sure enough, every strand of hair stood up in the air, emitting a faint smell of burning. Is he so powerful even before he enters the forbidden area? Chapter 040 número 13 Thunderbird. No wonder almost every guide emphasizes this in a very serious tone. Before you soak in the thunder pool, you must be mentally prepared to die in pain. Don't think that you are a beast master and have the special effects of a golden bell and iron cloth shirt. The thunder pool will make you face the reality. You are just a weakling, nothing. Mingxi glanced at the gold ingot flying beside him and found that it looked excited and impatient. What is this called? Will people die if compared to humans? And will people cry to death if compared to animals? Lemon, slightly sour. In the legend of Lei Qi, it is not without basis that Lei Qi was transformed from the god-level extraordinary creature, Lei Water Python. The entire thunder pool is composed of 65 small thunder pools of varying sizes. They are closely connected to each other. Looking down from the sky, they look like a coiled giant python. Thunder pool number 1 is where the python's head is located. It is flat overall, and there is a round jade-like boulder at the forehead position. It is said to be the innate gem on the head of the thunder water python. Therefore, thunder pool number 1 is considered to be the area with the most abundant energy in the entire thunder pool. The price per hour is 20,000 star coins. Corresponding to it is thunder pool number 65, which is the tail of the python. This mine pool is the smallest in area, and is long, narrow, and has the scarcest energy. It only costs 3,500 star coins per hour. But big things have big advantages, and small things naturally have their own unique advantages. After all, toothpicks also have their spring, and the flowers they bloom should be too spectacular. Cough! Let's talk about the number 65 minefield. According to the guide, among all the small minefields, number 65 has the largest passenger flow. The reason is simple. Because the energy it contains is the thinnest. This also means that the Beast Master needs to endure the least pain. Plus it's cheap. Who can resist the temptation of good quality and low price? After all, not every beast tamer is like Jack Ma, who never cares about small amounts of money. In fact, Mingxi's original target was the number 65 minefield. Playing the victim to the front desk is just a little trick to save money. Who knows, it will be a surprise. For Mingxi and Jin Yuanbao now, the number 13 Thunder Pool, which consumes most of the energy, is more cost-effective. At this moment, Mingxi didn't know that this time she was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse and made a fortune. Next to the number 13 mine pond, the pool of water is right in front of us. How should we describe it? It was like a mysterious soup that an evil which had been cooking for 49 days. The colors were bright and strange lights burst out from time to time. Seeing it, forget the world. It makes people want to run away immediately. Mingxi had already put on an insulating hat for himself in advance. Although her hair was dry and frizzy, it was better than turning into a poodle. Bell, bell. Zhongling once again condensed its translucent little hand and pointed at the small house not far away. Lei. Jin Yuanbao translated in real time. It said that's the bathroom. You can go change your clothes, and it will start counting after we get into the water. Mingxi swallowed. She felt she had been a little hasty. Could she, a mere mortal, really endure this evil soup? Would she not be cursed and turned into a little frog after going in? Lei. Sensing her inner vacillation, Jin Yuanbao reminded her. You have already paid. At this moment, Mingxi's heart was as solid as a rock. Even if the mountains are gone and the sky and the earth are united, she must soak in this thunder pool for a full hour. I'll be right there. Jin Yuanbao sighed deeply. Alas, my own beast master is stupid. Mingxi quickly changed into the disposable underwear and bathrobe provided by the villa and stepped into the forbidden area without hesitation. The moment your toes touched the water, my whole body felt as if a high-voltage current was flowing through it. Mingxi could no longer maintain his balance and fell into the pool. Crash! Crackle! The sound of water and thunder complement each other, making it even more lively than when I was a child and went to the threshing ground for a banquet. The moment she entered the water, dense electric currents were like thousands of leeches, clinging to her body. They covered her limbs and bones madly. Crawling in the dark, screaming, distorted. Crawling in the dark, screaming, writhing. Split. Squirms darkly. Tumbles, crawls violently, distorts. Spasm, roaring, creeping. Growling eerily, crawling, split. Walks ashore, twisting, spasming. Creeping, walking in a twisted manner. Attacks indiscriminately. Mingxi. What a sin. Her whole body is dark. Those online strategies really didn't deceive me. I am indeed a weakling. Nothing. The water in the Lei Qi is very deep, but it has a saltwater lake effect, and people will not sink in the water. This is probably the reason why no one has ever died in Lei Qi. Otherwise, at least 100 or 80 beastmasters would have died. Mingxi felt that her body was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. The dark forces were no longer content to move on the surface of her body and had begun to penetrate deep into her bones. As a qualified beast tamer, she did not forget her own pet. Turning head with difficulty, Jin Yuanbao was seen completely submerged in the water, with only his head exposed. His purple-black feathers swayed under the lightning, and he seemed to be 3 times more charming than before. His expression was extremely happy, and bright starlight was flowing in the scarlet blood agate. He looks like a local tycoon who is enjoying the pleasure of having 300 beauties killed by him. As for her, she looked like a weak little girl who was killed by 300 big men. Mingxi. People really can't live too clear-headedly. Easy to separate the plasmolysis wall. Mingxi gave up resistance completely. She clasped her hands together and floated peacefully on the water like a corpse. It is detected that there is a special energy overflow in the environment where the owner is located. Do you want to consume the reward time to collect it? Mingxi suddenly became the most sober person in the world. Mingxi performed Lin Daiyu's act of pulling up a weeping willow tree on the spot. Clatter. Water splashed everywhere. Jin Yuanbao, who was immersed in the baptism of thunder and lightning energy, was disturbed by her movement and opened his eyes to look over. He saw his own beast master tumbling up and down in the water like a duck, his skin being electrocuted and exploding like fish scales. But she didn't seem to notice. There was a big smile on his face. Like the stupid guy next door. Lei. Jin Yuanbao wondered if his beast master had been electrocuted and turned into a fool. It was stupid enough already. Should it continue to follow her? Or should it just forcibly terminate the contract now? Mingxi had no idea that her pet was in danger at the moment. When the unreality of the time realm arrived, she was unable to communicate with Guang. But at the same time as Guang's voice appeared, an options panel popped up in front of her. Yes. No. Although Mingxi was not sure what the use of the special energy collected by the realm of time was, it was definitely not useless. So even though it hurts her to use up the bonus time, compared to the future she can look forward to, wasting a little bonus time is nothing. She clicked yes without hesitation. Chapter 041, Collecting Special Energy. Confirmed to collect. Estimated time 50 minutes. Do you need so much? Fortunately, she didn't know about it before. Otherwise, she would be reluctant to give it up. After all, it is not easy to earn some rewards with gold ingots. Moreover, this time she used the bonus time without permission from Jin Yuanbao. I have to apologize to it sincerely later. Mingxi could clearly feel that her pet space had left her sea of consciousness and was shrinking to the size of a little finger, floating in front of her eyebrows. Please get as close to the center of the pool as possible. We have detected a meteorite there, which is the source of the special energy overflow here. I see. Although Mingxi didn't know what the meteorite thunder energy stone was, he could roughly guess from the name that it was related to the formation of the thunder pool. She vaguely remembered that the number 13 thunder pool seemed to be exactly the 7-inch position of the python. And the meteorite thunder energy stone is the inner elixir or heart of the thunderwater python. This guess is quite reliable and also quite fantastic. But who cares? Mingxi did not hesitate. He took a deep breath and dived headfirst, ignoring the piercing pain throughout his body, diving underwater with all his might. Lei. Jin Yuanbao looked at the scene in confusion. What happened to our Beastmaster? Why did he swim underwater? Isn't she uncomfortable? It hesitated for a while, but was still worried, so it flapped its wings and finally decided to follow. It just wanted to see what she was up to. It's not because I'm worried about her. The world underwater takes on a whole new look. Although the color in front of me was still a strange purple, it was not as rich and deep as it looked from above. At least the underwater visibility won't leave Mingxi completely in the dark. Enduring pain that is unimaginable for ordinary people, and having to resist the buoyancy of the pool water, Mingxi paddled with difficulty with his twitching and trembling limbs, and went deeper into the water without hesitation. She didn't notice that as she continued to dive, more and more purple energy gathered around her, gradually forming a sticky, gelatinous substance that wrapped around her body layer by layer and quickly penetrated into her skin. Pain. But Mingxi had no time to worry about it. She could feel the pet space in front of her brows spinning rapidly, and purple energy was being sucked into it like a hurricane. Fortunately, the mine pool was not so deep that Mingxi could not swim for 4 minutes even if he held his breath. In less than a minute, she successfully reached the bottom. Guang Guang, are you sure this is the meteorite lightning stone you mentioned? Mingxi opened her eyes with great effort and looked through the surging vortex of energy at the ordinary stone embedded in a field of enchanting aquatic plants. It's really ordinary. It looked just like the pressure stone her grandmother used to pickle pickles, plain and featureless. When she saw it, she just wanted to throw it into the toilet. The realm of time was now in a descending state, so she could happily communicate with Guang Guang in her mind. Guang Guang replied, yes. Mingxi sighed. This is probably what is called the self-concealment of a treasure. If it was not so ordinary, it might have been moved away long ago. How could it still sleep so steadily under the pool? Mingxi thought, should she be respectful to the flowers, plants, and scrap metal she saw on the roadside in the future? Who knows, it might be some magical flower or herb, or a sword or some magical weapon. The circuits in Mingxi's brain were shattered by the energy of lightning, and her thoughts had begun to diverge. Should she choose an auspicious day to propose to her idol? God knows where she got this male god, a purebred dog who is only worthy of eating dog food in his 2 lifetimes. Thunder Puff, Jin Yuanbao, a bird pet, finally came to Mingxi despite suffering huge damage. Seeing his own beastmaster with confused eyes, he looked dumbfounded. It got so anxious that it forgot that it had no ability to speak freely underwater. It opened its mouth and drank a bellyful of thunder pool water. Now that's good. Even the internal organs are soaked in the minefield. Only then did Mingxi notice that her pet had also followed. I was in a hurry to find the meteorite lightning stone just now, and forgot to tell Jin Yuanbao about it. Seeing that it was about to drown, she quickly supported its body and swam upwards. It was very difficult to come down, but it was effortless to swim up. In a few seconds, both the master and the pet fell on the water. Take a break. Mingxi finally had the strength to speak. Jin Yuanbao, I found that the effect of underwater bodybuilding is better, so I have to go down later. Although it is not close to the meteorite thunder energy stone, the realm of time can still collect the overflowing energy, but the time consumed will be infinitely extended. It's not that she was reluctant to give up the reward time. It's because she only bought 1 hour of time in the pool. What should she do when the pool time is up, but the collection is not completed? To be on the safe side, we still have to complete the collection task as soon as possible. So she would have to go down again later. You are a bird, so it is not convenient for you to hold your breath underwater. You should stay here to absorb energy or try to awaken the lightning storm. It's not that Mingxi didn't want to tell Jin Yuanbao that the realm of time was collecting energy, but Zhong Zhongling was standing by the thunder pool, and he couldn't be sure if there were any surveillance cameras nearby. Therefore, it is safer to talk about some things after entering the realm of time. Lele. Jin Yuanbao looked at her in confusion. Why did it feel like she was hiding something from him? The energy of this thunder pool is so powerful and endless that even a lightning-type extraordinary creature like it finds it a little overwhelmed. As a human with average physical fitness, staying up there is already the limit of her endurance. So why should she bother to dive down there? Is there something good under the radar? Although Jin Yuanbao was full of doubts, he wisely did not ask. It's normal for humans to be a little scheming. Mingxi only rested for a few minutes, said hello to Jin Yuanbao, and swam to the bottom of the pool again. As time went by, even Mingxi himself could no longer remember how many times he had swam down and floated up. Leaving aside the pain of the lightning energy washing over and tempering her body, the difficulty of swimming down against the buoyancy of the pool was enough to push her over the limit. Mingxi no longer remembered how much time had passed. She could feel her body transforming. The skin becomes more elastic, the muscles become more resilient, the bones become stronger. There seemed to be an unstoppable power hidden in her body, like a volcano about to erupt. During this process, her consciousness became clearer, and she seemed to feel that every cell in her body was active. Buzz! Special energy collection has been completed, and the total reward time consumed is 39 minutes and 44 seconds. Thanks to Mingxi's efforts, the time consumed was much less than expected. Master, the realm of time is forming new rules, so we need to suspend business for 1 day. You will have 2 chances to spin the wheel the next day. As Guang Guang's voice sounded, the realm of time floating in front of Mingxi's eyebrows lit up with dazzling white light. It returned to the pyramid shape of the pet space, but the original white light was quickly turning into red light. And in the center of the space, a familiar key quickly gathered light. Chapter 042, The Second Soul Key. Under the water, Mingxi opened his eyes wide. Is this the soul key? The second soul key. Did she awaken again? It's getting fierce. The guide doesn't mention that soaking in the thunder pool can allow the beast master to awaken directly. Pula loyal. Finished. I was too excited for a moment and didn't keep my mouth shut, so I followed in Jin Yuanbao's footsteps. Mingxi quickly took back the pet space, relaxed her body, and let the buoyancy lift her up. Unexpectedly, there was a surprise waiting for her up there. It turned out that when Mingxi awakened the second soul key, the gold ingot that had been accumulating power on it also successfully released a complete thunder and lightning storm. As soon as Mingxi popped his head out of the water, he came face to face with a purple thunder flower as big as a wash basin. Mingxi. The person passed away peacefully. Lele. The excited Jin Yuanbao finally realized that he almost hurt his own beastmaster by mistake. So he quickly withdrew the thunder and lightning storm and rescued Mingxi, who was about to be dragged to the morgue. Lele. Lele. I succeeded. I have learned about thunder and lightning storms. Its wings flapped and splashed water, and flowers bloomed in the bright red blood agate, which was extremely beautiful. Mingxi opened his mouth, and a small mushroom cloud slowly floated out, which was quickly dispersed by the ubiquitous lightning. She raised her weak arms tremblingly and shiveringly like a 90-year-old old man, and stroked its wet head with a loving face. I knew you could do it. This enema is simply a miracle drug. Not only did Jin Yuanbao successfully learn about thunder and lightning storms, but she also benefited a lot from it. Ring, ring, ring. When the man and the beast were shedding tears, a crisp bell sound was heard not far away. Looking over, I saw that the bell had a bronze bell on its head. As its body swayed, the bell rang cheerfully. Time is up. Mingxi had no intention of staying for a few more minutes. She directly put the gold ingot into the pet space and stepped out of this forbidden area that brought her and the gold ingot unlimited opportunities with ease. Aren't you going to stay here for a night? The receptionist looked at the girl who had just come out of the red zone and seemed ready to leave. Is it her illusion? I always feel like there's something different about this little girl. It's not that there has been a very obvious change in her appearance, but that there is an indescribable temperament. And her eyes seem to have become brighter and sharper, making people afraid to even look her in the face. After working at the villa for a period of time, the front desk clerk can roughly judge the bodybuilding effect of the thunder pool. The lower the level of the Beastmaster, the longer he can last in the thunder pool, and the better the bodybuilding effect will be. But to be honest, there are very few F-level beast tamers who can last a full hour. Most of them would start yelling, I don't want to soak anymore, or I'd rather die than soak anymore after just half an hour of soaking. Even though they were all in the number 65 forbidden pool. Although this young beastmaster named Mingxi was soaking in the thunder pool number 13, because the energy of the thunder pool had been consumed too much before, his energy level was actually not much different from that of number 65. This is also the reason why the front desk recommended Lei Qi number 13 to Mingxi. If it was the normal number 13 forbidden pool, even if Mingxi wanted to go there, she would not agree. I was afraid she would be electrocuted before she even got into the pool. Judging from the state of this little beast master, he must have soaked for a full hour and gained a lot. The front desk clerk guessed that her fitness level might have been upgraded. The young are really to be feared. Although he is so young, his willpower alone is stronger than many others. Mingxi shook her head. No, I have something due tomorrow morning and must arrive in Hanning City before 8 o'clock, so I have to catch the train now. She thanked the front desk again. This time it was really thanks to the front desk sister. If she hadn't recommended Thunderpool number 13, the Realm of Time would definitely not be able to collect the overflow energy. It's possible that she might awaken the second soul key so quickly. And gold ingots? In short, the front desk sister deserves credit. Although words of thanks are pale, it is useful and free of charge. Her character is not as noble as Xiao Dingding and her daughter, but it's just a gesture. After leaving Lei Qi Villa, Mingxi rushed to the train station without stopping. Sitting on the express train to Hanning City, Mingxi finally had time to calm down and observe the newly awakened Soul Key. In the quiet pet space, the familiar sword in the hairpin shape floats at the center of the pyramid. It looks extremely refined and noble, colorful and gorgeous. Mingxi's mouth twitched fiercely, and he took a deep breath. Having had this experience once before, Mingxi knew without any testing that what he had awakened was another phantom key. She also had a feeling that what she would awaken in the future would be the fantasy color key. How come the probability of occurrence is 0.003% and it becomes 100% when it happens to her? Could it be that she had breached the layer of the fantasy color key in her previous life? No matter what, the fantasy key is much more valuable than the ordinary key. The question she should consider now is whether to use the fantasy color key to make a summoning contract immediately, or wait until she comes out of the secret place and gets enough star coins to buy extraordinary creatures before making a normal contract. The former focuses on zero cost and high risk. The latter is high investment and low risk. But the return on investment is actually less clear. Even though Jin Yuanbao has always had a good attitude, doing whatever he is told to do, eating whatever he is told to eat, training seriously and hard, and not being rebellious at all, one would think that the fantasy color key contract is actually quite good. Innocent, Mingxi never figured out what was going on in its mind or what plots it was making. To give the simplest example, Jin Yuanbao never says where he comes from. What was he going through when he was summoned to Mingxi? Didn't Mingxi ask? Of course not. She had asked it several times, either directly or implicitly, but was evaded each time. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. If he keeps it secret, he must be plotting something in secret. Mingxi never thought that he had completely conquered Jin Yuanbao. At most, it recognized her identity as its beast master for the sake of the interface of time. That's it, I guess it's just temporary. So I am not just saying that the fantasy color key is risky and that contracts require caution. So Mingxi is not sure whether he should touch this minefield again. Let her think about it for 1, 2, 3 for days. It was impossible to contract a second pet right away, so Mingxi soon calmed down. After traveling day and night, we finally arrived at the Hanning Workers' Stadium before 8 o'clock. I found the staff of Chongan Group and successfully completed the check-in and information verification. After doing all this, Mingxi finally let out a sigh of relief and slumped down in the chair. Chapter 43. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. She is naturally more alert than ordinary people and finds it difficult to fall asleep in an environment with strangers unless she is knocked unconscious. So not counting the time in the realm of time, she hadn't slept for a whole day and night. Plus, after spending an hour in the Forbidden Zone, even if your physical fitness has been upgraded, you will still feel tired. But the Hanning Combined competition is about to begin, and the top 60 will be decided in the morning, and the group points competition will start directly in the afternoon. That means she has to play at least 2 games in a row on the morning of the first day. Of course, if she dies in the first game, there will be no second game. So there was no time for her to recuperate. The knockout rounds will still follow the regional rules. Draw numbers and randomly match opponents. This time Mingxi drew number 96. 69, 96. These 2 sets of numbers together are quite unique. There is a kind of freshness and refinement that doesn't care whether the person is beaten to death or not. Hanning Workers Stadium is a professional pet battle venue and has hosted many large-scale pet battle competitions. The stadium is a semi-open building with a total area of 57,000 square meters, equivalent to 1/4 the size of the bird's nest, and can accommodate 20,000 spectators. Although it is not the largest venue for Han Ning's competition, it is already a top-notch luxury configuration for an unofficial small-scale qualifying tournament like the Chongan Cup. Mingxi noticed that smart cameras have been installed near the 10 competition venues, which can record the competition process from all angles. She also saw that there were several people wearing ID badges as reporters from a local TV station, sitting in the VIP seats at the front, and all kinds of cameras were in place. She also saw many people using their personal terminals to do live broadcasts. I also heard that the organizers have invited professional commentators who will randomly comment on the ongoing games. It seems that this time, Chongan Group's internal selection competition is more important than previous ones. I wonder if it has something to do with the top 3 awards that have never been seen in previous years? There should be, right? At 8:45, after the senior management of Chongan Group gave a brief speech, The host of the venue announced the official start of the competition. All contestants are in their positions in the waiting area. Mingxi. Hearing this familiar voice, Mingxi turned around in surprise and saw Fu Yifan in the crowd. Senior Fu, why are you here? Fu Yifan had already walked quickly in front of Mingxi. I was going to ask you why you are here. Fu Yifan really didn't expect to meet Mingxi here. What is this called? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land? This is a unique fate. Senior Fu, are you also a contestant? But I haven't seen you in the Haijo division. There were 26 people who qualified from the Haijo competition area. Even if everyone didn't know each other's names, at least they recognized each other's faces. So there is definitely no Fu Yifan. Fu Yifan shook his head and whispered in her ear, I will be directly admitted to the joint district competition and don't need to participate in the regional competition. Mingxi raised an eyebrow. Are there any guaranteed deliveries? What kind of identity is this? Why is he so awesome? Mingxi suddenly thought of something. The chairman of Chongan Group also seems to be surnamed Fu. So it can't be such a coincidence, right? She looked at Fu Yifan and asked uncertainly, So you are from the Fu family? Fu Yifan nodded with an expression as if he had discovered a big secret. My grandfather is Fu Ting. Fu Ting is the current chairman of Chongan Group and also the current head of the Fu family. Awesome. Didn't you realize that Fu Yifan is actually a genuine young master from a noble family? Then why did he end up going to school in Haijo City and attending a public junior high school like number 3 middle school with mediocre teachers? Don't children from wealthy families go to schools like St. Mia's, St. George's, or Private Auron and Private Kuroshu, which are ubiquitous schools that highlight the students' aristocratic status? As if he could see what she was thinking, Fu Yifan scratched his head shyly. I had some conflicts with my family before, and in a fit of anger, I accompanied my married aunt to Haijo City. What a coincidence. There really is an aunt who married in Haijo City. So, at the end of lies is the truth? So you want to compete with us for those 20 secret place spots? Mingxi glared at him with a look that said, No way, no way. It's really unfair of you to do this. Fu Yifan. The look in the schoolgirl's eyes was so direct that he was too embarrassed to nod. But he nodded anyway. This is indeed the case. We can't help it. This is a test from Grandpa. Mingxi noticed a bright spot. So, besides you, are there other people in your family participating in the competition? Fu Yifan. Well, there's also my cousin. He is just under 17 years old this year. Mingxi finally understood why Chongan Group was so generous and grand in this selection competition. This is both a skill stone and a space button. It turns out that my son has grown up. It's time to go out and see the world and have some fun. Mingxi doesn't care. It doesn't matter who you fight against. However, this gossip had already been delivered to her door, and it seemed a bit unreasonable for her not to ask for clarification. So I asked, How strong is your cousin? How does he compare to you? Fu Yifan glanced at her and said, He and I have the same contract. His pet is also a tiger, but his frost tiger has evolved to a high level. My mountain king couldn't last more than 5 moves under his tigress. The first pet of the direct descendants of the Fu family is basically a tiger pet, which is a family tradition. He paused, lowered his voice again, and said, The space button in the champion reward was specially customized by my grandfather according to his preferences. Bright and clear. My cousin's goal is to become the champion. By the way, you know about the National High School Beast Taming League, right? Mingxi nodded. She's not a caveman. The National High School Beast Taming League is the most important national competition for high school students in Longhua country. How could she not know about it? It is usually held at the end of January every year. From provincial competitions to regional competitions, and then to national competitions, the entire competition schedule lasts for 3 months. But the situation this year is special. Due to some reasons, this year's National High School Beast Taming League was held a month earlier, so it ended at the end of March. My cousin was selected by his school to participate in the National High School Beast Taming League this year. His performance was pretty good. He won the 2nd place in the regional competition for the 2nd grade of high school and was among the top 16 in the national competition. Is it that awesome? So is there still hope for her to retain the title? He is one of the top 16 players in the high school national championship. But what about her? An ordinary junior high school student who had awakened less than a month ago. The gap in strength is quite big. In fact, it's not just my cousin. Several high school league players are also participating in this year's internal trials, so the competition this time will be very fierce. According to insider information, there are as many as 9 Beastmasters who have high-level pets in this regional competition. Hearing this number, Mingxi, who was such a calm and composed person, couldn't help but gasp. 9 high-level pets? What a joke! In the past, It was already a rare event to have 3 high-level pets. Chapter 044 You will regret sooner or later. After all, it is not easy to train a pet from the primary level to the advanced level. 3 to 5 years is not a long time, and there are even cases where 10 or 8 years have not led to success. The internal selection competition of Chongan Group stipulates that only beast tamers under the age of 17 can participate, which means that in the case of unnatural awakening, these contestants can only become beast tamers for a maximum of 2 years. It is unlikely to train a pet from a primary level to an advanced level in 2 years. Mingxi guessed that these 9 people were most likely to have soul keys of 4 stars, including 4 stars or above, and their pets were intermediate in level when they signed the contract, just like Mingxi. Coupled with various acquired advantages, it is not impossible to cultivate the pet to a high level within 2 years. What's more, what this world lacks most is genius. No wonder Mingxi felt something was wrong before. Now that I think about it, it's not right. In previous internal trials, there were at most 3 high-level pets. This year, there were 2 of them in their Haijiu division alone. Obviously abnormal. She was also too slow. Well, Fu Yifan also sighed. I am a small junior high school student squeezed in a group of high school students. It was already difficult to qualify, and now it is even more difficult. My grandfather still requires me to go online. He doesn't even think about how long it has been since his grandson awakened. Son, you do not say. It's too difficult for them as junior high school students. Mingxi covered his chest. What does adding insult to injury mean? She seemed to see her space button flapping its wings and saying to her, You and I are not meant to be together, and we really are not meant to be together. The smoke hurts. Fan, what are you doing? Not far away, there was a boy who looked 3/4 like Fu Yifan, staring at them with a pair of defiant and cold eyes. His arrogance was no less than that of Gu Xingxi, whom Mingxi had met in the Haijiu City elimination round. They are all geniuses who have their eyes in the wrong place and are stuck on achieving their goals. Fu Yifan. Mingxi, my cousin is calling me. I'll go over first. You can come to me if you have anything. Han Ning is my home turf anyway. By the way, I don't think I have added your personal terminal number yet. Come on. Add it on. After a series of fierce operations, Fu Yifan jumped to his cousin's side like a spring. There is no trace of the reserved campus idol in him at all. He just looks like a complete idiot. Over there. Fu Sushu raised his eyebrows, glanced at Mingxi, and asked, That girl just now couldn't be your girlfriend, Fan? Fu Yifan immediately shook his head like a rattle. How could that be possible? She is my junior at Haijiu No. 3 Middle School. I didn't expect that she would also participate in this selection. Fu Sushu. Schoolmate? Naturally awakened? Fu Yifan. Well, it seems that it just awakened half a month ago. After the match with Mingxi that day, he asked someone to inquire about Mingxi's situation. Fu Sushu was surprised. Only half a month? How can you pass the regional competition? Her situation is rather special. Her family is in a difficult situation, and what she awakened happened to be the illusionary key, so she directly performed the illusionary summoning and contracted a Thunderbird. Thunderbird? It's no wonder she managed to sneak in. Fu Yifan looked at his cousin's obviously cold attitude and knew that he didn't take Mingxi too seriously. It's not that he has any problem with Mingxi, but his cousin admires the strong. The stronger the opponent, the more it can arouse his fighting spirit. After all, she is his cousin, so Fu Yifan kindly reminded him, She is very powerful. Cousin, if you meet her, don't take it lightly. If his cousin looked down on Mingxi because she had contracted a Thunderbird, Mingxi would feel wronged, and he would regret it afterwards. Fu Yifan didn't know that Mingxi had already eliminated an E-level Beastmaster with a high-level pet in the Haijiu division competition. If he knew about this, he would definitely tell his cousin. Oh, so powerful? Just because she has a Thunderbird? Fu Sushu's tone was sarcastic. Okay, believe it or not, that was all he had to say anyway. There are a total of 236 players in the combined regional competition, and the top 118 will be decided in the first round of the elimination round. Just like the divisional rounds, 10 games will be played simultaneously. Mingxi was randomly matched with player number 184 Wei Xianming, and the two took their positions in venue number 10. On the podium of the venue, the host who was sitting with the special commentator Wang Rui actually noticed them first. Only his voice came through the loudspeaker. Let me see. The contestants on stage 10 are number 96 and number 184. The contestant information I have shows that number 96 is the youngest contestant in this Chongan Cup. It can even be said that she is the youngest contestant in all the competitions. As the organizer, Chongan Group naturally has the basic information of all the contestants. It is only natural that a representative figure like Mingxi would attract attention. Hearing this, Wang Rui couldn't help but be curious. How old is she? I just turned 14 a month and a half ago. At such a young age, it must have awakened naturally, and it hasn't been awakened for long. In the history of the Alliance, the youngest Beastmaster to awaken was 13 years and 11 months old. This record has not been broken to date. That means number 96 must have been over 13 years and 11 months old when he naturally awakened. So she has only been awakened for 2 or 3 months at most. I guess her first soul key must be of very high quality, at least 4 stars, and she directly contracted a mid-level pet, so she was able to stand out from the regional competition. Wang Rui is a commentator for the beast taming competition. Although he is a rookie, he still has this simple common sense reasoning ability. Of course, Mingxi could also hear the sounds coming from the podium, but she was used to concentrating on her work. When she stepped onto the competition stage, the only things in her eyes were her pet and her opponent. After both sides greeted each other politely, the whistle blows and the game officially begins. Both sides summon their pets. 2 spiritualized pet beast spaces appeared at the same time, one white and the other red. Wei Xianming stared in amazement at the pet space opposite him, which was as dazzling red as a raging fire. The seal was almost interrupted. E-rank Beastmaster? Did he step in dog poop when he went out? In the first round, I encountered an E-level Beastmaster. That's not right. This is not right. He had just clearly heard the host mention their match, and his opponent, contestant number 96, was the youngest in this selection. Looks like he's only 14 years old. So the girl opposite awakened her second soul key at the age of 14? What a monster. Mingxi is certainly not an E-level Beastmaster. To be more precise, she isn't yet. Once a beast tamer awakens his first soul key and successfully contracts his first pet, regardless of whether the pet has hatched or not, he can successfully register as an F-level beast tamer at the Beast Taming Center. But becoming an E-level Beastmaster is not that easy. First of all, the Beastmaster must have 2 pets, including unhatched pet eggs. Secondly, one of the 2 pets must be above the intermediate level, including intermediate level. Finally, complete the E-level Extreme Tower Challenge mission at the Beast Taming Center. Chapter 45, Thunderbird vs. Steel Helmet Snail. Therefore, awakening the second soul key does not mean that you have become an E-level Beastmaster. But after awakening the second soul key, the spiritual space of the pet will transform from white to red. This is indeed the most important sign for an F-level Beastmaster to become an E-level Beastmaster. At the moment when Mingxi's pet space became spiritual, not only Wei Xianming was shocked, but also the host, commentator, and other people who were paying attention to the game all changed their expressions. The host was the first to exclaim, "Oh my God, what did I see? A 14-year-old E-level Beastmaster." His slightly sharp voice came out from the loudspeaker, instantly igniting the entire audience. What? A 14-year-old E-class Beastmaster? What nonsense is this host talking about? No, it's true. Look at Channel 10 over there. The girl's pet space is red. The host just said that she is only 14 years old. Is this true? Is there really someone in this world who awakened 2 soul keys at the age of 14? That's too much. For a moment, there was a roar in the audience seats and the contestant area. It's not that E-level beast tamers are so novel, but that a 14-year-old E-level beast tamer is too rare. In the end, it was the commentator Wang Rui who calmed down first. He took the tablet in front of the host and quickly looked through Mingxi's information. Contestant number 90's XS profile shows that she is an F-rank Beastmaster and has only 1 pet. She must have recently awakened her second soul key, but has not yet contracted a second pet. The host also calmed down a little and echoed. Although contestant number 96 is not yet E-level, there is no doubt that she must be very talented. She awakened 2 soul keys in a short period of time. This kind of awakening talent is extremely rare in the entire alliance. Wang Rui nodded in agreement, but with reservations in his words. So I'm looking forward to her next game. Just because one's awakening talent is high, doesn't mean that one's beast taming talent is equally strong. Just like some geniuses can easily build a spaceship, but can turn the simplest scrambled eggs with tomatoes into a mullet bomb. It's true. If awakening talent is the foundation of a Beastmaster, then Beastmaster talent is the sword that helps them cut through obstacles and expand their territory on their road to growth. Looking at the professional beast tamers who were once glorious in the Alliance, or are currently glorious, their awakening talents may not be that good, but their beast taming talents are all excellent without exception. For example, Lin Lan, the 3rd-place winner of the last Chongan Cup, is 67 years old this year. He is not young among all the contestants in the Shanghai Cup, but his level is only ranked in the middle and lower levels. It's only B level because he has only awakened 5 soul keys. But he was able to successfully win the 3rd place honor despite being surrounded and blocked by a group of A-level beast masters because his beast taming talent made up for the difference in the number of pets. Of course, this does not mean that awakening talent is less important than beast taming talent. The famous scientist Mingxi once said, "Awakening talent determines the upper limit of the beast master's growth, and beast master talent determines the upper limit of their strength." So both are equally important. The host took over Wang Rui's conversation and said, "Yes, I think everyone is looking forward to it. The match on Channel 10 has already begun. Let's see what kind of match these 2 young beast masters will bring to everyone." On stage 10, the competition has actually entered the countdown. Under the heavy bombardment of the gold ingots, number 184 had to order his helmet snail to move. The helmeted moss snail is a mid-level pet with both ground and steel elements. It evolved from the sphagnum moss snail and prefers cold and damp weather in the summer and dry weather in the winter. The shell on its back is made of super diamond steel, and its hardness and defense will increase as its level and energy increase. The green moss on the surface of the shell has the magical effect of resisting poison and cleaning dirt. It is said that scientists have developed a detoxifying agent using the moss on the helmet snail. The defense of the helmeted moss snail is extremely strong, and even the full-strength attacks of many high-level pets cannot break through it. But its normal movement speed is very slow, so in battle it basically only likes to stand still and output. It can also completely retract its body into its steel helmet shell to attack. So it has another nickname called the strongest tower. The only way to defeat it is to wait for it to stick its head out of its helmet. Mingxi's tactics are simple. Since the helmeted moss snail wanted to stand still, she would let it have no place to stand. Jin Yuanbao's skills can't break through the steel snail's defense, but can he blow up the competition arena? With the power of the gold ingot lightning balls, less than 5 of them would be enough to blow the stone platform apart. As long as the area where the helmeted moss snail is located collapses and is severely damaged, it will not be able to continue to sit on the Daiyutai. Number 184 was obviously well aware of the weaknesses of his pet and had guessed Mingxi's purpose. So he did not blindly order his pet to move. Helmet needle. The moment he gave the order, small spikes suddenly appeared on the surface of the helmet shell of the helmet snail, making it look like an oversized sea urchin. At the same time, the head of the steel helmeted snail, which had been curled up in its shell since its appearance, finally poked out a little. The 2 abalone-sized eyes bulged out, and the black eyeballs rolled around, looking sneaky no matter how you looked at them. It looked at the gold ingots in the air warily, but did not continue to stretch its head out, until its beastmaster shouted, "Forward!" Its neck contracted and stretched, and its entire head stretched out completely, quickly pushing towards the ground. Its normal movement speed is too slow, so in battle it never moves in a normal way, but instead rolls. In this way, it only needs to stick out its head for less than a second as the original driving force, and then it can move by relying on the ups and downs of the helmet needles. This method was certainly not thought up by its beastmaster. These are the experiences of our predecessors. Many steel-helmeted snails do this in beast-taming battles. And Mingxi was waiting for this moment. She seemed to be able to predict the future, and her timing was perfect. Just half a second before number 184 opened his mouth to give the order, she said to the gold ingot hovering in the air, "Claw, bring it up." By the time Wei Xianming realized that something was wrong and wanted to retract it, his order had already been issued. In the next second, it was already the hunting moment for the Thunderbird. Jin Yuanbao swooped down from the sky at high speed, like an eagle hunting on the grassland, avoiding the thorny steel spikes and accurately grabbing the head that poked out of the steel shell with one claw. "Steel helmet!" The helmeted moss snail cried out in pain. There was no fluctuation in Jin Yuanbao's bloodshot eyes. His sharp claws locked onto the entire head of the steel helmeted moss snail. His wings trembled, and he flew into the air again. He actually brought the entire helmeted snail up there. The body of the helmeted snail was stretched by gravity, and it rose into the sky in a posture that a snail should not be able to endure. Chapter 046, Overbearing CEO Jin Yuanbao. The helmet snail kept making a shrill whine of helmet and helmet. The audience watching this scene. "Fuck! The Thunderbird is awesome." This hoarse and rough roar woke up many people. Everyone felt as if they were in another world. They had to admit that the Thunderbird was really awesome, especially the last set of attacks. dive, grab, fly, all in one go, completed in an instant so smoothly as if it had practiced this series of movements thousands of times. If there is any slight mistake in the process, it will be pierced by the helmet needles and turned into a hornet's nest. I give up. Number 184's face turned pale, and without waiting for Jin Yuanbao to react, he took the helmeted moss snail back into the pet space. Taking back your pet during a battle is considered as admitting defeat. The referee announced the result of the match, and Mingxi won. But her face was also dark, because she didn't hear Guang Guang's prompt sound. I didn't get any bonus time for this victory. Mingxi quickly figured out the reason. Because the steel helmet snail did not completely lose its combat capability, it did not leave the scene in a daze. Therefore, the rules of the time world determine that this game has not ended. If I had known this earlier, I would have let Jin Yuanbao give him another hard blow. After all, she was too kind. That's 10 minutes, enough time for her to go to the toilet several times. Mingxi was filled with regret. Lei. Jin Yuanbao flew back to her and looked at her ugly face, confused. Didn't I defeat that green snail? What's the expression on my Beastmaster's face? Mingxi sighed. It's okay. It's not your problem. It's my Wenru who made the mistake. Thunder. What does that mean? Jin Yuanbao became even more confused. Mingxi shook his head and said nothing more. She is now exhausted both physically and mentally. There were many doubts in her mind, but Jin Yuanbao did not ask any more questions. He just flew quietly beside her and did not squat on her shoulder. She seemed really tired. In order to take it to Qingyan City to soak in the thunder pool, she refused the special car pickup and worked nonstop for more than 20 hours. I haven't had a rest for a long time, and I have to participate in the competition again after arriving in Hanning City. Unlike it, I can rest in the pet space with peace of mind. It heard that humans would die suddenly if they didn't sleep for a long time. Its Beastmaster won't die, right? Rostrum. The host looked at Wang Rui and said, Explanator Wang, what do you think about the match between Channel 10? Wang Rui. Although the process was very short, it was very exciting. The performance of the Thunderbird was beyond expectations. I don't know if you noticed that it only used 3 skills throughout the whole process to win the game. The host was surprised. Huh? 3? I thought there were only 2, Thunderball and Claw Attack. What's the other one? It's Wind Chaser, a flying type acceleration skill. It was used during the final attack dive, so it was able to burst out at such a speed. I see. Wang Rui continued. It only took 3 skills to defeat the steel helmet moss snail, which is known as the strongest tower. It can be seen that the Thunderbird is really strong. The advantages of lightning and flying in the battle are also very obvious. If it didn't have such a fatal flaw, there would definitely be many people willing to let the Golden Sparrow choose its evolutionary chain. Isn't it? Compared to Sparkling Owl, Thunder Demon Bird is much stronger. I even feel that it is even more powerful than Lightning Owl. In fact, what Wang Rui saw from this game was not only the strength of Thunder Demon Bird, but also the talent of player number 96 in controlling beasts. The timing when she commanded the Thunder Demon Bird to attack just now was so coincidental, as if she had predicted in advance when her opponent would act. There is a concept in the professional Beast Master Circle called lag prediction. This means to predict the tactics and command ideas of the opponent's Beast Master in advance, and to make targeted counterattacks or defenses during the period of time between when the opponent issues an order and when he issues an order. He had only seen this kind of lag prediction ability in competitions between those long-established genius Beastmasters. Number 96 is so young and just starting out, so it's impossible for him to be able to predict such a difficult and abnormal skill, right? Probably just a coincidence. Yes, it must be a coincidence. Mingxi did not take the gold ingots back to the contestants' waiting area, but went to the audience seats instead. She chose a location with a good view and few spectators, ready to observe the other contestants and their pets. Only by knowing both yourself and your enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. Lei, won't you take a break? Jin Yuanbao looked at his Beastmaster with a face full of bitterness and hatred, as if she would fall to the ground and die suddenly in the next second. His bloodshot eyes were filled with disapproval. Lei. With me here, bad guys won't have the chance to get close to you. As if worried that she would refuse, it barked several more times. In order to emphasize the tone, he flapped his wings deliberately. It said, I know you want to observe your opponent and prepare for the next game, but I think you are putting the cart before the horse. Don't you humans say that the body is the key to the revolution? If you are not in good condition, Your mind will not be able to keep up with the rhythm of the battle, and you will easily make mistakes when commanding. If this causes me to lose, be careful that I will directly bite you back. Mingxi was very surprised. I never expected that one day I would hear such a long and well-reasoned speech from Jin Yuanbao. She always thought it was a specialized beast whose strengths were all in combat. It seems she was wrong. It clearly has the potential to be a master of debate. And why does its tone give me the feeling of a domineering president? It was rare for his pet to be so caring. Mingxi felt that he had no reason to refuse. And what Jin Yuanbao said is very right. Her poor condition will indeed affect the next game. Although she couldn't fight an unprepared battle, it was not like she had never won an unprepared battle. It's not a big problem. I see. I'll take a break. You help me watch the progress of the game. If the second round starts, wake me up. Lei. Jin Yuanbao nodded proudly, indicating that you can rest assured and leave everything to him. It stretched out its claws and touched the personal terminal on her wrist. Lei. You can leave this on and record. Mingxi gave it a thumbs up in appreciation and turned on the panoramic recording function of his personal terminal. Later she can watch the game recordings, select the videos, and fast-forward them. Jin Yuanbao stared at the girl curled up in the chair and felt her breathing gradually become steady. It breathed a sigh of relief. This human just loves to worry about nothing. It is so powerful. Wouldn't it only take it a few minutes to beat these rotten vegetables and melons? Why does she need to spend so much time on this? Wow! Ka. The noise around her was chaotic and loud, and the girl frowned slightly. Jin Yuanbao glared angrily at the audience who were shouting, eating melon seeds, and drinking soda not far away. This group of people who have no sense of propriety, no manners, and no sense of public morality, don't they see that there are human babies sleeping here? I really want to book this auditorium. Chapter 047, Duty Apple. It thought for a moment, then flew to the back of the chair where its beast master was sitting, grabbed the back of the chair with its claws, and spread its wings to wrap the girl up. At the same time, start the drive. On second thought, it seemed like the light displacing device couldn't be muted, but she should be able to sleep a little better in the dark. It would be nice if the driver could be equipped with a silent function. Mute. It might be worth a try. It's so ingenious. Maybe it can really make the driver silent? Mingxi didn't expect that she actually fell asleep in the audience. Still in deep sleep. This is unscientific. She touched her forehead. It's not hot. I feel much better now. Could it be that some kind-hearted supernatural creature passing by used the sleeping skill on her? I just don't understand. Seeing that she was confused, Jin Yuanbao didn't explain. Conceal your achievements and fame. It is indeed a genius. Mingxi didn't know at this time that Jin Yuanbao had created a miracle for her. But she sensed that a lot of the energy in Jin Yuanbao's body had been consumed, leaving less than 1/3. What's going on? How come you only have so little energy left? She was extremely confused. Jin Yuanbao explained that it had been practicing its skills, which neither wasted time nor increased its skill proficiency. Mingxi frowned. What skills could he practice in the audience? Only the drive light. Thinking about how I was sleeping soundly just now, could it be because of the light dispelling effect? Mingxi glanced at Jin Yuanbao, who had an expressionless and arrogant face, and did not pursue the matter any further, as the second round of eliminations was about to begin. If you rush to the charging room to charge the gold ingots now, you may be late. Mingxi found a hidden place without thinking. Then he used up the bonus time and took the gold ingot into the realm of time, restoring its condition to its best, and then brought the gold ingot back to the player waiting area before the start of the second round. The second round of match orders has begun to be matched on the display screens in the waiting area and the large screen in the venue. Junior, a ghostly male voice suddenly sounded behind him. Mingxi was startled and turned around with a roll of his eyes. Senior, who are you trying to scare to death? Fu Yifan looked listless, as if his young energy had been sucked away by the female ghost. Aren't you the one who's scary? You've actually awakened the second soul key. When he saw the red pet space light up in front of Mingxi, he almost screamed like a girl on the spot. He knew clearly that Mingxi had only been naturally awakened for half a month at most. Has the second soul key been awakened? What kind of devilish speed is this? Have you added the skill of bunny dance? This is outrageous. Fu Yifan always thought that he was a genius, but it was not until he met Mingxi that he realized that he was just a beetroot at best. Pure, silly, and naive. Mingxi smiled and said, I was lucky. I woke up by chance yesterday. Fu Yifan's tone became even darker. I also want such luck. Mingxi. She couldn't respond to this and could only change the subject. Senior Fu, the match schedule is out. Check and see who's next. Being stared at with such resentful eyes, she felt like a scumbag who had seduced her and then abandoned her. It's better to go up and compete quickly. Senior Fu is too scary now. Número 33 VS número 96. Mingxi's number was at the first row of the battle list. Mingxi. Her power of wishing has nowhere to go. Fortunately, she did not hesitate to spend a reward time. If she had taken the gold ingots to the charging room, she would probably have lost this round without a fight. She looked at the young man next to her and saw that he was looking at the battle list with a very serious expression, as if the sky was about to fall. What is going on this again? Could it be that... Senior, you're number 33, right? Fu Yifan turned to look at her. That would be great if it were so. Although Mingxi is very strong, he feels that he is not completely powerless. After all, the trick that the schoolgirl used against him last time is no longer effective. I am number 111. 111? Mingxi looked up and scanned the battle table. Número 8 versus número 111. It's number 8? No wonder. Mingxi blinked and showed a sympathetic look. Contestant number 8, Ingluo Lin, is an E-level Beastmaster, nicknamed Breaking Bad, and owns a high-level poison-type pet, Duty Apple, and a low-level poison-type pet, the Poisonous Mink. He is also a prominent figure in the Jianghuai region of this year's National High School Beast Taming League, and his league results are also very impressive. Fu Yifan actually met her in the final round of eliminations. He must have stepped on dog poop when he went out this morning, right? This luck of running into a noble person is comparable to hers. Looking at his pitiful face that looked like he was about to cry. After all, he was a senior. Mingxi's mind quickly stormed out, and he leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. The more he listened, the brighter Fu Yifan's eyes became. It was as if he was infused with new energy and reborn. Junior sister, if I can win this game, I will definitely give you a big red envelope. Mingxi waved his hand. Just don't blame her if you lose. At the beginning of the second round, Mingxi and contestant number 33 Pingbuda have already stood on the number 1 competition stage. For players who can qualify from the regional competition, an intermediate level pet is already the minimum configuration. The pet of contestant number 33 Pingbuda is an intermediate level fighting pet, the Iron Fist Baboon. The punch was heavy and extremely ferocious. In the end, Jin Yuanbao suffered the loss of his left wing by the opponent, and in exchange for injury, he severely injured the brave Iron Fist Baboon and successfully won the game. It is detected that the Master's Thunderbird defeated the same level pet Iron Fist Baboon, and the reward is 10 minutes of training in the Time Realm Private Pet Training Hall. Remaining reward time, 134 minutes and 16 seconds. Previously, charging the gold ingots also consumed 10 minutes of reward time. Congratulations to player number 96 Mingxi for being the first to qualify and securing a place in the group stage in advance. The host's excited voice rang out from outside the venue. Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. After entering the group stage, the pressure on her was not that great. The group stage has a margin for error, unlike the knockout stage where one match decides life and death. Of course, if the goal is to win the championship, then it is best to win consecutive games in the group points match. Losing one game may mean missing out on the finals. The group stage will start at 2 p.m., but Mingxi will wait for the group list to come out and see what Fu Yifan's fate will be. It's an accident, but not really an accident. The final result was that Fu Yifan's Red Flame Tiger narrowly defeated Lin Yingluo's Du Dai Bo at the last minute. The game was an upset. The whole audience was boiling. What happened? Du Dai Bo lost? The high-level pet lost to the mid-level pet. What happened just now? How did Du Dai Bo get attacked out of nowhere? It seems like it stepped on a trap, and then it caught fire for no apparent reason? But does a mid-level fire pet have such a powerful skill? I don't understand. I don't understand either. Can anyone tell me how Du Dai Bo lost? Chapter 048 Tactics. Who was the one who boasted that Lin Yingluo was the favorite to win the championship? Look, she hasn't even made it to the group stage yet. Is this the first time that an E-level Beastmaster didn't make it to the Chongan Cup group stage? Number 111 seems to be the young master of the Fu family, right? I heard that the reason why this year's internal selection competition is so lively is because the Fu family is participating. Is there something fishy about this match? Did Lin Yingluo lose to Fu Yifan on purpose? What are you thinking? Lin Yingluo will carry someone's sedan share? That's underestimating the Lin family. Then I don't understand even more. How did Du Dai Bo lose? Not to mention that the audience didn't understand. Commentator Wang Rui was also a little confused. Number 111 is Fu Yifan, the young master of the Fu family. The host has reminded him of this. In addition, his opponent is Lin Yingluo, the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Beijing City, so they pay special attention to this game. They originally thought that young Master Fu was bound to lose, and they secretly felt sorry for him. Who would have thought that the one who lost in the end was Miss Lin? Looking at the whole match, the young master's red flame tiger was indeed beaten back at the beginning, with poison spots all over its body, and it had almost no power to resist, and the situation was precarious. The turning point came when Duty Ibua's poisonous field exploded. At that time, Fu Yifan seemed to say the word explode. The next second, Duty Ibua, who released the poison field, was suddenly surrounded by flames and lost his ability to fight in just a few seconds. Commentary Wong, do you see how the red flame tiger won this game? The host asked curiously. Wang Rui frowned, thinking back to the entire game, and spoke after a long while. Obviously, Duty Ibua must have been attacked by the fire skill in the end. Before this, everyone should have noticed that contestant number 111 once said the word explosion. At that time, none of us understood what he asked the red flame tiger to do. Now that I think about it, it should be at that time that they set up a trap for Duty Ibua in advance. The host nodded. What skill did the red flame tiger use? I can't remember which fire skill has hidden characteristics. Wang Rui said, it should be a flame column. Ah, that's impossible. A flame pillar doesn't work like this. Wang Rui said, think about it, the height of the flame column is controllable. The height and distribution are all controlled by the pet itself. At that time, Duty Ibua's venom was all over the place. The red flame tiger could have used the venom as a cover to hide the flame column under the venom. You mean the red flame tiger compressed all the flames to a height of less than 1 centimeter and distributed them around its location under the cover of venom. When Duty Ibua approached it and prepared to give it a fatal blow, he would definitely be hit. Being invited by Chongan Group to be the host, it is impossible for this host to know nothing. Soon he followed Wang Rui's train of thought. Wang Rui nodded. Yes, I have to say this is a very bold but ingenious tactic. Player 111 cleverly used the characteristics of his opponent and turned his disadvantages into advantages. This is a game of using the brain. But is the flame pillar that powerful? Duty Ibua is a high-level pet. Maybe he's more skilled. I have to say that Wang Rui is quite capable. Although his analysis cannot be said to be 100% accurate, it is generally correct. How did you do that? At this time, Fu Sushu was also interrogating Fu Yifan. Fu Yifan smiled like a cat that had successfully stolen some fish. He never thought that he could actually beat Lin Yingluo. Junior sister Mingxi is really amazing. He did not hide it from his cousin and explained in detail the tactics of the red flame tiger's counterattack on Duty Ibua. So the Mountain King actually stacked 6 flame pillars together, so he could explode with such great power? Fu Yifan nodded. In fact, he had to add one more point, which was the issue of the height of the flame column that junior sister Mingxi had mentioned before. According to junior sister Mingxi's theory, the power of the flame column that is compressed to the extreme is the greatest. Not to mention the 6-in-1 flame column. Its power is indeed amazing. He actually took Duty Ibua away in one go. No wonder. Fu Sushu just couldn't figure this out before. He knew his cousin's red flame tiger very well. Logically speaking, with its strength, it would be impossible for it to kill Duty Ibua in one blow. It turns out that the attacks are superimposed. Then how can you guarantee that Duty Ibua will step on that pillar of fire? The Mountain King has no control skills. Fu Yifan grinned, because this isn't the first time that the Mountain King has used the flame pillar. In fact, not long after the start of the game, when Duty Ibua used venom to attack the polluted site, the Mountain King has been deploying the flame pillar. My junior schoolmate said that this is called mind warfare, or fighting back with one's own spear. It would be best if you win, but it doesn't matter if you don't, you can always win next time. The Mountain King has the characteristic of a body of fire, which can weaken the erosion of toxins to a certain extent. This is also the main reason why King Shan almost only dodged and did not attack throughout the battle. After understanding the whole process, Fu Sushu looked at Fu Yifan with a meaningful look. This tactic may seem like a gamble, but considering the characteristics of the red flame tiger's flaming body, the success rate must be at least over 60%. Facing a high-level pet, a 60% winning rate is already incredible. Even his Frost Eye Tiger does not have such a high winning rate against Duty AI Bow. There is no doubt that tactics played a decisive role in this battle. What's even more rare is that this tactic is not difficult to operate. You only need to accurately control the position and height of the flame column. The operation is simple, yet effective. Why didn't I realize before that my little cousin actually has such a clever and ingenious mind? Since my cousin was able to defeat Lining Luo with his clever tricks, has he also thought of a way to defeat him? Fu Yifan had no idea that his cousin had become wary of him. If he knew, he would definitely tell him. The one you should be on guard against is not me, but the beast master of the Thunderbird that you look down upon. You know, junior sister Mingxi taught him this set of tactics almost the moment she saw his opponent. In other words, she didn't have to think too much and worked out a set of simple and effective tactics based on the situations of their pets. He really wanted to ask, what was wrong with her brain? No wonder Mingxi was able to awaken 2 soul keys within half a month. However, Fu Yifan also had doubts. Why did a genius like Mingxi fall into the category of a loser toilet girl in their number 3 middle school? Has she been hiding herself, waiting for the opportunity? No matter what, after this incident, Mingxi will not only be his junior, but also his idol. Mingxi didn't know that she had a new rich fan who was the school idol. She was looking at the freshly released group list. Chapter 049. My bank card was dumped. After the second round of eliminations, a total of 60 people successfully entered the group points competition. One of them was a lucky person randomly selected by the intelligent computer from the contestants eliminated in the second round. The 4 group lists are as follows. Group A, Zhang Changgong, Yun Miao, Fu Sushu, Yi Shinju, Kui Mingming. Group B, Ge Xiaojun, Meng Wenbin, Qian Xia, Ding Daping, Ji Shui. Group C, Li Fugue, Sheng Shiyan, Mingxi, Rui Qianwu, Cheng Yuan. Group D, Go Dan, Xia Tianxi, Hua Lu, Fu Yifan. Mingxi's eyes quickly scanned the list. Undoubtedly, Team A formed the group of death. There are as many as 3 seeded players in this group, beast masters with advanced pets. You should know that there are only 9 seeded players in the entire combined competition, and one of them was just eliminated by Fu Yifan. The remaining 5 are Meng Wenbin and Ji Shui from Group B, Sheng Shiyan and Rui Qianwu from Group C, and Hua Lu from Group D. With this comparison, Fu Yifan's luck rebounded, and he was actually assigned to the safest group. Mingxi also noticed that among the 26 people in their Haizhou division, only she, Meng Wenbin, and Yi Xingyu qualified. Compared with the qualifying rates of other divisions, especially the Hanning division, the situation is indeed a bit tragic. Mingxi wrote down the entire list of Group C. The realm of time is not open tonight, so we cannot practice combat. She needs to spend more time on formulating tactics, so it is necessary to know the opponent's information in advance. The group stage started on time at 2 p.m., with each of the 4 groups occupying 2 venues and competing at the same time without interfering with each other. Mingxi looked at the time and saw that there was still more than an hour before the group stage started. She and Jin Yuanbao had not had lunch yet, and their luggage had been kept in a temporary locker, so she planned to go to the hotel that Chongan Group had specially arranged for the contestants. The staff had already handed her the room card when she checked in. The hotel is not far from the stadium, only 3 minutes walk away. After completing the check-in formalities, Chongan Group's offer was nothing but one word: luxurious. Each player will have a separate single room with a large bed and will be provided with breakfast and buffet coupons. Mingxi was very satisfied with this. I ordered takeout at noon to save time. Soon there was a knock on the door. Is takeout so fast these days? Mingxi had no doubts and let Jin Yuanbao continue to learn interstellar pets for 50,000 years with the learning machine, and she got up to open the door. There was a little fat man outside the door who looked familiar. Behind him were 3 fighting-type supernatural creatures, wearing the same black sunglasses, custom-made black suits, and black pants. It was obvious at first glance that they were bodyguards. Fighting pets are very popular in the bodyguard market, and many important figures have them around them. In addition to the 3 bodyguards, there was also a fairy-like supernatural creature floating next to the fat man. It looked very much like a human and had a pair of honey-colored wings on its back. They didn't have the takeout she asked for. Mingxi tilted her head. "Classmate, you knocked on the wrong door." As he said this, he was about to close the door. The fat boy quickly closed the door. "You're right. I'm here to see you. Number 96. Mingxi frowned and looked at the little fat boy. "What do you want from me?" The little fat guy in front of me is Li Fugue from Group C. It is rumored that he is a very wealthy second-generation rich. The kind of wealth that comes from nouveau riche. The rich second-generation Li, who was previously on the manhwa hot search and was asking for a high price for the invitation card, was this person. I heard that he bought more than 100 invitation cards by himself and hired 100 Beastmasters who met the qualifications for the trials to compete in the same division with him. If those tools meet him in the competition, they will admit defeat voluntarily. Relying on this strange method, he actually qualified from the regional competition and successfully entered the group stage. Money is indeed omnipotent. The little fat man shook his hair, but instead of showing any confidence, he poured a bucket of oil onto the earth. The victim Mingxi was forced to float in the oil sea and put on a mask of pain. Don't misunderstand that I came to you because I like you. I'm not interested in a little girl like you. Mingxi, then I really have to thank God for not giving you a pair of eyes that can discover beauty. I hope you will take the initiative to admit defeat when you meet me in the group stage. Of course, this young master will not let you suffer any loss. He raised his hand and said this. Mingxi couldn't remember the name of that creature, but she knew it was a fairy-like extraordinary creature that flew in front of her and handed her a card. Appeared. Rich people use special bank cards to send people off. This time Mingxi was sure that she had not made a mistake, as the 4 huge words Ding Feng Bank on the card could prove it. Take it. There are 200,000 yuan in this card. I'll buy you 1 point. You won't lose anything. Mingxi, the little fat guy, is determined to use money to open the way to the secret place. We've already entered the group stage, but we're still using this trick. He has figured out the code to wealth. 200,000 star coins is indeed not a loss for Mingxi. Even if she loses 1 point, she still has a great chance of qualifying for the top 5 and even has a chance to enter the final round. But as for the issue of match fixing, not to mention whether it contradicts her own principles, she would never be able to get past the hurdle of Jin Yuanbao. If she really agreed to the deal with the fat guy, she would bet her life that Jin Yuanbao would terminate the contract with her immediately. So, sorry, I don't play fake games, no matter how many star coins you give me. After saying this, he didn't give the fat boy a chance to negotiate again. He pushed the card, closed the door, and locked it in one go. Li Fugue, who was turned away, said, Mingxi inside the door and her pet, which had come behind the door at some point, looked at each other in surprise. Lei, aren't you short of money? Why didn't you agree to that human? It was obvious that it heard what the fat man said just now. Mingxi said righteously, You don't understand. We humans have a saying that a gentleman loves money, but earns it in a proper way. Fixing a match is not what a gentleman does. My flesh aches, and it is a wake-up call. 5 minutes later, the actual takeaway arrived. The delivery man didn't knock on the main door, but flew in through the window. Turning the pain into appetite, Mingxi ordered a family bucket to satisfy his and Jin Yuanbao's lunch. Put aside all distractions and start organizing information about your opponent. There are a total of 14 group round-robin matches. A win earns 1 point, a draw earns 1 point each, and no points are deducted for a loss. That is to say, in the next 2 days, she will need to fight pet battles with 14 people in a row. The task is heavy and the time is tight. 2 p.m. The battle order of each group has been arranged. Mingxi will play 4 games this afternoon. They fought against Yu Qi, Deng Diyu, Yu Zihong, and Bao Lingling respectively. Among these 4 people, except Bao Lingling, who is relatively troublesome because she has a grass-type intermediate pet that is immune to lightning, the pets of the remaining 3 people cannot cause any pressure to Jin Yuanbao. As expected, the first 3 games were won easily, and the time reward of the Realm of Time was increased by 30 minutes. During the break, Mingxi met Fu Yifan outside the charging and treatment room, who was also bringing his big brain axe to charge. Chapter 050, if you want to be really stable. Seeing her, Fu Yifan flew up to her excitedly. It was like meeting his half-sister. Junior sister Mingxi, let's have dinner together tonight. It's my treat. Well, I want to thank you very much. If possible, he would like to discuss something else with Mingxi. Although Group D, where he is the safest group, it is not easy for him to secure a place in the top 5 given his situation. After all, his age is really a disadvantage. Moreover, entering the group stage, the level of the players is actually not much different. So Fu Yifan is under a lot of pressure. He was not so naive as to think that just because he won against Maya Lin by chance, he would definitely be in the top 5. If you want to be really stable, you have to rely on the experts. Looking at the way his eyes were rolling around, Mingxi knew what he was up to without having to think about it. It would be a shame not to kill the local tycoon. After getting the answer he wanted, Fu Yifan suddenly became like a primary school kid who found a $100 bill on the curb. With a sneaky and inexplicable thought in mind, he happily walked into the charging treatment room to restore his big brain axe. He also has a match to play in the afternoon. The energy treatment room was specially arranged by Chongan Group for the contestants. There is an angel-type supernatural creature named Yuelin Huey with healing skills and 2 charging bugs that can continuously replenish energy for 100 high-level pets. After a game, contestants usually bring their pets to the charging treatment room to restore their pets to their best condition. Mingxi and Bao Lingling's match was the last match of Group C in the afternoon. Because the opponent was almost immune to Jin Yuanbao's lightning skills, this battle was very stalemate. In the end, Jin Yuanbao used Wing Slash continuously to defeat the opponent's Masuya, but he himself was also seriously injured. Fortunately, 4 points were obtained smoothly, and Mingxi temporarily tied for first place with Sheng Shiyin, Rui Qianwu, and Wen Yao. 5:30 p.m. Mingxi packed up and prepared to keep a date with Fu Yifan. Xiaoxi, a familiar figure, suddenly ran up to the front. Mingxi looked at the person who came in surprise. Sister Ding Ding, why are you here? Are you alone? The girl with the bright smile in front of me is Xiao Dingding. Xiao Dingding explained why she was here. Didn't I tell you before? I want to develop into a trainer. It just so happens that my mom's college bestie here knows a very powerful S-level trainer, and she wanted to take me to meet him, so we made an appointment for tonight. If we both get along, then think of a way for me to become his disciple. Mingxi thought it was a good thing that she didn't take it for granted, and thought that Xiao Dingding came all the way to watch her competition. It turns out that he came here to become a disciple. An S-level trainer is indeed a big name in the industry. If Xiao Dingding could really find such a teacher, her path to becoming a trainer would be much smoother. Of course, the most important purpose is to watch you compete. Mingxi. Okay. She was not being sentimental. Sister Dingding, where are you staying tonight? Do you want to live with me? Xiao Dingding was tempted, but still refused. She didn't want to disturb Mingxi, and she didn't want to affect Mingxi's performance in tomorrow's game. No need. Aunt Yang has guest rooms at her house. She has already arranged everything. I will stay at her house tonight. It is also very close to the workers' stadium, which is convenient for me to watch the game tomorrow. Don't worry, this is not the first time I've stayed at her house. It's very safe. As if afraid that she would worry, he added at the end. Aunt Yang is a single noble who lives alone. Mingxi was indeed relieved when she heard this. She was indeed worried that Xiao Dingding would encounter another bad thing like what happened to Zhang Cheng. Sometimes it is a curse rather than a blessing for a girl to be too beautiful. If you are not careful, you will become a victim of imperfection. Okay then, if you have anything to say, just call my personal terminal. Don't worry about bothering me. No. Because Xiao Dingding was in a hurry to meet the trainer, Mingxi did not invite her to go with her to the appointment with Fu Yifan. After saying goodbye, both parties went to their respective destinations. Mingxi and Fu Yifan made an appointment to meet at the Sueha restaurant on the upper floor of the hotel where they were staying. When Mingxi arrived with the gold ingots, Fu Yifan had already been waiting in the box for a long time. Schoolgirl, hurry up, order whatever you want. This restaurant is a small business run by my uncle in his spare time. My family doesn't have to pay for meals here, so please don't be polite to me. Listen, this is the tone of a rich young master. Even she, a proletarian time traveler, has long admired the reputation of Sueha Restaurant. It is a well-known luxury restaurant in China, and it is said that seats have to be reserved 1 week in advance. You can't make an appointment without a membership card here. When people talk about it, it becomes a small industry. Compare yourself to others. The Buddha was promoted. Of course, Mingxi won't be polite. Being polite to a young master who said such provocative words? She had never been pinched on the forehead. Take a picture of the menu. To the waitress, who was wearing an exquisite maid outfit and had a special smile, she said proudly, this, and this. Give me 1 portion of all. Also, prepare 2 of each of these cherry-flavored energy pills and braised pork-flavored energy pills for me. This restaurant specializes in Chinese food, but also offers pet energy pills of various flavors. This is a rare opportunity. Let Jin Yuanbao enjoy the meal to his heart's content. The red flame tiger next to him was already having a great time. The restaurant did not dare to delay at all for young Master Fu's order, and soon a table full of delicious food was placed in front of Mingxi. Jin Yuanbao's energy pills have also been made. Although they are not specially customized according to its physique, they are also energy pills suitable for lightning and flying supernatural creatures. The taste is also carefully prepared, and few pets can resist it. Schoolgirl, let's eat first. Mingxi nodded and started to show off his fandom crazily. You know what? The price is justified. The chef in this restaurant is really good. 5-star review. The cups and plates were in a mess, and the people were full and satisfied. Tian Nituin took away the food plates and thoughtfully brought digestive tea and fruit dessert after the meal. Ding dong. Mingxi's personal account suddenly received a transfer of 10,000 star coins. She raised an eyebrow and looked across. Your thank you red envelope? Right. Fu Yifan nodded. We agreed before that if you beat Lining Luo, I will give you a red envelope. The money is not much, so don't despise it, junior sister. Knowing that Mingxi's family was in financial difficulty, he wanted to give her more, but he was afraid that Mingxi would not accept it. 10,000 star coins is definitely not a lot for him, but it is not small as a red envelope. Junior sister Mingxi should be able to accept it. Mingxi did not refuse. It wasn't because she needed the money, although she did. It was because she could see that Fu Yifan was just throwing out some ideas, and that tonight was definitely not just a simple invitation to dinner for her. Tell me, what do you want from me? Chapter 051. Open the blind box. Fu Yifan's expression suddenly became serious, and he sat upright and said, Junior sister Mingxi, you also know that I have a mission target for participating in this internal selection competition. My grandfather gave me an ultimatum, demanding that I make it into the top 20 in this competition, or he would break my legs. Haha, the routine of the rich elders is nothing more than breaking legs, freezing accounts, and kicking people out of the house. Mingxi is familiar with this aspect. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to qualify from Group D, right? Aside from Hua Lu, Wei Xuanxuan, Lu Jiyue, and at most Tong Lily, the rest of the group shouldn't be your match as long as you pay attention. Putting aside the seeded players, the overall strength of the players in Group D is actually the weakest among the four groups. Fu Yifan was assigned to Group D, and Mingxi even suspected that this was a behind-the-scenes manipulation. As long as nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely be in the top 5. Fu Yifan looked at her with a bright light in his eyes. You are really amazing, Junior. She was not a member of Group D, but she was able to analyze the situation in Group D so thoroughly. The 4 people she mentioned were indeed opponents that he himself was not sure he could defeat. Especially Tong Lily, probably everyone thinks that he doesn't need to be afraid of her. After all, in terms of attributes, his Mountain King can definitely restrain Tong Lily's Cocoa Snow Tower. But in fact, he had a confrontation with Tong Lily not long ago, and he lost that time. Junior sister Mingxi is junior sister Mingxi. This vision alone made him feel inferior. You are this. He gave her a thumbs up. Then he said, You're right. As long as there are no mistakes, I still have some confidence that we can be in the top 5 of Group D. Although this confidence is probably like a balloon, it will burst if poked. He didn't say that anymore, afraid of being laughed at by schoolmates. He cleared his throat. But there's a big difference between qualifying 5th and qualifying 1st. Mingxi said, oh, raised the corners of her eyes slightly, and curled her lips with interest. So, senior, you also want to compete for the championship? No, I don't have such ambitions. At least I definitely can compete with you. After defeating Lin Yingluo using the tactics taught by Mingxi today, Fu Yifan deeply realized the gap between himself and Mingxi. I just want to get the best grades possible so that my biased grandfather will look at me with new eyes. Mingxi understood what he meant. There are many fights among the wealthy families. Understand. So you want me to be your military advisor? Just like the scene with Yingluo Lin. Fu Yifan nodded hurriedly. Yes, that's what I mean. Of course, I won't let you give me advice for nothing. I'll give you a bonus of 10,000 for every win. How about that? Mingxi said in his heart. Every game? Do you mean that you need me to formulate tactics for the remaining 10 games in the group stage? If you win 1 game, you get 10,000. If you win 10 games, that's 100. An average person probably wouldn't be able to earn that much money in a year. If she didn't plan to enter into the fantasy summoning contract, then the 100,000 could be used to buy a cheap pet egg. There is no need to wait until you come out of the secret place to consider it. Even if I don't buy pet eggs, I can still pay off half of my family's debt. If it's not too much trouble. Fu Yifan's expression was serious. He felt that it was more reliable and safer to have Mingxi as a backup. It's not that troublesome. Except for the 4 players of Hualu, Fu Yifan can defeat the other players on his own. The most her tactics could do was to make his victory easier and reduce the risk of accidents. Mingxi looked at Fu Yifan and said, Senior, you actually want to help me, right? You know that I have awakened the second soul key, but I don't have money to buy a pet, so you want to give me money this way? Although Mingxi felt that her relationship with Fu Yifan was not good enough for him to be generous with his money, you should never guess what rich people are thinking. You can't guess it no matter how much you guess. Anyway, she didn't believe that he did it simply because of the elders in his family. Fu Yifan was stunned. Scratching head. There was embarrassment on his face as his true intentions were exposed. Well, to be honest, there is indeed a reason. You have finally awakened the second soul key. If you can't sign the contract as soon as possible just because of the money problem, it would be a waste. If you can contract a second pet, you might be able to achieve a surprise victory in the next match. But it's also true that I wanted to get better results. Mingxi didn't know what to say, but she appreciated the gesture. She glanced at the gold ingot that was absorbing energy after a feast not far away. My second soul key is also an illusionary key. I have decided to proceed with the illusionary summoning contract. Fu Yifan was shocked. What? The illusionary key again? Are you going to fight with the illusionary key? You do not say. Mingxi also couldn't understand. Was God testing her? But have you really decided to perform the fantasy summoning again? What if? Fu Yifan didn't finish his words, but his eyes secretly glanced in the direction of the gold ingot. The meaning is self-evident. The risk of the fantasy key summoning contract is too great. The Thunderbird is a lesson for us. The evolutionary chain of the Thunderbird has only been broken. Who knows what will happen to the next one? Mingxi is so talented, he really doesn't want her to ruin her future. So he did not approve of Mingxi's risky approach. Junior, why don't you just forget it? If you need money, I can lend it to you. 1 or 2 million won't be a problem. Just pick a pet that you like. Mingxi still shook her head. Senior Fu, I know you mean well, but I have made up my mind. In fact, she made this decision not because of money, but because of gold ingots. Jin Yuanbao knew that he was summoned by the fantasy color key, and he was also aware of the special nature of the fantasy color key. This time she awakened the fantasy key again, and it knew the same thing. If she chooses not to use the fantasy summoning contract this time, will Jin Yuanbao misunderstand that she doesn't use the fantasy summoning because she dislikes it? Some people might say that she is worrying too much and that Jin Yuanbao would not be so stingy. It is hard to say whether the gold ingot is generous or not, but it is definitely very sensitive. The little fat boy came to see her at noon, and his series of actions and reactions at that time were enough to explain the problem. Therefore, even if it was for the gold ingots, she had to bite the bullet and make the fantasy summoning contract again. Even if it is still the fantasy color key in the future, she has decided to stick to it. Erwa's talent is not important. Even if she is determined to be unable to evolve like Jin Yuanbao, it doesn't matter. She has a time limit anyway. The realm of time gave her the confidence to keep trying and making mistakes. Seeing her determined expression, Fu Yifan knew that friendship is deep. I could only sigh helplessly and accept the fact that my idol was a stubborn little monster. So, when are you going to the Beast Taming Center? I'll go there after the game tomorrow afternoon. She checked and found out that the Hanning City Beast Taming Center was open until 12 o'clock in the evening, so she would definitely have enough time to go there after the game. The World of Time will resume operation tomorrow night, and she will be able to take 2 training sessions in a row. Therefore, the sooner the second child is in place, the better. The earlier the contract is signed, and the earlier the training is, the less wasteful it will be. Who knows? Maybe it will really be like what Fu Yifan said, and Erwa will make a stunning appearance on the last day of the competition and win by surprise. It turned out that Mingxi had overthought everything. Her second child was indeed born from a blind box, and he is also a weirdo. Chapter 052 Mingxi vs. Rui Qinwu. Schoolgirl, can I go with you? Fu Yifan looked at Mingxi with hope. He really wanted to go and see it for himself. After all, the fantasy color key was rare to begin with, and opening a blind box was like a legend. Anyway, since he grew up, Mingxi is the only one around him who has awakened the fantasy color key. Sure, Mingxi didn't care. He could follow her if he wanted. He couldn't enter the spiritual contract room anyway. What about you helping me formulate tactics? Although the schoolgirl explicitly rejected his financial support, Fu Yifan had not given up on asking her to accept the red envelope. It's also true that he wants to get a good grade. Mingxi thought about it and finally agreed. Sure, but a 10,000 star coin bonus for every win is way too much. Just to show your appreciation, 1,000 star coins per game. Fu Yifan's request is different from the situation where the fat guy directly pays for a pass. The former ultimately relies on its own strength. It's like the match between Fu Yifan and Lin Yingluo. No matter how carefully her tactics were designed, if the red flame tiger didn't know the skill of the flame column, or didn't have good control over the flame column, or didn't have enough energy to take down the opponent in one wave, etc., they still lose. Moreover, Fu Yifan's behavior is not considered cheating, and is even very common in this world. Because these days, almost every professional Beastmaster will form his own think tank coaching team to help the Beastmaster do various tactical analysis. It is completely different from match fixing. So Mingxi doesn't need to have any psychological burden. It was not difficult for her to formulate several battle plans. So why not do it? And she has to bow down for a few pieces of silver. Even if it wasn't for Urwa or to pay off her debts, she still had to prepare to enter the secret place in a few days. You can't go in empty-handed. Limited by her status as a poor student and a time traveler, her knowledge of the common sense of this world, especially the knowledge of extraordinary creatures, is very limited. Therefore, she also needs to buy a pet identifier so that she can get information immediately when she encounters an unfamiliar pet after entering the secret place. Not to mention that she hasn't even qualified yet, but she's already starting to be unrealistic and ambitious. If she can't even qualify from the group stage, Jin Yuanbao might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Seeing that she agreed, Fu Yifan wanted to jump 3 feet high and immediately sent the information about the opponent that he had collected to Mingxi. As for the size of the red envelope, he has the final say. Before 9 o'clock in the evening, Mingxi had compiled a dozen tactical plans and packaged them together and sent them to Fu Yifan. Of course, she couldn't guarantee whether Fu Yifan would win all the games in the end. The situation on the field changes rapidly, and the player information they currently have is not necessarily comprehensive and accurate. Just like no one knew until now that her gold ingots would cause thunder and lightning storms. Others will try to hide it as much as possible, especially for pets like the spotted deer, which have just evolved to a high level not long ago. Too little information has been revealed to the outside world. Therefore, pre-match tactics are just predictions, which can only increase the chances of winning, but it does not mean that Fu Yifan will definitely be the best among the competition. In the end, it all depends on Fu Yifan himself. On the second day, the group stage was in full swing. Every player in each group will play 7 games today, so the energy treatment room has become the busiest place. The morning match went smoothly. Mingxi maintained his undefeated record, while Fu Yifan narrowly lost 1 match. He eventually lost to Hualu. It's not that there was something wrong with Mingxi's tactical arrangement. Again, the situation on the field changes rapidly, and the information collected is incomplete. The flower deer's pet, Explosive Mushroom, not only learned the seed machine gun, a high-level skill with great destructive power, but also had a high level of proficiency in the skill, having already reached the entry level. Fu Yifan's Red Flame Tiger was defeated by this move. However, he could be considered to have one honor in defeat. After all, he was the first person who successfully forced Hualu to reveal the Explosive Mushroom's trump card. Afternoon, Mingxi meets her strongest opponent in Group C. Seeded player, Rui Qianwu. Mingxi and Rui Qianwu each took their command positions. Rui Qianwu is a very beautiful girl. She studies at Ted Beast Taming High School, which has the best teachers in Hanning City. Not long ago, he represented Ted Beast Taming High School in the National High School Beast Taming League and won first place in the provincial competition for the first grade and fourth place in the Jianghuai regional competition. Although they were ultimately eliminated before the top 32 in the country, it was already quite good to achieve such a good result in their first participation in a large-scale national competition. The future is limitless. So Rui Qianwu is definitely the seeded player among the seeded players, the favorite to win the championship. Her pet is the advanced pet Sismoka. Sisimoka, whose full name is Sisimoka Dragon, is an extraordinary creature with both dragon and flying abilities. It evolved from the primary pet beast Erika Dragon. Erika is also an extremely rare species among dragon pets. An Erika pet egg with unknown talent is worth more than 3 million star coins. Obviously, it is a sacred area that only the rich dare to desecrate. The referee has blown the whistle. Mingxi and Rui Qianwu summoned their pets immediately. Mingxi also clearly saw the full appearance of Sisai Makalong. It is more than 4 meters long, with a pair of exaggerated horns on its head, skin as rough and mottled as old tree bark, back and tail covered with bulging flesh balls, and bony wings stretched out, a bit like bat wings. Mingxi only felt a sharp pain in his eyes. It turns out that I don't want the right one, I just want the expensive one. It is amazing that the Sismoka Dragon, with its horrible appearance that is so ugly that it can cause eyesores, can attract so many Beastmasters. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. The dragon-like supernatural creatures in this world were more similar in appearance to the Western dragons in the legends of her previous life, and they were generally so ugly that it was hard to describe. It is also said that the Sisimocha dragon is the most handsome dragon among the dragons. That's it? The one with the best appearance? Mingxi found it hard to imagine how uglier the other dragon-type extraordinary creatures were. Of course, Mingxi is not unable to understand the thoughts of the beast masters in this world. The principle that the strong are respected is the same everywhere. What's the big deal about being ugly? As long as you are strong, even if you are as ugly as Okada Takeo, you can pursue a beautiful girl like Rinko. The dragon-type supernatural creatures are definitely the top fighters among all supernatural creatures. Moreover, dragon pets are the only extraordinary creatures that must have secondary attributes. This means that any dragon-type pet must have another attribute. For example, Sasai Makalong is a flying type. As a Chinese, who hasn't dreamed of becoming a dragon knight one day? Of course, Mingxi had thought about it too. But it definitely can't be this kind of dragon. She is very loyal and only likes the Eastern dragon. When Mingxi spent 0.5 seconds to despise the appearance of someone else's pet, the other party had already launched an attack. Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath, also known as Dragon's Breath, is a relatively special skill. Chapter 053 Fast Break Tactics. Because of the differences in dragon species and characteristics, Dragon Breath can have many different manifestations. It can be fire, strong acid, ice, wind, blade, lightning, and so on. The specific type of Dragon Breath it will be is determined by the secondary attribute. The dragon breath exhaled by the Sisimoka dragon is a sky full of wind blades. Rue Chinwu's fighting style is very distinctive and very personal. That is, the pace is very fast. In the first few rounds, every beast tamer who encountered her either had their rhythm disrupted by her or was completely led by her. Sisimoka himself is an extraordinary creature with high burst and high output. And with the addition of a beastmaster with a distinctive beast taming style, he can really crush others in a matter of minutes. Mingxi gave no orders. In this situation, Jin Yuanbao can handle it by himself. The two flying pets briefly met in the sky and then quickly separated. Jin Yuanbao is under great pressure against a high-level dragon pet. His only advantage now is speed. Rue Chinwu. Important. Mingxi narrowed his eyes. It was indeed very fast. The effect of the dragon's breath skill is still ongoing, and it is immediately followed by the second skill, leaving no chance for the player to breathe. Dragon Claw, Strong Heart, Dragon Breath, Wind Tornado, Dragon Shock. Rue Chinwu gave an instruction every 3 seconds on average. Not only was she fast, but she also gave an instruction with great emotion. Mingxi's instructions were almost drowned out by her loud and rich voice. Regardless of how strong the attack is, the aura alone is easy to suppress. Such high-frequency commands seem like a random bombardment. But if you look closely, you will find that the connection between skills is very smooth. Sisimoka was not at all flurried because of the short-term change of skills. Not only that, but through the rapid conversion between skills, the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 is achieved. Rue Chinwu is indeed amazing. The gold ingot on the field was like a poor little mouse that could only run away with its head in its hands under the pursuit of the powerful Sisimoka. It could only keep using Wind Chaser to avoid Sisimokalon's airtight skill bombardment as much as possible. But he was already injured to some extent, and it was impossible for him to completely avoid group attacks such as Dragon's Breath, Dragon's Shock, and Wind Tornado. The golden feathers of Jin Yuanbao were stained with scarlet. At this time, the players in Group B are in the waiting area. Except for the 4 players who are currently competing, the remaining 11 are here, including 2 players who came over from Group A to visit. Rue Chinwu is too powerful. It seems like Mingxi is powerless to resist. No one can resist Rue Chinwu. Mingxi has performed very well. Yes, Sisimokalin is too strong. Dragon-type pets are much stronger than pets of the same level. In addition, Sisimoka is still a high-level one level higher than the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird is likely to be defeated. Both are flying type, but the Thunderbird looks really cheap in comparison. What are you talking about? Sisimoka is a dragon type, but what about the Thunderbird? Although the lightning type is also very strong, its evolutionary chain is broken. You comparing the two is simply a blasphemy to Sisimoka Dragon. There's no need to praise one over the other. Although Sisimoka is indeed strong, the Thunderbird isn't that bad either. The evolutionary chain is broken. Isn't that bad? Haha, if you have the ability, don't let your Koya lose to the Thunderbird. Everyone, stop arguing. Actually, I also want to contract a dragon for my second pet. I begged my parents for a long time, but they refused, saying they had no money. But they finally agreed these 2 days. But the prerequisite is that I can win the Chongan Cup this time. What do you think? Do I have a chance? Your parents are so bold to let you in the championship? With your Shui Lingbo, who is only at the intermediate level. The pretty girl had a sarcastic look in her eyes and said offensive words without any scruples. It was just a joke to lighten the atmosphere, but the boy who was belittled immediately blushed and looked at the pretty girl speechlessly. The girl is Yun Miao from Group A, and she is childhood sweetheart of Sheng Shiyan from Group C. Yun Miao looked at the aggrieved boy proudly and took the arm of the handsome boy beside him provocatively and said in a clip-shaped voice, "Brother Sheng, I think you will definitely be the champion of this Chongan Cup." Sheng Shiyan had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't hear what the people around him said. He kept staring intently at the competition stage in front of him and didn't even glance at the girl. Not getting a response, Yun Miao pouted in dissatisfaction and glared at Mingxi and Rui Qinwu on the competition stage as if to vent his anger. "Brother Sheng, what's so good about those two? They definitely can't beat you anyway." The words were nice, but the person being complimented did not show any joy. Sheng Shiyan frowned and turned to look at Yun Miao. "Then who do you think will win?" No matter how confident he is, he doesn't think he can definitely beat Rui Qinwu. This kind of thoughtless compliment will only put him in trouble. Yun Miao was stunned for a moment. Do I even need to ask? It must be Rui Qinwu. Although she hated the weird-looking Rui Qinwu, Sasai Mokolong's strength was there, and she had to admit it even if she didn't want to. Sheng Shiyan chuckled softly and calmly pulled his arm out of Yun Miao's arms. He originally thought that Rui Qinwu was the only one in Group C who could pose a threat to him. It wasn't until last night that I happened to meet Meng Wenbin in a restaurant. As both of us are seated players, it was inevitable that we exchanged a few probing words. During the conversation, he discovered that Meng Wenbin was actually very afraid of Mingxi from their group. After asking around, I found out that Mingxi had eliminated an E-level Beastmaster who possessed a high-level pet, Bone Spirit, in the regional competition. The high-level pet Bone Ghost Spirit was said to have learned the shadow trick. Even he was not absolutely sure that he could defeat the opponent. Therefore, during the regional elimination rounds, if Mingxi wasn't lucky or the opponent let him win, then there is no doubt that Mingxi is not a simple player. Thinking about how Mingxi was only 14 years old and had already awakened the second soul key, Sheng Shiyan became even more wary of her. "Hey, Sheng Shiyan, have you heard something? You don't think that little yellow-haired girl surnamed Ming can beat Rui Qianwu, do you?" The little fat boy sitting behind the two of them curiously poked his head towards them, his little eyes pinched by flesh flashing with a dangerous light. After being rudely rejected by Mingxi with a slammed door yesterday and not getting much favor from other contestants, the fat boy was in a very bad mood. He invested so much money. If he didn't get the secret card in the end, wouldn't his father beat him up? He now has 6 points, just in time to rank 5th in the group. But Zhang Zhe, who is in 6th place, is only 1 point behind him and may overtake him at any time. If we don't think of a solution, it might be all in vain. Zhang Zhe lost to Mingxi in the last game, and he hasn't competed with Mingxi yet. If he can beat Mingxi, wouldn't the points gap be widened? Sheng Shiyan glanced at him coldly. "I don't know anything. We'll know who wins and who loses after we watch." He didn't have a good impression of this little fat boy, a playboy who only knew how to take advantage of others. On the competition stage, Mingxi also began to fight back. Chapter 054 Thunderbird vs. Sisamoka Dragon. Since the opponent likes fast break, let's see who can be faster than the other. Gold Ingots, Lightning Radiation, Golden Feather Whirlwind, Wing Slash, Lightning Radiation, Thunderball, Thunderbird, Golden Feather Whirlwind, Thunderbird. If Rui Qinwu's fast pace is a mudslide with high burst and strong attack power, but the chance of being dodged is also very high. Not every attack can cause damage to the opponent. Mingxi's outburst at this moment was like a violent storm. Although its attack power seemed not strong, its coverage was very wide and its attacks were dense and precise. The skills of the Thunderbird could hurt the opponent almost every time. It seems that the former is more ferocious and domineering, but judging from the current situation, the Thunderbird has the upper hand. Even though many of the Thunderbird's attacks were just like tickling Seismaka, they could still have the effect of confusing its mind. What's going on? It seems that Seismaka is suppressed. The contestants were confused, and the audience was confused too. At this time, commentator Wang Rui, who had been paying close attention to Mingxi's game, came online. It's obvious that Mingxi's fast break rhythm completely suppressed Rui Qianwu. I don't know if you noticed that Mingxi's command is not just fast. She is still making targeted adjustments based on Rui Qianwu's instructions and the positioning of Thunderbird and Seismaka. fast, and steady. It didn't disrupt the connection between Thunderbird's skills, and it was accurate in both time and space. There is no doubt that Mingxi has an amazing talent in commanding beasts. Wang Rui became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes seemed to be glowing. In comparison, Rui Qinwu's fast break seemed hasty and lacked foresight. I think she's too blindly pursuing a fast pace, which is putting the cart before the horse. Seismaka is already very strong, with high burst and high output. In fact, a step-by-step and steady combat mode can gain an absolute advantage. Although Wang Rui did not directly point out that Rui Qinwu's command was a bit superfluous, the meaning was actually almost the same. Her quick attack tactics are indeed unique, but they are not entirely applicable to Seismaka. As a commentator, Wang Rui can be sharp-tongued, but he also has to take the player's feelings into consideration. So he went on to say, of course, Rui Qinwu did a very good job in handling the skill connection issue and maximized her skill advantage. What he didn't say was, no matter how powerful your attack burst is, it's useless if you can't hit your opponent. Although Wang Rui's commentary was somewhat personal, he did point out the core of the problem in the changing situation on the field, and the audience also understood it. Wang Rui's meaning is actually very simple. It's not that the Seismakalin is no longer capable, but that there is a certain gap in the command capabilities of the Beastmasters on both sides. Rui Qinwu, who relied on fast breaks and Sisimoka to be almost invincible in the game, hit a wall and met a player who was better at fast breaks than her. No, it should be said that he is a player who is adept at fast break tactics. See? Seismakalin roared in pain. The softest part of its body, the abdomen, was cut by the Thunderbird's wings, leaving 2 hideous wounds, and green blood was spilling like rain. The wing slash, which had reached entry-level proficiency, was sharp enough to break through Seismaka's defense. AKA, seeing that her pet was seriously injured, Rui Qinwu's pretty face turned pale. Mingxi doesn't care how miserable the opponent is. The goal of the game is to make the opponent as miserable as possible. Even if she had sulfuric acid in her brain, she would never show mercy to her opponent during a fight. He gave a decisive order: lightning radiation. Jin Yuanbao was about to do so, but something unexpected happened. See? The wounded Sisimoka suddenly let out a long howl toward the sky, and his originally gray-green vertical pupils suddenly turned blood red. It's a bit similar to Jin Yuanbao's eye color. It's just that Jin Yuanbao's blood agate eyes were pure and clear, while Sasai Moka's eyes seemed to be soaked in fresh blood, with a strong aura of ferocity and madness. At the same time, a layer of light red cyclone began to condense around it. Violent! Seeing this scene, Wang Rui on the rostrum couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. Mingxi also realized what happened to this Sisimoka frenzy characteristic. Seismakalon actually activated the frenzy characteristic at the critical moment. Berserk is a characteristic that is activated when a supernatural creature is severely injured and its physical and mental strength are greatly reduced. In this state, the attack power and speed of a supernatural creature are doubled. It is equivalent to the situation in online games where the boss goes berserk or goes berserk when his health bar is down to the very last bit. I didn't expect that this Seismakalon also has the berserk trait. I wasn't inspired in the previous few games. Mingxi didn't know whether to lament that he was too strong and had revealed all the other people's cards, or whether he should feel helpless that he seemed to often encounter such unexpected and difficult situations. What a miserable life. We can only adjust our tactics. Although the fast break tactic is effective, it has a fatal flaw, which is that it consumes a lot of energy. After a series of attacks, just now, the gold ingot's energy was almost gone, although the opponent's consumption was certainly not less than theirs. But considering Seismaka's status as a high-level pet, the opponent's energy peak must be much higher than that of Jin Yuanbao. What's more, now that Seismaka has activated the frenzy attribute, his attack power and speed have been greatly improved. I'm afraid that any random attack might send the gold ingots back home. AKA Dragon Shock. Rui Qinwu has calmed down. She also heard what Wang Jie said, but she is not prepared to change her habits. Her eyes were sharply watching the changes on the field, and she issued instructions quickly. Wind Tornado. Mingxi narrowed his eyes. Still coming? Are they relying on their special features to come and take them all away in one go? She thought for a moment and said to Jin Yuanbao, hold on, remember I'm in the minefield. This instruction is incomprehensible. To outsiders, it sounds more profound than a riddle. But Jin Yuanbao, who could somewhat sense Mingxi's emotions, quickly understood what she meant. Our own Beastmaster is in the Thunder Pond. Doesn't that mean? It glanced at the ugly dragon that was chasing it closely and began to skillfully adjust its flying angle. Seeing this scene, Mingxi silently gave Jin Yuanbao a thumbs up in her heart. Dragon breath. Although Rui Qinwu was curious about the deeper meaning of Mingxi's unclear instruction, she did not find anything wrong after observing for a while. I can only continue to command. No matter what conspiracy the other party has. As long as Aka gets rid of the Thunderbird, no amount of conspiracy or overt plotting will be of any use. Mingxi calmly watched Jin Yuanbao narrowly avoid the overbearing dragon breath. Chapter 055, Darkness Falls. When Rui Qinwu issued the command again, she shouted 0.5 seconds earlier. Drive away the light. Chase the wind. Impact. Rui Qinwu's instructions also reached Sasai Mocha's ears at the same time. At this moment, the Thunderbird in the air suddenly adjusted its flying position again, stabilized its body when it was 3 meters above the ground, and launched the light drive. At the same time, Seismaka also received instructions from his own Beastmaster. Impact. Impact is a skill that concentrates all the strength and energy of the body and uses the body to violently hit the opponent. In the Berserk state, attack power doubles. With the Thunderbird's defense, if it were hit by Seismaka's attack, all the bones in its body would probably be shattered into pieces. Seismaka's impact momentum has already formed, and his body is rushing towards the direction of the Thunderbird at a rapid speed. It was at this moment that darkness fell. Next second, boom! A loud noise. The hard body of the Seismakalan slammed heavily into the ground, creating a huge pit 5 meters deep. For a moment, gravel flew and dust rose. Mingxi, who was the calmest person in the room, calmly ordered, "Wing slash." Thunder. Jin Yuanbao quickly raised his body, like an eagle soaring into the sky, and the gate formed by his wings fell down like thunder. It is detected that the Master's Thunderbird has surpassed the high-level pet Seismaka, and the reward is 100 minutes of training at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Hall. Remaining reward time, 234 minutes and 16 seconds. It all happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Sasai Makalong fell into the pit. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Some people in the audience shouted, and some jumped up. The situation was somewhat out of control for a moment. What's going on? Did Seismaka destroy himself? The last thing the Thunderbird used was to drive away the light, right? It was to drive away the light, right? It was to drive away the light, right? Isn't exorcism a demon-type skill? How can the Thunderbird exorcise light? Could it be that it is actually a demon-type skill? How is this possible? A flying type, a lightning type, and a demon type? The Thunderbird is going to fly to the sky. Oh my God! This is out of the blue. Seismakalan was defeated by a mid-level pet. Who would believe this if I told them? No matter what, the final twist really surprised me. I didn't know that the light-repelling function could be used in this way. So cool. Is that little Beastmaster a devil? She can actually come up with such a brilliant trick. On the rostrum, Wang Rui and the host became excited after a brief moment of confusion. Mingxi, the youngest player in this year's Chongan Cup, actually defeated the most popular favorite to win this year. Oh my God! This is incredible. I still can't believe what I'm seeing. Explanator Wang, what do you think of the Thunderbird's counterattack at the end? Wang Rui's mood was actually not calm at this time. He is sure. It is confirmed that Mingxi will indeed predict the air stagnation. Just now, in the final reversal, she definitely used the air delay prediction. She predicted Rui Qinwu's tactics in advance, made arrangements early, and completed a Jedi counterattack. This is not just a novice beast tamer. He is a divine beast tamer. And she is only 14 years old this year. Compared to the noisy and lively atmosphere in the auditorium and the excitement on the rostrum, the contestants' waiting area was in an eerie silence. It's not just Group C, the other 3 groups are similar. Even Fu Yifan and Meng Wenbin, who knew Mingxi's strength, were shocked by the scene of Sasai Mokalong's final impact and crashed to the ground. Can we still play like this? After all, that was Rui Qinwu, one of the top 4 players in the Jianghuai region of the National High School Beast Taming League. That's the Sissimo Calosaurus, a high-level dragon pet. Mingxi, a novice beastmaster who had awakened less than a month ago, actually won with just a Thunderbird. This is no longer a counterattack. It's an urban legend. Oh my God! No wonder this yellow-haired girl dared to reject me. Young master. Is she so strong? She even defeated all the candidates for the championship. On the Group C side, the one who finally broke the silence was the fat boy Li Fugue. After looking at each other, the others all looked at Sheng Shiyin. Now, the pressure was on Sheng Shiyin. Currently in the Group C standings, Sheng Shiyin and Mingxi are tied for first place. But Sheng Shiyin has not played against Rui Qianwu and Mingxi yet, and both matches are scheduled for tomorrow morning. This means that he will have to fight two powerful enemies tomorrow. Sheng Shiyin's expression was also very solemn at this time. Mingxi had completely exceeded his expectations. How can he be so strong? Is he really only 14 years old? Yun Miao, who had been sitting next to Sheng Shiyin and had not gone back, looked as ugly as if her beloved idol had just died. She just told Brother Sheng that Rui Qianwu would definitely be the winner, but in the end Mingxi won. Isn't this a slap in her face? She really hated those two people. In fact, our Group C is the real death group, right? The two favorites to win the championship and the big guys who crushed the favorites to win the championship are all in our group. Zhuo Xingyuan's words immediately resonated with other members of Group C. It is true that Group A has 3 seeded players, but apart from Fu Sushu, the remaining 2 cannot be compared with Rui Qianwu and Sheng Shiyin from Group C. Now another Mingxi has appeared in their Group C. Not a seeded player, but better than a seeded player. The Death Group is definitely their Group C. When Mingxi became the subject of everyone's discussion, she was stopped by Rui Qianwu. Why did you know that I wanted Aka to use the impact? Mingxi looked at Rui Qianwu, who had a dejected and unwilling face. Obviously, this failure was a big blow to her. Mingxi sighed. You are good at fast breaks, and you are very unique in handling the connection between seismic skills, which allows you to maximize the power of your skills. But you may not realize that you have already formed muscle memory. Mingxi certainly doesn't have the ability to predict the future. Prediction is a combat skill that is based on reality, but is ahead of reality. It's not some superpower. Let me give you an example. After Wind Tornado, you either use Dragon Shock or Dragon Roar. And after Dragon Breath, in this match alone, you used Impact 3 times and Wind Tornado once. Combined with Seismaka's situation at the time, I judged that you were more likely to receive the impact, so I made subsequent arrangements. After listening to Mingxi's explanation, Rui Qianwu suddenly understood. It turns out that her fast break has formed a fixed pattern. She looked at the young girl in front of her and sighed softly. Although she was frustrated to lose to Mingxi, who was almost 3 years younger than her. But she had to admit that Mingxi was very strong. It is the kind of pure strength that does not rely on external forces. She said sincerely, "Thank you for telling me this." "You are welcome." Although Mingxi didn't think there was anything to be thankful for. "Then Rui, if you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first. My friends are waiting for me." This was not Mingxi's excuse. All her games for the day had ended. Next, she would meet up with Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding and go to the Hanning City Beast Taming Center together. Chapter 056 Hanning City Beast Taming Center. When having lunch with Xiao Dingding at noon, she heard that she was going to the Beast Taming Center tonight to sign a fantasy summoning contract, and she immediately expressed her desire to go with her. Rui Qianwu nodded. "Okay, let's talk about it later." Mingxi, surrounded by Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding, walked into the gate of Hanning City Beast Taming Center. "I'm going to go get a physical test first." She still doesn't know how much progress she has made during this period. What is the specific level of physical fitness and the extent to which the brain is developed? She also needs to adjust her subsequent training according to her physical condition. Name Mingxi. Gender, female. Age, 14. Physical fitness, E+. Brain development degree, 11%. Junior, your physical fitness level is E+. Fu Yifan stared at the paper in Mingxi's hand with a confused expression. His physical fitness just barely broke through F+ a while ago. The junior school girl is already 1 grade higher than him? How embarrassed is this for him? He was puzzled and confused. With your physical fitness, how did you get rumored to be a weakling in our school? Mingxi. How could she answer this? Say that she was not the original Mingxi, and that she had inherited the strength and power of her previous life? I went to Leichi Villa in Qingyin City 2 days ago and soaked in it for an hour. At that time, I awakened the second soul key. Fu Yifan was surprised. You went to Leichi? The one at Leichi Villa? Right. You were soaking in the water and suddenly had a second awakening? Right. Fu Yifan. Is the effect of the Thunder Pool so good? Can it directly promote awakening? How about he try it some other day? Not to mention Fu Yifan was eager to try. Even Xiao Dingding wanted to give it a try. Mingxi could naturally see the two people's intentions and also agreed that they should give it a try. You can all go and try it. The effect of body refining is really good. The longer you stay in the Thunder Pool, the better the effect. The only drawback is that it hurts. Fu Yifan was curious. How painful is it? Mingxi thought back to his situation at that time. It's okay. I can hold on, and I believe you can do it too. Anyway, it won't hurt to death. Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding looked at each other. They always felt that the okay that Mingxi said and the okay that the public knew were two different things. But since she said so, I must go to Lei Qi to take a bath. Schoolgirl, are you sure you want to perform the illusion summoning? How about you reconsider it? The quality of your secret key is 5 stars. 5 stars. 1 in a million, the highest quality. You're just using it to perform a colorful summoning. This is really a waste of its quality. How about we go to the training center next door? Whatever you like. I'll pay for it today. Is that okay? Mingxi, you really can't be so willful. That's a 5-star secret key. After coming out of the secret key testing room, Fu Yifan transformed from a bright and handsome school idol into Tang Monk, or the Chinese Odyssey version of Tang Monk. He kept chattering all the way. Tang Monk recited the scriptures with earnest words. In just a short time in the elevator, Mingxi was almost turned evil by his nagging. Today, she could finally empathize with Sun Wukong's suffering. Senior, it is a taboo to temporarily change a general on the battlefield. It usually does not end well, not to mention that he is only of 5-star quality. This is not the first time. They were about to reach the spiritual contract department, but Fu Yifan was still muttering. Mingxi didn't want to be watched, so she had to interrupt him. Jin Yuanbao put his arm around her shoulders and looked at Fu Yifan with disdain, as if he were a child making trouble for no reason. What happened to the fantasy summon? All the animals summoned by Huan Sai are good animals like it, with extraordinary talents, unparalleled heroism, mighty and unyielding spirit. This stupid human simply doesn't understand. Snort. Or maybe its beast master is wise and farsighted. Fu Yifan, who heard the hidden meaning, was not only not calmed down, but also became even more excited. What? You mean your first soul key is also a 5-star one? You are wasting such a great gift? Fu Yifan covered his thin chest muscles and made a gesture like she's sure holding her heart. Mingxi, it's time to let those girls in school who adore him see that this is the campus prince they've been dreaming of. This is their idol. Male god? Male lunatic is more like that. Student Fu, please stop talking. Xiaoxi knows what she is doing. Let her make her own decision. In the end, Xiao Dingding was powerful and suppressed Fu Yifan with just one sentence. After all, I still have to choose a beautiful sister. Beautiful sister Sai Gao. The spiritual contract department of the Beast Taming Center in Hanning City is more lively than that in Haizhou City. As soon as Mingxi and the other two entered, they felt like they were squeezing into a subway during rush hour. It was already past 6 in the afternoon, but there were still so many people. Can we only say that it is worthy of being a provincial capital? The atmosphere is extraordinary. Mingxi paid the money and received the number paper. Estimating the time, I'll have to wait for at least 40 minutes. I was free anyway, and also wanted to avoid Fu Yifan from bringing up the past. Mingxi began to give Fu Yifan special training, analyzing his opponent tomorrow frame by frame based on the videos he had shot in the past 2 days. Fu Yifan is currently leading the way in points in Group D, with 10 wins in 11 games, ranking second in the group, only behind Hualu. In fact, as long as he can win one of the last 3 games, based on the current points ranking and match situation in Group D, he will definitely qualify as the top 3 in the group. Junior, do you think it's possible for Hualu and I to split it equally? Fu Yifan didn't feel too unwilling to lose to Hualu. The other person's pet is stronger than his, older than him, and a cunning old villain. It is normal for him to lose to the other person. He was simply curious. Mingxi nodded and said, yes, the one in your group who hasn't fought him yet, Wei Xuanxuan, has the possibility of defeating him. Wei Xuanxuan's fortress turtle is a dual-element pet of water and rock. As we all know, the mixture of water and soil can produce many different effects, such as mud, quagmire, swamp, and even debris flow. The fortress turtle itself is both an offensive and defensive machine. If Wei Xuanxuan can find a way to combine the fortress turtle's water and rock skills to turn the competition venue into a swamp, then for the explosive mushroom, which relies heavily on mycelium splitting to create an explosive environment, it would be equivalent to sealing most of its skills. Besides, the swamp environment limits movement speed. Even if the bomb bus has learned the seed machine gun, the defense of the fortress turtle is enough to resist 1 or 2. As long as Wei Xuanxuan doesn't lose his temper, there is a chance to defeat Hualu in this situation. At this moment, Fu Yifun could no longer hide his admiring expression. You were so awesome, Junior. He thought for a moment and asked slyly, Can I tell Wei Xuanxuan what you said? This is a sign of great misfortune. Chapter 0, 57-second opening, blind box. Mingxi didn't care. It's up to you. Anyway, Wei Xuanxuan and I have already competed in the afternoon, so his becoming stronger will not affect me. But if Wei Xuanxuan really beats Hualu tomorrow, wouldn't it be equivalent to my victory? I think this is great. Mingxi couldn't understand his IQ-style method of self-consolation. Xiao Dingding obviously couldn't understand it either. I couldn't help but say, even if Wei Xuanxuan beats Hualu, Wei Xuanxuan is behind in points. Even if he wins all 3 games tomorrow, it is unlikely that he will catch up with you too, unless you and Hualu lose all 3 games. This is obviously impossible. Then you lost to Hualu before. According to the rules of the competition, even if you two end up tied, Hualu will still be the first in your group, and the final result won't change. Fu Yifun knew, of course. He waved his hand and said, You girls don't understand the desire to win of us boys. Okay, who makes the difference between men and women? It's almost my turn. Mingxi noticed that the staff had called the number before her. Number 177, Spiritual Contract Room number 6. Sure enough, in less than a minute a staff member came out and called her number. Mingxi quickly stood up and walked to the staff member. Fu Yifun and Xiao Dingding also followed her with excitement and trepidation. The staff member's eyes swept across the 3 people and finally stopped at the gold ingot that was sharpening its paws obediently on Mingxi's shoulder. Her face suddenly turned cold, and she looked at Mingxi coldly. Are you number 177? Mingxi was stunned. This staff member seems angry? Is it because she brought 2 people with her? But as long as the Beast Master agrees, can't parents and friends follow the Beast Master to wait outside the spirit contract room? Also, the number of accompanying persons cannot exceed 2, and she didn't exceed the limit, right? Although Mingxi didn't understand the change in the staff's attitude, she still nodded seriously. The staff member's expression became visibly colder. Why doesn't the pet you want to contract have a control ring? Do you have a receipt for the purchase of your pet, or a breeding certificate issued by the Beast Taming Center? Mingxi suddenly realized. I immediately understood the reason for the change in the staff's attitude. It turned out to be because of the control ring. Because the pet contract ceremony must be carried out in the spiritual contract room, the Beast Master needs to bring the appropriate pet or pet egg to the Beast Control Center to complete the contract. Uncontracted supernatural creatures, even those bred in a breeding center, have certain aggressiveness and uncontrollability and may resist, escape, or attack humans. Therefore, the Alliance researched and created the Pet Control Ring. The Control Ring can effectively suppress the emotions of extraordinary creatures, control the behavior of pets, and prevent accidents. When the Beast Master awakens the Soul Key and determines the extraordinary creature to be contracted through legal and compliant means, such as purchase or commission breeding, the pet breeding center or breeding shop will put a control ring on the pet. When entering the spiritual contract room, the control ring will be recovered by the staff of the Beast Taming Center. It is illegal to bring wild, supernatural creatures that are not wearing control rings into the spiritual contract department. If the situation is serious, the Beast Master will be severely punished. In other words, the control ring is equivalent to the identity proof of the extraordinary creature that is about to be contracted. The existence of the control ring also effectively prevents the illegal hunting of wild supernatural creatures. Of course, pet eggs do not require a control ring, but you still need to provide a purchase receipt or breeding certificate before entering the spiritual contract room. You misunderstood. Mingxi smiled bitterly. The Thunderbird is my pet, a pet that has been contracted to me. Afraid that the other party would not believe it, Mingxi simply took the gold ingots back into the pet space. Upon realizing that he had made a mistake, the staff member's expression froze for a moment, then quickly turned into confusion. If this bird pet was not the one that this girl was going to contract, then why did the 3 of them come back empty-handed? Could it be that these 3 young men have space storage items on them? Have you put away the pet eggs? As the staff member was thinking about the storm, he heard the girl in front of him say, I'm going to carry out a fantasy summoning contract, so I don't have a pet or pet egg with me. The staff member blinked and said in confusion and excitement, Nongong search system? Wow, they're speaking in dialect. Mingxi noticed that after he said those words just now, countless surprised and inquiring glances came from the waiting area. As expected, once the secret key of fantasy color comes out, who can compete with it? Sister, can you take us in first? She didn't want to accept the stare of looking at a stupid monkey. The staff member came to his senses and quickly led the three people to the spiritual contract room number 6. Oh, what you awakened is really the illusionary key. Mingxi handed over the secret key inspection form. Huh, you're only 14? Is this your second time awakening your soul key? Mingxi nodded. The staff looked admiring, helpless, and conflicted. Are you really going to perform a phantom summon? Mingxi nodded without hesitation. Are you sure? Mingxi nodded again. This staff member is simply Fu Yifan number 2. What a sin she has committed. Mingxi was finally freed until she arrived at the door of spirit contract room number 6. He skillfully took out the soul key, opened the door, and entered, walking with the wind without any hesitation. After entering the spiritual contract room, Mingxi cleverly summoned out the gold ingot again. Let it witness the summoning contract process with its own eyes. The pets that the Beastmaster has contracted will not be excluded by the rules of the spirit contract room. The structures inside the Lingxia rooms are similar, and Mingxi stepped onto the Lingxia platform with familiarity. Insert the key into the center keyhole. Familiar spiritual formations lit up one after another under their feet. This time, Mingxi wisely stood at the outermost edge of the spiritual contract platform. In case Erwa attacked her without asking any reason like Jin Yuanbao, she could also avoid him in time. In the light, an object about half a person's height appeared in the sight of Mingxi and Jin Yuanbao. Before he could see clearly, Mingxi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. But when she saw the true appearance of the object clearly, she almost fell off the spiritual contract platform. You're kidding me. Outside the spiritual contract room, Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding stared nervously at the closed door of the spiritual contract room. Sister Xiao, what kind of pet will junior sister Mingxi contract this time? In order to ease the tension, Fu Yifan started to make small talk. He and Xiao Dingding just met today and are not really familiar with each other. And because of Zhang Cheng, Xiao Dingding became extremely cold towards men. However, because they have a mutual friend, Xiao Dingding's attitude towards Fu Yifan is okay. Mingxi also believes in the friend she trusts. There is no bottom line. Xiao Dingding smiled gently. No matter what it is, I believe Xiaoxi can cultivate it well. Just like the Thunderbird, even if it can't evolve, even if it's just a mid-level pet, it can still defeat high-level pets. Sister Xiao, you are right. At this time, the door of the spiritual contract room in front of him opened again. Chapter 058S003. Xiao Dingding, Fu Yifan, and the waiting staff all looked over there at the same time. Mingxi walked out with an expressionless face, holding a gray-white stone half a person's height. Jin Yuanbao followed behind her with his feathers drooping, looking bewildered and as if his worldview had collapsed. Fu Yifan looked at the big rock in Mingxi's arms and asked uncertainly, Schoolmate, is this a rock-type pet? Many rock-type pets have the ability to turn into stone. Mingxi sighed deeply and shook his head. No, this should be a fossil pet egg. When Mingxi finished speaking, the only thing left in the air was the smell of dead silence after the smoke of gunpowder had died down. Fossil pet eggs, also known as fossil eggs. After hundreds or even thousands of years, a small number of pet eggs that could not be hatched for various reasons would gradually be covered with a layer of stone as hard as a shell. Eventually, it becomes a fossil-like object, which is called a fossil pet egg. Fossil pet eggs are difficult to form, so they are very rare. Therefore, it is highly sought after by archaeology enthusiasts and some collectors. Generally speaking, fossil pet eggs are dead eggs, and the insides are likely to have been petrified. But there are a few cases where the pets inside the fossils are still alive. Even if there is still life inside the egg, the chance of hatching is very small. As long as there is a fluctuation of life, it can be contracted by the Beastmaster. Many breeders believe that completing a contract with a Beastmaster can greatly increase the chances of hatching fossil pet eggs. But no one would think of digging a hole to contract a fossil pet egg. Mingxi didn't dig a hole in his brain. The blind box gave her a fossil pet egg, but she refused it. The only consolation is probably that being successfully summoned and completing the contract at least proves that the extraordinary creature inside the egg is still alive. At the same time, on a planet several light years away from the blue star, located 8,000 meters deep in the sea, in a supernatural biological research institute secretly built by a special organization. Oh no! Oh no! Dr. Allen is in trouble. The assistant's sudden intrusion interrupted the ongoing experiment. Allen, who was holding the chest expander, lost his balance and moved too much, causing the chest expander to open instantly. The green extraordinary creature that was disemboweled on the experimental table let out a shrill scream and died completely. Alan frowned and threw away the chest expander. He didn't even look at the green, extraordinary creature. He just said indifferently to the assistant beside him, "Chop it up and throw it into pit number 3 as nutrients." "Yes." The assistant responded respectfully and began to deal with the aftermath. Alan then looked at the man who broke in, his slightly narrowed eyes showing no sign of concealing his cold, murderous intent. "What's the matter with all the shouting? Have you forgotten the rules here?" The assistant's entire body was instantly covered in white sweat, and he shuddered, only then realizing what a stupid thing he had just done. But at this point, he could only speak tremblingly. "Dr. S003 has disappeared." Alan's face suddenly changed, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense. S003 is an important sample that existed when they built it. Its origin is very mysterious. It is said that the Big Boss found it from the secret treasure house of a certain country after he destroyed that country. The Big Boss takes it very seriously. Disappeared? What do you mean? It just disappeared suddenly. No instrument can detect its existence. Alan frowned. "Take me to see it first." If S003 is really lost, then even he will be held accountable by the Big Boss. It's really going to be a big disaster. On the distant blue star, Mingxi walked out of the Hanning City Beast Taming Center, holding the fossil egg in his hand. Fu Yifan and Xiao Dingding beside him followed Mingxi silently. The two men's faces at this moment looked as if they had just attended Mingxi's biological mother's funeral, full of pity, helplessness, and confusion. The atmosphere, the funeral style, the solemnity, Mingxi felt that even when she visited the Martyrs' Cemetery on Qingming Festival in her previous life, it was not so heavy. She couldn't bear it anymore. Okay. You really don't have to feel sad for me. This pet egg is just fossilized, not completely dead. Didn't we just test it? The life energy inside it is still very active, which means it still has a good chance of hatching. After coming out of the spiritual contract room, Mingxi took the fossil egg to the pet inspection room. After instrument testing, it was confirmed that although Erwa was a fossil egg, the life fluctuations inside it were still very active, and it was definitely not a dead egg. But even the equipment at the Beast Taming Center can't determine what species the egg is from, and can't help hatch it. What if it never hatches? What will you do? Fu Yifan was worried. He felt that he was really worried about Mingxi. He said, "You can't use the illusion summoning. You can't use the illusion summoning. The schoolgirl is just too stubborn. Now, she has contracted a fossil pet egg, but she doesn't even know when or if it will hatch. It's really amazing. Is there anything in this world more unreliable than the fantasy summoning contract? There is none left. Absolutely not." He felt that if this happened to him, he would need a lifetime to heal. "Only my junior schoolmate has such a big heart that she could comfort them as if nothing had happened." Mingxi is not as pessimistic as Fu Yifan. When she contracted the gold ingot, wasn't it also determined to be a pet that could not evolve? But it turns out that the Alliance just didn't find the right way to make it evolve. So don't throw away the ugly fossil pet egg yet. Bring it into the realm of time tonight, and let Guang take a look. Senior Fu, Sister Ding Ding, you really don't have to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Even if this egg can never hatch, I won't regret my choice today. You have to cry until you have made the decision yourself, even if you have to kneel down." As she spoke, she hugged the fossil egg tightly in her hand and stroked its uneven surface, as if she could feel the beating inside. His eyes couldn't help but become a little softer. "And I believe it's a good baby. It won't let me wait too long, right? Lele, you still have my master. Even if this broken stone can never hatch, I can protect you alone." Jin Yuanbao had been silent since he came out of the spiritual contract room. At this moment, he suddenly spoke and said words to comfort Mingxi, which made Mingxi a little surprised and a little delighted. A variant of this sticker, gold ingot. Good. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but when Jin Yuanbao opened his mouth, the hard pet egg in his hand seemed to move. It must be an illusion. At the same time, the hot searches on Mingxi tonight were all dominated by the Chongan Cup. A dark horse appeared in the Chongan Cup, and the God-level reversal stunned the audience. Chongan Group Internal Selection Competition. Why did the favorite to win the championship end in the elimination round? What's going on with this Chongan Cup? Can mid-level pets easily crush high-level pets these days? Chapter 059 Hot Search Exploded. The Chongan Group's internal selection competition has been held for 5 years. Because it is related to secret place quotas, it is quite well known in the Jianghuai region. Last year, a TV station also broadcast part of the game live. This year's situation is even more special. Because the National High School Beast Taming League ended a month earlier than in previous years, and it also coincided with the 250th anniversary of the Chongan Group. The rewards for the champion and runner-up were no worse than those of those large-scale competitions. Therefore, many young beast masters who have already made a name for themselves participated in this Chongan Cup. For example, Maya Lin. For example, Fu Sushu. For example, Rui Qinwu and Sheng Shiyin. They all achieved outstanding results in this National High School Beast Taming League. This type of national beast taming competition usually attracts the most fans. As long as you perform well enough in the competition, you can gain a large number of fans and attention. Just like Fu Sushu, he has a handsome appearance and a cold temperament, and his family background and talents are extraordinary. He represented their school in the National High School Beast Taming League for 2 consecutive years and achieved impressive results. If it were Mingxi's previous life, he would definitely be the campus literary bully. So even though he rarely runs a cute blog, his account has nearly 5 million followers, comparable to the third-tier traffic in the entertainment industry. In the era of beast taming, beast tamers who have both strength and good looks are the most sought after. This has directly led to the popularity of this year's Chongan Cup far exceeding any previous years. It was an unprecedented event, but no one expected it. Lin Luo was eliminated by a junior high school boy before she even made it to the group stage. Fans thought this was magical enough, but then something even more unexpected happened. Rui Qinwu, the favorite to win the championship and who had a dragon pet, lost to a 14-year-old girl in the second grade of junior high school in the group stage. The alliance determined that the opponent's pet could not evolve into a high-level Thunderbird. It's outrageous that he opened the door for something outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. The hot search exploded. I'm curious, can the current mid-level pets easily defeat high-level pets? But my black-tailed raccoon can't do it. What should I do? Will I be eliminated by the society? I'm really panicking now. Panic +1. Panic +2. Panic +10086. The above, what era is the old joke of 10,086? Everyone calm down. It is a rare event for a mid-level pet to kill a high-level pet. Don't think that anyone can do it. Those who can do it are not human. I can understand that the red flame tiger defeated Duty Ibwa. After all, the fire element is stronger than the poison element, and the red flame tiger also has the characteristic of a flaming body, but the Thunderbird killed the Seismokalin, which I really can't understand. Same as above. My brother is a professional beastmaster. I just asked him to watch the match between Thunderbird and Seismokalin. Do you know what my brother said? Don't keep me in suspense, or I'll pierce your lungs. My brother said that the little beastmaster named Mingxi might be able to predict the void. You all know about predicting the void, right? Your brother is probably not a professional beastmaster, but a professional trickster, right? What is the prediction of empty space? It is a super skill that only a very few talented professional beastmasters can master. How old is Mingxi? 14 years old. It is said that she is only awakened for less than a month. She can predict empty space. Why don't you say that your brother is Xie Zhaolang? Xie Zhaolang is a leader among the new generation of young professional beastmasters in Longhua country and a superstar player. Believe it or not, my brother said this. Your brother upstairs exploded. Tomorrow is the last day of the Chongan Cup, right? It happens to be Sunday, so I decided to go to the event in person. Anyone want to join me? Let's make an appointment. I envy the people above me who are from Hanning City. I also want to go there, but the journey is too far. I'm in the next city, so it's convenient to go there. I've already bought a ticket to Hanning City tomorrow morning. I want to see with my own eyes how powerful that Thunderbird is. When the internal selection competition of Chongan Group on the internet created unprecedented heat, no one noticed that a blogger with less than 100 fans posted a new update. Today, I received a child who came to perform the contract ceremony at work. She awakened the illusion key, which is a very high quality, 5 stars. But I don't know what she was thinking. She chose to open the blind box, and then open a fossil pet egg. Later, I checked and found that this fossil egg has existed for at least 1,000 years. Mingxi had no idea how much topics she had provided for the board public. 9 o'clock in the evening, hotel room. 2 days later, the world of time finally arrived again. Mingxi, carrying a school bag, holding a pet egg in his hand and a gold ingot on his shoulder, stepped into the open door in front of him. Welcome back, master. Congratulations to the owner for successfully contracting the second pet. The moment Mingxi heard Guangguang's voice, he couldn't wait to ask, Guangguang, can you tell what type of pet my Erwo is? No one knows whether it's because Erwo is special or because the fossil egg is special. The equipment at the Beast Taming Center can't tell what kind of egg this is. As a result, the pet column on her personal information interface has now changed to Pets, Thunderbird, Intermediate, Unknown, Fossil Pet Egg. It seems both absurd and sad. With current technology and the abilities of extraordinary creatures, it should not be undetectable. It is impossible to determine at this time. You can try to test it with the equipment in room 1 later. Can't you even see the light? Okay. First, draw the duration. She has 2 chances to spin today, so she spun the wheel twice in succession. She has always had good luck in drawing time, and today, without the debuff of the toilet god, her performance has indeed returned to stability. 1 time for 30 hours and 1 time for 36 hours. Good luck! Mingxi then discovered that in addition to the countdown light sign above the gold ingot's head, there was also one on the pet egg. The only difference is that it is pink, which makes it look very dreamy and girly. But the gold ingots seemed invisible. It seems that only she, as a beast master, can see the light board. Master. The day before yesterday, the realm of time absorbed a large amount of overflowing energy from the Thunder Pond. After the fusion and evolution of the laws, there is now an additional small Thunder Pond in the realm of time. Mingxi was stunned. She was so busy with the competition these past 2 days that she almost forgot that the reason why the realm of time was closed for a day was because it absorbed the energy from the Thunder Pool. Are you saying that there is now a minefield in the realm of time? Yes. Does this mean that Jin Yuan Bao and I can bathe in the Thunder Pool every day from now on? Yes. Very good and powerful. No precious reward time was wasted. It is true that you have to give in order to gain. Jin Yuan Bao, we have plenty of time for training today, so we have to change the training plan. Let's do this. You go to the Thunder Pool and soak in it for an hour, and then, after arranging Jin Yuan Bao's next 66 hours of training tasks in a few words, Mingxi did not let it go to the Thunder Pool right away, but instead carried the pet egg into room 1 together. As usual, do a test first. She put the fossil egg aside and picked up Jin Yuan Bao's report card. 2,000 years later, Mingxi remained silent. Chapter 060. When will the new features awaken? Thunderbird. Age. 208 days. Level. Intermediate. 79 days of evolution. Gender male. Attributes. Flying lightning. Energy peak. 6,098. Energy average. 5,901. Talent. S+. Feature 1. Thunderous. Grade. A. Note. When encountering thunderstorms or thunderstorms, the energy value will be 3 times the usual value, and there is a certain probability of eliminating all negative states. Characteristic 2. Akala. Grade. See description. After entering the battle, your willpower will become particularly firm and will not be shaken under any circumstances. Feature 3. Absolutely silent. Grade D. Description. When using the skill to drive away light, there is a certain chance that the opponent trapped in the skill will not be able to hear any sound from the outside world. Skills. Wine Chaser, 27% of minor mastery. Claw Attack, 80% of beginners. Golden Feather Whirlwind, 4% of minor mastery. Lightning Repellent, 77% of beginners. Wing Slash, 75% of beginners. Thunderball, 76% of beginners. Thunderbird, 29% of beginners. Lightning Radiation, 94% of beginners. Lightning Storm, 0% of beginners. Mingxi was really confused. She doesn't understand. How come the gold ingot has the characteristic of being absolutely silent for no apparent reason? Isn't it possible to awaken new characteristics only during evolution? She tilted her head to look at Jin Yuan Bao. You have gained the attribute of absolute silence. Did you know that? Jin Yuan Bao shook his head, but soon nodded. Lele. It has a sense, but it's not certain. Jin Yuan Bao told her how he tried hard to figure out how to make the light dispelling function silent yesterday, so that she could have a good rest. Mingxi was surprised and a little dazed when she heard its answer. It turns out that she fell asleep in the audience yesterday because of Jin Yuan Bao. No wonder it consumed so much energy at the time. For her, it unexpectedly awakened new characteristics against common sense. What kind of touching love is this? At this moment, Mingxi was so moved that she wanted to cry. Thank you. She touched Jin Yuan Bao's beautiful feathers and felt that even if it really turned against her one day, she would probably forgive it. Lele. No big deal. Jin Yuan Bao waved his wings with a proud expression that said, Don't take it too seriously. It's just a casual thing for me. Lele. I have nothing to do now. I'm going to take a dip in the Thunder Pool. Go ahead. This caring and hardworking pet is simply the dream beast of the Beastmaster. What's unreliable about opening a blind box? She looks very reliable. Soon Mingxi wilted again, because of the test report of fossil pet eggs. Pet eggs. Race, unknown. Gender, unknown. Attribute, unknown. Talent, unknown. Life activity, 78%. Looking at the long list of unknowns other than life activity, Mingxi's mouth twitched slightly, so this was another lonely test. The owner may put it in the pet incubator, which can speed up its hatching process, and you can also see its hatching progress. Mingxi exclaimed, "So there's an incubator here?" "Yes, the incubator is in room 1, on the second shelf in the corner on your left. It's the small black box." Mingxi looked towards the corner and found a black metal box the size of a palm on the shelf. "Such a small box. Are you sure it's a pet incubator?" "It is now folded. If you press the switch on it, it will automatically return to its normal size." High-tech. Mingxi glanced at the other small items on the shelf. "Aren't these some special instruments?" When the incubator grew larger, it became an elliptical sphere. Mingxi carefully placed the pet egg inside. After the cabin door was closed, an indicator light on the front of the cabin lit up and flashed several times. The display shows hatching progress 0.01%. It can indeed display the hatching progress. This means that as long as the hatching progress reaches 100%, the pet will be able to hatch. Mingxi thought for a moment and asked, "Guang Guang, can it stay here until it hatches?" "Master, I want to ask, when you are not in the world of time, can it continue to stay here?" Yes, it is possible, but it will consume the reward time. 1 hour of reward time can be exchanged for 24 hours of incubation time. The reward duration is indeed very useful. Fortunately, she didn't actually use the bonus time to go to the bathroom. Thanks to the internal trials these 2 days, the reward duration has increased significantly. Her remaining bonus time is now 234 minutes and 16 seconds, or 3 hours, 54 minutes and 16 seconds. If all of them are exchanged, it can be exchanged for about 4 days of hatching time. Mingxi did not choose to redeem it immediately. She had to see how much the hatching progress could be achieved during the 66 hours of incubation. Leave the pet egg in room 1. Mingxi began to exercise at her own pace. She didn't go to Lei Qi immediately. She planned to try exercising until she was exhausted before going to the forbidden area. Then compare it with soaking in the mind pool in full state, which one will have better effect. With her current physical level, it is not easy to train herself to exhaustion. 3 hours later, after doing 1,000 pull-ups and 1,000 high leg raises, Mingxi dragged his tired body towards the area where the thunder pool was located. A separate room was set aside in the Lei Qi, which is the newly appeared room 4. Jin Yuanbao had already gone to the static simulation room, so the thunder pool was empty at this time. The area of the mine pond was much larger than she had imagined, about half the size of a basketball court. The air was filled with mist and lightning was crackling. The hair on my head suddenly started to dance like a demon. It's similar to the situation at Lei Qi Villa before. This feeling is so refreshing. Oops. No insulating hat or underwear. Now I can't go out. If she keeps talking like this, won't she turn into a mad chicken? Mingxi began to hesitate whether to take a step. It is valuable to keep fit, but hair is even more valuable. How about we soak it again tomorrow? Guang Guang seemed to sense her embarrassment and reminded her. "Master, there is a disposable insulation suit in the bathroom on the second floor. You can go and change into it." When Mingxi heard this, she almost cried for joy. The realm of time, YYDS. Mingxi went upstairs quickly and changed into a special suit for soaking in the thunder pool. Then he rushed back to room 4 and jumped down without hesitation. That feeling is still intoxicating. But it's not the first time after all. Some things just become what they are once you get used to them. The pain persists for a while, but you will slowly get used to it, which is commonly known as numbness. Mingxi soaked for an hour and then stopped. Only when you know when to stop can you be determined. Everything should be done in moderation. Countless fairy tales, horror stories, love stories, and other heretical theories tell us the same truth. It is not advisable to force things to grow. You can't become fat in one bite. Be content with what you have, and he will love you more than the next man. All of the above are bushy. The truth is, it was so painful. He couldn't bear it. He really couldn't bear it. 1 hour was Mingxi's limit. Chapter 061 Good Luck. After coming out of the Lei Qi, Mingxi felt it. Although the improvement effect was not as obvious as the last time at the Lei Qi Villa, it was much stronger than her normal training. Especially after the pain subsided, even the physical fatigue seemed to disappear. Mingxi, who had recovered with full health, smacked his lips and thought that he could take another bath later. Each bubble is better than the last. Bubbles are healthier. It turns out that soaking in the thunder pool after exercise is slightly more effective than soaking in the thunder pool when you are in full condition. A normal person might die suddenly if he worked day and night for 66 hours straight, but in the realm of time, Mingxi doesn't need to worry about that at all. As long as you can overcome the boredom and dullness of doing the same thing mechanically for a long time. In this regard, Jin Yuanbao is better than Mingxi. Except for soaking in the thunder pool once every 20 hours, it spends almost the rest of the time in the static simulation room, practicing thunder and lightning storms without slacking off. I really love Thunderstorm. Mingxi did not forget to spend half of her time reading and studying after training, and she took all her textbooks with her before leaving home. After all, an illiterate person who doesn't want to be a top student is not a good beastmaster. When the 66 hours were almost up, Mingxi returned to room 1 with the gold ingots. The gold ingots still lay in and out. Mingxi went to check the hatching progress of the second baby. On the incubator display, hatching progress 13.75%. Oh no, it was much faster than she expected. Mingxi calculated that the incubation progress in 66 hours is 13.75%, which is 5% in 24 hours. This means that it will take 20 days for the second baby to complete hatching in the incubator. Guang, if I want to exchange the hatching time, what is the speed of time compared to reality? Master, you are really sharp. Guang flattered Mingxi in a straightforward manner. Mingxi, if the owner is sure to exchange the reward time for hatching time, there is no need to consider the ratio with real time, because no matter how much time you exchange, the hatching time will be exhausted when you enter the world of time next time. Mingxi raised an eyebrow. Does that mean that even if I redeem for 4 days now, and then come back later with a bonus time, these 4 days of incubation time will be considered over? Yes. Awesome. Okay, I understand. Mingxi looked at the gold ingot that had come out of the testing cabin. Jin Yuanbao, I want to discuss something with you. Mingxi carefully explained to it the matter of pet eggs and incubators. All our bonus time was earned by you, so it should be yours. Last time in Leichi, I used the bonus time without asking you. I want to apologize to you for this. The situation was urgent at that time, and she couldn't discuss it with Jin Yuanbao. She used the reward time without asking it, so she was wrong. Jin Yuanbao tilted his head. Lele, why apologize? Lele, didn't you say before that what's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours? So, why do you have to apologize to me? Mingxi was speechless. Unexpectedly, Jin Yuanbao really remembered everything she said. Today is a day that I am truly touched by gold ingots. You are right, but I still need to ask for your consent on this matter. After all, the bonus time is earned by your hard work. It's a question of mutual respect, don't you think? Jin Yuanbao shouted to show that he understood. Mingxi continued, so what I mean is that I want to use the reward time to exchange for the second baby's hatching time. Do you agree? Lele. Jin Yuanbao nodded without hesitation. In fact, it doesn't care too much about the reward time. For it, the daily training time is already very good. How long does the reward last? It's not even enough for its beast master to go to the bathroom. It can just use the new stone, and as for the bathroom time of its own beast master, it can earn money from it later. I am such a generous person. Mingxi felt very relieved that his pet had such a high level of awareness. She waved her hand and exchanged 2 days of incubation time for the second baby, consuming 2 hours of bonus time. Remaining reward time, 112 minutes and 16 seconds. After arranging for her second child, she picked up Jin Yuanbao's newly issued test report. Then his eyes suddenly widened. Energy peak, 7,202. Energy average, 7039. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. The above data is still so shocking. What's going on? The previous detection showed that the energy peak of the gold ingot was only 6098. Only 2 days have passed, and the energy peak has soared by 1104 points? Even if the training time drawn today is doubled, it is impossible to increase that much at once, right? Mingxi has calculated based on past data that during a 24-hour training session in the time realm, the energy increase of the gold ingots fluctuates between 180 and 280 points. Today's training lasted 66 hours. Even if we calculate today's gains based on the maximum energy of 280 points, it can only increase by 770 points. Where do these extra 334 energy points come from? Mingxi could only think of Lei Qi. The only difference between Jin Yuanbao's training program today and the past is the addition of a mind pool. So the Thunder Pool in the realm of time can directly increase the energy value of gold ingots? The more Mingxi analyzed, the more confused he became. I wanted to start dancing on the spot and sing, "Good luck, good luck." Although this speculation has not been confirmed yet, Mingxi feels that it is almost certain. At this time, the duration of the light sign above Jin Yuanbao's head was completely reset to 0. Mingxi's eyes blurred, and he found himself back in the hotel room. All the items she had brought in were scattered on the ground. The checklist in his hand has disappeared. After the training time is reset, all the items she brought in, except those exchanged for special purposes by spending bonus time, are not allowed to remain in the realm of time, and the items in the realm of time cannot be taken out. Mingxi's attention was completely drawn to the abnormal surge in energy value, so much so that he did not see clearly certain changes in Jin Yuanbao's skill bar. The next day, the group stage entered its final stage. Mingxi looked around the gymnasium. Was it an illusion? Why does it feel like there are a lot more viewers today than yesterday? Yesterday, the audience seats were all patchy with patches of psoriasis, but today they look like the Mediterranean is wearing a wig. Although the jungle is fake, its lushness is real. Look, that little girl is Mingxi, right? It's her. She looks so small, and she's even carrying a cartoon-shaped backpack like a primary school kid. Others are very young, okay? They are only 14 years old, still a little brat. Mingxi, who was still a little kid with a small school bag on his back. She heard it all. Not happy. Junior, you know what? You're famous. Fu Yifan must have secretly practiced the ghost dance steps so that he could appear behind Mingxi every time without anyone noticing. Mingxi glanced at the almost full auditorium with a calm expression. I know now. She also guessed that it was due to the rising popularity of this Chongan Cup. Although Mingxi is not sure what he will do in the future, he has considered developing into a professional beastmaster. After all, professional beastmasters in this world earn more money than celebrities, but have a social status that celebrities don't have. Although Mingxi has no ambition, he just wants to make money to support his family. But we can't live our whole life just for a few trivial things, right? She also needs to plan her future carefully. Mingxi will play 3 games this morning, against Chung Yuan, Li Fugui, and Sheng Shiyan respectively. Chapter 062, Thunderbird vs. Overlord. The ground ants in Cheng Yuan are nothing to be afraid of. Although the powerful burrowing skills of the ground ant made it inevitable for the flying Jin Yuanbao to fall into a tough battle when facing it. But Jin Yuanbao is not only a flying type but also a lightning type. With the lightning balls and lightning radiation covering the ground with all their strength, no matter how hard the ground ants try to hold on, they will have to give up. However, Li Fugui was more difficult than Mingxi had expected. His pet was not the 3 fighting-type bodyguards that always followed him, nor was it the fairy-type pet that did secretarial work, but a demon-type nightmare enchantress. This nightmare enchantress rarely took the initiative to attack, and kept using the control skill chain on Jin Yuanbao, greatly restricting Jin Yuanbao's movements. This battle between intermediate pets lasted for more than half an hour before the winner was decided. Of course, Mingxi was the winner in the end. But the little fat boy did cause some pressure on Mingxi. Mingxi felt that the little fat boy had such ability. There was no need for him to resort to those crooked methods and waste money. With that money, she could take off right away. It is now 10:20 in the morning, and we are about to usher in the last game of each group stage. The host's voice echoed over the venue. The competitions in each group have come to an end. The last match of each group. Group A, Fu Sushu vs Hiyu. Group B, Meng Wenbin vs Yuzhou. Group C, Sheng Shiyan vs Mingxi. Group D, Hualu vs Wei Xuanxuan. Obviously, this last game was deliberately arranged by the organizing committee. Each group has seeded players. But Group C undoubtedly received the most attention in the entire venue. Not because of Sheng Shiyan, but because of Mingxi. The host said passionately on the podium. The contestants of each group are about to start their performance. The player in Group A is one of our favorites to win this year, Fu Sushu. He has performed very well in the competition and has never lost a game. He is currently leading the group in points. He is also the first player in this year's National High School Beast Taming League. The host began to brag about Fu Sushu's great achievements. Everyone understands. If not the sponsor's stinky feet, who else should we flatter? What's more, this rich man's feet don't smell at all. When it was the host's turn to introduce other contestants, his emotions instantly stabilized a lot, and he looked like he had gone from being in love to being an intelligent person. Group C also has our dark horse player of this session. The host's emotions were obviously fluctuating again. Mingxi, the youngest player in this Chongan Cup, is 14 years old this year. We also did not lose during the group stage and are currently ranked first in Group C. I don't know if it was because of her loss to Mingxi that she became more competitive, or maybe it was because of Mingxi's explanation. But when competing against Sheng Shiyan, Rui Qianwu slightly changed her fighting style and eventually won. So now the points ranking of Group C is Mingxi, 13, Rui Qianwu, 13, Sheng Shiyan, 12, Wen Yao, 10, Wang Fugue, 9. The battle between Mingxi and Sheng Shiyan will determine who will be the first in their group in the end. If Mingxi wins, then she will naturally be the well-deserved first in the group. But if Sheng Shiyan wins, the situation will be a bit complicated. The three of them had the same points, and each had one win and one loss over the other two. This kind of situation has happened before, so the organizing committee of the event has made regulations in advance. The first principle is, if the points are the same, the one with a higher level of Beastmaster will be declared the winner. Rui Qianwu and Sheng Shiyan are both E level, and although Mingxi has already contracted Erwa, her level is still F level because she has not yet done the Extreme Tower Challenge mission. This means that if Mingxi loses this game, he will lose the qualification to enter the finals. And Rui Qianwu defeated Sheng Shiyan again. So the first in the group will be Rui Qianwu. In other words, when Sheng Shiyan lost to Rui Qianwu, he had already missed the finals. Of course, this doesn't mean he will treat this last game negatively. He will even be more serious in order to prove that he is no worse than Rui Qianwu and Mingxi. The host on the rostrum was still talking loudly. Mingxi is also the only F-level Beastmaster with a perfect record in this group points competition. According to an insider, she just contracted her first pet on the 10th of this month, which means she has been in contact with the Thunderbird for less than 20 days. Mingxi, who had just stepped onto the battle stage. Could the insider, the host mentioned, be Fu Yifan? Senior Fu doesn't look like a big mouth, does he? In just less than 20 days, Mingxi has been able to cooperate with the Thunderbird to such an extent. It is really amazing. What is even more incredible is that she has recently awakened a second soul key. I have seen many geniuses, but it is rare to see someone as evil as her. Mingxi. There's no need to praise it so bluntly. The host probably knew that this was not Mingxi's home court, and briefly introduced the two players from Group D. Next, let us look forward to the wonderful performances of these young beast masters. Whistles sounded simultaneously at the four competition tables. The last group stage match officially begins. A giant green-brown extraordinary creature appeared in front of Mingxi. An octopus with 8 tentacles that can be up to 4 meters in size. Overlord Chapter, the first pet contracted by Sheng Shiyan, is a high-level water pet in the Yuanlin area, evolved from the primary pet Sucker Chapter. The Sucker Chapter is an extraordinary creature with an extremely high IQ. It is said that some particularly intelligent sucker cichlids have an IQ of over 150, and their IQ will continue to increase as they evolve. Many top students from research institutes and medical schools like to contract sucker badgers as their pets and are committed to training them into the most ideal assistants. As the third stage evolved form of the Sucker Chapter, the Overlord Chapter is not only smart, but also has very strong attack power. It is a famous example of both wisdom and strength among extraordinary creatures. Million suction power. When the sound of the inkstone stopped, the 4-meter-tall body of the Overlord clam collapsed slightly, and 4 of its tentacles stood up forward, exposing the suction cups on the tentacles, which quickly shrank. Jin Yuanbao's body, flying in the air, suddenly seemed to be pulled by a strong force and went uncontrollably in the direction of the Overlord seal. Millions of suction forces are generally high-level control skills that release powerful suction waves to forcibly attract surrounding enemies to oneself and strangle them. Few pets can escape from a suction force of millions, unless they have skills like gravitational potential energy that can counteract the suction force. The same type of skills include 10,000 suction power, 100,000 suction power, and 10 million suction power, which are elementary, intermediate, and earth level respectively. As soon as Sheng Shiyan came up, he let the Overlord Claw use its strongest control skill. Was he preparing to cut the Gordian knot and not give the Thunderbird any room to fight back? Hey! Mingxi spoke without hesitation. Chapter 063 Skills Not Completed. Knowing that he would face Sheng Shiyan today, Mingxi had naturally thought of a way to deal with Overlord Zhang early on. He also took some time last night to let Jin Yuanbao go to the actual combat simulation room to fight against Overlord Zhang. So it quickly understood Mingxi's meaning. Hey, that is Plan A. It also means a normal attack. Jin Yuanbao's body flashed with white light. He did not continue to resist the powerful suction. His body was forced to smash along the direction of the suction at a speed faster than light. Ba. The Overlord chapter actually let out a scream. Sheng Shiyin was horrified to find that the two tentacles of his pet were almost completely severed, leaving only a thin layer of skin barely clinging to the tentacles. Oh my god, what's going on? How did Overlord Zhang get injured? I saw it. Before the Thunderbird was sucked in, its wings turned into giant guillotines. It must have used wing slash. That's impossible. Don't forget that the skill of million suction can only lock onto living things. So it was definitely not wing slash that severely injured Overlord chapter. It only locks onto living things, which means that skills like million suction will only suck the opponent in, but will not suck in the skills released by the opponent. This is normal. Otherwise, the skill of million suction will become useless. Although wing slash is a high-level skill, with the Overlord's defensive power, a normal wing slash would never be able to directly cut off the Overlord's tentacles. You are right. So what did the Thunderbird do? How should I know? It was the commentator Wang Rui who figured out the trick. He held a microphone. The skill was not completed. The Thunderbird did use wing slash, but it kept the skill in a semi-activated state. The wings just turned into guillotines, but the energy was not released to form an attack. The gravitational acceleration created by the millions of suction forces will infinitely increase the lethality of the wing gate blades falling on the Overlord Claw's body, which is why the Overlord Claw was severely injured. The host next to him suddenly realized. This is equivalent to the Thunderbird turning into a steel-type pet. What is the most feared thing about the skill of million suction? It is undoubtedly a steel-type pet. The reason is just as Wang Rui said. The gravitational acceleration under suction will make the steel-type pet beast become the most terrifying weapon. And I don't know if he saw it wrong. He always felt that Mingxi's Thunderbird's wing-slashing skill seemed to have reached a small level of proficiency, and the size and sharpness of the wing blade were different from yesterday. But is it so easy to improve skill proficiency? It would be impossible to improve the proficiency of high-level skills from entry-level to semi-successful without a year or so. How long has Mingxi's contract with the Thunderbird lasted? So he must have seen it wrong. So skills can be used this way. Wang, is this easy for pets to do? The host asked a very crucial question, interrupting Wang Rui's wild thoughts. Wang Rui chuckled. I can tell you for sure that it is very difficult to maintain a skill in an unfinished state. He emphasized it again. It's very difficult. Although the unfinished skill may seem simple, it is not easy to actually perform. When a supernatural creature releases a skill, it is equivalent to pressing the skill key when you play an online game. The moment the keyboard is pressed, the skill is released. I want to retract or fix the skills at a certain stage. Is this possible? Some people may say that skills can be canceled. But cancellation is cancellation, and fixing it in an unfinished stage is two different things. For extraordinary creatures, almost all skills are coherent and integrated. When they use the energy in their bodies, their skills are actually in a fully released state. Therefore, it is easy to interrupt a skill, but difficult to complete it. Requires extraordinary creatures to control their own energy to an extremely sophisticated and profound level. This has nothing to do with skill proficiency or the pet's own strength. It only has to do with innate talent and acquired diligence. Of course, talent is still the key. Some extraordinary creatures may not be able to maintain a perfect skill in an unfinished state throughout their entire lives. The world is so cruel. For some people, working hard but in vain is the best description of life. I see. After listening to Wang Rui's explanation, the audience suddenly understood. So it was wing slash that caused it. Millions of suction plus wing slash, two high-level skills superimposed. This will definitely cut off the tentacles. Have you noticed? This Mingxi seems to be very good at using the opponent's skills to accomplish his own goals. This was the case when he fought Seismacher before. In the end, it was actually the impact of its own skills that caused Seismacher to faint. So her tactics are all about letting the opposing players shoot themselves in the foot. That's right, I noticed that too. This little girl is gloomy. She's called smart, not shady. Okay. This move of hers is indeed a bit sinister. Not only did it severely damage the Overlord seal, it also sealed the super powerful control skill of million suction. I remember that Sheng Shiyin's Overlord seal only learned this high-level skill, right? As the audience said, the million suction power can definitely not be used anymore. Sheng Shiyin had a terrible headache. Only when he really met Mingxi did he feel how difficult she was. Even the skills are not completed. How talented is this Thunderbird? If it could evolve, he would have wanted to contract one. Strike. Whipping, generally a mid-level skill, uses tentacles to whip attacks. Although the Overlord clam had 2 tentacles broken, it could not withstand the other party's larger tentacles. Destroying 1 or 2 of them will not affect their fighting power at all. For a moment, the giant whip was waving wildly on the competition stage, and Jin Yuanbao could only survive with difficulty in the cracks. If you get picked by accident, the least serious injury would be a dislocated skeleton. Thunderbird. As his proficiency increases, Jin Yuanbao can now release 8 Thunderbirds, but it has little killing power on the thick-skinned king seal. Probably just a little skin abrasion. But the Thunderbird has an electric paralysis effect and is more effective against water-type pets. The lightning system restrains the water system, and this is not just talk. This is also the reason why the Overlord Scorpion has never used water-based skills. Once there is a large amount of liquid in the venue, the only one that will be threatened is itself. Lightning radiation. At Mingxi's command, a huge ball of lightning and thunder instantly unfolded, and a lightning energy covered the entire competition stage. Although there is no water on the field, the water-attributed Overlord seal itself is friendly to the water element. It will naturally absorb moisture in the air and form a layer of water film on its surface. Mingxi knew very well how amazing the effect was when lightning came into contact with water. No matter how tenacious the Overlord Zhang was, he couldn't avoid starting to dance. When Sheng Shiyan was a little confused, Bao Wangzhang's good brain came in handy. Its body expanded rapidly, growing to twice its original size, and then its tentacles pushed towards the ground at the same time. The whole octopus actually floated up like a hot air balloon. Chapter 64, Thunderstorm. The coverage area of lightning radiation is also limited. In order to target the Overlord seal, Jin Yuanbao deliberately got close to the ground when releasing lightning radiation. But who would have thought that the Overlord card could blow itself up like a balloon? Mingxi's eyes lit up, and she wanted to ask the giant octopus, "Have you ever conquered the new world with a pirate wearing a straw hat?" This is a familiar recipe. Good job. These days, water-based pets can even fly into the sky. Water jet. Sheng Shiyan took the initiative to launch a counterattack. Immediately, a huge torrent of water gushed towards Jin Yuanbao. The water column was 1 meter in diameter and moved at an extremely fast speed. Jin Yuanbao had no time to dodge. The next second, the gold ingot was knocked to the ground by the water flow. It resisted the urge to cry out in pain. Mingxi, fly. Sheng Shiyan also wanted to press on and shouted excitedly, "Water ball!" But the Overlord seal was in midair, which definitely affected its performance. When it was preparing to attack, Jin Yuanbao had already flapped its wet wings and flew up again, chasing the wind. Thunderball. The Overlord clam is large in size and has no way to dodge when it is floating in the air. Even though it was trying its best to fight back, it was unable to avoid the continuous lightning balls that hit it. After being hit by the lightning ball, its expanded body quickly shrank and it had to fall back to the ground and restore its original size. The competition stage is now full of water. This is a rare opportunity and we must not miss it. Mingxi did not hesitate and immediately called out the skill. Thunderstorm. Jin Yuanbao shouted excitedly. The energy in its body was boiling like magma. The next moment, 6 huge 2-meter-high thunder flowers surrounded the Overlord seal. The budding thunder flowers are like soft clouds, beautiful, peaceful, and quiet. When everyone was mesmerized by the dazzling thunder flowers, they bloomed one after another. And the moment they bloom, the beautiful and dazzling big flowers transform into ferocious and hideous hurricanes. The petals unfold, and a storm comes. This is a lightning storm. Ba-ba! Surrounded by the hurricane, the Overlord claw let out painful cries, especially sad and mournful. After a while, the thunder and lightning storm subsided, and Overlord Zhang fell down. Even if the Overlord claw is a high-level pet, it has only evolved recently, and its strength is definitely not comparable to that of a peak intermediate pet. It's not surprising that he was killed instantly by the lightning storm, the most powerful high-level skill. Sip. There was silence, and only the sound of the wind. Bao Wangzhang cannot fight. Mingxi contestant wins. Congratulations to the Masters Thunderbird for winning by leaps and bounds. The referee's voice was like a shocking drum, awakening everyone's confused thoughts. Am I seeing things? That was a lightning storm, wasn't it? With such a huge thunderstorm and such a fierce hurricane, what else could it be but a thunderstorm? Brother, the Thunderbird is actually a high-level pet, right? Definitely not. The Alliance has determined that the Thunderbird cannot evolve to a high level. How could it be a high-level pet? Then why is it a thunderstorm? That's a lightning storm, a high-level skill among high-level skills. Have you ever seen a mid-level pet that can use such a high-level skill? I thought it was outrageous that this Thunderbird could use Wing Slash before, but now it has even used Lightning Storm, and 6 lightning flowers have bloomed, with a bud at least 2 meters long. This shows that the proficiency of Lightning Storm has reached a certain level. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? So you're saying that maybe the Alliance got the Thunderbird's level wrong? It's actually a high-level one? Although my friend's doubts are well-founded and very reliable. But do you think that all the scientists and breeders in the Alliance are just there to do nothing? They can even make mistakes in the levels of extraordinary creatures. Then there is only one possibility. Mingxi's Thunderbird is too abnormal. Not to mention the audience. Even Mingxi herself, who asked Jin Yuanbao to use the Thunder and Lightning Storm, was a little confused. The Lightning Storm actually produced 6 Thunder Flowers. Has the proficiency level reached a certain level? Shouldn't Jin Yuanbao just change his name to Jin Kala? So fierce. In just 66 hours, Thunderstorm's proficiency increased 3 levels. Awesome. The last match of the group stage is bound to be exciting. What all the audience did not expect was that in addition to the expected and unreasonable ending of Group C, Hualu from Group D also stumbled and lost to Wei Xuanxuan. Audience, this is difficult to comment on. Are the mid-level pets these days so awesome? Even the spotted deer was defeated. Why didn't I see that Wei Xuanxuan had such strength before? It feels like his run and dew meridians were suddenly opened. This was also a tactical victory. Hualu's exploding mushroom did not show its true strength at all. This Chongan Cup is so interesting. It's really interesting. This year's Chongan Cup itself is very valuable. In the past few years, because it overlapped with the National High School Student Beast Taming League, there wouldn't be so many talented young people participating. It's okay for Wei Xuanxuan. After all, she's a high school student, almost 17 years old, so it's understandable that she has trained the Fortress Turtle to this level. But Fu Yifan and Mingxi are both junior high school students. One is 15 years old, and the other 14 years old. Look at their results in the group stage. One ranked second in Group D and lost only 1 game, and the other ranked first in Group C with 14 wins in 14 games. How the hell do these two look like junior high school students? The 2 junior high school students who were being talked about by the audience just got together at this time. Fu Yifan pulled Mingxi aside, first congratulated her on getting first place in the group, and then began to whisper in her ear. Junior, let me tell you something in secret. The afternoon game may be canceled. Mingxi raised her eyes. What's going on? Is her space hub really going to flap its wings and fly? I heard my dad and the others say that it seems like the secret place was opened early for some unknown reason. Mingxi was also surprised when he heard this. The secret place of Chongheng has been opened ahead of time? Is this true? Fu Yifan nodded. It's almost certain, so we may have to go to the secret place a day in advance. In order to give us enough time to make advanced preparations, the afternoon game will most likely be canceled. The original date for going to the secret location was April 30th, and there would be 1 day of rest and preparation after the competition. But if the secret place is really opened early, there is a very high possibility that the semifinals and finals will be canceled. Mingxi was a little curious. Has this happened before? I mean, Chongheng secretly started this in advance. Fu Yifan shook his head. No, but it was delayed several times. Then the opening will be delayed. Is there anything abnormal inside the secret place? I haven't heard of that. Fu Yifan noticed that her expression seemed a little solemn. Comfort. Don't worry, this kind of thing is actually very common. Chapter 065 The Secret Place opens in advance. Sometimes the force of space solidification will become unstable due to some reasons, and the secret passage will open earlier or later, but the secret place is still the same secret place, and there will definitely not be any major changes. Fu Yifan spoke with great confidence, and Mingxi believed him given his noble status as young Master Fu. The final facts prove that some things cannot be said too confidently. It's easy to get beaten into a pig's face. Mingxi wasn't actually worried. She was just afraid that something unexpected would happen and make this trip a waste. Since Fu Yifan said so, then there shouldn't be any big problems. The source of information of Fu Yifan, the young master of the Fu family, is indeed very reliable. After the organizer distributed secret cards to the top 5 teams in each group, it announced the cancellation of the afternoon competition. The Chongqing Secret Land will be opened ahead of schedule. Our chairman has decided to let you all enter the Secret Land tomorrow. According to past experience, the Secret Land will usually be open for 4 days. With today included, you can stay in the Chongqing Secret Land for a maximum of 3 days. The Secret Land card is the pass to enter the Secret Land. When you come out of the Secret Land, you need to return the card to us. So please make sure to keep the secret cards in your hands safe and don't lose them. Finally, the semifinals and finals will be held after everyone comes out of the secret place. Oh no! Mingxi was immediately delighted. So there's still hope for her space connection. After getting the cards and having confirmed that they would set off for the secret place tomorrow, Mingxi called her grandmother right away. The old lady was happy for her at first, but soon became worried, fearing that she would encounter danger going to the secret place alone at such a young age. The elderly are naturally happy to see their children and grandchildren succeeding. But a mother worries when her son is away from home. The same goes for a grandmother and her granddaughter. Mingxi finally managed to calm the old lady down with all her persuasion. Afterwards, she contacted teacher Xiaobai again and decided to take a leave for next week. What did you say? Xiaobai knew that Mingxi had participated in the internal selection competition of Chongqing Group and also knew that she had qualified from the regional competition. But she always felt that Mingxi was just lucky, as she was eliminated in the first round of the joint competition area. But now listen carefully, think carefully, what did this child say? I qualified as the first in the group stage and will enter the Chongqing Secret Land tomorrow, so I need to take a week off. Xiaobai wanted to laugh. Thinking of her solemn identity as a people's teacher, she held back. Mingxi, tell the teacher sincerely, are you embarrassed to tell the teacher that you lost? Xiaobai, whose full name is Bai Jinjin, is 26 years old this year. After graduation, she passed the teacher qualification examination of the Education Bureau and was assigned to Haijiu No. 3 Middle School. After working as an ordinary teacher for 2 years, at the end of last year, the original head teacher of Class 26 in the second grade of junior high school went on maternity leave, and she was appointed to become the substitute head teacher of Class 26. At the beginning of the new semester, I thought my former class teacher would come back after giving birth, but it turned out that she suffered from postpartum depression and had to extend her leave. So she somehow went from being a substitute teacher to being the official head teacher of Class 26. Although she is young and has only been teaching for a short time, she considers herself to be a relatively serious and responsible teacher. In order to get along better with students, she also took time out to take classes in educational psychology. I read a lot of books about adolescent mental health. She felt that she had some understanding of the psychology of teenagers. Just like Mingxi's current situation, it is clearly a typical escapist mentality. Young people are thin-skinned and have a strong sense of winning and shame. When faced with results that do not meet their expectations, they will subconsciously choose to lie to cover up the truth. To put it bluntly, it's just a pretense. She thought for a moment and said gently, it's nothing to lose. As the old saying goes, victory and defeat are common in the military. You just awakened not long ago, and your coordination with the Thunderbird is definitely not as good as those Beastmasters who have been under contract for 1 or 2 years. So it's normal for you to lose, isn't it? But the teacher believes that your future achievements will not be worse than anyone else's. As a good teacher of the people, she is familiar with giving students spiritual chicken soup. Xiaobai determined that Mingxi was eliminated. It's not that she doesn't believe in her students' abilities, but she heard that this year's Chongan Cup is particularly lively. Chongqing Group's internal selection competition has been held for 5 years. She had only heard of it before, but had never paid attention to it. This year, because of Mingxi, she wanted to pay attention to it. But 2 days ago, her mother, led by other aunts in the community, had a fight with a group of high school boys over territory for square dancing. This matter not only got reported to the hospital, but also to the police station. She was so busy with this that she naturally had no time to pay attention to the Chongan Cup competition. But when she was in the hospital, she overheard 2 young nurses talking about the internal selection competition of Chongqing Group. They said that there were many talented high school students participating this year, and the excitement of the competition was no less than that of the National High School Beast Taming League. That's why she was so sure Mingxi was lying. Mingxi was speechless. Is she the kind of person who would rather save face than suffer? Teacher, I didn't lie. I did get a place to enter the Chongqing Secret Land. Mingxi was helpless. She didn't want to waste time explaining how awesome she was, so she just took a photo of the Secret Land hand card with her name engraved on it and sent it to teacher Xiaobai. Each secret hand of cards is unique. It is made of a special metal produced in the secret place of the Fu family. After the results of the competition are announced, A professional spiritual pattern master will engrave the name on it, and then fuse it with blood. This means that only you can use the cards in your hand. This is also the reason why the little fat boy, Wang Fugue, went to so much trouble to mess around. Mingxi seemed to be able to see from the video several exclamation marks popping up above teacher Xiaobai's head. Is this true? You really made it? Oh my god! Didn't they say that this year's Chongan Cup is full of geniuses? How did you stand out among a group of geniuses? Teacher Xiaobai's CPU is overheating like crazy. So her analysis is all bullshit? So can she get a refund for the psychology course fees she paid a few days ago? Mingxi touched the tip of his nose and said, Teacher, is there a possibility that I, your student, am also a genius? So she was the one who was surrounding others, rather than others surrounding her? Noob! Well, teacher, about my request for leave next week. Xiaobai came back to his senses and asked again, Isn't the secret place only open for 4 days? Why did you take a week off? Which junior high school student would dare to ask for a week off? Unless he has 5 disadvantages and 3 deficiencies. Teacher, didn't I tell you? I qualified first in the group stage, and I have to participate in the semifinals and finals after returning from the secret place. Noob! She began to suspect that everything she had heard about this year's Chongan Cup was hearsay. All the talk of so many talented people and so much excitement is fake. It's possible that it's just a bunch of noobs fighting each other. It's not that she has no confidence in Mingxi, but how long has Mingxi been awakened? Rounding it off, it's less than 20 days. No matter how talented she is, she can't really go to heaven, right? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she must have heard it wrong. What those 2 young nurses were talking about must not be the Chongan Cup, but some other large-scale competition. Chapter 066. It's not the genius. It's the foreign aid that's too awesome. Teacher Xiaobai convinced himself in this way. Then I started to be happy for Mingxi. He also told her to be careful in the secret place, not to play around, and not to trust strangers. He gave her a lot of instructions. Finally, Mingxi was given a week's leave. After ending the call, Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that dealing with the elders was more tiring than competing. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Teacher Xiaobai decisively searched the internet for news about the internal selection competition of Chongan Group. Then, she was in a trance. No, could it be that her mediocre student was really a rare genius? Look what Mingxi has done. Defeat a high-level dragon pet? Qualifying as the first in the group stage? Undefeated myth? Let the intermediate pet learn high-level skills? What's even more outrageous is awakening 2 soul keys within 1 month. These news, videos, and trending searches. Is the protagonist mentioned above really her student Mingxi? Equals sad face? Could it be that there are 2 people with the same name and surname who have contracted the same pet? When Teacher Xiaobai was doubting his life because of Mingxi, Fu Yifan was called back to the main house of the Fu family by his grandfather. His father stood beside his grandfather with an expression of dismay, as if he had not yet saved his entire body. Tell me, what's wrong with you? Fu Ting, the current head of the Fu family, sat on the main seat, staring at Fu Yifan expressionlessly. Fu Ting is a vigorous, handsome middle-aged man. He looked to be in his early 40s at most, wearing a loose and comfortable long coat. He was handsome and elegant, standing tall and proud, as if he had walked out of an ancient painting. In fact, he is already over 80 years old. Fu Yifan's appearance is 80% inherited from Fu Ting, and he is the one who looks most like Fu Ting among his descendants. It's just that the 2 people's temperaments are very different, which is caused by their age and strength. Fu Yifan put his hands in front of him and asked in confusion, Grandpa, what's going on? Fu Ting snorted. Your dad just came running to me and told me that you qualified as the runner-up in the group stage, having only lost 1 game. He came to me to take credit for you. What do you have to say about that? Fu Yifan stole a glance at his father. His biological father still has a dead face. Grandpa, what else can I say? I did qualify as the runner-up in the group. Although I can't compare to my cousin's undefeated record, I'm still young. You can't be too harsh on me. Fu Ting sneered again. You little brat, are you trying to play tricks on me, your grandfather? Don't you know how much you weigh? If you don't know, go drink more AC calcium milk. Tell me, did you bribe your opponent with money? Just like that fat dandy kid from Xiao Li's family. Fu Yifan. What do you mean? Is his credibility in his grandfather's eyes so low? He actually compared him with that idiot Li Fugue. What else can a gentleman endure? Grandpa, you can't wrongly accuse your honest, well-behaved, and lovely grandson. My good grades are real money. No, they are genuine goods that I have earned through my own strength. Listen to what you say yourself. Do you have WeChat? Fu Ting glanced at him. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Fu Yifan thought to himself, I have only heard that if you confess, you will be treated leniently and will spend the rest of your life in prison, while if you resist, you will be treated severely and can go home for the new year. Of course, he didn't have the guts to show off his cleverness in front of his grandfather. Forget it. Just be honest. He did nothing wrong anyway. Grandpa, this is what happened. It was a beautiful day, with a clear sky and crisp air. I followed my cousin into the workers' stadium, where there was a lot of noise and a crowd of people. Fu Ting's eyebrows were stern, and his tone was cold. Speak to the point. Fu Yifan shrank his neck. Isn't that the point? That day I met my schoolmate Mingxi. And so it goes, gurgling. After listening to Fu Yifan's story, Fu Ting remained silent, with only a hint of interest between his eyebrows. However, Fu Yifan's biological father's eyes were wide open with a look of shock. He stopped pretending to be dead, looking at his son. Fan, what you mean is that the reason why you were able to defeat the girl from the Lin family and win 13 out of 14, and that way Xuan was able to defeat Hualu, was because of Mingxi's counsel behind the scenes? Fu Yifan nodded frankly despite his old father's vicious gaze. That's the truth. Father Fu's face instantly became longer than a horse's. He gritted his teeth and asked word by word, She is still your junior at Haijiu number 3 middle school? Fu Yifan nodded again. The old father's hope for his son's success was shattered into pieces. The study fell into silence, and no one spoke for a while. The Mingxi you mentioned is the girl who outshined the other players in the group points competition, right? Fu Yifan was surprised. Grandpa, have you also heard about Mingxi's junior sister? His grandfather was very busy, and although he proposed holding the Chongan Cup, he actually paid little attention to it. Even if he and his cousin participated in this session, he would only look at the results and would not care too much about the process. But I didn't expect that he would know Mingxi. In the competition I sponsored, a high-level dragon pet was defeated by a mid-level pet. How could I not have heard of such big news? However, Fu Ting did not expect that his grandson would know the girl, and that she was the hero behind his good results this time. Well, in fact, he was not without a sense of luck. Who knows, maybe his grandson is really such a genius. As a result, the brat is an unlucky child. What a genius! It's obviously because the foreign aid is too powerful. However, this behavior of my grandson is not considered cheating. You are a fool with good fortune. You have made an interesting friend. Fu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Did he pass the test? Take her home to play when you have the chance. By the way, send her a copy of the internal information about the secret place. Fu Yifan looked up at his grandfather in surprise. He always felt that his grandfather had a cunning and malicious look on his face. When Mingxi was shopping with Xiao Dingding to prepare items for tomorrow's trip, she received a transfer from Fu Yifan. 100,000 star coins. At the same time, I also received his message and a compressed data package. The message was simple. Junior sister, we agreed before that I will give you 10,000 star coins if you win a game, and this includes the game against Wei Xuan. Please don't be polite to me. I will need to rely on you in many ways in the future. Senior Fu is really nice. 100,000 star coins were given to me as soon as I said so. No wonder so many people cry and shout that they want to be friends with rich people. This kind of happiness is really good. Mingxi thought about it and finally did not return the money. If I can get something good in the secret place later, I will return the favor appropriately. After all, it was agreed that the fee would only be 1,000 per game, and Mingxi was unwilling to take advantage of others for nothing. With Fu Yifan's financial support, Mingxi no longer has to be so restricted when buying things. Following Xiao Dingding's recommendation, Jin Yuanbao's energy pills, supplement potions, and therapeutic potions were replaced with mid to high-end ones that were more suitable for Jin Yuanbao's brand. Chapter 067 Secret Passage. Just in case, she prepared 4 days' worth of food. She also had her own dry food and water, a constant temperature tent, constant temperature clothing, lighting equipment, an ordnance shovel, and other items needed for camping in the wild. Mingxi also bought himself a short dagger made of super metal for self-defense. After a shopping spree, the 100,000 star coins were reduced to less than 20,000 in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, money is not easy to earn, but it is so easy to spend it. She finally bought a pet identifier. She has to buy this thing. It's the poor student's wish. Sister Ding Ding, thank you for accompanying me today. Jin Yuanbao also called out politely. Xiao Dingding accompanied her for the whole afternoon. Her goal was to become a breeder, and she knew much more about the pet energy pills and potions on the market than she and non-native. Xiao Shi, you're being polite to me again. Hey. Mingxi sent Xiao Dingding on the express train back to Haizhou City. Xiao Dingding had to go back to school tomorrow, so she had to go back. I heard that Xiao Dingding's meeting with the S-level trainer went very smoothly. Although the master was a bit serious and old-fashioned, she was very satisfied with Xiao Dingding's talent and had agreed to take her. So next semester, Xiao Dingding will transfer to a high school in Hanning City so that she can study with her teacher. Xiao Shi, be safe. I'll wait for you to come back. Good. After seeing Xiao Dingding off, Mingxi returned to the hotel where he was staying alone. The things she bought in the afternoon had been delivered to the hotel by the merchant. By the time she had packed up the things she wanted to take, it was almost 9 o'clock. Looking at the mountaineering bag that was half her height, it would be nice if there was a space button. As a must-have item for home travel, murder and robbery, the importance of storage devices has been confirmed by countless male and female protagonists in exciting novels. It's a pity that the Realm of Time doesn't have a storage function. Otherwise, the space link is just trash. She did try Guangguang, but its answers were always ambiguous. She always felt that there was something fishy about this matter. But Mingxi didn't force it, as the function of the Realm of Time was already amazing enough. As soon as 9 o'clock arrives, the Realm of Time arrives on time. Today she got 24 hours. It's another day of ups and downs. Before leaving the Realm of Time, she used her bonus time to buy 3 days of incubation time for her second child. Before leaving, the second baby's hatching progress had reached 28.75%. I won 3 games this morning, netting 120 minutes, so the remaining bonus time is now 52 minutes and 16 seconds. She couldn't use up all the bonus time. She had to save some for emergencies. At 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the sun had not yet risen, but Mingxi and the other contestants had already boarded the car sent by the Fu family and arrived at a small town called Yonghe in the suburbs of Hanning City. Mingxi took a big sip of the soy milk. The area where the entrance to the Chongan secret land is located belongs to the private property of the Fu family. You can only enter under the guidance of a member of the Fu family. When Mingxi and the others arrived, Fu Yifan and his brother were already waiting at the entrance. Of course, there were not only the 2 brothers present, but also other beast masters. These beast masters are both old and young. The Chongan secret land limits the strength level of beast masters, but not their age. A few of them traveled lightly, and it was obvious at first glance that they were carrying space buttons with them. The Chongan secret place was opened, so of course it was impossible that only 20 people entered. The 20 people selected in the internal selection only account for 1/3 of the total number of places. The remaining places will be allocated by the Fu family themselves. Junior sister Mingxi, you are here. Fu Yifan stood with his cousin, both carrying heavy backpacks. Although he is the eldest son, his treatment is similar to that of other members of the Fu family. No special treatment was given. Senior. Mingxi walked up to Fu Yifan and nodded politely to Fu Sushu. Fu Sushu's eyes moved down a lot today. At least Mingxi could finally see the whites of his eyes clearly. Schoolgirl, this is for you. Fu Yifan did Mingxi a bâton shape de broche. Mingxi took it curiously. What is this? This is an induction communicator. Because each space channel is random, we will appear in different places after entering the secret place. In other words, there is no way to act as a group. Mingxi was clear about this. The information Fu Yifan sent her yesterday was very comprehensive. Not only is there a complete map of the secret place, but also the rare materials that may appear in each area, the types, strengths, and even weaknesses of wild supernatural creatures, etc., are all listed clearly. There are also various precautions, with both pictures and text. It's detailed enough to be published as a book. This information can definitely only be seen by people within the Fu family. Fu Yifan just gave it to her, an outsider, and she didn't know if his parents would get to know about it. Would he be able to enjoy the real 3-piece set of wealth? However, Mingxi accepted this favor from him. Mingxi didn't know yet that this information was sent to her by Fu Yifan at the instruction of Fu Ting. The magnetic field in the secret place is chaotic, and our personal terminals will be unusable. This induction communicator was specially developed by our Chongan group based on data on the magnetic field fluctuations in the secret area. It doesn't have any major functions, but it can be used to pair 2 people at close range, and after the pairing is successful, you can talk. Mingxi understood. It was a bit like an old-fashioned walkie-talkie, which could only be used within a certain range. What's its maximum sensing distance? This thing definitely has a distance limit. Fu Yifan replied, about 5,000 meters. He briefly explained how to use the walkie-talkie. Mingxi discovered that except for the two brothers of the Fu family, almost every beastmaster they brought with them had one. On the contestant side, Meng Wenbin, Rui Qianwu, Sheng Shiyan, Li Fugui, and others also wore the same sensor on their chests. Mingxi was not surprised. Rich people always have more connections than ordinary beastmasters. Although Mingxi is a poor guy, he has a rich senior. She didn't act pretentiously and gladly accepted Fu Yifan's kindness. Don't worry about having too much debt. 5 o'clock, when the morning light is dim. All personnel are in place. Mingxi's first trip to a secret place in her life is about to begin. The entrance to the secret place is located in the belly of a mountain. It is a dark and deep corridor. The entrance to the corridor is not big, only high and wide enough for an adult to pass through. There are obvious energy fluctuations around it, and it is obvious at a glance that this is not a normal cave. The person in charge of leading the team this time is Fu Sushu and Fu Yifan's uncle, named Fu Xiaodian, a 28-year-old steady young man. Before entering the secret place, he began to explain some important precautions to everyone. Please make sure to keep your secret cards safe. Without them, you will be rejected by the passage. In fact, what he didn't say was that there was a spiritual tablet in their clan's land. The spirit inscription stele and the secret land card are made of the same material, and the two are inextricably linked. When the Beastmaster holding the card in hand enters the secret place, his name will appear on the inscription tablet at the same time. Chapter 68. Secret Place? Secret Place? If the card is destroyed or the holder dies, the name on the tablet will disappear. Therefore, the secret hand card also has the function of determining whether the holder of the hand card is alive. Based on past experience, after entering the passage and walking about 10 meters forward, you will reach the secret place. No one can be sure what you will encounter after exiting. It may be an open and safe environment. It may be the nest of wild supernatural creatures, or it may be in the water. In short, anything can happen. So everyone must be prepared in advance and be vigilant at all times. Although the danger level of the Chongan secret land is not high, the wild supernatural creatures inside are restricted by rules, and their highest level will not exceed the general level. But even so, there have been deaths and serious injuries in previous years. When people are unlucky, even instant noodles will come without seasoning packets. Not to mention surviving and searching for treasure in the unfamiliar wilderness. So Mingxi and the others signed a disclaimer yesterday, stating that if they died or were seriously injured in the secret place, it would have nothing to do with Chongan Group. Fu Xiaodian was obviously a serious and responsible person, and he went on to talk about a bunch of things to pay attention to. Even though Mingxi had memorized the internal information provided by Fu Yifan by heart, he still listened very carefully. I feel that if I listen more and remember more, my life will be more secure. About 10 minutes later, Fu Xiaodian finally said, no matter what happens after you go in, remember to summon your pets as soon as possible. In order to avoid the Beast Master and pet being randomly assigned to different areas and directly out of the summoning sensing range, it is best not to summon the pet before entering. Everyone who needed to be reminded had already been reminded, and Fu Xiaodian finally stopped wasting time and started calling out names one by one according to the list. Enter the passage when your name is called. Everyone began to file in as instructed. Mingxi. Fu Xiaodian finally called Mingxi's name. Mingxi stepped forward and stood at the entrance of the passage. Return safely. Fu Xiaodian smiled at her gently, his eyes full of encouragement. Mingxi smiled and nodded at him. You too. After saying that, she pulled her backpack and made sure that the secret place card was securely hung around her neck before turning on the light and stepping into the dark passage in front of her without any hesitation. Mingxi didn't notice that when she stepped into the passage, the space passage twisted slightly for a moment, and the secret place card on her chest only lit up for a moment and then quickly dimmed. At this moment, she was like a child going on a spring outing for the first time, feeling both excited and nervous. The feeling under my feet was very strange. It didn't feel like normal ground. Instead, it felt like I was standing on a spring bed with a slight dizzy feeling as if my center of gravity was unstable. Mingxi raised the flashlight in his hand as high as possible, trying to see clearly the environment he was in. But there was nothing. She could not see anyone who had come in before her, and there was no movement behind her. You can just barely see a small area extending out from under your feet. Beyond that is darkness, a darkness that makes people's hearts palpitate and fear. The effect created by the strong light here is probably not much different from the firefly lights that are used to create a girly dream. Mingxi would like to call it a holy place for the treatment of claustrophobia patients. Once you come here, Even the most severe claustrophobia can be cured without medication. My mom no longer has to worry about all the light bulbs blowing when I'm in the elevator. After some self-psychological counseling, Mingxi took a deep breath, took a step forward and started walking forward. She was always calculating the approximate distance in her mind. 1 meter, 2 meters, 9 meters, 10 meters, 11 meters, 12 meters. It was agreed that we would reach the secret place in about 10 meters, even if her measurement with her feet was not accurate, even if she was a dwarf and could not take long steps. It's impossible that I walk more than 300 steps and still reach less than 10 meters, right? Could it be that she encountered a mysterious wall when she entered a secret place? Mingxi had a bad feeling that she might be in big trouble. As time went by, this bad premonition became heavier and heavier, almost making it hard for her to breathe. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. Mingxi walked in the dark and narrow corridor until her legs were numb and her eyes were black, but she couldn't see the exit. Just when she was about to sing, "Where is the road?" with all her might, a glimmer of light appeared faintly in the depths of the darkness ahead. "Oh my God! I thank you for wearing the 8X mirror. You didn't really trap me to death in the space channel." If Mingxi continues to stroll alone in this corridor like this, even though she doesn't have claustrophobia, she will suffer from mania. The light ahead became clearer and clearer, but Mingxi did not relax his vigilance because he was trapped in the passage for too long. As she approached the exit, she put away the flashlight and held the dagger in her hand. Boom, boom, boom. As the huge sound of water waves rang in Mingxi's ears, she felt her feet go empty. "I have become a huge weight and am in free fall. Grass! If not now, when will you swear? Wait until she is smashed into a pulp?" Mingxi's face turned pale, and he used the extreme hand speed he had when he was playing Pesticide to quickly form seals to summon gold ingots. Lele! Jin Yuanbao flew out from the pet space, swooped down, and bravely caught Mingxi, who was falling vertically. Only when he sat firmly on Jin Yuanbao's back did Mingxi breathe a sigh of relief. It was truly thrilling. If we are not careful, she may pass away peacefully. Fortunately, Jin Yuanbao is a flying pet. Thunder! Jin Yuanbao's cry brought Mingxi back to his senses. She looked around and realized that what they were facing was a huge waterfall. "How huge is it?" Angel Falls had to say respectfully in front of it. "Brother, I am sorry for being so rude." All I could see was waves rushing down 3,000 feet, and the sound of the waves hitting the rocks was like thunder. On the river, large white waves are constantly surging on the water. The Chongan secret land has been solidified for 100 years. The entire secret land, even the sand under the ditch, has probably been dug out and studied by the Fu family, not to mention its overall topography. Therefore, Mingxi was very sure that she was definitely not in the Chongan secret land, because there was no waterfall in the Chongan secret land at all. It is still so magnificent that it makes people want to sigh at the magic and charm of nature. So what the hell is this? Other secret places or other places on Blue Star? Mingxi's first reaction at this moment was, "Damn it, I paid so much attention to the precautions. The collapse of an honest man? Underscore. I've never heard that a secret passage can lead to another secret place." The path she took was not the secret love passage dug by Duan Moyu's father, which led to many places and connected to his aunts and concubines. The secret passage shouldn't be that complicated to play with, right? Duck underscore winky face. My brain is shutting down. Lele. At this time, Jin Yuanbao called out twice in a low voice, reminding Mingxi in a serious tone to look into the river and look carefully. Chapter 069, Double-Beak Sweet Duck. What happened in the river? Mingxi's soul, which was struck out, ran back on its own. She stuck her head out and looked down. You don't know until you see it, and it's so scary that you'll pee your pants. Where are those white waves surging on the river? They are clearly extraordinary creatures. Each of them is about the size of a millstone, round and plump, with hair color consisting of pure white without a trace of impurities and clear watercolor without a trace of impurities. Overall, it looks a bit like an enlarged version of a teal, but its beak is also white and split in the middle, forming a V shape with sharp ends. There are also some ducks that are smaller in size. Their down is softer and more transparent than that of large ducks. Most importantly, their beaks are in the normal duckbill shape and are not forked. These big and small ducks are crowded together on the water, flapping their wings constantly, and it looks like the waves are rolling. No wonder Mingxi would watch the splits. Anyone who sees this would be confused. Lele. Jin Yuanbao asked her curiously what these were. This question obviously touched upon Mingxi's blind spot in knowledge. She had no memory of such extraordinary creatures. Fortunately, she has a deep and clear understanding of herself. She decisively took out the pet identification device she bought yesterday afternoon when she went bankrupt. Thanks to Fu Yifan. Thanks for bankruptcy. So that she would not fall into the embarrassment of illiteracy. Double-beaked sweet duck. A mid-level water pet that evolved from the primary pet sweet duck. Currently, this type of pet has only been found in Secret Realm number 24 of Sava Country. The pet identifier made a sound, and Mingxi's heart suddenly beat fast. What does it mean? Is this the Secret Realm number 24 of Sava Country? She found a bug when entering a secret passage, and not only did she log in across servers, she also crossed borders. While Mingxi was confused, the pet identification device was still diligently reporting. They like to eat sweets, fish, and shrimp, and generally only live in areas with abundant water resources. Don't be fooled by their sweet and cute appearance, but they have a strong sense of territory and will kill any other creatures that invade their territory. Mingxi's breath hitched, and that unpleasant premonition came to her mind again. Her gaze moved downward like a slideshow, and she was met with hundreds of pairs of cold eyes. At the same time, the pet identifier said leisurely, "If you accidentally enter the territory of the double-beaked sweet duck, remember not to make any sound, or you will be bitten by a shark. Alpaca is here to announce the death of someone named Chow. Your mother is gone, although she spent a huge amount of money and even went bankrupt to buy this pet identifier. The price is 15,000 star coins, which is an unreasonably expensive luxury item for Mingxi, but in fact it is the cheapest identifier on the market. Apart from being able to identify and report all pets known to Blue Star, it has no other functions. Unable to connect to personal terminal. Cannot update in real time. You cannot take photos or videos. If you ask about its advantages, to quote the salesperson who introduced it to her yesterday, its voice is so loud that you can hear every word it says even if you are at a concert. What a nonsense. Mingxi suspected that she was suffering from hysteria when she bought this pet identifier. I am speechless and choked with emotion. The only thing I can do as a sign of respect is to run away. Jin Yuanbao run. The attack from below was in place, and Mingxi could feel the overwhelming murderous intent even with his strongest nerves. If you don't escape now, your life will be in danger. Jin Yuanbao naturally also felt the overwhelming murderous intent of the group of ducks, and he had already tried his best to fly high into the sky before Mingxi gave the order. No matter how proud it is, it would not think that it has the strength to stand alone against 10,000 enemies while flying with its own Beastmaster. It is a gold ingot, not a gold ingot. Of course, it definitely wasn't complaining about its own Beastmaster holding it back. Sweet! As Jin Yuanbao flapped his wings and flew high, the flock of ducks below had already begun their attack. Thousands of water columns as thick as an adult man's arm shot up into the sky. It was so loud and ferocious. Lei, Jin Yuanbao shouted, reminding Mingxi to hold on tight because it was going to speed up. Mingxi knew that it was going to use the wind-chasing skill, so she quickly bent down, clamped her legs together, and sat in a position that would least interfere with the flight of the gold ingot. The next second, a strong wind blew across Mingxi's delicate face, and the pain was so painful that it was unimaginable. The pet identifier is still shouting without fear. At the same time, you who have entered the territory of the double-beaked sweet duck are in luck. Mingxi hee. What blessing! Is it a blessing to be chased by thousands of wild, supernatural creatures? Do you want this blessing given to you? In the waters where the sweet duck and double-billed sweet duck live, there may be courage fruits growing. Mingxi, who was blown by the wind like a disciple of Mei Chaofeng, narrowed his eyes. Courage fruit? Among the information about the Chongan secret land that she memorized, there was a long section introducing the energy fruit. Among them, the courage fruit is a kind of energy fruit. After eating, it can increase the energy value of the pet by 3,000 points in a short time, and there is a very small probability of permanently increasing the energy value of the pet. However, it tastes bitter and pungent. The dandana actually means bitter gall. Eating it is like eating bitter gall. The purchase price is about 20,000 star coins per piece. Mingxi's eyes suddenly lit up. The energy fruit costs 20,000 each. If 10 are found, that would be 200,000. Wouldn't that be enough to pay off her family's foreign debt? Even if you don't sell it, you can keep it for Jin Yuanbao and the second baby after it hatches. Ignoring the small chance of permanently increasing energy value, this courage fruit may be able to turn the tide of battle in a critical moment. although the use of any props is not allowed in formal beast taming competitions. But it is always useful when exploring secret places. It increases the energy value by 300 in a short time. Although it may not seem like a lot, a lightning storm with gold ingots only increases it by more than 3,000 points. It is equivalent to eating a courage fruit, which can release one more lightning storm. Isn't this useful enough? Lei Jin Yuanbao also realized the benefits of the courage-enhancing fruit and expressed his desire to go and look for it. Mingxi wanted it too. She looked down at the sweet ducks below who were attacking them in groups. It's definitely not possible to go down now. Let's go around to the bottom of the waterfall and take a look. The flock of double-billed sweet ducks they saw were all upstream of the waterfall, about 200 to 300 meters away from the waterfall cliff. Although the water was rushing, it did not affect their leisure at all. Jin Yuanbao responded, turned around, and flew towards the waterfall. The closer Mingxi got to the waterfall, the more awe he felt for nature. The scene before my eyes is so magnificent. In her previous life, she had seen countless landscapes in the world, but now she felt like a cicada that was unaware of the snow. Perhaps seeing this magnificent and colorful interstellar world is also the meaning of her journey through time. The water roared, and the water vapor formed a thick white mist that spread over a radius of 1 kilometer. Chapter 70, Getting Rich. Jin Yuanbao flew cautiously 200 meters away from the waterfall, slowed down, and went with the flow. While Mingxi was wandering in a strange secret land, the guard in charge of guarding the mingling steel on the Fu family's land discovered something unusual. A total of 60 people entered the Chongan secret land this time, but only 59 names appeared on the steel. He contacted the personnel on duty outside the secret place today and confirmed that Fu Xiaodian and others had all entered the secret place. So where did the remaining person go? Clearly, something had gone wrong. This matter was of great importance, so he immediately reported it to the head of the family. Are you sure it didn't light up, rather than lighting up and then quickly going dark? Fu Ting's face was solemn. It is one thing for the name on the steel to not light up and for it to light up and then go out. The former means that the person never entered the secret place, and the latter means that the person died or the secret place handcard was destroyed. The guard said, I'm sure there's a name that hasn't been revealed from beginning to end. Fu Ting frowned even more and asked again, who is the person whose name is not lit up? He is a child selected from an internal selection competition. His name is Mingxi. It was her. Fu Ting didn't expect to hear this name again so soon. The genius girl mentioned by her grandson. He entered the secret passage but did not enter the secret place. There were only 3 possibilities he could think of. Either she was unlucky and was trapped in the passage and couldn't get out, or the passage was affected by the turbulence of time and space, and she entered another secret place or realm, or die in the passage. Although entering the secret place is not 100% safe, problems occurred before entering the secret place. This situation has never happened since the Fu family bought the Chongan secret place. Could it be related to the early opening of the secret place this time? Isn't that little girl's luck a little too bad? Keep watching the spiritual inscription monument. If Mingxi's name lights up, contact me. Also, have the secret passage pay attention to see if there's anything wrong with it. Okay, Patriarch. Fu Ting really couldn't do anything about this. There's a way he can't control it. When traveling to a secret place, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are up to God. Even if she really died, the little girl could only blame herself for her bad luck. The unfortunate Mingxi was shrouded in misty water vapor. The waterfall was higher than she had thought. The height is definitely over 1,000 meters. Standing under the waterfall, it's like seeing the water from the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. In front of it, humans seem as small as ants. Jin Yuanbao flew for about 2 minutes before they saw the flat river surface again. Fortunately, no sweet duck, double-billed sweet duck, or their evolved form, eagle-billed sweet duck, were seen on the water. It seems that this group lives only in the area upstream of the waterfall. The gold ingot flew over the water. Lei. It asked if there would be any courage-enhancing fruit here. Mingxi didn't know either, but she thought the probability was very high. Let's look for it first. As far as I know, the courage fruit generally only grows in fertile soil rich in organic compounds such as polyhydroxyaldehydes, polyhydroxyketones, and proteins. The reason why the courage-enhancing fruit appears in the living area of Tian duck is probably related to their love of sweets, fish, and shrimp. Sweet foods contain a lot of polyhydroxyaldehydes and polyhydroxyketones, and fish, shrimp, and crabs are high in protein. so their excrement must also contain these compounds, and the soil formed by their excrement naturally becomes a breeding ground for the courage-enhancing fruit. Mingxi patiently explained his speculation to Jin Yuanbao. The reason she knew so much was, of course, thanks to the information provided by Fu Yifan. There are detailed annotations above. The environment we are in now is quite special. Because of the waterfall, the excrement of the sweet ducks will be washed downstream by the water flow, so I think we should be able to find the courage fruit here. Just as Mingxi expected, they soon found 4 tall banana trees full of light beige fruits on the riverbank not far from the waterfall. It is worth mentioning that there is no fixed tree species for all energy fruits. This means that it can grow on both shrubs and trees. Even ferns that can only reproduce through spores may produce energy fruits due to special growing environments or other reasons. Energy fruits differ in types and functions, but the plants that produce them are all-encompassing. Moreover, the energy fruit can coexist harmoniously with the original fruit of the tree species. Don't be surprised if one day you see a cherry tree full of small, black-red cherries, but also some large, pink-white tianyuan fruits. Although they are born from the same mother, they grow up differently and have completely different genes. This world is based on science, not reason, so it is not uncommon for an ordinary banana tree to bear courage-enhancing fruits. Mingxi let out an excited "Ooh, gold ingots, we're gonna get rich." Her eyes swept across the 4 banana trees laden with fruits not far away, and her eyes flashed. There are energy fruits growing under the secret waterfall. Come and count them, 24,678. Mingxi had completely forgotten about her cross-server login. She asked Jin Yuanbao to be in charge of guarding, while she took out a net bag and tools and started picking courage-enhancing fruits and bananas. Yes, she was willing to take advantage of everyone, and even Basho would not let go. Is it easy for her to get some fresh fruit in the wild? The mature tangerine fruit is about the size of a baby's fist, with a smooth skin, fine lines inside, and a spicy smell. There were 4 banana trees, and Mingxi picked a total of 24 ripe banana fruits and 3 bunches of bananas. Converted into star coins, that would be 480,000. Oh my god, we finally don't have to sell the house to pay off the debt. Mingxi's eyes were filled with tears. Thunder! Jin Yuanbao suddenly shouted. It asked if this is it. The hot tears in Mingxi's eyes immediately retreated, and she stretched her neck to look over. Then Jin Yuanbao flew over with the green fruit in his claws. Mingxi could tell at a glance that this was an unripe courage-boosting fruit. Where did you pick it up? Jin Yuanbao flapped his wings and pointed to a small pond not far away, where there was a small pond formed by the splashing of waterfall water over the years. Are there courage-enhancing fruits in the pond? It's not impossible. After all, submerged plants are also plants. Mingxi ran over quickly. The surface of the pond is covered with water hyacinths, and lilac-purple water hyacinths are blooming among the lush leaves, which is a beautiful sight at first glance. Mingxi squatted down and picked up a water hyacinth nearby. One plant constitutes a large area. Sure enough, I saw familiar fruits in the root part. Jin Yuanbao, you are really my treasure. Mingxi was so excited that her eyes sparkled. Fragrant dusk, flower of fortune. With such a pond of water hyacinth, how many courage-enhancing fruits will be produced? Lei. Jin Yuanbao waved his wings proudly. It's nothing. This is the empire I built for you. This little look and tone are quite similar to the style of a certain Han who contracted the fish pond back then. Mingxi once again wondered if it had secretly learned something indecent from her. She completely forgot that the original owner had a brief rebellious period as a child. Chapter 71. Start to get the wool. A girl's feelings are always poetic. Which little girl hasn't fantasized about a sweet love when she was young and ignorant? During the time when she was in primary school, Sun Xiaoxian became obsessed with romance novels. She fantasized every day that one day a powerful level beastmaster would come riding a divine dragon and bring handfuls of rare materials to woo her. As a good friend of Sun Xiaoxian, the original owner was inevitably poisoned and secretly downloaded a lot of romance novels and idol dramas without the knowledge of her grandmother and teacher. She was afraid of being discovered by her grandmother, so she used the learning machine that Jin Yuanbao is using now to store novels and TV dramas. Among them, bad dramas like The Domineering Beastmaster Falls in Love with Me occupy the majority of the market. Although Jin Yuanbao can't read, he can understand. Isn't this what it means to be good at learning? Mingxi only remembered this incident when she accidentally ran into Jin Yuanbao watching TV series on his learning machine. The topic has gone off topic again. At this moment, Mingxi was unaware of her own slowness. She was busy turning over the water hyacinths. Adhering to the principle of rather killing 1,000 people by mistake than letting one go, Mingxi pulled large tracts of water hyacinths ashore and asked Jin Yuanbao to pull up the ones she couldn't. In just a blink of an eye, all the beautiful water hyacinths withered and turned into rotten leaves. The unique and beautiful scenery in the pond finally disappeared. Mingxi doesn't care. What beautiful scenery. Is there any small money fragrance? She only loves money that is not stained by mud. After the two master pets had destroyed the pond, it was soon empty, and 132 courage-enhancing fruits were neatly placed in front of Mingxi. 132 of them. A total of 2.64 million star coins. Can Jin Yuanbao achieve freedom of energy pills? Broken. After the excitement, Mingxi slapped his forehead hard. Jin Yuanbao looked at her in confusion, as if asking, "What's wrong? How is it broken? Is she broken? How are we going to carry so many courage-enhancing fruits back? 132 energy fruits, 2 large sacks probably can't hold them all." She was alone and had to carry such a big backpack, so there was no way she could carry them. Even if Jin Yuanbao is very strong, he can't carry 2 sacks as a porter, right? It's not Sha Sung, and it will definitely affect the battle. At this time, the importance of Space Node is reflected. With a button in hand, you can take all the supplies away. But the problem is that Mingxi doesn't have it. So now she was at a loss, and she didn't have a big sack that could hold so many things. After all, her harvest today was quite explosive in the harvest world. You have to know that the Chongan secret land has been looted for nearly 100 years. Even if her ancestors have accumulated merits for hundreds of generations, it is estimated that they will not be able to bless her with a lot of harvest. So she brought some foldable and fresh-keeping boxes, fresh-keeping bags, and plastic bags. Who would have thought that the channel she entered was like Star Trek, allowing her to land in a different location? However, this place, which is suspected to be the secret realm number 24 of the Kingdom of Sava, is surprisingly rich in resources. She had just come in, and she made a fortune. Gold ingot. How about you try one first? Mingxi thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution, so he could only put it aside for the time being. There is a very low chance that the courage fruit can permanently increase the energy value. How low is the probability of this happening? It's probably about the same as winning the lottery jackpot. But in this situation, it's better to try your luck than to throw it away. Jin Yuanbao looked at the courage-boosting fruits scattered all over the ground. Thunder. Are you sure? Mingxi sighed. This was the only solution. After all, it's her fault that she doesn't have a space button. Lei. Jin Yuanbao nodded and said, "Then let me try it." Without saying a word, it lowered its head and picked up a courage-enhancing fruit. He swallowed it in 2 or 3 gulps. The bird's face twisted for a moment. He must have been suffering. It is said that this thing is extremely bitter. Mingxi stared at it with a smile. How about it? Jin Yuanbao's eyebrows were twitching with pain, but he still endured it and maintained his proud little expression. It barked twice, and the sound was extremely hard, as if there was a mouthful of old phlegm stuck in its throat. It means it's okay. The energy value has indeed increased, but it should not be permanent. Lei. There is no need to waste this energy. I will go up and do something big. Be careful, and call me back if anything happens. Without waiting for Mingxi's response, it was like a big boss who had held 3 important meetings in a row with a belly full of shit and piss that he wanted to release. His posture was straight, and his steps were steady. But looking at the back, there was a suspicious stench. Jin Yuanbao had bravely flown to the upper reaches of the waterfall. Mingxi then stretched out her Kong's hand. Mingxi, it seems that this courage-enhancing fruit is really bitter. Look, it has broken the defense of the gold ingots. I don't know if Jin Yuanbao will be besieged by that group of ducks if he goes up. Mingxi began to sense the changes in its energy, preparing to take it back to the pet space, depending on the situation. 2 minutes later, it is detected that the master's Thunderbird defeated the same level pet, double-beak sweet duck, and the reward is 10 minutes of training in the Time Realm Private Pet Training Hall. The master's Thunderbird was detected to have defeated the low-level pet sweet duck and was rewarded with 1 minute of training at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Hall. Detected. Several reminders sounded in succession, and Mingxi was happy. She slapped her thigh. Yes, in addition to the resources, this secret realm is also a good place to earn reward time. There are a lot more ducks, but they can't fly, and there are water-type pets that are completely suppressed by lightning-type pets. If Jin Yuanbao throws a lightning ball down, it will probably stun a large number of sweet ducks. With a thunderstorm, The ducks might be dead all over the ground. Even if there are high-level or even general-level extraordinary creatures among the ducks, with the speed of Jin Yuanbao, if they can't defeat them, they can just run away. Mingxi suddenly felt that she was blinded by her own embarrassing escape just now. It is detected that the master's Thunderbird defeated the same level pet, double-beak Swede duck, and the reward is 10 minutes of training in the Time Realm Private Pet Training Hall. The bonus duration continues to refresh until the remaining duration accumulates to 183 minutes and 16 seconds. Mingxi also felt that the energy of the gold ingot was about to run out, so he quickly formed a seal and took it back into the pet space. Then he formed a seal and summoned it out. Mingxi scanned its body and breathed a sigh of relief when she found no wounds. Do you want to enter the realm of time to replenish your energy? With a good way to increase the reward time. Mingxi suddenly felt that the reward time was more than enough. It's not wrong to waste a little. By the way, I wanted to give the second baby 2 more days of incubation time. Jin Yuanbao thought about it. This place is different from the outside world. If it runs out of energy, it will not be able to protect its own beast master. However, the energy potion is limited, and the replenishment speed is not as good as that of the energy chamber in the realm of time. Thunder. Can. Mingxi summoned the realm of time without saying a word. After entering the realm of time, Jin Yuanbao plunged into the energy replenishment cabin in room 1 in seconds. Mingxi adhered to the principle that since he was already here, he must not waste time. So he went to the second floor to take care of his physiological needs before returning to room 1. She stood in front of Erwa's incubator and looked at the word hatching on the prompt panel. Hatching progress, 43.75%. Chapter 72 Danger is coming. At this rate, the second baby will be hatched soon. If you can get the best deal on gold ingots, it will probably be in the next 2 days. Mingxi looked at the pet egg inside through the transparent glass. I don't know if it's because of the incubation progress, but the stone shell that was originally attached to the surface of the eggshell and was as hard as metal is falling off. There is already a small area where the original appearance of the eggshell has been revealed. It was a flowing silver-white color. It is like a lake under the moonlight, sparkling with a mysterious and soft light. Silvery eggshell? What race is Erwa? The master seems to be in trouble. Guang, who was accompanying an empty heart, suddenly spoke, interrupting Mingxi's wild thoughts. Well, you should have seen it. She knew that Guang could always see her situation in the outside world. The reason why she summoned the realm of time this time, in addition to replenishing Jin Yuanbao's energy, was to once again test Guang's attitude. After several attempts, she always felt that Guang was hiding something, or that it couldn't be said voluntarily. After all, many of the rules of the realm of time require her to constantly explore and trigger them, like reward duration, incubation time exchange, and so on. The master is as sharp as ever. Here it comes, here it comes. The familiar lines are coming with an uncaring pace. Mingxi's heart beat faster. You guessed it right, the realm of time has a storage function. Really? Mingxi asked. Does it also require reward time to redeem? Yes. Then why didn't you tell me when I asked you several times before? If she had known earlier, she could have prepared more supplies. The prerequisite for opening the storage function is that the total reward time you receive exceeds 500 minutes, and this condition has just been met. I see. No wonder it had been hesitant to speak before, like a young widow who wanted to remarry but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. What is the exchange rate for the storage function? In the same ratio as the hatching time, 1 hour of reward time can be exchanged for 1 day of item storage time. The difference is that the storage time is equal to the outside time. Doesn't this mean that as long as Jin Yuanbao or her future children can defeat 6 pets of the same level every day, she will always have the portable space? She thought so and asked. Got a positive answer from Guang. The realm of time is awesome. There are so many nice words. She doesn't want to be among the silent majority. Before leaving, she renewed Erwa's fee for 1 more day and exchanged it for another day of custody. Remaining reward time, 53 minutes and 44 seconds. Looking at the less than 1 hour of reward time left, Mingxi felt that the group of ducks outside were waving at her. After returning to the outside world, Mingxi immediately waved her hand and controlled it with her mind, trying to send all the fruits in front of her into the realm of time. The next second, there was nothing on the ground. As soon as he thought about it again, a courage-boosting fruit appeared in his right hand. Jin Yuanbao squatted on the girl's shoulder and looked at his own beastmaster helplessly. Oh, I am becoming more and more stupid. If she loses it in the future, Will such a stupid person like her become homeless and helpless in her old age? The beast is so worried. Mingxi had no idea that Jin Yuanbao was already imagining her miserable old age, so she handed the courage-boosting fruit in her hand to it. Still eating. The effect of the courage-boosting fruit can only last for a quarter of an hour at most, and the one I just took has lost its effect. Jin Yuanbao looked at the fruit in front of him and recalled its taste. He felt bitter from the tip of his tongue to his stomach. I couldn't help but shiver, and my feathers began to tremble. Mingxi seemed not to notice. Her eyebrows were curved with a smile, and she stretched her hand forward again. What's wrong? You don't want to eat. Jin Yuanbao looked at her, then at the courage-enhancing fruit. As males, they must never show weakness in front of human females. What's more, this person is its beastmaster. It's just a little bitter and unpalatable. My lord, will it be afraid? Thunder, eat. The tone was just like that of Jing, who was going to assassinate the king of Qin. The aura of a last-ditch effort and burning of bridges is about to materialize. This time, it opened its mouth and swallowed the whole fruit without even breaking the skin. Gulp! As Jin Yuanbao swallowed, Mingxi could clearly see the rise and fall of its neck. I'm really worried that it might choke to death by accident. Fortunately, the tragedy did not happen. Lele! Jin Yuanbao's expression was as deep as the abyss, indicating that he was going to continue fighting the group of ducks. After saying that, he couldn't wait to fly high into the sky like a fired anti-aircraft gun. Mingxi doesn't have her Kong's hand this time. Jin Yuanbao has extensive experience in field combat, and his progress in training in the realm of time has been even more obvious during this period. Even without her command, nothing will go wrong for a while. If she follows him, she will become a burden. It's better to stay where you are and be prepared to summon the gold ingots back at any time. Not long after, the sound of the single-board machine filled the screen again. When Mingxi recalled the gold ingots, the remaining reward time returned to the 200-minute mark. A lot of harvest. For the next half-day, her and Jin Yuanbao's activities were to recharge the time realm, renew Erwa's subscription, have Jin Yuanbao pinch his nose to eat courage-boosting fruit, fight against Tian Duck, be recalled after running out of energy, and then enter the time realm again. The cycle continues. I swear to pluck out all the sweet ducks. In the process, Jin Yuanbao inevitably got injured and encountered crises more than once. For example, the leader of the sweet duck flock, the eagle-beaked sweet duck, who accompanied his 230th concubine back to her parents' home, has returned. When it found that its little brothers were being bullied by a foreign flat-feathered bird, it immediately became furious. Chasing the gold ingots, they launched a fierce counterattack. But today's Jin Yuanbao is no longer a humble man. During the period of contract with Mingxi, it has not only grown in all aspects, but also understood the importance of tactics in battle. After an extreme tug of war of you run, I chase, you can't escape, even though eagle-beaked sweet duck is a high-level pet, and even though it has countless little brothers to help it, it didn't end up well in the end. Mingxi was in high spirits as they welcomed the harvest. Now that the leader of the sweet duck group has fallen, the other ducks are like the balance in the gold ingot bank account. Can it just take it as it pleases? Delicious. Until... boom, boom, boom. Listening to the songs of nature, Mingxi sat happily under a big locust tree near the riverbank, eating bananas and compressed biscuits while feeling the energy changes of the gold ingots. Suddenly, her heart beat faster for several seconds. Faintly, she felt as if she was being stared at by a pair of fierce eyes. This solemn and cold atmosphere is like the calm before the storm, suffocating. There are other people or supernatural beings in this place. Mingxi calmly put down the food in his hand and quickly turned his hands over. Upstream of the waterfall, Jin Yuanbao, who had fought with Tian Duck for 300 rounds, felt the familiar power of summons. Something must have happened to our Beastmaster. Otherwise, she would never summon it back at this time. It has only been out for a short time this time. There was no power to resist the summons. With a flash of white light, Jin Yuanbao's figure disappeared in front of the sweet ducks. Chapter 73. Earth Fire Spider King. Sweet. That devil disappeared again. Why so quickly this time? Sweet. So, what if it leaves? It will definitely come back soon. Sweet, sweet. Woohoo. The boss was knocked unconscious. Are we going to be exterminated? On the river, a group of desperate sweet ducks were wailing. Their mournful and desperate cries echoed for a long time. So miserable. On this side, Mingxi felt the return of the gold ingot and quickly formed a seal again to summon it out. Thunder. As soon as he appeared, Jin Yuanbao looked at Mingxi nervously and asked her what was wrong. Before it finished speaking, a slight popping sound suddenly occurred in the air. In the sight, a red light came from afar. Mingxi felt as if someone was grabbing her hair tightly, and her scalp felt tight. Without saying anything more, he used all his strength to push the gold ingot that was blocking his way behind the locust tree. Before the gradually expanding fireball touched his body, he rolled over the slope like a donkey. Boom! The next moment, a huge ball of fire exploded, lifting the entire ground. Flames shot up into the sky and hot winds swept in like waves, as if to engulf everything around them in a raging fire. Mingxi felt that her skin was about to be burned by the rolling waves of fire in front of her. The big locust tree nearby suffered the disaster and quickly caught fire under the erosion of the fire snake. Jin Yuanbao, who was pushed behind the tree by Mingxi, almost had his feathers set on fire. He quickly flapped his wings and flew back to Mingxi. This human being is so messed up. I am an extraordinary creature. Do I still need her protection? Lei, are you okay? Mingxi and Jin Yuanbao asked each other about their situation almost at the same time. Hearing the other party's voice, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that the one who attacked him just now was a fire-type extraordinary creature, and its strength was at least above the general level. Either it's soldier level or king level. Don't ask her how she made that judgment. Didn't you see that the fireball he threw at you was more powerful than Seismaka's strongest attack? If she and Jin Yuanbao hadn't dodged quickly, they would have been burned to charcoal. Jin Yuanbao, let's go. They quickly ran away before the wild, supernatural creature showed up. She turned over swiftly and sat on Jin Yuanbao's back. Without the burden of the mountaineering bag, it should be much easier for Jin Yuanbao to carry her. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao nodded. It also felt the ominous aura. That familiar breath of strong aggression and killing made it feel both disgusting and terrified. His eyes vigilantly swept across the depths of the forest not far away, which was covered by grass and trees. The bloodshot pupil seemed to be dripping blood. The body is as taut as a bowstring to the full moon. Lei, seeing that its own beast master was already seated, it did not dare to stay, but spread its wings and flew quickly into the sky. Mingxi lowered his head and looked down. Sure enough, they saw a movement below, and a fiery red object was chasing towards them. And the object was growing rapidly. Isn't it another fireball? Mingxi looked carefully and found that it was not a fireball, but a flaming spider web made up of flaming spider silk. If they were covered, they could immediately return to their grandmother's arms. At this moment, her heart was already beating in her throat, and she quickly shouted, Zhuifeng. At this time, she was really grateful that Jin Yuanbao was a flying pet and had awakened the acceleration skill of chasing the wind. Watching the flaming spider web almost biting the feathers on Jin Yuanbao's tail and dissipating unwillingly, Mingxi felt like he had aged 100 years in an instant. So exciting. If this happens a few more times, how long will she live? Can't think. Mingxi was curious about who attacked them and couldn't help but stretch her neck to look down. 200 meters away from the river is a dark forest with dense vegetation. Tall trees cover the ground completely. Not far from where she was just now, above the crowns of several large trees, there was a huge spider lying. No wonder she didn't notice it before. With its size, who could detect its existence unless it flew into the sky? If it was still on the ground, Mingxi would probably not be able to see its body and head even if he raised his head. This old idiot. Its head and upper abdomen are covered with fine black and green hair, with small red dots growing on the hair. The lower abdomen is very strange. It is round overall, a bit like a water bag. The skin is translucent, and you can see the fiery red liquid flowing inside. It has 4 pairs of compound eyes on its head, distributed on both sides and in front and back. At this moment, the pair of compound eyes behind the head are staring at her and Jin Yuanbao who are walking away. The moment Mingxi met those cold compound eyes, layers of white sweat broke out on his face. If you gather them together, you can even poke a felt gold ingot doll. Oh my god! What level is this big spider? It can't really be king level, right? The extraordinary creature in front of him was beyond Mingxi's knowledge. She looked left and right, and after making sure that there were no other extraordinary creatures around, she decisively took out the pet identifier from her pocket. He pointed it at the giant spider like a magic mirror. Then, without waiting for the pet identifier to make a sound, she said to Jin Yuanbao in a hurry, 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 the big spider is chasing us. Yes. The giant spider was chasing them at a very fast speed. The 8 long and thin spider legs quickly shuttled through the woods, faster and more powerful than a zero-energy pile driver. Wherever it goes, crack, crack, boom, boom, boom. Large trees fell in large numbers. The quiet forest was hit by an earthquake and tsunami. With this ability, it would be a shame if you don't go to work in the demolition office. What was even more terrifying was its 4 pairs of compound eyes, which were like some high-precision missiles, firmly locking onto her and Jin Yuanbao. Mingxi just felt his back was numb. Did the giant spider mistake her and Jin Yuanbao for rich villains? Asterisk? At this time, the pet identification device finally finished the analysis and began to chatter. Earth Fire Spider King, a fire and ground king level pet. Wow, it's really king level. Thinking about the fact that there was a king level wild extraordinary creature chasing after him, the white hairs on Mingxi's body began to sweat even more evenly. Evolved from the primary pet crypt spider, it has the sleep assimilation property. Sleep assimilation. When in a sleeping state, the body of a supernatural creature will spontaneously assimilate with the surrounding environment. So that's it. It turns out to be the assimilation property of sleep. The characteristic of sleep assimilation generally only appears in ground-based supernatural creatures. Although this characteristic cannot enhance the attack and defense of supernatural creatures, it is definitely a life-saving weapon for supernatural creatures living in the wild. Most extraordinary creatures cannot recognize them in their assimilated state. She wondered why Jin Yuanbao didn't discover the existence of the Earth Fire Spider King when he checked the surrounding environment before. It seems that this Earth Fire Spider King was sleeping before. Chapter 74 Widowed Noble. 1,000 words per chapter to urge for more updates. She thought that the danger level of this unknown secret realm was not high. After all, Jin Yuanbao had abused that group of sweet ducks for so long, and he only encountered a high-level pet. She also did not find any signs of supernatural activity nearby. But obviously, she took it for granted. The reason why this area seems calm is probably because it is the territory of the Earth Fire Spider King. It's a king-level extraordinary creature, so what's wrong with a little peace and harmony in its territory? After all, it can sweep across an area by itself. It was sleeping before, which allowed them to jump around in its territory for so long. If the Earth Fire Spider King was awake when she and Jin Yuanbao broke in, they would probably be shoulder to shoulder with the sun by now. Mingxi guessed correctly. The pet identifier said loudly. The wild ground fire Spider King is a very cruel hunter, extremely bloodthirsty and murderous. There are almost no other living creatures in the area where it lives, including their spouses, who may become their targets of killing. Therefore, wild ground fire Spider Kings basically live alone, and 99% of them are unattached. They are well-known widowed nobles among extraordinary creatures. They prefer a humid, warm environment with plenty of light. So wildfire spider kings can only be found in a few rainforest areas and large secret realms in the Alliance. Mingxi. Even spouses can't coexist. It's too cruel. Mingxi felt like she was about to get sick. This Earthfire Spider King won't stop until he kills them, right? Now, in her mind, the danger level of this unknown secret place has exceeded 5 stars. Although it cannot be said that the danger level of the secret realm is 100% linked to the extraordinary creatures within the secret realm, it is also one of the important bases. Generally speaking, the higher the upper limit level of extraordinary creatures in a secret realm, the more perfect the laws in the secret realm are, and the higher the danger factor of the secret realm is. For example, in the Chongan Secret Land, the highest level of wild supernatural creatures is general level, so its danger factor is only 3 stars. And now that a transcendent creature with king-level strength has appeared in this secret realm, it means that the upper limit of the level of this secret realm must be at the king level or even above the king level. The risk factor is definitely over 5 stars. So she couldn't guarantee that if they ran around like headless flies, they would attract enemies more terrifying than the Earth Fire Spider King. She didn't even dare to let Jin Yuanbao fly freely into the sky, because the sky was the territory of high-level, flying supernatural creatures. She doesn't want to fall into the tiger's den before escaping from the wolf's den. Jin Yuanbao, left front, bypassed that big guy, and swim as far as possible towards a waterfall. When Jin Yuanbao was escaping, he didn't pay attention to the direction at all, and now he has strayed far away from the waterfall. That big waterfall is a perfect natural barrier. The Earth Fire Spider King is a fire element, so no matter how much he likes humidity, he shouldn't be able to climb over the waterfall, right? Otherwise, There would be no way for those sweet ducks to live peacefully as neighbors with the Earth Fire Spider King. Jin Yuanbao also reacted. It was too unstable just now, and it panicked and took its Beastmaster on a dangerous road. The Earth Fire Spider King was indeed persistent. When the gold ingot changed direction, it also changed direction, and its crawling speed is even faster than that of gold ingots. Once Jin Yuanbao does not use the wind-chasing skill, he will be caught up by it soon. Once you enter its attack range, it will do nothing but spray fireballs or launch flaming spiderwebs. The man and the beast were in danger several times. Jin Yuanbao's tail feathers were burnt, giving the golden feathers a tragic color. Mingxi's back was also burned with blisters by the hot air produced by the flame explosion. Finally, they approached the waterfall again. With the cover of the mist, Jin Yuanbao raised his body and flew towards the top of the waterfall. Mingxi kept an eye on the movements of the Earth Fire Spider King and saw that it did not hesitate for even a second and stepped directly into the rushing river. At the same time, don't forget to attack them. Huge fireballs came from all directions. Mingxi wanted to swear again, seeing the Fire Spider King using its stick-shaped, more ferocious than a supermodel's, yet exceptionally strong and powerful legs to climb up the waterfall against the current. Mingxi. She wondered why the Spider King hated them so deeply, as she hadn't done anything to anger anyone. Are you not even afraid of your racial nature? For a waterfall over 1,000 meters high and with such abundant water volume, how great would the water flow resistance be? And the terrain is vertical. The Earth Fire Spider King could actually move easily. His speed was only slightly slower than on land. It's so unreasonable. With its tenacity to overcome all difficulties and chop off their heads, how can it be invincible? There is really no need to chase after these two weak and helpless people and their pets. Jin Yuanbao used Thunderstorm on the waterfall. At this time, they had reached the top of the waterfall, and the Earth Fire Spider King was about to climb to the middle of the waterfall. If they continue to chase each other like this, the situation will only become increasingly unfavorable for them. After all, the gold ingot has limited energy. Flying with her will not only affect the speed, but also increase the consumption. Even though she has the time limit that allows Jin Yuanbao to replenish and rest at any time, she can't keep running away, right? So we must find a way out of this predicament. Their current location is right in the blind spot of the Earth Fire Spider King, but by leveraging the characteristics of the waterfall flow, they can attack the Earth Fire Spider King. Jin Yuanbao immediately released a thunder and lightning storm towards the rushing waterfall below. As the lightning skill with the strongest attack power, the power of thunderstorm is maximized in water. 6 gorgeous thunder flowers bloomed, and at that moment, it seemed that the entire waterfall was dyed with enchanting purple. The thunder flowers exploded and turned into countless thunder snakes and thunder dragons, which rolled towards the Earth Fire Spider King along with the surging water. The Fire Spider King, whose 8 legs were clinging to the cliff, was the first to suffer. Crackle! The Fire Spider King's body, which had been climbing steadily, froze visibly, and the fine hairs on its body's surface turned blackened. Mingxi's eyes lit up. It works. Lightning storm. If one attack is not enough, try again. She doesn't believe that the Spider King is really not afraid of water and can resist electricity. If you don't have enough energy, you can still use the courage-boosting fruit. Gold ingots, eat more. She took out 4 courage-boosting fruits in one breath. Jin Yuanbao didn't care how bitter or unpalatable this thing was. He swallowed it down one by one, gulping it down like candy beans. Release skills after swallowing. If 4 are not enough, then 8. If 8 are not enough, then 16. Neither the man nor the beast noticed that a clear white light burst out from Jin Yuanbao's body and disappeared in a flash. All the efforts were not in vain. With Mingxi's generous feeding and Jin Yuanbao's tireless bursts, the Earth Fire Spider King below finally couldn't hold on anymore, and its 8 legs limply went down. Even if it is a king, it has to admit defeat in this environment where every aspect is unfavorable to it. Thump! Chapter 75 Level Cap. The mountain-like body fell down, creating a huge splash of water. If not escape now, when? Mingxi quickly hugged Jin Yuanbao and shouted, "The wind is strong. Hurry!" The process of escaping was difficult. Fortunately, the result is good. The man and the beast finally stopped after they flew away from Tian Duck's territory. Even if the Fire Spider King wanted to continue hunting them, he would encounter the group of sweet ducks first. Even if the sweet ducks are not enough to kill it in one move, at least they can divert its attention. As for whether the sweet ducks will become sweet roast ducks, that is not Mingxi's concern. The strong prey on the weak and natural selection are the rules of survival in the secret realm. Mingxi let the gold ingot stop on a cypress tree that required 3 people to hug. Enter the realm of time. Jin Yuanbao is now exhausted and in poor condition, so he must rest well. Anyway, after Jin Yuanbao's tireless efforts in plucking duck feathers, there is now plenty of reward time. 885 minutes and 44 seconds. Spend it casually. Sincerely thank the sweet ducks for their selfless dedication. This time, she planned to extend the incubation time for the second baby by 10 days at a time. In this way, the hatching progress of the second baby can reach 93.75%. The second baby will be hatched by tomorrow night at the latest. This secret place is too dangerous. If the second child is born earlier, she will have an extra layer of safety. Master, you'd better take the Thunderbird to have its body data checked. Its energy value seems to have reached the upper limit of its level. Mingxi had just come out of the bathroom when she was covered in Guangguang's words. What? The energy value of the gold ingot has reached the level limit? When did this happen? Why didn't she know about it again? Facts have proved that Guangguang's judgment was correct. Mingxi held the test report in his hand, stunned. Thunderbird. Age. 210 days. Level. Intermediate. Evolved for 81 days. Gender male. Attributes, flying lightning. Energy peak, 10,000. Energy average, 10,000. Talent, S+. Feature 1, thunderous. Skills, wine chaser, minor success rate 28%. Claw attack, beginner 80%. Golden feather whirlwind, minor success rate 4%. Lightning drive, beginner 79%. Wing slash, minor success rate 3%. Lightning ball, beginner 76%. Thunderbird, beginner 29%. Lightning radiation, beginner 1%. Lightning storm, minor success, rate 7%. The peak energy and average energy of the gold ingot have actually reached the level limit. What is going on? Mingxi thought back on his experiences over the past half day and only thought of one possibility. Courage fruit. Jin Yuanbao just won the jackpot. One of the courage fruits he ate permanently increased his energy value. Before entering the secret realm, the original average energy value of the gold ingots had exceeded 7,000 points. Adding the 3,000 from the courage-enhancing fruit, wouldn't the energy value be full? Once the energy value of a supernatural creature reaches the level cap, it cannot continue to increase unless it evolves. Jin Yuanbao, you see, your luck is actually pretty good. She calculated that, including the consumption while playing with Tian duck, Jin Yuanbao had just eaten a total of 35 courage-enhancing fruits. The probability of 2.9% is not low in the lottery world. With this calculation, the price of the courage-enhancing fruit is actually a bit low. 700,000 is a lot for her, but it should not be much for most beastmasters. Could it be that there are too many courage-enhancing fruits in circulation and the market is saturated? What she didn't know was that although the courage fruit was not expensive in the energy fruit market, it didn't mean it was very common. The reason why it is not sold at a high price is ultimately because the taste of the courage-enhancing fruit is too challenging for the taste buds and intestines of extraordinary creatures. Few pets are willing to eat it, let alone eat 35 of them in a row. Jin Yuanbao is a real warrior. Lele. Jin Yuanbao actually no longer cares about his luck. Our Beastmaster is right. Strength is the only thing that matters. Knowing that its energy value has reached the upper limit, can it evolve? It knows that there are instruments in the realm of time that can allow it to evolve directly. Mingxi shook his head. Wait a minute, don't rush. I still want to get the Thunder Flower before you evolve. The evolution chamber in the realm of time can force Jin Yuanbao to evolve, but Guangguang also said that forced evolution may affect Jin Yuanbao's talent. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, she will not let Jin Yuanbao evolve without the Ghost Thunder Flower. Lele. Jin Yuanbao has also heard about the conditions for his evolution. Of course, he doesn't want his talent to be affected, but isn't the Ghost Thunder Flower very rare? Our own Beastmaster is so poor that he has no way to buy it. Moreover, the current situation is special. They are trapped in an unknown secret place. With its current strength, there is no guarantee that it can protect her. So it thought about it and decided to evolve. Although Jin Yuanbao didn't say it explicitly, Mingxi could roughly guess what he was thinking. Although Jin Yuanbao is a deep-minded person, he has a strong sense of responsibility. She refused again. No, I know what you were thinking. This secret realm is indeed very dangerous. We may encounter extraordinary creatures as powerful as the Earth Fire Spider King just now at any time. But we are not at the end of our rope yet. There is no need for you to sacrifice yourself. She stroked its slightly charred feathers and soothed it softly. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are already very strong. Let's not rush it. Because of your efforts, the second baby will be hatched soon, and it will be able to help when the time comes. Even if the second baby is just a juvenile primary pet after hatching, an egg can still fight against a stone, and the milk pet may be able to become a help. Seeing her firm attitude, Jin Yuanbao lowered his feathers slightly. Lele. Okay, let's wait a little longer. Our beast master was right. It was already very strong, and we shouldn't be so impatient. Back to the outside world. Nothing has changed around me. The Earth Fire Spider King has most likely given up chasing them. Mingxi looked at the time and realized it was already past 3 p.m. Their first night in the secret realm was about to arrive. We have to find a suitable place to camp as soon as possible. Once night falls, who knows what will happen? In fact, the riverbank where the group of sweet ducks live is a very good camping site, which is high and close to the water source. The problem is that we are too close to the Earth Fire Spider King. It would be terrible if the big spider has special features or skills like enhanced sense of smell. So Mingxi could only let Jin Yuanbao carry him and continue to fly upstream of the river. The further upstream you go, the cooler the air temperature becomes. There was a feeling of rapid transition from cool summer to late autumn, and her constant temperature clothing was strong enough, so she didn't feel much. During this period, we encountered a group of resentful crocodiles and a group of ice turtles fighting in the river. The two sides fought until the sky was dark and the sun and moon were invisible. The blood they shed dyed the surface of the water a dazzling and strange pink color. Chapter 76 Blood Moon in the Sky. Mingxi once again clearly realized the danger of this secret realm. The resentful horned crocodile is a general-level pet, and there is also a king-level resentful horned crocodile among them. The ice turtles are also general-level pets, and their leader is also king-level, the king-level ice turtle's Huang turtle. There was a fight between two tribes, and two king-level extraordinary creatures were involved. Mingxi and Jin Yuanbao certainly didn't have the courage to go up and get involved in such a big scene. After noticing that the color of the water was not right, she asked Jin Yuanbao to stop. Continue forward 100 meters, and you can clearly hear the unusual noises ahead. The air was filled with the sound of swords and weapons, and murderous intent was everywhere. The various sonic booms produced when familiar skills collided were mixed with the shrill or angry cries of extraordinary creatures. Various. Resentment. Tutuo. It's hard to tell whether they are cute or fierce, and the sound overlaps together, making it quite lively. Jin Yuanbao said that they were swearing very vulgarly, as if they were two different ethnic groups fighting for territory. Succumbing to curiosity, the man and the beast couldn't help but sneak to the outermost edge and take a look from afar, then immediately imitated the turtle and retracted its neck into its knees. They're all big guys. Can't afford to offend. Any skill can get rid of them. They didn't dare to stay, and they didn't have the naive idea of trying to gain the upper hand. The man and the beast treated the area as a den of wolves and dragons, and they wanted to avoid it as soon as possible. Change direction. This time, I didn't encounter any other extraordinary creatures, but I did collect a lot of good things. There are Mingxi and Sanshang, the main materials for making therapeutic potions, and they also accidentally discovered a 1,000-year-old melting tree. Melting tree pulp is a material that must be used in the production of most energy pills. Its function is to melt the effects of other materials and prevent the medicinal properties from conflicting or being lost, equivalent to adhesive and blending agent. The older the melting tree is, the more perfect the melting effect will be, and the higher the quality of the energy pills produced will be. Almost all the melted pulp on the market now is taken from artificially cultivated melted trees, and their age is not very high. The thaw tree in front of us is obviously at least 1,000 years old, and its sap is inestimable. Although this secret realm is indeed a little dangerous, it is really rich in resources. It is no exaggeration to say that there is gold everywhere here. Thinking about it this way, Mingxi felt that cross-server login was not a bad thing. As long as she is not allowed to see her grandmother, it doesn't matter if her lifespan is extended a little. She can handle it. It will take time to remove the melting tree. Considering the thickness of the trunk of this tree, it will probably take more than 2 or 3 days. Of course, she could also find a way to cut down the entire tree and take it away and then have professionals come back to extract the pulp. But Mingxi would not hesitate to do such a thing as draining the pond to catch all the fish. Fortunately, Mingxi found a natural cave not far from the melting tree. The cave is not big, and is generally in the shape of an inverted pear with a narrow exit and a relatively spacious interior. Looking out from the cave, you can see a broad view and everything in sight. Moreover, the size and height of the cave are just right for her and Jin Yuanbao to enter and exit. There were no obvious signs of wild beasts or supernatural creatures living in the cave, so this place should have been ownerless recently, avoiding the embarrassment of someone else occupying someone else's nest. After making sure that the cave was suitable for resting at night, Mingxi began to take things out from the realm of time. Since we are not sleeping under the sky, there is no need to set up a tent. First, inflate the paper-thin mattress and then put the sleeping bag on it. Dinner was a bottle of water, 2 bananas, and a piece of compressed biscuit. The compressed biscuits in this world are made in smaller pieces, and generally one the size of a thumb can keep you full for half a day. It is nutritious, easy to carry, and doesn't take up space, but the taste is hard to describe, a bit like plasticine. Mingxi swallowed half of it as if he had taken poison, and wrapped up the remaining half and put it back where it belonged. She didn't know how long she would stay in this secret realm. Usually, a secret realm would be open for as short as 3 or 2 days, or as long as half a month. When the secret realm is about to be closed, the laws of the secret realm will automatically sense the presence of foreign creatures and open up a space channel beside them. You can only leave the secret realm by stepping into the passage. If you don't enter before the passage disappears, you can only wait until the next secret realm opens if you want to leave. Therefore, Mingxi must be mentally prepared to stay in this secret realm for 10 days or half a month. But she only prepared enough food for 4 days. So just in case, we had to eat all the food sparingly and collect some edible wild fruits and vegetables along the way. Night is coming slowly. This strange secret place, which is not much different from the outside world during the day, finally shows its uniqueness at night. There are 2 moons hanging in the sky. A silver plate is as white as jade and as clear as frost. One is as bright red as blood, enchanting and dreamy. 2 large discs, one in the east and one in the west, hung high in the sky, competing with each other and splitting the entire night sky as if it were 2 worlds. It feels like watching a low-quality horror movie. There is a hint of eeriness in the weirdness. There is also a hint of absurdity in the gloom. Check, guagua, crack, suck. As the moon rises, various sounds are heard from far and near. Mingxi felt a headache from the noise. These extraordinary creatures are not so noisy during the day. Why are they so noisy at night? Is it related to those 2 moons? As a poor student who has traveled through time for less than a month, Mingxi's understanding of this world is very limited. At least she had never heard of a secret place with 2 moons. But she had heard of a secret place related to the moon, which was the Moon Mirror secret place in their Longhua Kingdom. That's right, it's the secret place of Moon Mirror where the Ghost Thunder Flower grows. Because of the Ghost Thunder Flower, Mingxi took special care to learn about the Moon Mirror secret place. The Moon Mirror secret land, formerly Secret Realm number 11, was solidified in X011. It was initially managed by the Longhua Country Secret Realm Management Department. In X098, the state authorized the Moon Mirror Secret Land to be managed by the Wanling Beast Taming University. The Moon Mirror Secret Land will only open once every 3 years. The risk factor is as high as 6 stars. Wanling Beast Taming University generally uses it as a training and assessment place for outstanding students. It is said that there is a mirror lake in the Moon Mirror Secret Land, and every night a scarlet blood moon is reflected on the lake's surface. The moon in the sky is facing away with its normal waxing and waning phases. The name Moon Mirror also comes from this. There's also a blood moon. Could this secret realm be related to the Moon Mirror Secret Land? Gold ingots. After climbing up from the 2 moons, Jin Yuanbao squatted at the entrance of the cave, looking up at the red moon. The expression is deep. Only when it heard her calling did it turn around blankly. Hey! What happened? Mingxi looked at it. You keep staring at the blood moon. Is there something wrong with it? Jin Yuanbao was silent for a while before he nodded. Lele! It said that the moon was like this where I used to live. Mingxi was both happy and shocked, and subconsciously held her breath. The good news is that this is the first time Jin Yuanbao mentioned his hometown. Does this mean that he has let down his guard against her? What's surprising is that there is also a blood moon in Jin Yuanbao's hometown. Could this be the place? Chapter 77, Suspected Ancient Species. Thunder. Lele. It turned out that Mingxi had just asked what was in his mind, but Jin Yuanbao denied it. It looked up at the moon in the east again, indicating that there was only a blood moon, not a silver moon, in its hometown. Lele, it added. And in its hometown, the eyes of all supernatural creatures are similar to its own, but not the ones here. Hearing this, Mingxi was surprised again. After contracting the Thunderbird, Mingxi naturally studied the information about the Thunderbird carefully. Its first stage, the Golden Sparrow, is a flying super creature whose advantage is its fast speed. The larvae are very small, only about the size of a palm. The feathers are also golden, but not as shiny as gold ingots. Eye colors are black and light brown. After evolving into the Thunderbird, its body size becomes significantly larger, and purple-black feathers grow on its head, which is also a sign of the addition of lightning. Eye color also changes, but is usually purple-red. Jin Yuanbao's pupils were as red as gemstones. However, eye color mutation is not uncommon among supernatural creatures, so Mingxi didn't take it too seriously. I didn't expect that Jin Yuanbao's eye color had such a background. All the extraordinary creatures in its hometown have blood eyes. This is definitely not a simple eye color mutation, Mingxi asked. Then do you know where your hometown is? Jin Yuanbao shook his head. Lele, it doesn't know. Mingxi stared at its drooping feathers, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, do you want to go back? Jin Yuanbao turned his head to look at her, her slender figure reflected in the blood agate. This human being hopes that it will deny it, right? But it didn't want to lie to her. Thunder, I thought. It has to go back. There is still a mission it must complete. Mingxi was not surprised to hear such an answer. Rather than being disappointed, she felt a sense of relief. She let out a long breath. After I go back, I will help you investigate the exact location of your hometown. No matter what, I will find a way to bring you back. It's bring, not let. Mingxi is not kind enough to take the initiative to terminate the contract with Jin Yuanbao and send it back to its hometown. She is a very selfish person, not a saint with boundless love. Jin Yuanbao was very smart, and of course he understood the hidden meaning of her words. Lele, are you willing to go back with me? Mingxi looked at it with a smile. What else? There is no way I can cancel the contract with you. Whether it is active or passive, canceling the contract with the pet will not only affect the brain and physical fitness of the pet master, but also cause the contract position to be permanently vacant. That is to say, a soul key has been awakened. Lele, even if you come back with me, you might die? Mingxi raised her eyebrows and smiled even more wantonly. Where can you avoid death? Can you be scalded to death by drinking cold water? Can you encounter a derailment accident while riding the subway? Sometimes we really don't have the final say on how long we can live. So even if your home is a dangerous place, it is no different from my own home to me. If the king of hell wants her to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, he will never let her live until the destruction of the universe. The issue of life and death is too grand and huge. In this regard, Mingxi is a player who just plays badly. Her philosophy is to seize the day. Jin Yuanbao was obviously shocked by her words. He didn't say anything for a long time and just stared at her silently. Seems to be thinking. Lele. Mingxi was dozing off in her sleeping bag when she heard its cry in a daze. It said, I understand. A faint and gentle smile appeared on Mingxi's lips, like a flower kissed by the breeze, blooming silently. As soon as 9 o'clock arrives, all sleepyheads will have to retreat. A man and a beast entered the realm of time. As usual, spin the dial to draw today's training time. Mingxi rubbed his hands, his expression more serious than ever before. The hatching progress of the second baby should have reached 93.75%, so it will be successfully hatched in just 30 more hours. So it would be best if she could get 30 or 36 hours tonight, so that she wouldn't have to use up the bonus time. Explode, my little universe. The turntable was spinning. The pointer was like a pervert who was dazzled by the choices in a brothel for the first time. It hesitated between the two girls for a long time and finally poked at the girl in the 30-hour range. Mingxi let out a long sigh, and his tense muscles relaxed. Did not let down at the critical moment. He is a pervert. Mingxi took Jin Yuanbao to see Erwa first. At this time, the second baby in the incubator no longer looked as ugly as before. The stone covering the surface has all fallen off, revealing the true appearance of the pet egg. The eggshell seemed like flowing mercury. At first glance, it looks a bit like a big weight. There are also green threads as thin as silk distributed on it. The magical thing is that these green silk threads seem to have life, constantly combining and dispersing and combining again, forming one mysterious and profound pattern after another, like a changing kaleidoscope. The whole egg seems to be a masterpiece carefully carved by God, which is impossible for mortals to create. Mingxi exclaimed in his heart. What breed is her second baby? It's obvious that the egg is not ordinary stuff. Guang, can you determine its species now? Master, this pet egg is very likely an ancient species. What are ancient species? Such high-sounding new terms were too difficult for an illiterate woman like her. Guang probably also knows her situation. Explained. Ancient species are extraordinary species that existed in ancient times, before you humans were born. In this era, most of the ancient species have become extinct, and many of the legendary extraordinary creatures that you humans talk about are descendants of ancient species. Mingxi. She was a little panicked. You don't mean to say that this pet egg was left behind tens or even hundreds of thousands of years ago? During the previous inspection at the Beast Taming Center, the staff judged that her second baby must be at least 1,000 years old, which she thought was exaggerated at the time. I never expected that the truth might be even more exaggerated than the test. We are not completely sure yet. We have to wait until it hatches to find out what it is. Master, don't be impatient. Mingxi felt that it was easy to talk without any worries. Who wouldn't be anxious after hearing such explosive news? She wished she hadn't gotten 30 hours of training time today. Directly use the reward time to speed up the hatching of the second baby. But it was too late. How excited I was when I got it. How regretful I am now. Fortunately, Mingxi was very good at regulating his emotions. He suppressed the urgent desire and left room 1. Just train the way you should. Jin Yuanbao has already entered the static simulation room. Although his energy value has reached the upper limit of the level and cannot be increased any further, isn't there still the annoying little goblin of skill proficiency? It wants to master the lightning storm as quickly as possible. So I plan to spend the whole day in the static simulation room. Mingxi also started daily exercise. Go to the mine pool when you are exhausted. After soaking in the pond, I meditated. Continue practicing. I don't know if it's because I'm worried, but I feel like time is passing particularly slowly today. Master, it's about to hatch. Chapter 78, the second baby has hatched. Mingxi, who was doing one-handed push-ups with great effort, suddenly jumped up with such speed that it seemed as if he had a spring in his body. She quickly called up Jin Yuanbao, who had practiced his skills for so many years in the mountains that he didn't even realize how many years he had spent there. The birth of the second child must be witnessed by Jin Yuanbao, who paid the most. Hearing that his future little brother was finally about to hatch, Jin Yuanbao stopped practicing and hurried to room 1 with Mingxi. The hatching progress is already full on the display screen in front of the incubator. In the incubator, the big silver egg was swaying from side to side. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of the eggshell. Mingxi and Jin Yuanbao nervously put their heads in front of the incubator, not daring to blink. The click sound became more frequent. Bang! A small piece of eggshell fell off. Then a tender white claw cautiously stretched out. At this moment, Mingxi felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. She stared stiffly at the three-toed animal claw with sharp claws, watching it break off the eggshell piece by piece. There came from inside the eggshell the sounds of crunching and smacking, and the sound of someone chewing slowly. When supernatural creatures hatch, they usually eat their eggshells, because the eggshell contains their original power. Master, your training time is about to be reset. Do you want to use up the bonus time to stay in the realm of time? This was the first time Mingxi did not doubt Guang AI's identity. Only an AI would jump out and ruin the atmosphere at a time like this. Yes. After being interrupted by Guang, Mingxi calmed down a lot and waited quietly for the little guy inside to come out. Lolo! A childish voice was heard, and at the same time, a little head with an eggshell on top timidly emerged. It was a face very similar to that of a human. The head was only about the size of Mingxi's fist, and the skin was porcelain white, different from the transparent white of normal humans. Her facial features are so delicate and exquisite that it is difficult to tell whether she is male or female. Eyelashes, eyebrows, and hair are all silvery white. From the brow bones on both sides to the center of the eyebrows, and then to the root of the nose, there are transparent prismatic crystals inlaid. Mingxi counted them, and there were 10 in total. There was a symmetrical green cross pattern painted under the eyelids, and Mingxi recognized it as one of the constantly changing patterns on the eggshell. Mingxi silently took out the pet identifier and shone it on the little guy still in the incubator. The corresponding pet information was not found in the directory. Please identify it again. Hearing the noise, the little guy looked up. Through the glass of the incubator, Mingxi met its pink eyes. Luo. Mingxi was stunned. What did the little guy call her? Mother? She didn't remember that supernatural beings also have the habit of recognizing the first person they see at birth as their mother. I'm not your mother. I'm your beast master. Extraordinary creatures are different from ordinary wild beasts. They have the thinking ability of a 7 or 8-year-old child when they are born. So Mingxi knew that it could understand. The little girl just tilted her head. Her pink eyes were like blooming peach blossoms, exuding a unique charm. Then he pulled off the eggshell on its head, revealing his pointed milk teeth, and began to chew it happily. Its biting movements were gentle and slow, like a well-educated lady from a noble family. Mingxi and Jin Yuanbao both stared at it silently, and no one urged it. Not until it had eaten all the eggshells did its full appearance finally reveal itself. The upper body is normal, but the lower body is a tail about half a meter long, covered with a layer of silver-white gradient scales, extending from the tip of the tail to the neck. It looks a bit like a snake's tail, and very much like the Nuwa clan, if it didn't have 2 pairs of pure white wings on its back. Its wings were very strange, floating behind it like background decorations, with no connection to the body. The base of the wings is neither bone nor flesh, but a silver round metal tube, a bit like a pair of crescent moons facing each other. Looking at the pair of wings, Mingxi muttered to himself in a daze. Angel type? The 4 major superpower systems are likely to have human-like appearances, so when Mingxi saw Erwa's face, he was still unable to determine its attributes. But when she saw the pair of white wings floating apart from the body, she could be 100% sure that Erwa was an angel. Only angel-type pets can grow wings like this. I just don't know what race it is. Anyway, she has no impression of this image at all. Could it really be an ancient species? At this time, the incubator will open with a slight pop sound. The little guy flapped his wings lightly and flew in front of Mingxi. He stretched out his short claws and touched her face. Its short claws were a little cold and the tips of its nails were very sharp, but its movements were gentle and did not hurt her. Lolo! Mother, hug me. Mingxi. This is not possible. She is only 14 years old. She is still a human cub and hasn't even had her period yet. She absolutely cannot become a mother painlessly, but she still gently held the little guy in her arms. Who could refuse such a little angel? Excluding the tail dragging behind it, its standing height is about 50 centimeters, and holding it in your arms is like holding a doll. She reiterated in a serious tone, My name is Mingxi. I am your beast master, not your mother. Lolo, can I call you mother? The little guy tilted his head cutely. Of course he knew that the human girl in front of him was his beast master. He is the one who awakens it from its long slumber. This person made it feel very warm and comfortable, just like the feeling its mother gave it. And if I call her mother, she will definitely pamper me more. The little guy is really too pretty. Even someone like Mingxi, who is not too domineering in terms of appearance control, could not resist and decided to take a step back. It's really not okay to call you mom. I'm still young and can't be your mom, but you can call me sister. The little girl pouted her pink lips slightly, probably feeling aggrieved, with misty eyes. Mingxi felt that she was too cruel after watching this. What bad intentions could the little guy have? It just wants a mother. Just when Mingxi was struggling over whether to become a mother painlessly, she heard the little girl call her sister in a baby voice. Although I felt wronged, I still compromised. It seems that he should be a considerate child. Lele! Lele! At this time, Jin Yuanbao, who had been silent all the time, squatted on Mingxi's shoulder and greeted the little guy. What it says is, I am your elder brother, come and call me brother. Although the little brother has become a little sister, it does not have high demands on its little friends. As long as they do not cause trouble for its own beast master, it will protect the little brothers and sisters. The little fellow then turned his attention to the gold ingot, and frowned slightly when he saw it resting on the shoulder of its beast master. It soon stretched out again. Her eyebrows and eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Lolo! Hello, brother. Quite polite. Jin Yuanbao nodded with satisfaction and called out twice, indicating that he would take good care of it in the future. Now that the second baby has been successfully hatched, it's time to arrange for a physical examination. Chapter 79, Lakshmi. More updates for Goddess Day. At least you have to know Erwa's ethnic name. Mingxi put the little guy into the testing cabin. 2 minutes later, the test report came out. Lakshmi. Age, 1 day. Level primary. Gender, female. Attributes, angel dragon. Energy peak, 56. Energy average, 49. Talent, SS. Feature 1, Sacred Mission. Grade S. Description, it has a certain resistance and suppression power against dark energy, and the effect fluctuates with the energy strength of both parties. A feature 2, Aura Destruction. Grade B. Description: changes the effect of the aura, reducing its power. When the creature on the field has a dark aura, a fairy aura, or a ghost aura, the destructive effect is doubled. Feature 3. Flying. Grade C. Description: although it is not a flying type, it has the ability to fly. Its ability will be weakened when facing a flying type. Skills: Holy Healing, 0% for beginners. Barrier, 0% for beginners. Wing Control, medium. Dragon Tail, 0% for beginners. Dragon Breath, 0% for beginners. Mingxi. How to say it? The feeling of unreality was so strong that she suspected she was dreaming. If this test report were posted online, it would be criticized to pieces in minutes. Because it is so outrageous, it looks like it was forged by someone with hallucinations and a mental disorder. Angel and dragon dual attributes? Even Mingxi knew that there had never been a supernatural creature in the history of the Alliance that possessed both of these attributes. Talented SS? The pinnacle talent is 3S, which can only appear in extraordinary creatures above the king level. In the history of the Alliance, there are probably fewer primary pets that are born with double S talents than god-level pets. Moreover, it awakened 3 characteristics at the initial stage, one of which was an S-level characteristic. What's even more exaggerated is the skills. It's just hatched, so it has 5 skills at once. But except for Dragon's Tail, which is an entry-level dragon skill, Dragon's Breath, Barrier, and Wing Control are all intermediate. Holy Healing is even more exaggerated. It is directly a heavenly skill, the big brother of healing skills. Just wondering whose primary pet is so powerful right after hatching. How can other pets survive? Guangguang, Lakshiomi is the ancient species you mentioned, right? This is the only possibility Mingxi can think of. Yes, according to my database, Lakshiomi is an ancient species that has been extinct for more than 10,000 years, and the only angel dragon. It's too grand. Mingxi felt dizzy, as if he was hit by a huge pie made of gold. Can this really be opened from a blind box? Where is the Tianking that was promised? If Lakshiomi is a Tianking, then she is willing to be sky-buried. Master, don't be too happy. The ancient species is indeed powerful, but it is very difficult to raise it in this era. Do you know why? Guangguang knows how to pour cold water on others. Mingxi's body, which was 120 degrees hot, was instantly cooled down by its words, which was even colder than being poisoned by the bone-penetrating green and green tea. She gritted her teeth. If Guangguang wasn't disembodied, she would have really wanted to drag it out and give it a good beating. What's wrong with letting her be happy for a while? She didn't steal their rice. Hateful. She held her breath and tried to smile calmly. Why? Because the evolution of the ancient species must meet a necessary condition, which is to absorb enough rule power, and this cannot be compensated by the evolution chamber of the world of time. Mingxi frowned. The power of rules? I seem to have heard Guangguang mention it before, that the power of rules is the fragments derived from the laws of the universe as the universe evolves. In ancient times, the laws of the universe were not yet perfect, and there were countless forces of rules in the world, so ancient species could continue to evolve by absorbing the power of rules. However, with the birth of mankind and the improvement of social order, the laws of the universe have become increasingly stable and no longer generate fragments of rules on their own. As a result, the ancient species became extinct. Mingxi understood that in ancient times, order was chaotic, so the power of rules was everywhere. But when a new civilization is born, humans become the creators and controllers of order, and the laws of the universe disappear on their own. It directly led to a food crisis for ancient species and then to genocide. So the question now is, where can she get the power of rules for Lakshiomi? The lifespan of a primary pet will not exceed 10 years at most. If it cannot evolve, it will die young. Mingxi raised her head and shed sad tears. He gently carried the poor little creature out of the testing cabin, as if it were a piece of fragile porcelain, and his gaze upon it was filled with love and kindness. Master, you don't have to be too pessimistic. Lakshiomi's evolution is not hopeless. Mingxi. She had reason to suspect that Guangguang could read minds. It must have heard her complaints about it, so I deliberately pour cold water on her when she is happy, and pour hot oil on her when she is sad. The main character is a rebel who has no weight, but weighs 300 pounds. In short, the skin is itchy. Mingxi was so angry that she almost fainted. Fortunately, she held on. Who gets the bonus time for fainting? Guangguang, let's make a deal. Can you finish what you want to say without taking a breath? At her age, she hasn't prepared any quick-acting heart-saving pills yet, and she really can't stand the torment she has endured. It is my pleasure to serve you, my master. Listen to yourself. Is there any emotion in what you said? Although the evolution chamber of the realm of time cannot make up for Lok Xiaomi's absolute need for the power of rules, the realm of time can help extract the power of rules. Of course, the extraction also consumes the bonus time. As for where does the power of rules come from? Master, when you awaken the soul key and the Thunderbird evolves, the power of rules will actually be generated. There is also a certain chance that the power of rules will be generated in places with abnormal energy, such as the Thunder Pond. It's just that these power of rules appear too briefly, and Lok Xiaomi may not be able to absorb them smoothly by himself. Mingxi understood. The power of rules is not completely extinct, but it dissipates immediately after it appears. She asked, when others awaken or evolve, can the realm of time also help extract the power of rules? If possible, she would go and watch others evolve every day. In this way, Urwa will have endless power of rules. So kropka. That means it's not possible. Okay, it's better than no hope at all. Mingxi gathered the little guy together again and looked at the time. This time he had consumed more than 30 minutes of the bonus time. Reward time is now hard currency and is used everywhere. So don't waste a minute. Retreat quickly. If you have any other questions, we can talk about them tomorrow night. Back to reality. The lights in the cave flickered with varying degrees of brightness. Jin Yuanbao, you take a rest first. I'll guard the first half of the night, and then you'll guard the second half. Is that okay? Chapter 80. The Heroic Sleeping Posture. When camping in the wild, it is necessary to keep watch at night. Otherwise, no one will know if you die in your sleep and are taken away by wild animals. The Beast Master has a pet, so he doesn't have to worry about no one watching over him when he travels alone. Jin Yuanbao flapped its wings and called out twice, indicating that he didn't need her and could guard all night. It's becoming more and more considerate. Is this what the eldest brother has realized? However, Mingxi still refused. We don't know what we will encounter tomorrow. You are our main force. The safety of Lok Xiaomi and I depends on you, so you must ensure adequate sleep to be in better condition. She stroked its tail feathers, which had slightly recovered to their original state after drinking the healing potion, and said, "Be good." Jin Yuanbao also knew that he had a heavy responsibility, so he could only compromise and nodded. When the little guy in Mingxi's arms saw this scene, his little mouth pouted slightly, and he suddenly reached out and hugged Mingxi's neck. Lolo! Lolo! Sister, I can protect you and help you keep watch at night. Its voice is as soft as milk, cute and sweet. It makes people's hearts melt when they listen to it. Mingxi lowered her head and patted its head. You are awesome, little guy, but forget about keeping watch. You have just hatched, and the energy from the eggshell has not been completely digested. It is best for you to practice in the pet space. Lolo, don't enter the pet space. I want to stay with my sister. Mingxi was naturally willing to satisfy this small request and lay on the sleeping bag holding it. The little guy's body shape is really suitable to be used as a pillow. In her eyes, Lok Xiaomi was just a newly hatched little beast. What could the little milk beast have in mind? Only Jin Yuanbao felt something was strange. Is it an illusion? Is the new little sister trying to steal the attention of her own beast master? This night finally passed peacefully. It was not yet 5 in the morning when Mingxi woke up. She woke up Jin Yuanbao at 2 o'clock and took over her sleep. It's been less than 3 hours. She was suffocated awake and felt a little difficult to breathe, as if her throat was being strangled. Still a little bit cold. Look down. The zipper of the sleeping bag was opened at some point, and Lok Xiaomi was lying head first on her, with his tail wrapped tightly around her neck. No wonder she felt difficulty breathing and her neck was cold. It turned out that the culprit was Lok Xiaomi. I saw it sleeping with its hands wide open, a line of suspicious liquid flowing from the corner of its mouth, and its eyelids slightly turned outward. It was sleeping in a very ungraceful manner. From Mingxi's perspective, Lok Xiaomi looked like Jesus nailed to the cross, even with wings. This bold and unruly sleeping posture is completely different from its appearance and the elegance and holiness when awake. Jin Yuanbao, who was squatting at the entrance of the cave, noticed that she had woken up. He called out softly and asked her if she didn't want to sleep anymore. Mingxi shook his head. She gently moved Lok Xiaomi's tail away and slowly moved out of the sleeping bag, leaving Lok Xiaomi to sleep alone in the sleeping bag. She simply washed up, prepared energy pills for Jin Yuanbao, and ate half a compressed biscuit herself. As for Lok Xiaomi's 3 meals a day, she doesn't have to worry about it these 2 days. After the extraordinary creatures hatch, Their eggshells alone take several days to digest. At least it can last 3 to 5 days, right? Mingxi told Jin Yuanbao to look after Lok Xiomi, who was sleeping soundly, while she went to collect the melted sap. The melting tree was not far from the cave. Jin Yuanbao could see it from the entrance of the cave, so he felt relieved to let her go alone. After one night, the several containers prepared by Mingxi were almost all filled with light green thick juice. The method of collecting molten pulp is similar to that of collecting rubber juice. After trying a few times, it will not be difficult to operate. Looking at the flow rate of the sap, Mingxi judged that the tree could produce at least another 20 to 30 kilograms of molten sap. So I cut a few more holes and continued to place containers to receive them. Fortunately, the realm of time has opened up the storage function. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have enough containers to store so much sap. Now you can collect it with just one click, saving energy and protecting the environment. Because of the melting tree, Mingxi decided to just walk around here today and not explore other places. Although she was unsure of the value of the 1,000-year-old molten sap, it would definitely not be cheap. If it weren't for the fact that she had finally entered the secret realm and then retreated, which was neither in line with the theory of success nor the theory of economic efficiency, she would have planned to stay in this small valley until the passage to the secret realm appeared. Lok Xiomi didn't wake up until the sun was shining brightly. It made a milky sound, so we're not in good shape. Woke up. The girl's gentle smile appeared before my eyes. It's its beast master. Seeing her, Lok Xiomi immediately became energetic. Lolo, sister hugged me. Before Mingxi responded, it had already flown into her arms and wrapped its tail around her waist, just like Orochimaru's thick belt. This little guy seems a little clingy, probably because he was born not long ago. Maybe the kids all lack a sense of security. Mingxi picked it up and taught it how to use the small toothbrush and towel. She didn't know whether other extraordinary creatures had this habit, but the beast in her house must develop the good habit of getting up early, washing his face, and brushing his teeth. Lolo, my sister, helps others brush the floor. It opened its mouth and showed her its sharp little milk teeth. Looking at its 2 rows of sharp teeth like rakes, Mingxi sighed. With such good teeth, everything it eats must be delicious. Seeing how cute it was, Mingxi finally gave in, but she stated, "This is just once, and it won't happen again. From tonight on, you must learn to brush your teeth and wash your face by yourself. Do you understand? We must never develop a habit of being lazy and hating work." Noticing her seriousness, Lok Xiomi nodded. It will definitely listen to its beast master and be a good boy. Seeing it nod, Mingxi picked up the spare toothbrush with satisfaction, and after negotiating with Jin Yuanbao, squeezed a little of its exclusive toothpaste. This pet toothpaste is a universal toothpaste for extraordinary creatures and can be used by basically all extraordinary creatures. Mingxi began to brush its teeth carefully. Lok Xiomi made soft and tender sounds from time to time, as if she was acting coquettishly, or as if she was enjoying herself. Jin Yuanbao, who was standing quietly aside, felt that the new little sister was really useless. She even needed help from her own beast master to brush her teeth. She was too pampered. Will it need its own animal tamer to take care of its poop and pee in the future? What has become of our own beast master? Snort. If it wasn't a female animal, it would have taught it a lesson with its fists. Well, female animals are trouble. This day was unusually leisurely. I dug some medicinal herbs and basked in the sun, and the day passed just like that. If you don't know, you might think Mingxi is here for a vacation in a secret place. Before entering the time realm again in the evening, Lok Xiomi's name was officially confirmed. Compared to Jin Yuanbao, who had no idea about his name and didn't care about it, Lok Xiomi was much more cautious and meticulous about the name that would accompany him throughout his life. Chapter 81, Just Because I Looked at You More in the Crowd. Mingxi's proposals for Fuger, Yinzi, and Luo Tianyi were all politely rejected by the little guy. It's so ugly. No matter how much it loves its sister, it can't accept it. Jin Yuanbao also participated, and its proposal was Silver Yuanbao. It thought that since its name was Jin Yuanbao, the new sister should be called Yin Yuanbao. Coincidentally, she was silver in color, so others would know they were a family. Jin Yuanbao's proposal was naturally rejected by Lok Xiomi without hesitation. Lolo, it doesn't want to. If its beast master calls out Yuanbao in the future, should he be calling it or it? So how is the final name decided? How does this song go? Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd, I have never forgotten your face. Lok Xiomi accidentally saw an unknown white flower on the cliff of the cave where they were staying temporarily. Then it rashly decided on its own name. Silver Flower. Mingxi felt that this name was not much better than the one she had chosen, Inzi Fuggier. It's not as cost-effective as what she got. Inhwa, she sounds very old-fashioned. However, the most important thing is that the pet likes it, so Mingxi certainly has no reason to force it. The name Xiao Inhwa was thus decided. The second night in the secret realm arrived as expected. There were still 2 moons hanging in the sky, and those extraordinary creatures were still more restless than during the day. Today, Mingxi observed carefully and verified it again, and she really found something wrong. That blood moon does not exist in reality, but is an illusory projection, because there was only the reflection of the white moon in the river. Therefore, the blood moon is most likely not the true appearance of this secret realm. The reason why he went back to the river to verify was because he thought of the situation in the Yuejing secret place in Jin Yuanbao's hometown. It's the same blood moon, and the situations are both a bit weird. Mingxi would never believe that there is no connection at all. So Mingxi made a bold guess and carefully verified it. Finally, we came to a conclusion that the blood moon in this secret realm, the blood moon in the mirror lake in the moon mirror secret realm, and the blood moon in Jin Yuanbao's hometown are most likely the same moon. But guesses are just guesses, and she has no way to prove it. It can only remain a suspense for now. When 9 o'clock arrives, it is the familiar realm of time. Xiao Yinhua also started her first training check-in in her life. After Xiao Yinhua was hatched, Static Simulation Room Number 2 and Practical Simulation Room Number 3 evolved into Room Number 2A, Room Number 2B, and Room Number 3A, Room Number 3B. It can be said to be quite humane, considering that Xiao Yinhua was just born and was still a baby who was less than a month old. Mingxi did not let it undergo high-intensity training like Jin Yuanbao. But it doesn't really do nothing. The realm of time provides such good conditions. Even the baby has to roll up his sleeves. Therefore, the main task Mingxi assigned to it tonight was to practice the skill of Barrier, and it would be best if it could master the skill to the basic level. Barrier, an intermediate skill of the angel system, condenses energy to divide the space and form independent and relatively closed small spaces. The reason why Mingxi asked Xiao Yinhua to practice this skill is because the Barrier skill can be both a control skill and a defense skill. Xiao Yinhua is still too weak now, and the danger level of this secret realm is too high. Mingxi does not expect it to be able to turn the tide when encountering danger. As long as it can protect itself and give timely milk to the injured Jin Yuanbao or her, it will be fine. Therefore, holy healing, a heavenly healing skill, must be practiced with full effort. I heard from Guangguang that the divine healing with miraculous proficiency can truly bring the dead back to life and turn the impossible into possible. So Xiao Yinhua is definitely an all-round player who can heal, control, and attack. It is indeed an ancient species. Therefore, Mingxi only has one short-term goal for Yinhua. While casting a barrier on yourself, release holy healing. Simply put, it means learning to multitask. It is certainly not easy to do this. If the barrier and holy healing are the same energy attribute, the failure rate is almost 100%. Fortunately, one of them requires space energy and the other requires light energy. Although they are both angel-type skills, their energy sources are actually different. With more practice, it is very possible to release at the same time. Lolo. When Xiao Yinhua heard the training plan Mingxi arranged for her, she sighed deeply. She thought that she was still a baby. But looking at its beast master's eyes, full of expectation and encouragement, it couldn't bear to refuse. Forget it, just practice. Anyway, the task is not difficult to complete. The beast master said that as long as he reaches entry-level proficiency in the barrier and can use holy healing at the same time, he can rest for the rest of the month. With its talent, I believe it will be able to squeeze out a long rest time. At this time, Yinhua had no idea how sinister people are. Today is March 30th. There is only one day left this month. Where is the long rest time? After sending the 2 little ones to Room 2A and Room 2B respectively, Mingxi also began his daily training. Before leaving the realm of time, Mingxi had Jin Yuanbao and Xiao Yinhua tested as usual. The data of gold ingots did not change much. Compared with yesterday, only the proficiency of Thunder and Lightning Storm increased significantly. Xiao Yinhua's data has not changed much either. The energy peak increased by 23 points and the energy average increased by 21 points. At first glance, it seems that the training effect is much worse than Jin Yuanbao's previous training. But don't forget that it is a primary pet, and the threshold is there. Of course, it can't be compared with the gold ingots at the intermediate level. In addition to the energy value, the skill bar has also undergone some changes. Really just a little? Barrier, 0% for beginners. Not a cent more, not a cent less. Even the great writers don't understand positioning as well as it does. The other data is exactly the same as the one after hatching last night. It can be seen that he is slacking off. But Mingxi didn't say anything. Xiao Yinhua had completed the task she assigned to it tonight and did not disobey it. It was a good animal. March 31st. The last day that the Chongan secret realm is opened. Fu Ting and his second son Fu Xinhe personally came to the entrance of the secret place. Uncle Jiu, are you sure there is nothing unusual happening in the secret passage these past 2 days? Fu Xinhe frowned. Opposite him sat the mayor of Yonghe Town, who was also the elder of the Fu family, who was specially sent by the Fu family to be in charge of guarding and supervising the entrance to the secret place. Uncle Fu Jiu shook his head. No, except for opening it a day earlier. The energy fluctuations of the channel have been very stable, no different from previous years. He also knew why the head of the family and Fu Xinhe came in person this time. Because of Mingxi, who disappeared inexplicably. From beginning to end, her name never appeared on the stele. I'm afraid it's too dangerous. Not only Uncle Fujio thought so, almost everyone who knew about this thought so. What a pity. He is so young and is said to have an outstanding talent in taming beasts. He is the undisputed dark horse of this Chongan Cup. Fu Xinhe didn't say anything else. He looked at his father with a calm face and sighed softly. 3:45 p.m. The first figure appeared at the entrance of the secret passage. Chapter 82, Escape from the Lair. The person who came out was a middle-level manager of Chongan Group. He looked as if nothing had happened. Not even a single hair was out of place. Seeing Fu Ting and Fu Xinhe waiting on the opposite side, he was slightly stunned. He quickly greeted respectfully. Chairman, Vice President. But I was already complaining in my heart. What's going on? Why are the chairman and vice president here? He thought that the chairman's 2 grandsons had also entered the secret place this time. Could something have happened to them? Could it be the vice president's son? Fu Xinhe didn't know what his employees were thinking. He waved his hand and said nothing. Next, Hua Lu, Li Fugue, Sheng Shiyan, and others fell out of the passage one after another like dumplings. They looked much more miserable, and several of them were injured. The logistics personnel, on standby, quickly stepped forward to help. Grandfather, Dad, second uncle. Not long after, the brothers Fu Sushu and Fu Yifan also walked out of the passage one after the other. When they saw their grandfather and father, second uncle, they were also a little surprised. Fu Yifan walked up to his biological father and said, Dad, why are you and Grandpa here? Are you worried about me and Brother Shu? Why did he feel something was wrong? Given the personalities of his grandfather and father, it would be impossible for them to put down their work and come here, especially unless he or his cousin died in the secret place. In his grandfather's words, we are only going to a secret place with a risk factor of only 3 stars. Do we really need to arrange a guard of honor for you? There wasn't even a guard of honor, and it would be even more inappropriate for the boss to come out in person to greet him. Fu Xinhe looked at his son's face full of confusion, and then glanced at the secret passage that was shrinking and disappearing. He sighed. Something might have happened to your schoolmate. Due to the presence of Fu Ting and Fu Xinhe, the group of people who came out of the secret place subconsciously did not dare to speak loudly. So the scene was actually quite quiet. In addition, most Beastmasters have sharp ears and sharp eyes, so almost everyone heard what Fu Xinhe said. The Fu family is fine. Only a few people who have paid attention to the internal selection competition have heard of Mingxi's name. But the boys and girls who had obtained the secret place cards through the internal selection competition were all stunned when they heard this. Several people looked at each other. Something happened to Mingxi? Something happened to that little monster that made these self-proclaimed geniuses feel stressed? Fu Yifan's expression became even more confused. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he turned his head to look at everyone present, but sure enough, he did not see Mingxi. Everyone who entered the secret place this time was there, except Mingxi. The secret passage had completely disappeared at this time. Dad, what's going on? Fu Xinhe knew that although his son was usually carefree, he was a very affectionate child. I know he must be feeling bad now. Helplessly patting his shoulder, he said, Mingxi's name never appeared on the spiritual inscription tablet from beginning to end. There must have been an accident when he entered the passage. Your grandfather sent someone to her home and your school to inquire about her, but she didn't go back. As a member of the Fu family, Fu Yifan certainly knew the function of the spirit tablet. It is also clear what the absence of the name means. His expression became even uglier. After a long while, he finally said, Grandpa, Dad, I want to stay in Yonghe Town for a few more days. He wants to wait here for his schoolmate to come out. He didn't believe that his schoolmate Mingxi would die so quietly. Maybe she entered another secret realm, but that secret realm has not been closed yet. He would wait here for her to come out. Fu Ting and Fu Shina looked at each other and nodded in agreement. What is Mingxi doing at this time? She was running for her life again. After collecting enough molten pulp, Mingxi took Jin Yuanbao and Xiao Yinhua and set out on the journey of exploring the secret realm again. Leaving the small call, they headed northeast along a stream on the mountain path. After walking for a while, they came to an endless sea of flowers. Unknown flowers are blooming as if they are worth nothing. Bees and butterflies fly among the flowers collecting nectar. But these bees and butterflies are bigger than Mingxi's head. Looks magical too. It is obvious that they are all extraordinary creatures. Mingxi didn't dare to take out the pet identifier immediately to identify their races. If she didn't handle it properly, it would bring her a lot of hatred. She was scared too. Luo. Xiao Yinhua pointed at a bee and excitedly expressed that it wanted to eat honey. Mingxi thinks that children should be spoiled and should indeed be supplemented with some nutrition right after birth. Moreover, the honey made by wild supernatural creatures such as bees is not only loved by pets, but can also be eaten by humans and is very beneficial to the body. So the man and the two animals got together and chatted for a while and decided to follow a not-so-smart bee back to the nest and then find a way to destroy their nest. The tracking program is progressing well. The plan to take over the old nest did not encounter any major setbacks. The plan is this. After finding the beehive, Jin Yuanbao will be responsible for setting fire to it upwind of the hive. Once the fire starts, it will inevitably attract the attention of the bee colony. In order to avoid their own nest being affected, the big bees staying in the nest will definitely help put out the fire. This is the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. After most of the bees have left the hive, Mingxi takes the opportunity to take the hive away. After all, the time realm has the storage function. Mingxi can take away an entire skyscraper with just a thought. It's a small beehive, isn't it loose? Cough. Please do not exaggerate. The accident happened after the bee's nest disappeared. The realm of time could only store dead objects, and no other extraordinary creatures could enter except Mingxi's contracted beast. So when the entire beehive, which was as big as a small villa, disappeared, the residents inside were naturally left behind. In addition to some worker bees making honey, there is also a queen bee who is extremely fat and ugly. Honey! The queen bee made a sharp and urgent cry, which immediately alarmed the drones that were putting out the fire not far away. After a brief moment of confusion, they soon realized that their home had been stolen. Crazy in an instant, the fire was not extinguished, and even their queen was ignored. They bared their fangs and ejected their tails, charging towards Mingxi and the others. Mingxi began his escape journey again. A group of big bees seemed to have eaten hundreds of kilograms of gunpowder, and their anger was so great that it seemed they wanted to destroy the world. Mingxi sat on Jin Yuanbao, holding Xiao Yinhua in his arms, who was chewing a piece of honey happily. She was so angry that she lost her temper after being chased. This group of bees was even more persistent than the Fire Spider King. They chased the spider for hundreds of miles without even giving it time to catch its breath, until they were forced into a strange canyon with weird terrain and narrow mountain crevices. The moment they entered the canyon, the group of big bees that were chasing them from behind, as if saying, "If you don't die, I will castrate myself and become a eunuch," suddenly braked in unison. Chapter 83 Weird Canyon. Some of them break too suddenly and even perform drifting in the corners. Mingxi was always keeping an eye on this group of big bees and of course noticed their unusual behavior. The fact that these ferocious big bees are so fearful can only mean that there is something wrong with this canyon. There's a big problem. Jin Yuanbao, don't go forward yet. Mingxi is not a reckless person. The unknown is often the most terrifying and deadly. She frowned and began to observe the canyon carefully. The mountain walls on both sides are steep and rocky, forming natural peaks that gather the mountains and enclose the canyon into a spire-shaped space. Apart from the one they came in through, there were no other entrances or exits within sight. The stone path in the middle of the canyon is a steep slope, but the slope is not too steep. It is about 8 or 9 meters wide and winds upward. The stone path is lined with colorful flowers. The flowers are in a riot of color and are extremely beautiful, even more beautiful than what I saw in the flower field just now. Seeing those flowers, Xiao Yinhua flapped her wings and wanted to pick them, and Mingxi hurriedly hugged her tightly. No, it might be dangerous. The reaction of those big bees was really abnormal. She was sure that either this canyon was dangerous, or there was something strange about the flowers, plants, rocks, and hills here. Xiao Yinhua was still very obedient and didn't move around anymore. Mingxi looked back at the group of giant bees outside the canyon. They did not leave, but gathered outside the valley. Their numbers increased. Mingxi estimated that almost the entire tribe had come. Pairs of emerald green compound eyes were fixed on them. With a hint of schadenfreude? This feeling is even more terrifying than being targeted by a perverted murderer. Mingxi became more and more certain that there was something wrong with this canyon. Perhaps the group of bees had forced them in here on purpose, leaving them with no way to escape. There may be a wolf in front, but there must be a tiger behind. What if we break through from a high altitude? Although it looks narrow from above, it is a visual difference caused by the height. With the size of Jin Yuanbao, he can definitely fly out. I'm afraid that won't work. That group of big bees are also flying and will definitely catch up with us. Who knows, there might already be bees waiting for prey. Jin Yuanbao, I'll go down and take a look first. No matter what, there are always more solutions than problems. When the gold ingot descended to a certain height, Mingxi jumped off the gold ingot's back holding Xiao Yinhua. Just stood in the middle of the stone path, not approaching the flowers. But as soon as her feet touched the ground, she immediately felt a chill running straight to the top of her head. It was a coldness that went straight to her soul, as if it was going to freeze her completely. She could feel that her feet were frozen, and the cold was spreading rapidly up her legs. The moment she realized something was wrong, she threw the little silver flower in her arms into the air and let it fly on its own. The chill obviously came from the ground, and as long as Xiao Yinhua didn't touch her, she would not be affected. Gold ingots! Mingxi shouted. When Jin Yuanbao saw her face turn pale as paper in an instant, he realized something was wrong and quickly flew to her side. Mingxi also immediately turned sideways and sat back on its back. The moment her feet left the ground, the rapidly encroaching chill disappeared, but by then she had almost lost all feeling in her legs. It turns out that the problem might not be the flowers and plants, but the land. It's the local atmosphere here. She was still not careful enough and almost became an ice sculpture. Lele, are you okay? Jin Yuanbao turned his head and looked at her worriedly. It was in contact with its own Beastmaster's body and knew best what she had just experienced. Lolo! Xiao Yinhua also flew over, with tears welling up in her eyes. Mingxi smiled at them reassuringly. I'm fine. I just can't move my feet for the time being. Fortunately, Jin Yuanbao reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, she would have definitely been cosplaying as the fairy sister. At this time, circles of pink light fell on her one after another. It was like she was given a soft light and pink special effect. The stiffness and tingling in my legs were disappearing quickly. The burns on his back that occurred when he was chased by the Earth Fire Spider King were also healing. Could this be divine healing? Mingxi looked at the little silver flower floating in front of her. Its pink pupils were spinning unscientifically fast. Those pink circles of light come from its eyes. Divine healing? Is it so girly? Healing skills are a must-have for almost every angel-type supernatural creature. This is a racial talent that they are born with. But healing skills also have different levels of strength. Healing skills can heal simple flesh wounds, and healing skills can also revive a person with 1 foot in the coffin with full health. Among these healing skills, holy healing is the highest level and the rarest. Anyway, before today, Mingxi had only heard of it and had never seen any extraordinary creature use this skill. It doesn't exist on the internet, and it is even less likely to exist in reality. So she really didn't expect that this would be the case when holy healing was performed. Full of pink aura. If you don't know, you might think she was attracted by Hongwan. It's pretty good. The quality of a skill is not determined by its special effects, but by its therapeutic effect. Right? Thank you, Xiao Yinhua. I'm fine now. Mingxi, who had recovered with full health, hugged Yinhua, who had flown back into her arms and rubbed its pink little face. Seeing his own beast master laughing from the bottom of his heart, Jin Yuanbao also breathed a sigh of relief. As Mingxi's first pet, it was most sensitive to her emotional changes, so it could clearly feel her pain just now. Although the new little sister is a little spoiled, she is not completely useless. Mingxi also felt that it was her luck to be able to contract Xiao Yinhua. With a pet with healing skills protecting her, her husband no longer has to worry about her losing limbs. Thinking of her grandma, she remembered that today seemed to be the day when Chongan's secret place was closed. If she can't be contacted for a long time, her grandmother will definitely go crazy. I don't know when this secret realm will be closed. Her grandmother had just recovered not long ago, and she didn't want to make her fall ill again because of her. The more she thought about it, the more distressed she became. Her mood, which had just brightened up, instantly became gloomy again. Lolo, Xiao Yinhua also noticed that her emotions were abnormal and thought that she had not cured her, so she prepared to use her skills again. Mingxi quickly stopped him. No, I'm really fine. Holy healing is very powerful. I just remembered some bad things. She didn't want to let her mood affect them and quickly cheered up. At this point, it was useless for her to worry here. All she could do now was to live well. Only by being alive can she return to her grandmother. Jin Yuanbao. Xiao Yinhua, be careful not to touch anything here, including wildflowers and weeds, not even the mountain walls. Mingxi regained her spirits and reminded the two little ones. This canyon is really weird. Chapter 84 Natural Enemy. The air temperature was obviously not low. The temperature displayed on her personal terminal was 21 degrees Celsius, but the chill on the ground was enough to kill people without them knowing. But there is no trace of frost or ice on the ground and stone walls, and so many beautiful flowers and plants are growing around. Birds are singing and flowers are blooming. Spring is in full swing. Everything looks so natural and harmonious. It turns out that this world cannot be judged by common sense, not to mention that this is a magical secret place. She had to be more careful. Lele, Luo, Jin Yuanbao, and Xiao Yinhuan nodded when they heard this. With the experience of their own beast master as a lesson, they also understood that this place was unusual. Even the delicate little Yinhua became alert and looked around carefully. What to do next? Exiting the canyon directly is definitely not a good idea, but Mingxi does not plan to go deeper into the canyon. She always feels that it is even more unsafe inside. Otherwise, why didn't the group of big bees follow in? After all, they're also flying pets. Mingxi guessed that either there were more terrifying creatures in the canyon that made them even more afraid, or their natural enemies were growing nearby. She thought about it, and the loud pet identification device appeared again, aiming at the largest bee outside the canyon. Meet Blue Wing Bee, a flying soldier-level extraordinary creature, evolved from the primary extraordinary creature, Mead Blue Wing Bee. The honey-winged bees are one of the rare races among the extraordinary creatures that cannot be contracted by beastmasters because they are only loyal to their queen. Even if the forced contract succeeds, it will immediately attack the beastmaster, even at the cost of his life. It is indeed rare to find extraordinary creatures that are only loyal to the only female of their species. However, this situation generally only occurs in extraordinary creatures such as bees and ants. Also, the honeybee only collects nectar from the moon wine fairy flower, and the honey brewed from it is called wine fairy honey. It is said that long-term consumption of honey brewed by honeybees can prolong life and bring eternal happiness. Mingxi, God bless you forever. She would go back and complain to the manufacturer of this pet identifier. Talking nonsense disturbs people's mind. However, Mingxi believes that the wine fairy honey must be a good thing. Otherwise, Xiao Yinhua would not have eaten it and wanted to eat it more. Even while running for her life, she was still happily chewing the honey cubes. Thinking about the huge beehive that was just collected into the realm of time, Mingxi's heart felt like it was soaked in a honey jar, so sweet. At this time, the pet identifier continues to play. The color of the honey wine winged bee's wings will continue to deepen as it evolves. The higher the level, the darker the color of the wings. Honey wine black winged bee is the pinnacle of evolution of this species and is at the royal level. Although this pet identifier is hard to describe in a few words, the instructions are still very detailed. Overall, the flaws outweigh the merits. After putting away the pet identifier, Mingxi did nothing else. He just sat quietly on Jin Yuanbao's back, looking like an old monk in meditation. Xiao Yinhua simply occupied Jin Yuanbao's throne, Mingxi's left shoulder, and held the honey block with her short toes and enjoyed it elegantly. From time to time, she would put it to Mingxi's mouth and act coquettishly, asking to share it with her sister. Mingxi didn't mind that the honey block had been nibbled by it, and each time he would carefully bite off a small piece and put it in his mouth. It tasted really good, sweet but not greasy, and melted in the mouth. It was better than any candy she had ever eaten before, and there is a feeling of refreshment after eating it. The physical fatigue is gradually disappearing. Jin Yuanbao, you should also eat some honey cubes. This thing seems to be able to replenish your physical strength. She quickly stuffed several pieces of gold ingot into Jin Yuanbao's mouth. Jin Yuanbao was so delicious after eating this. Compared to the courage fruit that was so bitter that it made it question its life, the honey blocks were simply a divine product. It made 2 low calls to express its approval of the honey block. The greedy little sister is still good. After a long while, it couldn't help but bark again, asking Mingxi what to do next. Mingxi, wait. What are you waiting for? Wait until the secret realm is closed? Or wait for the group of honey wine-winged bees to disperse on their own? But now that they have destroyed their nest, is it really possible that they will give up hunting them? Jin Yuanbao was even more confused. However, it was not very curious and calmed down when it knew that its beast master had his own considerations. About half an hour passed. The number of mead-winged bees outside the canyon has increased instead of decreased. At a glance, they are densely packed with huge compound eyes. This situation is quite similar to the momentum of Bai Qi's encirclement and annihilation of the Zhao army in the Battle of Chongping. It's quite intimidating. Mingxi spoke at this time. Xiaoyinhua, can your barrier isolate the poisonous gas? Lolo. Of course there's no problem. After receiving its affirmative answer, Mingxi felt more confident about the next plan. Okay, then we'll do this and that. The 3 heads of the man and 2 beasts put together again, and then let out a strange hee-hee laugh. The honey-winged bees outside the canyon had no idea what kind of disaster they were about to face. 2 minutes later, thick black smoke rose in the canyon and drifted out of the valley in wisps along with the wind. Soon, the honey-winged bees began to scream, their voices filled with panic and anxiety. Although Mingxi didn't understand what they were calling, she still smiled. It seems she made the right bet. It is known that the honey-winged bees hate them so much that they are willing to mobilize their entire colony to encircle them. But they are very afraid of this canyon. Even though the entire tribe was mobilized, not a single mead-winged bee dared to enter the canyon. Is this reasonable? Mingxi thought it was unreasonable. Even if there were other extraordinary creatures in the valley that the mead-winged bees feared, they would not dare to get even a little closer. Mingxi's purpose of using the pet identifier just now was not just to identify the honey wine-winged bee, but also to confirm something. The maximum volume of the pet identifier is as good as the motorcycle gang's street noise. But half an hour later, the canyon was peaceful and quiet. This incident proves that even if there are extremely powerful supernatural creatures in the canyon, they will not appear easily. So Mingxi was sure that there were other things in this canyon that would scare the honey-winged bees or cause harm to their bodies. For example, there are exceptionally beautiful flowers and plants on both sides of the stone path. So she lit a bush. The effect was immediate, and the swarm of honey-winged bees soon became chaotic. Mingxi noticed that their wings were fading. The blue faded to pale green. The dark green faded into light yellow. Wings are a symbol of the mead-winged bee's strength, so this fading phenomenon can only mean that their strength is rapidly declining. Mingxi looked at the burning flowers. She had no idea what kind of flowers these were. They posed such a great threat to the honey wine winged bee clan. No wonder they dare not enter the valley. It turns out that the natural enemy is here. Mingxi patted the gold ingot under him and said, "Let's get started." Chapter 85 Meow Meow appears. Jin Yuanbao shouted excitedly, energy surging in his body. Thunderbirds flew out of the valley and attacked the mead white-winged bees whose wings had become almost transparent with great speed, accuracy, and ferocity. The mead white-winged bee is the second stage of the mead-winged bee. With intermediate strength, but affected by the smoke, their strength is almost degenerated to the primary level. It is the most cost-effective reward time ATM. Thunderbird is Jin Yuanbao's skill with the longest attack distance, which is more than enough to deal with primary pets. In fact, the best one to use is Thunder and Lightning Storm, but she can only stay on Jin Yuanbao's back now, and it is very likely that it will hurt her when using Thunder and Lightning Storm, so it can only be disabled. It was detected that the Master's Thunderbird defeated the same level extraordinary creature, Honey Wine White-Winged Bee, and was rewarded with 10 minutes of training at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Hall. Detected. The 8 Thunderbirds harvested a total of 40 minutes of reward time. The benefits are amazing. The most abundant thing outside the valley is the white-winged bee. Won't the account be liquidated if the reward lasts for such a long time? Mingxi couldn't help but chuckle out loud. Of course, the honey-winged bees are not fools. If they don't dare to approach the canyon, can't they just run away? Although what they want to do more is to fight back. But the terrain of this canyon is special, with a huge peak standing at the mouth of the canyon, a narrow entrance, a wide interior, and a relatively high terrain inside the valley. It is an excellent terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. coupled with the smoke produced by burning grass and trees. The honey wine-winged bees can only stay away from the mountain wall. In short, Jin Yuanbao and the others can take advantage of the terrain to launch long-range attacks. But it is difficult for the honey wine-winged bees to counterattack because the position where Mingxi and the others are hiding is too tricky. Seeing that revenge was hopeless and his tribesmen were hurt instead, the leading Mead blue-winged bee could only glare at Mingxi unwillingly and finally let out a sharp cry in order to retreat. Seeing that the scoring tool bee was about to run away, Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but speed up the pace of his attack. The frequency of releasing Thunderbirds reached once per second. Mingxi felt a little tinnitus from hearing Guangguang's notification sound. At this time, it is detected that the Master's Lock Xiaomi has surpassed the level and defeated the intermediate extraordinary creature Honey Wine White Wing Bee, and is rewarded with 100 minutes of training at the Time Realm Private Pet Training Hall. Huh? Mingxi turned her head in surprise and looked at the little silver flower on her left shoulder, only to find that the two pairs of angel wings behind it had disappeared. The outer circles of its pink pupils are surrounded by white light. Mingxi quickly followed its line of sight. Sure enough, I saw two pairs of familiar white wings turning into four knives, following Jin Yuanbao's Thunderbird, grabbing heads with a click. Wing control, an intermediate skill of the angel system, controls the wings to turn them into a guillotine, which can be used as a melee weapon or for long-range attacks. The attack form is somewhat similar to Jin Yuanbao's wing slash. However, this skill is different from other skills in that it does not change with proficiency, but it will evolve as the pet level evolves. That is to say, it is possible to become Wing Control High or Wing Control Ground. Like the healing skill, Wing Control is also an innate skill of the angel system. Mingxi reached out and touched the transparent barrier that enveloped them. I really felt the resistance from space. This means that Xiao Yinhua has been using the barrier. Little silver flower, this is already learned to multitask? The question is, has it ever learned? He actually knew how to steal heads without any instruction. Awesome, my little Yinhua. However, the cost-effectiveness of having Xiao Yinhua to finish off the enemy is indeed high. Mingxi's eyes lit up, and she felt that she had grasped the code to wealth. She quickly said to the two beasts, Jin Yuanbao, let Xiao Yinhua do the final blow. Worried that Jin Yuanbao might have a bad temper, she also explained, we both defeated the intermediate level, but Xiao Yinhua's level is lower, so the reward duration is 10 times longer than yours. Jin Yuanbao understood. It's all because I'm too strong. Well, for the sake of my own Beastmaster being able to go to the toilet whenever he wants one day, it's okay for me to suffer a little. With Jin Yuanbao's active cooperation, Xiao Yinhua's career in grabbing heads has made a qualitative leap. In less than 10 minutes, Mingxi's wallet was already bulging. Remaining reward time, 1,438 minutes and 23 seconds. Now the storage function should be able to be maintained stably for a long time. Unfortunately, Xiao Yinhua had too little energy. She had to maintain the barrier and control her wings, so she soon became exhausted. You can only withdraw from the battle. Mingxi gave it a bottle of energy supplement, specially selected for fruit flavor. From the fact that Xiao Yinhua is resistant to the Zhuangdan fruit, we can tell that it likes to eat sweets. At this time, there were only a few honey wine-winged bees left outside the valley. But few does not mean none. The rest are honey wine-winged bees with strength above the general level. The smoke had relatively little impact on them, so they did not choose to retreat. They seemed prepared to endure the damage caused by the smoke and wait for them to come out. They surrounded the valley entrance tightly, and no matter which direction Mingxi tried to break out from, she would be attacked by more than 3 honey wine-winged bees. Are you planning to exhaust them to death? Sincerely present you the warrior's badge. It seems that she underestimated the persistence and ruthlessness of the honey wine-winged bee clan. She thought she could finally take the opportunity to escape. It seems that they have to continue to stay in this canyon for the time being, and Mingxi doesn't dare to burn the flowers and plants anymore. Burning 1 clump is a test, and burning 2 clumps is to help weed. If you burn it again, it will be a blatant provocation. She was also afraid that before she could deal with the group of big bees outside, she would attract more powerful ones. As time passed, the burning flowers gradually went out, the smoke dissipated, and night was about to fall. The honey wine-winged bees outside the valley have changed shifts 3 times. Mingxi is really impressed by these old guys. She just destroyed their nest, not their ancestral graves. Not really. Really not. This won't work. Jin Yuanbao will get tired if he keeps carrying her. Even if she can enter the realm of time to rest, it won't be a long-term solution. Otherwise, try to find a way to break through. It's not that there is no way, it just might require her to get hurt. It doesn't matter if you get hurt, you have Xiao Yinhua anyway. When Mingxi was thinking about how to solve the current dilemma, a small animal ran out from the corner of the winding stone path in the canyon. Out of fear, Mingxi had been paying attention to the other side of the canyon, so he noticed the appearance of the little beast at the first moment. Although the distance was still a bit far, Mingxi could still see the appearance of the little beast clearly. Although it is said to be small, it is actually the same size as the adult cat in Mingxi's previous life. But it was very thin, almost skin and bones, so thin that you could see the protruding spine and ribs on its back. It's better than when Mingxi first came here. Its fur is mostly ice blue, but its limbs and cheeks are covered with dark red hair. Coupled with its sparse hair and various rotten and unhealed wounds on its body, it looks like an ordinary stray cat that has been abandoned for many years. But Mingxi knew that it must be an extraordinary creature. Chapter 86, Sudden Change in Style. Gift value, 500 plus more. The little animal didn't notice them at first. It was running staggeringly, and its right eye seemed to be injured and bleeding continuously. Clear plum blossom marks are left wherever it steps. Lolo, Xiao Yinhua also noticed the uninvited guest opposite. She stretched out her short toes and poked Mingxi's face, asking her if she wanted to kill him. Mingxi, is Xiao Yinhua's personality a bit cruel? She looks like a delicate and soft little angel. The contrast is quite big for you, baby. Mingxi was having wild thoughts, but she did not forget to stop the cruel little sister from killing innocent people. The little beast was so badly injured, and it was obvious at first glance that it was a primary supernatural creature. She is well off now, so there is no need for her to be greedy for the 10-minute bonus time. And unless necessary, she would not kill any supernatural creature. Extraordinary creatures are not ordinary beasts. In this world, extraordinary creatures are the same as humans. They have intelligence, thoughts, and their own worldview. Killing them is actually no different from killing people. So whether it was the sweet duck the day before yesterday or the honey wine wing bee today, Jin Yuanbao would stun or defeat them instead of killing them. Talking about genocide is pure nonsense. Jin Yuanbao is not a perverted animal killer. He is actually very civilized and polite. Back to the topic, the cat-like extraordinary creature had stumbled to the middle of the mountain trail. Finally, I noticed their presence. In an instant, all the hair on its body stood up, its back stretched and bent, its buttocks raised high, making a classic attack posture, commonly known as fried hair. Ding-ling, ding-ling. I soul. Its call is unexpectedly pleasant to hear, the kind that is so clear and crisp that it can make your ears pregnant. It's just too tense. Mingxi also saw a pair of bells hanging on the inner cartilage of its ears. The bell on the left was blue, while the one on the right was red. The tinkling sound was made by the bell. Only after seeing the pair of bells and hearing its call did Mingxi confirm its species. Bingpali is a relatively common primary pet of the ice system in Changxi area. It is an extraordinary creature that has a chance to awaken the ultimate ice properties during the evolution stage. The ice soul bell in the inner ear is the carrier of their energy, and the bell will only ring when their emotions fluctuate violently. Mingxi didn't expect that this embarrassed little beast would be an ice papa raccoon, because in her knowledge, the ice papa raccoon's hair was ice blue, long and fluffy. Very good to suck. Therefore, it is very popular among cat lovers. And the ice bells in their inner ears should all be blue. But the fur of the one in front of him was messy and chaotic, and the ice soul bell was one blue and one red. If it weren't for its cry, who would dare to believe that it was an ice soul raccoon? So one thing is certain, the ice soul raccoon in front of us has undergone genetic mutation, and it may mutate in a not-so-good direction. The phenomenon of genetic mutation among supernatural creatures is actually not uncommon. Because they have no reproductive isolation, there is a certain possibility that the offspring born will inherit the racial characteristics of both parents. This leads to genetic mutation. Moreover, this kind of genetic mutation is usually not a good thing. The cubs with genetic mutations either die shortly after hatching, or are unable to evolve in the later stages and have a very short lifespan. Therefore, many wild female supernatural creatures will actively abandon their mutant cubs after giving birth to them. It can be said to be very miserable. Of course, this genetic mutation will not become widespread. Most cubs will only inherit the genetic chain from one parent, ensuring the natural continuation of the race. Looking at the miserable Bingpo Li in front of him, Mingxi couldn't help but think of the original owner. Abandoned by her biological mother, She was forced to face the hardships of life at an early age. She is sensitive but strong, fragile but has infinite courage. They are all poor children. Feeling emotional for a moment, Mingxi decided to be kind and be a good person. Xiao Yinhua, please help it heal. Yinhua sighed lightly, as if regretting that she couldn't do anything, but she still obediently treated the ice pulley. A pink halo appeared around the ice pulley. It's just like the transformation of Balala the fairies. But Bingpuli didn't know that Xiao Yinhua was using healing skills on it and thought it was being attacked. The whole cat became even more restless, baring its teeth and pouncing towards Mingxi viciously, accompanied by a cold, biting wind. Freezing wind, an entry-level ice skill, freezes objects within an effective distance. The freezing effect increases with skill proficiency. Jin Yuanbao immediately flew into the air, escaping from the attack range of the freezing wind and avoiding the bite of the ice soul raccoon. Seeing that the ice pulley was ungrateful and turned against its beast master, it almost hurt her. The more Xiao Yinhua thought about it, the angrier she became. Lolo! Lolo! It stretched out one short toe and put the other on its waist and spit at the ice soul lizard. The wording is quite lifelike. Mingxi, gold ingot. Both faces were confused. Isn't she a delicate little princess? Isn't she a scheming little green tea? How come she turned into a grumpy old sister in the blink of an eye? The filter of the little princess, little green tea, clicked and was completely shattered into ashes in the hearts of the man and the beast. Mingxi saw that the ice soul raccoon was also stunned by the scolding and stopped where it was and turned into a tree stump. Perhaps it has also noticed the changes in its body. The injured right eye no longer bled, and the rotten scars on his body had healed, leaving only ugly bald spots. Divine healing, short treatment period, quick results. Everyone who uses it says it's good. After it calmed down, it also remembered what the human had just said. So it really almost hurt its benefactor by mistake. Bingpoli lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong, with his whole body stiff as he allowed Xiao Yinhua to continue attacking. The picture is solemn and a little funny. Ahem, Mingxi cleared his throat. Xiao Yinhua, it probably doesn't recognize the holy healing skill and thought you were attacking it just now. So it was all a misunderstanding. Look, it's not attacking us anymore. It means it has realized that it did something wrong. Jin Yuanbao also shouted in agreement, saying that this guy should not be a bad guy and that it was indeed a misunderstanding. Mingxi cast an admiring look at Jin Yuanbao and took out a bottle of water and handed it to Xiao Yinhua. Okay, let's drink some water to moisten our throats. After typing out so many words in one breath, Mingxi was really worried that its voice would become hoarse. And Xiao Yinhua has such a rich vocabulary, I don't know where she learned it from. It is true that you cannot judge an animal by its appearance. Lolo! Xiao Yinhua nodded and said that for her sister's sake, she would forgive her today. It puffed up its cheeks, took a breathless look at the silent ice soul lizard, snorted softly, then took the water handed to it by its beast master and drank half of the bottle in one gulp. Its throat was indeed about to smoke. After drinking the water, it rubbed Mingxi's cheek and called her sister with an innocent look as if nothing had happened just now, and it returned to being the soft and cute little angel it originally was. It's quite disjointed. After calming down his grumpy sister, Mingxi looked seriously at the Bingpo lizard below. She let the gold ingot fly in front of it. It is apparently unaffected by the mysterious aura of this land, possibly because it is of the ice type. Hello, little guy. Mingxi greeted politely and then asked tentatively, Excuse me, is this your home? Chapter 087 Exit. The ice soul lizard raised its head. Its eyes were also a flawless ice blue, slightly darker than its fur, like a piece of jade transformed from a snowy smuff. It stared at her and nodded slowly. This means that the ice police parents may be living deep in the canyon. She remembered that there was only one evolutionary chain for the ice pulley, the highest of which was the emperor level called Bingxi Luewin. So there couldn't be an ice-capable six-tailed monster in this canyon, right? Unfortunately, Mingxi guessed wrong this time. Not one end, but two ends. After hearing Bingpa Li's answer, Mingxi felt as if struck by lightning and felt like he was in terrible condition. No wonder those honey-winged bees were so unwilling to enter this canyon. Even if there were no flowers and plants that would reduce their strength, they probably wouldn't dare to break in without permission. This is the lair of two emperor-level extraordinary creatures. Which fool dares to break in? The fool Mingxi has already started trembling. Maybe this is what they call ignorance is bliss? Thinking about what they were going to do after entering the canyon, The white-haired men all got into position. Little guy, I'm sorry to break into your house. We're leaving now. You must never summon your parents. Mingxi didn't want to stay here for even a second. Must run away immediately. Run away with your family. Without caring about the honey wine-winged bees that were still eyeing them outside the valley entrance, she handed over the gold ingots and prepared to fly out of the canyon that made her feel overwhelmed. Compared with the two emperor-level extraordinary creatures, the group of honey wine-winged bees outside are not even an appetizer. Ice Soul. As soon as I turned around, I heard the low cry of the Ice Soul lizard behind me. Of course Mingxi didn't understand, so the gold medal translator Jin Yuanbao came online and conveyed the other party's meaning truthfully. It's saying, follow me? Mingxi was stunned. What's the meaning? She turned her head and looked at Bing Polly. Where are you going? You can't be taking them to meet its parents, right? Kids, that's not how adult society repays favors. Ice Soul. Jin Yuanbao continued translating. Lele. It said it could take us away. Mingxi understood instantly that this Ice Soul raccoon must have lived in this canyon since birth, so it was normal for it to know the unknown path. But she hesitated. This little guy probably won't harm them. But think about it. There are two emperor-level extraordinary creatures here. They may jump out at any time and tear them into pieces. She just wanted to follow her heart. Ice Soul. Jin Yuanbao. Lele. It said that its parents were not at home and had gone away on a business trip. Mingxi's eyes flew open. Okay, we'll go with you. Mingxi was not naive. She believed the words of a strange beast casually. She made the decision based on the actual situation. She had felt something was strange before. Think about it. If it was you and a group of strangers broke into your house uninvited and played Hero's Song in surround sound in your yard, it would not be the end. They also burn the flowers and plants in your garden rampantly, and finally even kill people at your doorstep. Could you turn a blind eye to all this? I guess even Buddha isn't so good-tempered. Unless you are not at home at all, how would you know that there are bad guests in your house? That explains everything. Mingxi knew that the Ice Soul raccoon was not a social animal. So the ones who were now calling themselves the kings of the canyon were probably the cubs of the two Ice Shock six-tailed foxes. So, at least for now, they are safe. Binkpoli didn't say anything else and walked in front with a cat-like gait. Even though it was skinny, it still exuded the elegance and composure that only cat-like pets can have. It led them around the corner of the stone path and through a dense and lush thicket of thorny vines. Unlike the gold ingot that can fly, it was inevitably injured by the thorns when it passed through the thorn bushes. But it didn't seem to feel much. Even when the thorns embedded in its flesh, it didn't make a sound, and its expression was calm, as if only its fingers had been slightly scratched. Mingxi sighed silently. I don't know how much suffering I have endured to be able to be so calm in the face of such pain. This time, Xiao Yinhua took the initiative to treat Bingpa Li without waiting for Mingxi's instructions. It seems that the grumpy old sister is still very soft-hearted. Little did she know that the reason why Xiao Yinhua was so kind was that she couldn't bear to see the expression of pity for the beasts outside on her beastmaster's face. Snort! You scheming beast, if you dare to use torture in front of Yinhua, you will never succeed. Mingxi had no idea of the little thoughts of her pet. She discovered that behind a tall thorn bush there was a 1-meter wide and 2-meter high crevice. There is constant wind blowing through the cracks in the rocks, indicating that this place can indeed lead to the outside world. But the crevice was too narrow. When Jin Yuanbao's wings were spread out, they were 3 meters long, making it impossible to pass through, or just leave from the air. Anyway, this place is out of the surveillance range of the honey wine-winged bees. They shouldn't be able to find it, and even if they do, they won't be able to catch up. I just don't know if there are any extraordinary flying creatures living on the cliffs of this high mountain. Before entering the secret place or secret realm, almost every beastmaster will be told that in the secret place, secret realm, high altitude is actually the most dangerous. On land, no matter how terrifying the opponent is, there is sometimes hope of escape, but if something happens in the air, the only outcome would be destruction to pieces. So during these 3 days, except for the waterfall, Jin Yuanbao's flying altitude never exceeded 200 meters. Even when escaping, try to stay as low as possible. Ice Soul. Jin Yuanbao. Lele. It asked us to wait. At this time, Bingpa Li bent its body, jumped up, and actually stepped on the steep mountain wall, jumping step by step onto a big tree with lush branches and leaves growing on the mountain wall. I saw it shuttling back and forth among the leaves. and soon it jumped back to its original place with two large, fiery red leaves in its mouth. It placed the leaf under the gold ingot. Ice Soul, Jin Yuanbao, Lele. It says that if you put these leaves under your feet, you can isolate yourself from the Earth's energy. Mingxi's eyes lit up. It turned out that there was such a good thing. This way, she could indeed get out of the canyon on her own. Mingxi asked Xiao Yinhua to fly down to help her get the leaves, took off her shoes, and put the leaves in them. After making preparations, she jumped off Jin Yuanbao's back. At this moment, both the man and the two beasts were nervous. Although they could feel that the Ice Soul lizard had no ill will towards them, they were not familiar with each other after all. And to be honest, they're still bad guests who break into its home. What if it's an Oscar winner? So Mingxi became extremely alert. Jin Yuanbao flew consciously to the base of her Beastmaster's legs, so that if there was any problem, she could just sit on its back. And the little silver flower also floated into the air, ready to release divine healing at any time. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. When Mingxi stepped on the ground, he did not feel the bone-chilling coldness he had felt before. Instead, he felt warm on the soles of his feet and quite comfortable. "Thank you." She sincerely expressed her gratitude to the ice pulley in front of her. It seemed that it really wanted to help them. Bingpali didn't say anything, but just raised his paw and pointed at the crevice, then walked in first. Chapter 88. Bingpali's Return Gift. Mingxi temporarily took the gold ingot back into the pet space and followed with Xiao Yinhua in his arms. The crevice was indeed very narrow. In order to avoid other parts of his body touching the stone wall, Mingxi walked very carefully and slowly. The Bingpali leading the way would stop and wait for her from time to time. It is quiet and never pushy. I don't know how long I walked, but I finally walked out of the crevice before it got completely dark. In front of me, there is a clear stream flowing slowly into the distance. The terrain here is flat and spacious, with mountains on two sides and water on one side. It is a great place for camping. Mingxi summoned the gold ingot again. Then he reached out his hand carefully and touched the mountain wall, and nothing unexpected happened. It seems that we have really left the canyon. Mingxi once again expressed her sincere gratitude to Bingpali and gave it 2 courage-enhancing fruits. Although it is painful to grow courage, it is almost like having an extra life for a primary pet. She thought I would like it. Bingpali looked at the thing that the human girl pushed to her feet. It knew that this was an energy fruit. The mother beast's good friend had once given one to each of its brothers, except it. That day, it was beaten all over by its brothers who had eaten the energy fruit. It was worse than any other day, so bad that it thought it was going to die. Although it survived later, the memory of that day was deeply impressed. Energy fruit is awesome. I didn't expect this human would give me 2. Are all humans as generous as she is? If so, then forming a bond with humans wouldn't be a bad idea. Bingpoli still didn't say anything, but picked up the 2 courage-enhancing fruits, nodded slightly at Mingxi, then turned around and walked back into the crevice. He's a cool little guy. The night was tinged with frost. Since this place is suitable for camping and there are no signs of powerful supernatural creatures around, Mingxi did not bother looking for another place and directly set up the tent in a location that was close to the mountain and sheltered from the wind. Although the night in the unknown secret place is weird, it is unexpectedly peaceful, and the secret realm still shows no signs of closing. Mingxi suppressed all her anxiety and worry deep in her heart. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and Mingxi began a new day of exploration. Since I played a little too hard yesterday, I almost got myself into trouble. They decided to take a more law-abiding approach and dig for herbs and energy crystals near the campsite. At noon, when the sun was at its hottest, there was a sudden strong wind and dark clouds. The clear sky suddenly became dark. Where heaven and earth meet, lightning is constantly striking. Things are going to change. Mingxi didn't dare to delay and rushed back to the place where they camped last night as soon as possible. At the moment, she couldn't find a better place to shelter from the rain than that crevice in the rocks. Mingxi curled up and hid in the crevice of the rock, while Jin Yuanbao and Xiao Yinhua occupied her shoulders on the left and right. Although the space was cramped, it was enough to accommodate them. Moreover, there is a relatively high terrain here, so rainwater should not be able to get in. From a distance, I could see a small white, but slowly growing bigger in the dark clouds. Then the white spot turned into a large white cloth, and finally into a Boeing 747. A huge shadow covered the world. Mingxi silently reduced his presence. Her guess was correct. There really were extraordinary flying creatures living on this high mountain. Looking at its size when it flew by, Mingxi would believe it was an emperor-level creature. Fortunately, I trusted Bingpo Li yesterday and took the secret path it discovered. If she had been a little more suspicious and rejected the kindness of the little Bingpo Li and instead chose to break out from the air, she would probably be dead by now. Ba, good people will be rewarded. Thunder! Jin Yuanbao suddenly let out two low cries, turned his body backwards and looked deep into the crevice. Mingxi realized that something was approaching from behind. She moved her, but with difficulty, and leaned her back against the mountain wall, just in time to see a familiar figure walking into her sight. It was the ice police from yesterday. Jin Yuanbao's tense body relaxed. Mingxi waved her hand towards the little guy. It's you, little guy. Why are you injured again? There were obviously many more wounds on the ice Pokemon's body, not only caused by thorns, but most of the wounds were obviously from its own kind. It's caused by skills. Looking at the ice soul raccoon in front of him, Mingxi clearly realized how difficult the situation of the wild supernatural creatures with genetic mutations was. Little Silver Flower, Divine Healing. Xiao Yinhua was a little reluctant. What it was thinking was, this nasty ugly cat was coming to its sister again to show off his misery. How scheming. But the Beastmaster's orders must be obeyed. It pouted and performed divine healing. Bingpo Li felt that the pain in his body had completely disappeared, and he secretly sighed that the beautiful but super ferocious angel woman was really powerful. It would be great if it had such a skill, so we wouldn't have to worry about it dying one day. Although this world is terrible, it still wants to live well. Ice Soul. Jin Yuanbao translated in time. Lele. It said thank you. Little Yinhua turned her face away. She didn't need the scheming beast thanks. Ice Soul. Bingpo Li seemed not to notice Xiao Yinhua's attitude and called out again. It sounds really nice. Like the clear and lonely spring water on the snow-capped mountains. It makes people who hear it feel as if their souls are cleansed. Jin Yuanbao. Lele. It said this was a return gift for the courage-enhancing fruit it received yesterday. Mingxi was surprised for a second. This ice soul raccoon actually came to find them specifically. How does it know they are still here? However, Mingxi was unable to ask this question. When she looked down and saw the thing that was pushed to her feet by Bingpo Li, all her doubts disappeared into the distance. It was a flower with a black background and gold patterns, and its shape was a bit like a tulip. The moment Mingxi saw the flower clearly, his pupils trembled. Ghost Thunder Flower. It is said that excitement can cause sudden death. Mingxi experienced this personally. She was so excited that she forgot where she was. She stood up suddenly and hit the back of her head directly against the mountain wall. There was a loud bang. Mingxi, is this considered pain and happiness? Mingxi's eyes were filled with tears due to the pain, and she suspected that her head was broken. Fortunately, she is Xiao Yinhua, who is not stingy with its Beastmaster. Without Mingxi's instructions, a divine healing spell has already landed on the back of Mingxi's head. Clean and neat. After the treatment, he stretched out his little paw and rubbed it gently. Lolo. My sister stopped crying and flew away in pain. Mingxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My mood calmed down. She squatted down again, picked up the strange and enchanting black flower at her feet, looked at it carefully several times, and was sure in her heart that the flower in her hand was indeed the Ghost Thunder Flower. The props needed for the evolution of gold ingots. An ultra-rare material with a starting price of 5 million star coins. Ghost Thunder Flower. Moreover, the leaves are as black as water, and the golden patterns on them are delicate and gorgeous. This is also a Ghost Thunder Flower of excellent quality. Chapter 89. Evolution of Gold Ingot. Mingxi swallowed. He gazed at the quiet Bingpo Li with a pair of eyes that would show affection to a dog. Can I ask where you got this flower? Ice Soul. Lele. It was picked next to the den of its father and mother. Jin Yuanbao was also very excited. His voice was trembling slightly when he translated, and he even omitted the prefix. It said, the den of the father and mother ice lizards? Mingxi thought of the growth environment of the Ghost Thunder Flower, an extremely cold and dark place. Think back to the strange atmosphere in the canyon. It is speculated that the nest of the two ice-captured six-tailed monsters is most likely the source of the strange earth energy. So what is the secret place here? It has many similar settings to the Moon Mirror secret place, but it is clearly not the Moon Mirror secret place. Mingxi was confused. Boom! Clatter! The heavy rain had been pouring down without anyone noticing, and the thunder trees hanging upside down in the air grew rapidly and withered just as quickly, destroying everything with overwhelming force and shaking the world. It was like someone who had gone against the will of heaven was going through a thunder tribulation. She thought about it and decided to enter the realm of time to ask Guangguang whether this flower was the ghost thunder flower, to avoid the possibility that she might make a mistake due to her old eyesight. This time, the journey in and out of the realm of time was very brief, and the entire process only consumed less than 2 minutes of bonus time. Guangguang also confirmed that what Bingpali gave was indeed the ghost thunder flower. After coming out of the realm of time, there was no trace of anything. Bingpali just looked at the red pet space that appeared out of thin air with confusion and curiosity. Mingxi lowered her head and looked at it again. Your return gift is too precious, much more precious than the energy fruit I gave you yesterday. Logically, I shouldn't accept it, but I really need this ghost thunder flower, so I will exchange it with you for something else, okay? Mingxi could take over the nest of the honey-winged bees without any psychological burden, and could allow Jin Yuanbao to fleece the sweet duck flock. But she couldn't take it for granted that the little eye soul fox gave her a return gift. How to describe it? Maybe it means that if the world treats me unfairly, I will respond with violence. But if others have given me something, I would feel embarrassed not to repay them with something. In short, the quality is unclear and it all depends on mood. Eye soul. Bimopuri nudda. It wanted a few more energy fruits like those from yesterday. Jin Yuanbao translated truthfully. Do you want courage fruit? This is not that simple. They had harvested a total of 132 courage fruits before, and used up 43 of them from plucking duck feathers from gold ingots and escaping in the past 2 days. Yesterday, they gave 2 to the eye soul raccoon. So Mingxi still has a total of 87 courage-enhancing fruits left in his hand. These are all for you. Mingxi generously piled 2 large bags of courage-enhancing fruits in front of Bingpali. Even if all these courage fruits were doubled, they would not be worth as much as a ghost thunder flower. Bingpali looked at the 2 large bags of courage fruits in some shock. How could this human carry so many energy fruits? It thought there were only 3 or 5 at most. There were so many that it was a bit overwhelming. It thought about it, pulled one of the sacks to its feet, and pushed the other sack back in front of Mingxi. He raised his paw and patted the bag next to him. I soul. Mingxi could guess what it was saying without Jin Yuanbao's translation. Maybe this bag is enough. Mingxi thought about it and decided not to force it. This eye soul raccoon was in a difficult situation and it had no space to store them. It was indeed not very convenient to carry so many courage-enhancing fruits. If it is accidentally discovered by its brothers and sisters who bully it, it may bring it a devastating disaster. Good. Mingxi took back the sack of courage-boosting fruits. The negotiations with Bingpa Li came to a temporary end. She took a deep breath and handed the ghost thunderflower in her hand to Jin Yuanbao, who had been eager to make a move. Jin Yuanbao, you can evolve now. There was a thunderstorm outside, and Guangguang said that this kind of weather was most suitable for the evolution of the Thunderbird. There is also a ghost thunderflower. If not now, when? Jin Yuanbao looked at the ghost thunderflower excitedly, then looked at its beast master, just about to take the flower with his mouth. Mingxi suddenly thought of something and took his hand back. Jin Yuanbao was puzzled and looked at her in confusion. Then he saw another courage-enhancing fruit in front of him. It tilted its head in confusion. Lele, what does it mean? Mingxi explained. Isn't it said that evolution is best when you are in the best condition? Just in case, you should eat a courage fruit first so that you can be in the best condition. The function of the courage fruit to increase the energy value for a short period of time does not conflict with the level cap. In other words, after eating the courage fruit, the energy value of the gold ingot can be temporarily raised to 13,000. Mingxi didn't know that the action he took at this time for the sake of safety would directly increase the market value of the courage fruits several times. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao nodded, thinking that his own beast master was the most thoughtful. This time, Jin Yuanbao chewed the courage fruit twice and swallowed it without any hesitation, and at the same time, he also swallowed the ghost thunderflower. Boom! There was thunder and lightning in the dark sky. The golden ingot suddenly rushed out from the crevice of the rock, spread its wings, and flew towards the sky against a violent storm, rainstorm, lightning, and thunder. The flaming trees that fell from the sky kept growing and withering. Countless lightning bolts struck it, and the electric light ran all over its body like silver snakes dancing wildly. But Jin Yuanbao seemed unaware of all this. Facing torrential rain, strong winds, lightning, and thunder, it soars up to 90,000 miles. It looked as if he was going to poke a hole in the sky. At this moment, Mingxi no longer cared whether he would get wet in the rain. He walked out of the crevice and looked up at the sky nervously. Xiao Yinhua and Bing Pali also stood at the outermost part of the crevice, watching this magical scene curiously. Thunder! The excited shouts of Jin Yuanbao could be heard in the air, as if he was expressing his passion and pride. At the same time, Guangguang's voice also sounded in his ears. It is detected that the Master's Thunderbird is about to evolve. Do you want to consume 500 minutes of bonus time to collect the power of rules? Mingxi took a deep breath. Good job. What a great guy. It takes 500 minutes of reward time to collect the power of rules once. What about robbery? I was a big fool who thought I could spend money freely because I had a lot of money. But this reward time cannot be wasted. After all, it concerns Xiao Yinhua's life. Well, she finally understood that the pets she raised were her ancestors. Expensive, costly. Yes. After making her choice, a familiar, miniature pet space appeared on her forehead. Mingxi was no longer able to care about it at this time. She saw Jin Yuanbao in the air shining with white light. Her eyes were sore from the blindness that she could not help but close her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, a huge bird with a wingspan of 5 or 6 meters was flying towards her. Collected successfully and stored in the storage room on the second floor for you. The crystal on the forehead quietly disappeared. Mingxi still didn't care. Through the thick rain, her eyes were fixed on the big bird flying towards her. Chapter 90. New Form of Gold Ingot. In the darkness and wind and rain, its presence is so eye-catching. Jin Yuanbao evolved successfully. It has changed a lot now, and its larger size is just the least of the changes. The 3 purple-red feathers on the head were connected together, forming a staggered convex structure, and the color of the top became darker, purple-gold. It looks like a gorgeous crown. Purple-gold dark lines also appeared around the eyes. The changes in its wings are also very obvious. First, the 2 wings were divided into 2 parts, and the feathers near the back became more slender and dense, and each piece looked like a sharp dagger. It is still a brilliant and dazzling gold. The edges turned into long feathers shaped like wheat ears, and the color gradually changed from gold to black, although there was not much black, almost only a small bunch at the bottom. But it makes the gold ingot more noble and mysterious. The biggest change is its tail. Jin Yuanbao's original tail was only a short wisp, which could barely cover a certain physiological organ. But now it has 4 black, chain-like slender tail feathers about 2 meters long on its butt. At first glance, it looks a bit like the legendary phoenix tail. But the bottom of the phoenix tail is a peacock pattern, while on the gold ingot, the black feathers are inlaid with golden diamond-shaped gems. It is a real gem that will glow even when struck by lightning. I want someone to pick it up and keep it for myself. Lele! The big bird landed steadily in front of Mingxi. It was about 1.5 meters tall at this moment, almost as tall as Mingxi. Putting aside the current appearance of Jin Yuanbao, the domineering aura that seemed to be able to split the sky and earth was stronger than all the high-level pets Mingxi had seen before. Yes, even stronger than the dragon-type Sai-Smaka. Thunder! It cried again, spread one of its wings, and raised it above her head to shield her from the falling rain. Those beautiful blood agate eyes were full of disapproval, accusing her of coming out in the rain. Although it has changed a lot, it is indeed a gold ingot. The evolution of extraordinary creatures is truly magical and incredible. It's like a miracle. Seeing the evolution of a supernatural creature for the first time, Mingxi felt like she was watching a fantasy fairy tale movie. She raised her hand and touched the drooping wheat ear feathers of the gold ingot. To be honest, this layer of gradient black long hair looks pretty good, charming, mysterious, and noble. Even when soaked by rain, the feathers remain extremely soft, like cotton. Jin Yuanbao, do you know the name of your current race? There is no precedent for the 3rd stage evolution of the Thunderbird, and of course no one knows what its evolution is called. Thunder. Jin Yuanbao shook his head and said, I don't know either. It feels that it is somewhat different from its peers. Well, it seems we still have to rely on the realm of time. The gold ingot successfully evolved to a high level, and the heavy weight on Mingxi's heart was finally put down. The next step was how to evolve to a general level or even higher. But they have already proved with facts that the evolution chain of the Thunderbird is extremely normal. Jin Yuanbao, you can't enter the mountain crevice with your current size. How about returning to the pet space temporarily? Mingxi walked back into the crevice, but given Jin Yuanbao's current size, it would be a bit too difficult for it to come in again. Thunder. It's okay. I like thunderstorms. It will definitely not return to the pet space. In case its own beast master encounters danger, it can take timely precautions here. Little sister Inhua is not reliable at all. Mingxi knew more or less what Jin Yuanbao was thinking and didn't force it. The thunderstorm weather was indeed suitable for it to practice. Extraordinary creatures should not be harmed by rain. Mingxi looked at the time again and realized that it was already 7:30 in the evening. There was less than an hour and a half left until 9 o'clock. Thinking about the fact that the reward duration had been greatly reduced, Mingxi suppressed the desire to immediately enter the realm of time to test the gold ingot. Wait until 9 o'clock, don't be anxious, she can keep calm. She took out a towel and began to wipe the rain off her body. At this time, Xiao Yinhua flapped her wings and flew in front of her, hugging her face with her short toes. It blinked its pink eyes and gave a tender cry. Lolo! Lolo! Sister, evolution is so cool. People also need to evolve. Mingxi looked into its big pink eyes, which were filled with pure curiosity and anticipation. It was not because he was stimulated by the huge increase in Jin Yuanbao's strength, but because the evolution was so cool. Mingxi was too embarrassed to comment on this reason. She said seriously, your situation is rather special. You need to absorb enough rule power to evolve, so don't worry. There will be bread and evolution. I just don't know how much rule power is needed for Xiao Yinhua to evolve from the primary level to the intermediate level. Is the power of rules that Jin Yuanbao obtained from this evolution enough for it to evolve to the intermediate level? I'll have to ask Wang Wang later. Xiao Yinhua nodded with a little regret. Yes, the reason why it hasn't hatched for thousands of years is because its own evolutionary conditions are too difficult to meet. So it has been waiting for an opportunity. Then it sensed her. It finally no longer has to be trapped alone in the eggshell, spending long and boring years together. Mingxi touched its head with a gentle look on her face. Jin Yuanbao watched them silently, his body pressed against the gap, blocking out the heavy rain outside. Bingpo Li, who had been standing quietly by the side, looked at the harmonious and warm relationship between the man and two beasts, and a hint of envy flashed in his ice-blue eyes. At this moment, a black hole suddenly appeared behind Mingxi. Jin Yuanbao, who was facing the black hole, was the first to notice it and quickly spoke up to remind Mingxi. Mingxi looked over and immediately knew what was going on. It is a secret passage. This secret realm is about to be closed. Mingxi felt relieved. Fortunately, he didn't have to be trapped here for 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, she was really afraid that what would greet her when she returned was her grandmother's urn. We are leaving now. Mingxi squatted down and faced Bingpo Li. Thank you for your care over the past 2 days. She reached out and touched its furry head. It's a pity that the wild supernatural creatures in the secret realm cannot enter the passage. Otherwise, Mingxi would have wanted to take this little guy away. She sighed softly and took out the remaining healing and energy potions. I'll leave these for you as well. Drink this to heal wounds, and this to quickly restore consumed energy. Bingpo Li didn't say anything, but just stared at her blankly, his clear, icy eyes shining with light. Mingxi helped to put the medicine into the sack beside it, and finally said, Goodbye, little one. May all your wishes come true, and your journey be smooth. You will no longer be alone and helpless, nor will you be surrounded by malice. Bingpo Li still said nothing. Mingxi finally waved at it, then put the gold ingots and the little silver flower back into the pet space, put on the backpack he came with, put on the flashlight, and walked into the passage. Never looked back. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. In a trance, Mingxi seemed to hear a pleasant yet sad bell sound. It was like someone was seeing her off,